During my third year of university, an episode of drunkenness led Lin Tian to take away Su Qingxi's innocence for the very first time. I initially believed it to be a fleeting encounter destined to occur only once in a lifetime. Yet unexpectedly, on the day of the graduation ceremony, the renowned campus belle, with a noticeable baby bump, sought him out. Lin Tian, I am carrying your child, fraternal twins. Lin Tian, the daddy system has been activated. Return the baby home and be rewarded with a luxury car. Change the baby's diaper and be rewarded with a property in a prestigious school district. As long as he tends to the baby, rewards will follow. With a lovely wife in his left hand and an adorable child in his right, Lin Tian expressed that life had never seemed so promising. Chapter 1. The campus belle is pregnant with fraternal twins. What concern is it of mine? Damn, my head is about to explode. The excruciating pain from his hangover felt akin to being struck by a blunt object, prompting Lin Tian to suddenly open his eyes. Hotel, sunlight, and in his arms. What the hell? A cascade of soft, long hair, not belonging to him, lay beside him. There's a ghost. Lin Tian instinctively recoiled, his body covered in goosebumps. Turning his head, he beheld a woman lying on the adjacent bed. The blanket concealed her, yet the exposed neck was alabaster, adorned with a conspicuous red mole, her figure exuding an allure that could cause one to bleed. Phew, thank goodness it's a girl. Moreover, a girl with such an enticing figure. Thank heavens, at least he needn't worry about a breach from the rear. Just as Lin Tian sighed in relief, the woman gasped in surprise. The woman on the bed abruptly opened her eyes, resembling a startled deer, her watery gaze filled with terror. Lin Tian, startled, instinctively lunged forward to cover her mouth. Do you want to draw a crowd for a live show? Her soft, cool lips quivered violently beneath his palm, struggling but remaining silent. At that moment, Lin Tian finally recognized her. The woman who had shared his bed last night was none other than Su Qingxi, the campus belle of their school. The very goddess revered by all the boys at school had slept with him. For a fleeting instant, Lin Tian felt as if he had entered a surreal realm. Su Qingxi opened her mouth, her cool visage betraying a profound sense of shattered vulnerability. One couldn't help but desire to hold her close. If I say this was an accident, would you believe me? Lin Tian felt a hint of helplessness as well. He was merely dragged along by a few brothers from the dormitory, indulging in an infrequent bout of intoxication. Little did he expect, this time he would hit the jackpot. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxi curled herself into the quilt, revealing only her pair of glistening eyes. You should leave quickly. I will pretend this never happened. The tremor in her voice elicited a pang of sympathy in Lin Tian. Yet, he could conceive of no better alternative. He could only choose to depart entirely. So be it. Let it be a night of reckless abandon. 9 months later, at the graduation ceremony of Magic City University. Damn, Tian, go look. Su Xiaowan, the school beauty, is gazing at you. His best friend Feng Liang vigorously nudged Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not lift his head. What does that have to do with me? Stop pretending. You haven't flirted with a girl in 4 years of college. Do you fancy men? Feng Liang exaggeratedly leaped back, hands protecting his chest. Lin Tian chuckled and cursed. Get lost, it's none of your business. I'm not kidding. Feng Liang pointed towards the distant school beauty. That look from Su Xiaowan is simply breathtaking. Give it a shot. You'll regret missing this opportunity. Before he could finish his words, he abruptly halted. What the hell? Su Qingxi. Feng Liang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he pointed at the distance, his voice cracking. Upon hearing that name, a fleeting emotion flickered across Lin Tian's face, only to be swiftly concealed. Stop fooling around. My buddy is job hunting. I have no time for jokes. He didn't even raise his head. Feng Liang excitedly bumped his shoulder. I swear I'm not joking. Tian Ge. Su Qingxi looks absurdly pregnant. She hasn't been seen for over half a year. She can't possibly be carrying a child, can she? Feng Liang's words made Lin Tian's heart clench. He still vividly remembered the scene of the plum blossoms on that bed. Stop spreading rumors. He was about to retort when a shadow loomed over him. A familiar, chilly scent wafted into his nostrils. Lin Tian stiffly raised his head, the sunlight illuminating Su Qingxi. A year had passed, and she had grown considerably thinner, her complexion somewhat pallid. But what truly froze Lin Tian's blood was her enormous belly. In an instant, countless images exploded in his mind. That chaotic night, Su Qingxi cradled her belly with one hand, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Tian, I need to talk to you. Her voice was low, tinged with an imperceptible hint of helplessness and pleading. The playground fell silent, a myriad of eyes fixated upon them. Lin Tian instinctively stood up. What is it? Su Qingxi summoned all her courage, her face reddening to the point of resembling a ripe fruit. 9 months ago that night. I'm pregnant with your child. It's twins, a boy and a girl, and they are nearing their due date. Boom! A thunderous shock. Lin Tian's mind went blank. What? He, a lifelong singleton fresh graduate, is suddenly bestowed with twins? And they are from the top school, beauty? Holy crap! Feng Liang's exclamation sounded like a chicken being choked, the water he had just drunk spraying everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Tian trembled as he took a drag from a cigarette. Becoming a father right after graduation, and to 2 children at that, the odds were more ludicrous than winning the lottery. Observing his silence while smoking, Su Qingxi became even more anxious. If you don't believe me, we could do a paternity test once the children are born. Lin Tian offered no response, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qingxi's belly. It was no longer a question of belief. The crux was that he had just graduated, and his job situation was uncertain. Suddenly being thrust into the responsibility of 2 children. How on earth was he supposed to handle that? Just as he was mired in this dilemma, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Host bloodline detected. God-level daddy training system binding in progress. Binding successful. The phone vibrated in perfect synchrony. Bank of China, your card, ending in 9527, has received a deposit of 100,000 renminbi on September 1st at 9:47. Current balance, 101,876 renminbi and 24 cents. Hiss, 100,000 in cash, credited in an instant. A surge of exhilaration rushed to his head. What confusion! What lack of funds! Away with it all. Lin Tian crushed his cigarette with fervor and boldly stepped forward, embracing Su Qingxi in front of all his classmates. He gently caressed her abdomen. The graduation ceremony was suddenly electrified by a momentous revelation. The entire assembly erupted into a frenzy. The campus belle, Su Qingxi, had mysteriously disappeared for over half a year, only to have secretly born twins for Lin Tian. Feng Liang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Brother Tian, you've kept this under wraps for far too long. When on earth did this happen? Lin Tian had no time for his inquiries, his focus solely on tenderly stroking Su Qingxi's belly. Damn it, this is no mere child. It is clearly his fortune incarnate. Ding. New dad's initial experience task. Escort your wife and child home. Success reward. A Mercedes-Benz GLS Luxury Edition parked at Spot 12 in Area A outside the campus. Keys in the host's pocket. Holy cow. The second reward arrived so swiftly. A Mercedes SUV. The top-tier model. Lin Tian felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins. Let's go. I'm taking you and our little ones home. He confidently held Su Qingxi close, ready to stride out. Lin Tian this. Su Qingxi was taken aback by the frenzied gazes surrounding her, instinctively wanting to withdraw. What's there to fear? Lin Tian grinned widely, his charisma radiating, commanding and audacious. From this day forth, they can only envy and resent us. Come, let me take you home to gather your things. We're going to nurture our babies. Chapter 2. What? Is it time to give birth? Lin Tian held Su Qingxi close, stepping out of the school gate amidst countless envious or jealous gazes. They made their way toward the parking lot, trailed by numerous classmates. After all, everyone was aware that Lin Tian did not come from a wealthy family. How could he possibly afford a Mercedes? Many were there to witness a spectacle, and the surrounding ridicule and envy were incessant. Meanwhile, individuals like Feng Liang harbored a subtle concern in their hearts. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Tian confidently led Su Qingxi to the parking lot. He stopped in front of a brand new white Mercedes GLS, and with a click of the key, the lights flashed to unlock the vehicle. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All mockery choked in their throats. The onlookers were collectively petrified. No way. Is that really a Mercedes? This is simply overwhelming. If memory serves me right, even the base model costs over 700,000, right? Even Su Qingxi was taken aback. She never expected Lin Tian to actually own a car. As she sat there in astonishment, Lin Tian had already opened the passenger door. He was exceedingly careful, ensuring the door did not collide as Su Qingxi entered. After she was seated, he gently closed the door before taking his place in the driver's seat. Wow, Brother Tian is amazing. Feng Liang was utterly astounded by the scene before him. He genuinely did not know what Lin Tian was incapable of in this world. Su Qingxi, feeling a bit dazed in the passenger seat, found the leather upholstery quite comfortable. Lin Tian's confident demeanor instilled in her a newfound sense of security. She lowered her head, gazing at her rounded belly, increasingly convinced that bringing the child into the world was indeed the right decision. Is this car really yours? Su Qingxi turned to Lin Tian, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Lin Tian, maintaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I made a small business venture. And with a little help from my parents, I purchased this car." This revelation eased some of Su Qingxi's worries. Ever since that night, she had sought to understand more about Lin Tian's situation. She had always assumed he came from a modest background, yet she was reluctant to terminate the pregnancy. After all, these were two little lives. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to bear the burden alone. Initially, she intended to quietly give birth to the baby, not even informing her parents. However, as the due date approached, she realized that she was increasingly struggling to cope. The unexpected complications and the potential need for a cesarean section, along with the necessity of a family member's signature, were beyond her capacity to manage alone. After much contemplation, she decided to seek out Lin Tian, thinking that even if he contributed not a single penny, his mere presence for support and signing as the father during the operation would suffice. She had never anticipated that the rumors circulating at school were entirely unfounded. "Where do you live? I'll take you home first. Once I settle into my new place, I'll come back to care for you." Lin Tian spoke in a calm tone, yet Su Qingxi felt increasingly reassured. She quietly provided her address, which was that of an upscale single apartment with a steep rent. Had this been in the past, Lin Tian might have shown surprise, but now his expression remained largely unchanged. After all, with the system in place, his life was bound to be drastically different from now on. As he reveled in the exquisite feel of the leather beneath his fingertips, thoughts of the zeros in his bank account caused a smile to play upon his lips. Fresh out of graduation, endowed with a system, 2 adorable children, a stunning girlfriend, and a luxury vehicle, this was a life that felt utterly extraordinary, soaring to new heights at an astonishing pace. The car glided smoothly, the bustling streets of the metropolis racing by outside. Suddenly, Su Qingxi gasped, her face contorted in pain. The excruciating agony made her curl up as if she were on the verge of giving birth. What the hell? Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's mind. Damn it, does it have to be this thrilling? Although he was aware that the due date was imminent, he never anticipated that it would happen right now. "Hold on, we're heading to the hospital." He quickly activated the navigation and sped off. 10 minutes later, the white GLS screeched into the emergency lane of St. an international maternity hospital. As the door swung open, Lin Tian leapt out, cradling Su Qingxi in his arms. "Doctor, my wife is about to give birth. She is in pain." This was the most prestigious private maternity hospital, which meant that financial capability could resolve any issue. Quickly, into the emergency room. The attending physician cast a glance and immediately issued orders. Lin Tian rushed Su Qingxi into the examination room with the swiftness of the wind, gently placing her onto the hospital bed. At that moment, Su Qingxi's delicate features were twisted in agony. The intense pain caused her to scream in despair. "Lin Tian, it hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. Doctor, when can we enter the operating room?" Knowing that Su Qingxi was enduring such suffering to bring their child into the world only deepened his concern. The pregnant woman was experiencing severe abdominal pain, necessitating immediate examination to rule out any critical conditions. Following the examination, if the indicators were normal, she would be taken into the operating room without delay. Several doctors swiftly conducted the checks, monitoring the mother's blood pressure, heart rate, and the fetus's heartbeat, while simultaneously inquiring about the specifics of Su Qingxi's pain. Throughout this period, Lin Tian remained by her side, firmly holding her hand to provide strength. After 10 minutes, all examinations were finally completed. As Su Qingxi was prepared to be wheeled into the operating room, Lin Tian intended to accompany her but was halted by a doctor. "Male family members, please proceed to the doctor's office to sign the necessary documents before entering the operating room. Additionally, you'll need to prepare some loose, breathable clothing, maternity pads, and diapers for the baby. Everything must be ready. Also, you must head downstairs to pay 20,000 yuan up front, with any excess refunded later." Lin Tian attentively listened to the doctor's instructions, meticulously noting each item on his phone. Just as he was about to exit, He found himself in a predicament. Signing the documents was straightforward and would take no time at all. However, gathering all the required items would undoubtedly take a significant amount of time. With Su Qingxi alone in the operating room, should anything go awry, it would be unacceptable for her to be left unattended. He felt utterly stretched thin, unable to manage everything simultaneously. Just then, a fiery voice rang out from the corridor. You wouldn't happen to be Su Qingxi's first intimate partner, would you? In a flash, a girl came to a halt before him. She glanced at the signature form Lin Tian was holding. Then at the illuminated red light of the operating room, her demeanor instantly shifting. What the heck? Lin Tian, is the child in Qingxi's belly really yours? Lin Tian recognized this girl. She was Zhao Nuanyuan, Su Qingxi's close friend, known as a fierce woman in the metropolis. Hearing those words made Lin Tian's lips twitch, but he had no time to argue. No more chit-chat. Keep an eye on things here while I rush to buy baby supplies. The doctor requires a whole list of things urgently. Seeing his anxious expression and recalling the hardships Su Qingxi had endured over the past few months, her eyes turned red. Go ahead, I'll watch over her. Thank you. Lin Tian's words barely escaped his lips before he became a blur, dashing across the street to the most luxurious Aiying Island flagship store. Chapter 3 Mother and Child Safe, rewarded with a school district apartment. Lin Tian had no concept of childbirth. The doctor had only listed a fraction of the items needed. Before entering, he had meticulously researched online for quite some time, compiling an exceedingly detailed list. Upon stepping through the door, he immediately entered a state of fervent activity. Essential daily necessities, toiletries, and an array of postpartum items such as sanitary pads, maternity pads, and urinary pads were indispensable. Additionally, there were 2 infants' bottles, clothing, and other essentials. The sheer volume of required items was overwhelming, and with Su Qingxi still undergoing surgery, there was no time to procure everything comprehensively. Lin Tian could only prioritize the most urgent purchases, leaving the remainder to be delivered later. Even so, he filled his shopping cart to the brim, with a total of 5 large bags. At checkout, the total amounted to over 30,000 yuan. He ended up slipping a pack of cigarettes to the security guard to accompany him to the surgery room. Lin Tian felt a sense of relief, realizing that if it weren't for the system rewarding him with 100,000 yuan, he would have been financially strained. It was important to note that following a cesarean section, a hospital stay of several days was inevitable. He had checked earlier and discovered that the daily accommodation fee at this upscale obstetrics hospital could reach 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, coupled with other expenses. Staying in the hospital could easily cost him 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. While 100,000 yuan might seem substantial for a recent graduate, it was merely a drop in the bucket when it came to raising children. It was simply insufficient. Ding. The host has prepared supplies for the baby. Reward, 500,000 yuan. Another reward, a whopping 500,000 yuan. Lin Tian let out a deep sigh of relief. He understood that this was precisely the time to have funds available. With little savings to begin with and having nearly exhausted the previous 100,000 yuan after the childbirth, this influx of cash was nothing short of a blessing. After all, he could never allow Su Qingxi and their 2 babies to suffer. Confirming his account balance, Lin Tian hurriedly returned to the surgery room's entrance. Zhao Nuanyuan rushed over with red-rimmed eyes, grabbing his arm. Lin Tian, you finally returned. Qingxi has been in there for quite a while, and there hasn't been any sign of movement. I am utterly anxious. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her voice trembled. There will be no issues. Lin Tian, though anxious himself, maintained a resolute gaze. Lin Tian, you must treat Qingxi well. She has endured so much hardship over the past 6 months. Zhao Nuanyuan sobbed, revealing that her family was wealthy. Yet their outdated beliefs led her to fear being pressured into terminating her pregnancy. Thus she had not dared to inform her family. The harrowing experience of morning sickness had been borne alone. Zhao Nuanyuan was now beyond tears, unable to continue speaking. Each word pierced Lin Tian's heart like a venomous needle. He had never considered how the proud swan had fallen from grace, silently swallowing countless hardships for the sake of their child. No wonder she had appeared so much thinner upon their reunion. My woman, my children. I shall protect them with my very life. They shall not suffer even the slightest grievance. Lin Tian declared emphatically. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a dragon and phoenix. Mother and children are safe. Reward. 1 apartment on the top floor of Yunduan International, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit. At this moment, the cold electronic voice exploded in his mind. An overwhelming amount of information. They were born. Twins. Most importantly, mother and children were safe. This news sent Lin Tian into a state of ecstatic excitement. A tidal wave of joy surged through him, nearly overwhelming him. As for the system's reward, it was equally astonishing. After all, Yunduan International was located in the prestigious district of the Magic City. While not the pinnacle of luxury, a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment would likely fetch at least 3 to 5 million yuan. This system truly had no regard for financial limits. Although the surprise was monumental, it did not cloud Lin Tian's judgment. No amount of money or property could compare to the presence of his wife and children. He was eager to see them as soon as possible. Just then, the glaring red light above the surgery room extinguished. Su Qingxi's family. The doctor emerged from the thick door, removing his mask while calling out, "I'm here." Lin Tian sprang towards the doctor like a coiled spring. Rest assured, the adult is safely stitched, and the twins are exceptionally healthy. The boy weighs 5.8 pounds, and the girl weighs 5.3 pounds. They are currently being dressed in small clothes and will soon be sent back to the ward for observation. The adult is weak and must rest while post-surgery. The doctor spoke with a smile. Thank you so much, doctor." Though the system had provided prior notice. Hearing the doctor's words caused Lin Tian's tense nerves to finally relax. The crushing weight in his heart was finally lifted. He spoke excitedly. "Where's the ward? I need to be with them right now." "Postpartum care area, room 188, the doctor replied. Before he finished speaking, Lin Tian was already turning away. "Zhao Wan, please keep an eye on the things and the baby. I'm going to the ward to be with her." In the next moment, he hurriedly inquired and headed straight for room 188. As he pushed the door open, his gaze immediately locked onto the wide bed. There lay Su Qingxi, her complexion as pale as snow, eyes tightly shut, her long hair matted with sweat against her cheek. She emanated an aura of utter exhaustion and fragility, yet even so, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. It was this woman who had nurtured a pair of little lives for him, filled with gratitude and heartache. Lin Tian promptly took a seat on the chair beside the bed. Gently, he placed Su Qingxi's hand in his palm, softly caressing it. "How are the babies?" Su Qingxi felt the touch and mustered all her strength to open her eyes. Her voice was hoarse, as if filled with sand, but she still inquired. "Rest assured, both you and the babies are perfectly healthy. You've just emerged from surgery. You must rest well. If you need anything, just tell me. I will always be here." Lin Tian held Su Qingxi's hand, his tone imbued with utmost tenderness. Hearing that the babies were healthy, Su Qingxi's bloodless lips trembled slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. Yet she could not muster the strength to say anything more. Seeing her like this, Lin Tian's heart felt as though it had been tightly grasped. Just then, the ward door swung open. The sounds of infants cooing, accompanied by the wheels of a cart, could be heard from outside. 2 nurses cautiously pushed in 2 small baby carriages draped in pristine white lace. Inside, the 2 little ones were swaddled in cloud-like blankets, their cries resoundingly clear. The babies had returned. They had undergone a brief cleaning in the surgery room. And soon the family would need to use sterile cotton soft towels dipped in warm water to gently wipe the babies' faces. Within the next 12 hours, the babies might exhibit signs of hunger and would need timely feeding. If the mother was able, breastfeeding was preferred. If not feasible, then formula could be given first. The nurses provided a brief explanation. Lin Tian immediately inquired in detail, jotting everything down in his memo. "This is my first time seeing such a caring father. The babies are sure to be very happy." The young nurse blushed slightly at Lin Tian's handsome appearance, especially seeing him so earnest, as she left. She couldn't help but exclaim. After the nurses departed, Lin Tian finally directed his gaze towards the 2 baby carriages. "These are his children." Chapter 4. Su Qingxi wept. Are the babies truly that unattractive? The 2 infants had just entered the world, their tiny faces crumpled, their eyes tightly shut. To facilitate identification, each little hand bore a wristband inscribed with detailed information. As a father, Lin Tian viewed them through a lens of affection, no matter how they appeared. He found them utterly endearing. "Babies, let daddy wipe your little faces," he declared, not forgetting the nurse's prior instructions. He retrieved a pack of freshly purchased baby wipes and gently began to clean their delicate features. The skin of a newborn is so soft it seems as though it might tear at the slightest touch, prompting him to exercise utmost care. At that moment, the ward door swung open with a gust. Zhao Wan burst in, each hand laden with 2 hefty, bulging shopping bags. Her elbow awkwardly clutching a pack of baby diapers. She rushed in with an exceedingly comical posture. "Lin Tian, why do you leave me with so much to carry? I don't even have a helper," she exclaimed, breathlessly depositing her load on the floor, her tone laced with indignation. Lin Tian inhaled sharply, realizing something felt amiss. In his haste, he had simply grabbed one of the bags without considering the burden it imposed. "I apologize." "Thank you," he said sheepishly, scratching his head, ready to utter more when he noticed Su Qingxi, seemingly roused from her slumber by Zhao Wan's commotion, her eyes fluttering open. "Qingxi, you're awake? How do you feel?" Zhao Wanwan was the first to notice, immediately rushing over with a flurry of inquiries. Having just given birth, Su Qingxi was still weak and unable to respond extensively. Lin Tian quickly interjected with clarifications. He then observed that Su Qingxi's gaze was fixated on the babies. Realization dawned upon him. Rest assured, our two little ones are in perfect health, he reassured her, pushing the baby carriages closer so she could see them at a glance. However, as soon as Su Qingxi laid eyes on the infants, her expression morphed into one of complexity. Moments later, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Qingxi, do you feel unwell? Zhao Wanwan gasped, alarmed, while Lin Tian hastily reached for the call button to summon a nurse. Why are the babies so ugly? Their faces are all wrinkled, resembling little monkeys. Su Qingxi's faint voice pierced through. Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words, incredulous that she was so moved by their appearance that she wept. They're freshly born, they haven't tea yet developed. They will look better in a few days, he quickly reassured her, tenderly stroking her hair. Really? Su Qingxi's sobs subsided as she skeptically glanced at the babies once more. Of course. You are so beautiful. How could our children be anything less? Lin Tian spoke with unwavering certainty, finally alleviating some of Su Qingxi's concerns. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan suddenly felt as if she had become a third wheel in this intimate moment. I'm glad you're all right, but I must head home now. I'll visit again tomorrow, she stated, hastily departing while casting a fierce glare at Lin Tian as she left. Innocently perplexed by the glare, Lin Tian merely scratched his head, unbothered. He rummaged through the bags, extracting a box of cotton swabs and a thermos to pour a glass of water. Dipping a cotton swab in the water, he gently wiped Su Qingxi's parched lips. Your lips are so dry, you must be quite thirsty. I checked. And you must abstain from food and water for 6 hours. If you feel thirsty, just tell me, and I'll help moisten your lips. His actions were exceptionally gentle and cautious. The ward door swung open once more, this time admitting the doctor, who had come to conduct an examination, only to stumble upon this tender scene. Your husband is quite attentive. It's rare to find family members so considerate in moistening lips, she remarked sincerely. However, the term husband caused Su Qingxi's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Stealing a cautious glance at Lin Tian, she noted he made no attempt to refute or explain, embracing the label with an air of confidence that filled her with joy. During the examination, Lin Tian busied himself with a flurry of questions, covering every conceivable concern he could muster. By the end, the doctor was thoroughly envious. Where on earth does one find a man so handsome, well-built, and devoted to his wife? She mused. Why hasn't heaven granted me one of those? By the way, after the babies are born, they require a BCG vaccine and a hepatitis B vaccine within 24 hours. Your babies appear to be in excellent health. We can arrange to administer their vaccinations shortly. The doctor's admiration for Lin Tian was palpable as she stole glances at him before departing, reminding him, thank you for your willingness to help. Observing Lin Tian's diligent efforts, Su Qingxi couldn't help but express her gratitude. These are my children too. Of course, I must take responsibility. There's nothing burdensome about it. Lin Tian reassured her gently. But you just graduated and have work obligations. I don't wish to hinder your career, Su Qingxi murmured, her gaze downcast. Rest easy. I've made some investments and earned a bit of money. I'm not lacking at the moment. If necessary, I can continue investing, Lin Tian replied. But you? Why didn't you inform me sooner about the pregnancy? Lin Tian was genuinely perplexed. I was afraid of disrupting your life. But they are my children. I could never bear to terminate the pregnancy, Su Qingxi confessed. She had always cherished children, and upon learning of her pregnancy, she had never contemplated an abortion. However, I was terrified to tell my parents. With the due date approaching, I had no one else to turn to for assistance with the signature. Her head drooped. A hint of guilt evident. Rest assured, I will take good care of both you and the babies. Your only task now is to recuperate, Lin Tian reassured her, once more using the damp cotton swab to gently tend to Su Qingxi's lips. Once he confirmed she had settled down to sleep, he placed the babies into the twin stroller and proceeded to queue for their vaccinations. It was afternoon, and the line ahead was relatively short, with only 3 or 5 families ahead. Upon seeing the 2 infants in Lin Tian's stroller, onlookers displayed expressions of envy. Are these twins? How wonderful. These 2 little ones are so well behaved. They aren't crying at all. They are a boy and a girl. Lin Tian beamed with pride as he listened to the praises, feeling more elated than if he himself were being complimented. This revelation only intensified the envy of those waiting in line. Not only were they twins, but they were also a boy and a girl, a true embodiment of auspiciousness. During the wait, many individuals approached, hoping to bask in the joy of the moment, leaving Lin Tian feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Finally, when his turn arrived, he nearly rushed the stroller into the doctor's office, eager to escape this daunting place. Chapter 5. As the doctor administered the vaccines, she marveled. I've rarely encountered such well-behaved babies. They didn't cry at all during the injections. This remark filled Lin Tian with an even greater sense of pride. Each time he heard someone praise the little ones, the father in him swelled with genuine joy. After administering their vaccinations, he took the children to undergo a paternity test. He understood that Su Qingxi had no need to deceive him. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly better to have clarity on such matters. Once all was completed, he gently wheeled the little ones back to the hospital room. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the baby's first vaccination. Reward, proficiency in massaging, accompanied by a recipe for tongroo soup. On the way, he once again heard that familiar voice. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. What the heck? Lin Tian exclaimed. The thought of Su Qingxi's stunning physique made him somewhat eager. After returning the little ones to the room, he found Su Qingxi still asleep and the babies resting peacefully. Transitioning from a flurry of activity to a state of idleness, he seized the opportunity to take out his phone. He snapped a photo of the baby's tiny feet and posted it on his social media. New identity, new experience, onward towards the future. Just 2 seconds after posting, the notifications erupted. What the heck, Brother Tian? You were still carrying a ball in the morning, and by afternoon, you've already become a father? That's astonishing speed. No way, Lin Tian, when did you become a dad? Bro, bowing down to a life winner. Remember me when you're rich and famous. Amidst a flurry of blessings and envy, one particularly jarring comment caught his eye. Stop pretending, your family only runs a shabby vegetable stall. Waiting for the young master to livestream drinking the northwest wind. Upon discovering it was Sun Tao, who was notorious at school, Lin Tian recalled how he had once pursued Su Qingxi with relentless devotion, only to be completely ignored. Was this jealousy giving rise to spite? Lin Tian snorted dismissively and promptly added him to his blacklist. Just as he was about to scroll through his phone again, a call from Feng Liang came through. He quickly silenced his phone and stepped into the hallway to answer. Brother Tian, your speed is like you've taken a rocket. It's just too fast. Listening to Feng Liang's astonishment, Lin Tian smiled. Your call comes at a perfect time. Are you busy? Feng Liang instantly replied, not at all. I've got all the time in the world. Lin Tian continued, perfect, I've made a list. Could you help me buy some things and deliver them to the hospital? With limited time initially, he had only procured some essential items, leaving many others unprepared. With both Su Qingxi and the babies needing his care, he had no choice but to seek Feng Liang's assistance. All right, Brother Tian, just wait. I'll guarantee the task is completed. After hanging up, Feng Liang hurried off to prepare. You're awake? Are you hungry? It's not time yet, but after 6 hours, I'll prepare some porridge for you. Upon returning to the ward, Lin Tian found Su Qingxi awake, her spirits considerably improved. Lin Tian, it's so wonderful to have you. Su Qingxi expressed sincerely while lying in bed. I've been thinking, once you're discharged, let us get our marriage certificate. That way, it will be easier to register the babies. Lin Tian, avoiding any circumlocution, had contemplated this matter for quite some time. Get married, you say? The sudden proposition startled Su Qingxi. Lin Tian sat beside her, taking her hand in his. Indeed, you have borne my children and endured so much hardship. I must take responsibility for you both. Will you marry me? He noticed her blush as she nodded, a smile gracing her face. Perfect. The babies still need names. Do you have any favorites? He continued to hold her hand. Su Qingxi shook her head, pouting. I've thought for 9 months and still haven't come up with anything satisfying. What do you think they should be called? She relinquished the naming rights to Lin Tian. Let me see. Our eldest is a boy, so let us name him Xingqian, and our youngest is a girl. So we'll call her Ruoshui. How does that sound? Lin Tian had contemplated names for his future children long ago, and now they were coming in handy. Su Qingxi's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, radiant like stars and gentle like flowing water. A truly beautiful choice. Then henceforth, our little ones shall be called Xingxing and Ruo. Just as they finalized the names for the babies, there was a knock at the door. Wife, my roommate Feng Liang has brought us some supplies. Let him in. He has brought us something. Lin Tian glanced through the glass and spotted Feng Liang outside. Turning back to Su Qingxi, he remarked, since I've already proposed, it's only fitting we get married sooner rather than later. The term wife rolled off his tongue effortlessly, leaving Su Qingxi blushing profusely. She instinctively wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, exposing only her beautiful eyes. With a few blinks, she seemed to acknowledge it. Lin Tian then opened the hospital room door to find Feng Liang entering with a multitude of bags. Brother Tian, I've gathered everything you requested. Let me know if it's sufficient. He spoke between breaths, clearly exerted. Upon meeting Su Qingxi's gaze on the bed, he quickly smiled and greeted. Hello, sister-in-law. The term sister-in-law made Su Qingxi even more bashful, yet her expression shifted from soft to somewhat stern. Hello, she replied in a flat tone, as if imbued with a touch of frost. Lin Tian noticed her demeanor shift and suddenly recalled that she had always been referred to as the aloof school beauty, rarely displaying any emotion. This was the first time he had witnessed her in this light. "Oh, right. While on the way here, I saw teacher Baijia. She seemed to know you were expecting and is bringing you a gift." Feng Liang tapped his head, and just as he finished speaking, the door to the ward swung open once more. A strikingly voluptuous young woman entered, exuding a mature and graceful beauty that contrasted with Su Qingxi's icy demeanor. "Lin Tian, if you're skipping the next class reunion, you should at least call the teacher. You had me worried sick," Baijia admonished, directing her gaze at Lin Tian. Lin Tian shot a glance at Feng Liang, who sheepishly stuck out his tongue. "Sorry, teacher Bai, it was Brother Tian who asked me to tell you. But in my excitement, I forgot." Baijia's expression softened slightly. "All right then, it's not like there will be a next time. But you, my boy, are truly fortunate. Such a beautiful wife, and now a child." "Hello, teacher Bai, I am Su Qingxi." Su Qingxi introduced herself obediently upon meeting her instructor. "Qingxi, you've just given birth. Make sure to rest well. By the way, where are the babies? I must see them." She had always loved children, lamenting her own single status that left her without the chance to create a family. The thought of her students already being parents only deepened her sense of longing. "The babies are right here." Lin Tian turned to reveal the two cribs. Baijia hurried over, her face lighting up with joy as she gazed at the two infants. "These babies are absolutely adorable. May I hold them?" Chapter 6, My Wife is Aloof. "Just an act. Of course, teacher Bai." Seeing Lin Tian nod, Baijia immediately set down all her belongings. She gently caressed the tiny faces of the babies, their skin smooth as silk, akin to peeled eggs. "These little ones are just too cute. Are both of them girls?" Though she had no children of her own, maternal instincts surged within her at that moment. On the left is Xingchen, the brother, and on the right is Ruoshui, the sister. Lin Tian stood by, introducing each detail one by one. To his surprise, they were actually twins. What a rare occurrence. Upon hearing this, Baijia appeared even more delighted. After finishing her words, she hurriedly retrieved a thick red envelope from her bag. "Right. After surveying the store, I thought, why not just prepare a red envelope for the babies to buy some milk? I can't be sure what else you might need," she remarked. Her concern stemmed from the fact that both Lin Tian and Su Qingxi had just graduated from university and were likely short on funds. Raising children under such circumstances was undoubtedly challenging. As their instructor, she wished to offer her support. "Thank you, teacher Bai, but we simply cannot accept this red envelope." Lin Tian gently declined, knowing well that the salaries of instructors at their school weren't particularly high. Moreover, Baijia was one of the younger teachers, often indulging in expensive clothing, leaving her finances constrained. "You must accept this envelope. Are you implying that you look down on such a token from your teacher?" Baijia feigned indignation. Given her insistence, Lin Tian felt it inappropriate to refuse any further and reluctantly accepted the envelope. "All right then, as long as you're all right. I'll take my leave. Remember to call if you need anything," Baijia said, not lingering too long. Lin Tian escorted her to the door, watching her depart. "Tian Gu, here's my red envelope. And the other guys from our dorm who couldn't make it also asked me to bring theirs," Feng Liang interjected, seizing the opportunity to produce 3 plump red envelopes. Their dorm had always maintained a good relationship, often joking that whoever had a child first would have to give the largest red envelope. It was surprising that the moment had arrived so swiftly. "You've all just graduated. It's best to save your money for now," Lin Tian remarked, aware that everyone's finances were tight and genuinely wishing to decline. "Tian Gu, you accepted the instructor's red envelope. You can't possibly refuse ours." Feng Liang, with a jovial demeanor, thrust the 3 envelopes into Lin Tian's arms, hands shoved into his pockets, leaving no room for return. Understanding that his classmates were concerned for him filled Lin Tian with warmth. "By the way, when did you and the campus belle get together? We've lived in the same dorm for so long and didn't notice a thing." Feng Liang had long wished to ask this question. He had even considered introducing Lin Tian to potential partners, only to discover he had children already. What a pace. "Well, it was rather unexpected," Lin Tian replied, not planning to elaborate further. Feng Liang, sensing the moment, glanced at the babies before taking his leave. "All right, everyone has gone. Aren't you going to uncover the blanket?" Lin Tian chuckled as he approached the bedside after everyone had departed. It was the end of June, and the weather outside was sweltering. Although they were in a premium hospital room with the air conditioning set comfortably, being covered with a blanket was undeniably warm. Su Qingxi had bundled herself snugly, leaving only her eyes visible, which was quite endearing. "Your friends seem to have a strong bond with you," Su Qingxi remarked gently, tinged with a hint of envy. "Wife, you're usually so aloof. Could it be that you don't know how to interact with others?" Lin Tian had been pondering this since earlier. In his experience with Su Qingxi, she didn't come across as aloof at all. Instead, he found her to possess a girlish nature, soft and sweet, blushing adorably when she spoke. "How do you know that?" Su Qingxi's eyes sparkled with surprise, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare before him. "Because you are my woman," Lin Tian teased, and indeed, those words caused Su Qingxi to retreat like an ostrich. It was then time for the nurse's routine checkup. As the examination began, Su Qingxi relaxed somewhat. Just then, Xingxing let out a wail, soon followed by Ruoru's cries. Lin Tian caught a whiff of an unusual odor. Surely, the babies hadn't soiled themselves? He knew that with children came such responsibilities, but he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. "It seems so. Daddy should check right away," the little nurse giggled. Checking on the babies. "Ruoru, Daddy's going to change your diaper." Lin Tian approached Ruoru, unwrapping the blanket and unfastening the diaper. Indeed, there was a sticky, dark green substance within. "The baby's mess doesn't smell at all," he mused, even leaning in to catch a whiff, marveling at the fact that this was their meconium, which wouldn't be replaced by regular stools for another 13 days. The nurse explained, and Lin Tian finally understood. He fetched some warm water, carefully wiping Rora down with a towel before putting on a fresh diaper. As it was his first time, his movements were somewhat clumsy, yet he managed to complete the task. When it was Xingxing's turn, Lin Tian's actions were evidently much more adept and swift. "Beep. Congratulations, host. On your first diaper change for the baby, you've earned the Parenting Skills Award." "Is that even a thing?" Lin Tian was astonished. How could merely changing a diaper elicit a reward from the system? Gazing at the two babies, he felt an overwhelming affection. They were indeed his little blessings. With the newfound parenting skills, he felt as though raising them had suddenly become a breeze. "Wow, your learning ability is impressive. You've already changed both babies' diapers so quickly?" The little nurse, still conducting her routine checks, was taken aback to see Lin Tian had already lulled both babies to sleep. She looked on with a tinge of envy. "Well, I think these tasks aren't as daunting as they seem," Lin Tian replied with a smile, though his words sounded quite boastful to the nurse's ears. She had seen many first-time parents in the hospital, and for most, changing a diaper on their first try was akin to climbing a mountain. Typically, they wouldn't even dare to touch the babies, let alone execute it with such speed. Could it be that handsome men possessed additional advantages? Meanwhile, Su Qingxi watched with admiration, her heart filled with respect. She observed the babies' soft forms, hesitant to touch them herself. To her surprise, Lin Tian, as their father, had already mastered the art of diaper changing. Having such a man by her side provided an immense sense of security. The indicators are quite healthy, and the babies have passed their meconium, so they can be fed soon. If the mother's condition permits, it would be best for the newborns to receive breast milk. The nurse advised. Chapter 7. The first meal must be breast milk. Breast milk. Su Qingxi cast a discreet glance at her ample bosom. While they were indeed substantial, she wondered if there would be enough nourishment to provide for the babies. On Lin Tian's end, he appeared remarkably at ease. After all, he had acquired parenting skills. The task of breastfeeding was certainly included within that realm. Now, he had already mentally prepared all that Su Qingxi needed to do. Once the nurse departed, he proceeded to fill a basin with warm water, then approached Su Qingxi with a clean towel in hand. "My dear, the babies have just expelled their meconium. How about we prepare to feed them?" He respected Su Qingxi's wishes and sought her consent before taking action. However, she felt a pang of shame, her mind utterly blank. As a mother, she had never encountered such matters before. "Once you adjust your position, I shall bring the baby to you," he reassured her. "But first, I need to clean that area to avoid disrupting the natural oils and potentially irritating the baby's mouth." Lin Tian picked up the towel, which had been soaked in warm water. Su Qingxi was taken aback by his words. "Have you already researched all this?" She gazed at him incredulously. Although she knew he was thoughtful and considerate, she hadn't anticipated he would be so well prepared. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I vowed to take care of you both, so I couldn't come unprepared." After saying this, he focused on the task at hand. He hesitated, extending his hand but refraining from making a move. It was, after all, his first time assisting Su Qingxi in this manner, and he found himself feeling awkward. "Perhaps you could lower your clothing a bit?" he suggested, still hesitating to take the initiative. Yet, expecting a woman to take the lead in such matters was even more daunting. Su Qingxi's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp. She opened her mouth but struggled to utter a word. Finally, Lin Tian sighed. "May I assist you with the cleaning?" He sought her permission once more, and she gave a barely perceptible nod, then, like an ostrich, buried her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. She was utterly embarrassed. Lin Tian began gently wiping with the flowing warm water, meticulously removing any lingering sweat and dirt. His touch was tender, and he was exceedingly careful. Su Qingxi kept her eyes shut throughout, resembling a bashful kitten. Once he had finished cleaning, he adjusted her position, then helped to remove the diaper from the baby, bringing the little one close to her body. As Su Qingxi began to feed the baby, he remained busy as well. He first prepared a cushion to support her arm, alleviating the strain on her muscles. Then, he set aside a soft towel, ready to tackle any potential spillage or regurgitation. Ouch, that hurts. Su Qingxi donned a mask of pain as she fed the baby, having undergone a cesarean section and now facing the challenges of feeding for the first time. She was overwhelmed. If it becomes too uncomfortable, I can prepare some formula instead. Although the nurses had advised that the first meal should ideally be breast milk, Lin Tian had already made contingency plans. He couldn't allow his wife to suffer discomfort or let the baby go hungry. Just hang in there. I believe you can manage, he encouraged. Su Qingxi gritted her teeth, determined not to think of an early end to the feeding process. Though Lin Tian felt a bit shy standing beside her, the thought of their future together helped her suppress her embarrassment. Once Su Qingxi had finished feeding Xingxing, Lin Tian quickly took Ruru and cradled Xingxing in his arms, lifting the baby upright so that her little head rested on his shoulder, gently patting her back from below. What are you doing? Su Qingxi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she continued to feed. I'm helping the baby burp. When they eat for the first time, it's essential to get out a few burps to release any trapped air and reduce the chance of spitting up. Just after Su Qingxi's recent surgery, the nurses needed to measure various data every half hour. As Lin Tian was patting the baby's back, a nurse arrived for the measurements and was astonished at his proficiency. Have you really never cared for a child before? Your technique is more adept than mine. Lin Tian nodded, admitting he hadn't cared for a child, but had watched plenty of videos. You learned all this just from watching videos. The little nurse was left flabbergasted. What had all her classes been for, spending so long with plastic babies? Was she to be considered a fool? The disparity between them was infuriating. As she took measurements for Su Qingxi, she couldn't help but watch Lin Tian, who not only burped the baby, but also expertly turned her to her side, deftly cleaning any milk stains from the corners of her mouth and neck. His movements were fluid, as if he had practiced countless times. Once Xingxing was calmed, Ruru had also finished her feeding. Lin Tian effortlessly took her and continued the familiar routine. The little nurse was left dumbfounded, even forgetting to leave after finishing her measurements. It wasn't until Lin Tian had lulled Ruru to sleep and placed her in the crib that she finally snapped back to reality and hurried to record her findings. Lin Tian, Su Qingxi hesitated, seemingly wanting to speak, but faltering. The babies are asleep now. You wait here while I go to the cafeteria to get you something to eat, Lin Tian said, and Su Qingxi's eyes widened. How did you know I was hungry? She had intended to voice her thoughts, but had not yet uttered a word. How had he figured it out? It has been 6 hours since you left the operating room, and it just so happens it's mealtime. Regardless of whether you're hungry or not, you need to eat something, he replied, noticing her bewildered expression, and gently ruffled her hair. Halfway out the door, he turned back, picked up Su Qingxi's phone, typed for a moment, then placed it back on her pillow. I've saved my number on your phone and added you on WeChat, pinning you to the top of my contacts. If you need anything, message me immediately. His tone was earnest. Su Qingxi nodded lightly, watching Lin Tian's figure retreat until it disappeared from view, then stealthily picked up her phone to open WeChat. Sure enough, she found a stranger's profile picture of a small cat. Silently, she pinned the account to the top of her contacts, unable to suppress a smile of happiness. What had initially seemed like an unfortunate circumstance did not appear so dire after all. Her life, with Lin Tian, was destined to change in wonderful ways. Chapter 8. Bathing the Baby. Feeding my wife. The private hospital's nutrition cafeteria offered quite a lavish selection. Lin Tian arrived not too late, but still had to endure a bit of a queue. Feeling anxious about the wait, he realized that if this continued, his wife might go hungry. With that thought in mind, he promptly opened his phone and ordered a renowned postpartum caregiver, primarily to assist him in attending to Su Qingxi during her confinement. After all, he had over 500,000 in savings, and with a house and car already acquired, he felt no qualms about spending money. The caregiver assured him she would arrive the next day, which greatly relieved Lin Tian. Hurry back to the ward with the food. Can we eat now? Su Qingxi was indeed quite hungry. Ever since Lin Tian's return, her eyes had not strayed from the food. For now, she could only sip this. Lin Tian sat at the bedside, scooping a spoonful of glistening lotus root powder, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Su Qingxi's lips. The doctor had instructed that she must wait for her digestive system to recover fully before she could indulge. Su Qingxi's face flushed crimson. She certainly understood the implications. The mere thought of having to engage in such an unseemly act before Lin Tian made her wish to burrow under the covers. Yet, Lin Tian spoke so casually, as if it were the most mundane of procedures, which somewhat alleviated her overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Watching his focused profile as he fed her, Su Qingxi felt a wave of bittersweet emotion swell within her. It was this man who, overnight, made her believe that even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone to bear its weight. Having consumed the last of the lotus root powder, Su Qingxi sighed in satisfaction. All right, you should take a nap. You look utterly exhausted. Lin Tian tucked her in neatly. As night deepened, the ward was filled only with the occasional cooing of the two little ones and Lin Tian's diligent movements. Whenever the babies cried, Lin Tian had to react swiftly, whether it was due to hunger or to a soiled diaper. Their cries felt like ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. During this time, the nurse would periodically come in for routine checks, monitoring temperatures and blood pressure. Upon witnessing Lin Tian caring for two infants single-handedly, the nurses expressed their astonishment. Wow, sir, you are quite the professional at this. Lin Tian merely smiled, his attention unwaveringly focused on the babies. Throughout the night, he hardly slept at all. Fortunately, being young, he managed to endure. Finally, dawn broke, and seizing the moment while Su Qingxi and the babies were still asleep, Lin Tian quietly rose to retrieve the paternity test results, even though he had been certain all along. Seeing the confirmation in black and white stirred a sense of excitement within him. Now he felt completely at ease. Regardless of whether it was the two babies or Su Qingxi, he would take full responsibility. After reading the results twice, he tossed them into the trash bin along with the birth certificates for the babies. As he returned to the door of the ward, he spotted a neatly dressed woman in her 40s standing there with a thermos in hand. Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am Wang Guifeng. You may call me Sister Wang. The postpartum caregiver greeted him with a warm smile and gentle voice, cautious not to disturb the mother and babies. Hello, Sister Wang. Thank you for your hard work. Please, come in. Lin Tian opened the door, gesturing for her to speak softly. Inside the room, Su Qingxi had already woken up, quietly observing the two infants nestled in their stroller beside her bed. Lin Tian, you even hired a postpartum caregiver? Su Qingxi felt touched. Sister Wang smiled as she opened the lid of the thermos. Good morning, Miss Su. Mr. Lin instructed me yesterday to prepare breakfast for you. Millet porridge and a light postpartum nutrition soup. Su Qingxi gazed at the steaming, thoughtfully prepared meal within the thermos. Glancing at the faint dark circles under Lin Tian's eyes and then at the lively babies in the stroller, a wave of profound gratitude washed over her. Suddenly, she remembered something and eagerly reached for her bedside. From the compartment of her handbag, she pulled out a bank card, clutching it tightly before extending it towards Lin Tian. Her voice was timid, yet laced with a stubborn resolve. Lin Tian, this is my savings. It's not much, but please take it for expenses. She bit her lower lip, her voice dropping to a near whisper with an almost imperceptible plea. I'm worried you might not have enough funds. I don't want you to overexert yourself. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with warmth. He did not take the bank card, but instead grasped Su Qingxi's hand. Wife, he said, his voice deep and resolute, I appreciate your sentiment, but I do not need it. He paused, looking into her eyes, speaking each word with conviction. I promised I would take full responsibility. Trust me, all right? Su Qingxi stared blankly at his handsome face, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, and suddenly her eyes brimmed with tears. The last remnants of uncertainty and worry evaporated entirely. Just then, a faint rustling came from the stroller. It was Roro waking first, kicking her little legs and emitting soft cries, followed closely by Xingxing, who cried even louder. Sister Wang, I've already prepared warm water and baby toiletries. The babies are awake just in time for a bath. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to assist. Sister Wang, Lin Tian gently interjected, raising his hand to stop her. I'll handle the baby's bath. You focus on taking care of Qingxi's meals and daily needs. Sister Wang's hand froze midair, her expression revealing clear shock and hesitation. It wasn't that she didn't believe him, but Lin Tian was simply too young. She had seen many new fathers, brimming with confidence, only to flounder once they were in the thick of it. There was even a risk of injuring or startling the babies, especially since they were twins. Mr. Lin, perhaps I should handle this. Bathing two babies is quite labor-intensive, she suggested, her tone tinged with concern. It's all right, Sister Wang. I will be careful, Lin Tian replied. His voice calm yet firm, his eyes full of confidence. Seeing his determination, she refrained from further protest, though her doubts lingered. She stood by, ready to step in if necessary. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's accumulated parenting knowledge began to manifest. He approached the tub and tested the water temperature with the inside of his elbow, ensuring it hovered around 37 to 38 degrees Celsius. Only then did he gently support Xingxing's neck and back with both hands, slowly and tenderly submerging her small body into the warm water. Good girl, Xingxing, Daddy is giving you a bath now. Is it comfortable? Sister Wang watched, her eyes wide with amazement. Lin Tian's movements were surprisingly adept. One hand securely cradled Xingxing's head and neck, while the other dampened a small washcloth, delicately wiping her down. The little one seemed to enjoy it, her whimpers fading away. Sister Wang's eyes widened even further, her mouth slightly agape. After over 20 years as a postpartum caregiver, she was astonished by Lin Tian's technique. Even she, when directly involved, could not always manage to soothe the babies this well. Su Qingxi, watching from the side, was equally stunned. She hadn't anticipated her husband to be so capable. He had fed them, changed their diapers, and now he was bathing them. She even began to wonder, aside from not being able to breastfeed, what else was this man incapable of? Chapter 9, A Proposal? Are you two on a rocket? After their baths, the babies were enveloped in a delightful scent of milk. Lin Tian expertly swaddled them in blankets and placed them back in the stroller. Sister Wang was left in a state of disbelief. This young man was truly remarkable. He managed to bathe 2 infants faster than she, a professional with 20 years of experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully bathing the baby for the first time. Reward: enhanced physique. The familiar voice echoed once more. And Lin Tian immediately felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, taking a while to calm down. In that instant, he was astounded. Such a treasure existed. As Su Qingxi took advantage of the opportunity to prepare a thin rice porridge for the babies during their bath tomorrow. The time for feeding soon arrived after the 2 little ones had been bathed and smelled delightful. The aroma of food seemed to awaken them, as they almost simultaneously emitted bright, crisp sounds of eagerness. Babies, it's time for your meal. Shall we let Roro eat first today? After several days of attentive care, Lin Tian had become adept at discerning the baby's needs from their cries. He gently picked up Roro and placed her beside Su Qingxi. However, before the baby could take more than a couple of sips, Su Qingxi's expression changed drastically. She gasped in pain. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. Something felt amiss, though firm. The baby was struggling to feed, kicking her little legs in protest. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, gently cradling her, noticing that her skin was warmer than usual. Sister Wang also approached, her experience allowing her to quickly assess the situation. It seems to be a blockage, quite common after feeding. The milk ducts are obstructed, and if not resolved, it could lead to inflammation and fever. Hearing these few words rendered Su Qingxi's face pale. Pain was secondary. What if inflammation affected the baby's feeding? On the other hand, Lin Tian, having identified the symptoms, instantly calmed down. He swiftly took a piece of paper and, with remarkable recall, penned a prescription. Sister Wang, please head to the kitchen and prepare some ingredients for a lactation soup. Simmer it slowly to extract the nutrients. His actions flowed seamlessly, as though etched in his memory. Sister Wang was taken aback. Although she possessed similar recipes, his ingredient combinations and measurements were exceptionally seasoned. It was undoubtedly more reliable than what she knew. After 20 years in this field, it was the first time she had been directed so clearly by a novice father. All right, I'll go immediately, Sister Wang replied, her mind in turmoil, casting a complex glance at Lin Tian as she left. Just then, a doctor wheeled in a checkup cart. She first conducted some basic examinations on Su Qingxi before stealing a few glances at Lin Tian. A male relative so strikingly handsome was indeed a rarity. The postpartum day 2 is crucial for monitoring urination and lochia. You must pay close attention. Lin Tian quickly noted this on his phone and asked several questions in succession. The doctor, charmed by his handsome visage and sense of responsibility, patiently answered each inquiry. Your husband is exceptionally meticulous, recording everything so diligently. If all our relatives were like him, our work would be so much smoother. After their conversation, the doctor couldn't help but express her admiration. Su Qingxi, lying on the hospital bed, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing the doctor's praise, recalling the earlier discussion between the two. It was now over a day postpartum. Yet she had neither passed gas nor used the restroom. Although the maternity nurse had brought a plethora of supplies, her condition allowed only the consumption of lotus root powder or very thin rice porridge, with the rest having gone into Lin Tian's stomach. Lin Tian too felt a bit troubled. Perhaps a short walk would help her pass gas, allowing her to eat something to replenish her strength. He assisted Su Qingxi in getting out of bed. The two moved forward slowly like sloths. When Zhao Wanwan arrived at the ward, she was met with this scene. Where are my 2 little babies? Godmother has come to see you. As always, her voice arrived before her presence. The sudden sound startled the pair. The babies are sleeping. Please keep your voice down, Lin Tian said with a helpless glance at her, lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanwan immediately toned down her volume, asking, Is Qingxi really able to get out of bed? Isn't it too early? It's already the 2nd day. Getting up and moving around helps with passing gas. Lin Tian patiently explained. Zhao Wanwan tilted her head, seemingly pondering for a moment before slapping her forehead. Oh, you haven't passed gas yet? That remark nearly caused Su Qingxi to stumble. Wanwan, are you really here to see me? She thought, silently lamenting her choice of friends. Of course. Look, I even brought 2 longevity locks for the babies. Zhao Wanwan proudly displayed the 2 locks, clearly crafted from pure gold and quite valuable. It seemed that this godmother had indeed spent a fortune. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Lin Tian noticed Su Qingzi stiffen, standing frozen in place, and instantly understood. Zhao Wan, with a look of grievance, exclaimed, "Qingzi, even if you don't like my gift, you can't spray me with words." Su Qingzi's face flushed crimson at her words. "This is a good thing. As soon as you use the restroom, you can recover and be discharged." Lin Tian was genuinely pleased, without a hint of mockery. Passing gas post-surgery is the most ordinary occurrence, even a matter of celebration. Given the hardships Su Qingzi endured to bring their twins into the world, how could he possibly find humor in her discomfort? After she finally passed gas, Lin Tian helped Su Qingzi back to bed. Zhao Wan babbled incessantly beside them. Seizing the moment, a nurse entered, room 188. "It's time to take the babies for their basic health checks." "All right," Lin Tian responded promptly. Wan, please stay with my wife for a bit." He skillfully adjusted the two babies' positions in the double stroller and wheeled them away. As soon as he left, Zhao Wan donned a teasing expression. "Wow, it's only been a day, and you're already calling her your wife. The speed at which your relationship has developed is as rapid as the birth of the babies." Su Qingzi blushed. "He proposed to me." "What? I was only gone for an afternoon and evening. What did I miss?" In an instant, Zhao Wan nearly exploded. It was well known that Su Qingzi was a highly sought-after figure in school, with others bragging for days after a single encounter. A mere conversation could bring joy for an entire week. Yet now, this fellow had so grandly proposed. "Qingzi, isn't this a bit hasty? Did you even agree?" After digesting the news, Zhao Wan quickly asked again. Su Qingzi nodded slightly, affirming her agreement. At this, Zhao Wan was utterly speechless. "So you two are just going to jump into marriage like that? This speed feels like a rocket launch. I'm not questioning your judgment, but you haven't even spent much time together." The thought that the goddess of the entire school was so effortlessly taken home by Lin Tian was almost unbelievable. Chapter 10. Wan envious. Is there still hope for A? At the entrance to the examination room, Lin Tian took a number and awaited with the two babies. The time was still early, and the line was not too long. The babies were also remarkably well behaved, remaining astonishingly quiet while the other infants nearby cried incessantly. "Are these dragon and phoenix twins? They are so well behaved. How fortunate you are." Parents nearby, enviously observing the adorable babies, showered them with compliments. Lin Tian smiled silently, yet his heart brimmed with an unexpected pride. The entire process of cueing and examination took less than 20 minutes, and both babies were pronounced remarkably healthy, with no issues regarding their vision or hearing. Lin Tian exhaled in relief, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. The health of the babies was undeniably the most paramount concern. Pushing the stroller, he had just returned to the doorway of the ward when he overheard Zhao Wan's voice emanating from within. "Qingzi, have you started nursing the babies yet?" "Oh dear, you're so well endowed. The babies must be quite fortunate. What would I do if I were to have children?" Standing at the threshold, Lin Tian hesitated, uncertain whether to enter. Were the topics of conversation between these two young women truly so scandalous? Zhao Wan's figure floated into his mind. Truth be told, she was indeed strikingly beautiful, tall, slender, and possessing a graceful bone structure. As for her assets, well, nursing might indeed pose a challenge. After waiting a moment longer, ensuring their conversation had returned to a more mundane topic, he finally pushed the door open and entered the room with the two babies. "Ah, the babies are back. Your godmother has missed you terribly," Zhao Wan exclaimed, nearly rushing over upon seeing the infants, her affection evident as she playfully engaged with them. Meanwhile, Lin Tian made his way directly to Su Qingzi's side, taking a seat in the nearest available spot. He leaned down and naturally brushed aside the damp hair from her forehead. As his fingertips grazed her skin, Su Qingzi's body momentarily stiffened before gradually relaxing. "Have the checkups concluded?" she inquired softly, leaning against the bed. "Yes, everything is splendid," Lin Tian replied, casually reaching for a cup nearby to pour some warm water. "Would you like some?" Su Qingzi obediently opened her mouth, taking small sips. "Hey, I'm reporting you for dog abuse," Zhao Wan interjected, who had been playing with the babies, now protesting from the sidelines. Su Qingzi chuckled lightly. "Then you should go find yourself a boyfriend." Zhao Wan clutched her chest dramatically. "Qingzi, how could you suggest that I find a boyfriend? Don't you love me anymore?" "As long as she loves me. That's what matters." Lin Tian seized the moment, clasping Su Qingzi's hand within his own. "Ouch!" Zhao Wan protested animatedly for a while, until suddenly, Roro let out a wail. "What is going on? Why is the baby crying? Is it scared of its godmother?" "It's all your fault. Please stop crying, little one." Her voice faltered, transforming into a flurry of panic as she sought to soothe the baby, but was at a loss for how to proceed. Ultimately, She cast a pleading glance towards Lin Tian. Ruoro must have soiled her diaper. It's nothing serious, just a quick change will do. As the baby's cries subsided momentarily, Lin Tian instinctively shot up, swiftly retrieving a diaper from the nearby mother and baby bag, his movements fluid and practiced, as if he had rehearsed this countless times. Zhao Nuan stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment. My goodness, Qing Ci, isn't this baby just born? How is he so adept at caring for them? Lin Tian's actions were so seamless, it left her utterly dumbfounded. These past few days, he has been learning how to take care of the baby and me, Su Qing Ci said, her gaze lowered, a smile of happiness lingering in her eyes. Impressive. No wonder you are willing to marry him. Zhao Nuan finally comprehended, even feeling a twinge of envy, a sentiment quite foreign to her usual views against marriage. Inside the ward, all was harmonious. Unbeknownst to them, outside, chaos was already unfolding. The aloof goddess Su Qing Ci was pregnant with Lin Tian's child. She even approached him in front of the entire school. Many onlookers had witnessed the events, and the school forum was ablaze with discussions. Isn't Lin Tian's family in the vegetable business? How did he manage to win over Su Qing Ci? The vendetta over stealing a wife is unforgivable. I swear I'll make that guy pay. I heard he drives a Mercedes. I bet it's rented to flaunt. Most posts in the forum were lambasting Lin Tian. After all, Su Qing Ci had been a sensation since her first day at school, captivating everyone with her stunning beauty and alluring figure, particularly her aloof demeanor, which rendered her an unattainable goddess to countless suitors. When she was merely a goddess, no one found fault. However, now this exalted figure had been taken away by a fellow classmate, and to top it off, they were expecting a child. Students from the same school questioned why he alone could claim the campus belle. As the uproar continued, a series of photos quietly surfaced on the forum. The images featured Lin Tian and Su Qing Ci standing side by side. Although the quality was not pristine, it could not obscure the radiant aura emitted by the pair. Their combined beauty and charisma struck a harmonious balance, creating an almost celestial pairing. Many who clicked on the photos found themselves at a loss for words, unable to voice their grievances. Damn it, I never realized Lin Tian was this handsome, especially among the girls in the forum, who, upon seeing the photos, experienced heartbreak, transforming into clandestine fans, defending Lin Tian against the onslaught of criticism. The once quiet forum erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Nor did he care, for there were more pressing matters to attend to. Wife, you two continue your conversation. I'll step out for a bit and be back shortly. Su Qing Ci was recovering well, and it was only a matter of days before she would be discharged. Although they had secured a house, he was uncertain about the interior decor. Furthermore, with two babies in tow, there was much to prepare. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Nuan was present, he hastened to inspect the house provided by the system. Be careful on your way. Su Qing Ci watched him depart until his figure vanished from sight. Oh dear, I'm drowning in dog food here. Your gaze is practically sparkling. If not for your condition, I imagine you would be eager to follow him, Zhao Nuan teased. Observing her friend. I would not. Su Qing Ci replied, her eyes lowered, a shy blush coloring her cheeks. Chapter 11. Mom's shock. You have a child? Yun Duan International. Lin Tian parked the Mercedes in its designated spot, excitement coursing through him as he entered the elevator. Truth be told, despite the system's generous rewards, he felt uncertain about the house, given its extravagant cost. This residence could sustain a young person's aspirations for half a lifetime. As the elevator ascended to the 12th floor, he quickly retrieved the keys from his pocket. Click. The door swung open. Holy cow. Even with prior mental preparation, the sight before Lin Tian left him speechless. The system had not merely gifted him a house. It had provided an entire package of renovations. The home's design was minimalist yet exuded sophistication, with even the bedding crafted from jacquard satin. Moreover, what struck Lin Tian with the greatest astonishment was, without a doubt, the nursery. His primary reason for coming here was the concern that, once the babies were discharged from the hospital, they would have nowhere to stay and nothing to play with. He had intended to prepare in advance to avoid any subsequent troubles. Yet, to his surprise, the system had already orchestrated everything. Two petite white wooden cribs were arranged side by side, adorned with pristine cartoon bed linens and tiny pillows. Various small toys were scattered within several brightly colored fabric storage bins. Wow, the system had indeed prepared everything conceivable. As Lin Tian marveled at this, he couldn't help but admire the system's unparalleled efficiency. Upon this visit, he realized he had nothing left to prepare. Suddenly, it dawned on him that amidst the whirlwind of becoming a parent, he had yet to inform his father and mother about this significant development. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the familiar number. Xiao Tian, how is your job search going? Your mother insists you should remain in the big city and find a girlfriend so that we can rest easy. As expected, the moment he connected the call, he was greeted by that familiar dialogue. Normally, he would have swiftly changed the subject, but this time was different. Mom, I'm about to get the marriage certificate, he declared. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I have a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Tian stated this with nonchalance. Almost immediately, his mother responded. You child, why can't you ever put my mind at ease? Are you still reluctant to find a partner? Lin Tian. Mom, could you perhaps listen to what I'm saying? Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a sharp, piercing sound from the other end. Son, you're not joking, are you? You don't even have a girlfriend. Where on earth did these twins come from? Lin Tian, taken aback by his mother's reaction, rubbed his ears and insisted, Mom, please calm down. The babies have just been born. I've been at the hospital taking care of them. He hadn't anticipated such a dramatic response from her, and patiently explained. They've been born. You, of all people, chose now to tell me such an important matter. No, I must tell your father right away. We'll be there tomorrow. Without waiting for Lin Tian to say anything further, his mother hastily hung up to make preparations. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile wryly at his mother's speed, truly unmatched. After wrapping up matters here, he hurried to the hospital, wondering if Zhao Wan could adequately care for his wife on her own. Just as he reached the ward, a figure rushed towards him. Damn, Lin Tian, you're finally back, Zhao Wan exclaimed, clutching his arm as if he were a lifeline. Why are the babies so difficult to care for? I tried to change their diapers, but they wouldn't cooperate at all. Clumsy and flustered, she made Xue Qingzi anxious, wishing she could step in to assist. After a lengthy struggle, they had still failed to change the diapers, and the baby's cries grew increasingly frantic. Seeing Lin Tian, Zhao Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leave it to me. Lin Tian sighed, taken aback by the scene before him. He swiftly approached the babies and efficiently tidied up the situation. The diapers that had taken Zhao Wan and Xue Qingzi 10 minutes to change were completed within mere seconds by him. Now that they're in fresh diapers. Doesn't that feel better, little Ruo? Sleep well, my darling. After sorting everything out, he even managed to lull the crying Ruo to sleep in no time. Once Ruo was settled, the neighboring Xingxing finally quieted down as well. The ward returned to a tranquil state, with only Zhao Wan, filled with admiration, and Xue Qingzi, glowing with happiness, remaining. Lin Tian, you're incredible. How did you manage that? Zhao Wan, now utterly convinced, marveled at his prowess. I merely watched a few tutorials. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Is this what it means to be intellectually superior? Zhao Wan felt somewhat defeated and decided to leave the ward. Lin Tian, however, shifted his attention to Xue Qingzi. Wife, I just told my parents about the children. They'll likely be here first thing tomorrow morning. The thought of his mother's eager demeanor made him chuckle. Yet Xue Qingzi's expression stiffened. Could they possibly wait a couple more days? She pleaded, clutching Lin Tian's sleeve, her voice tinged with both desperation and a hint of playfulness. Once they learned of the babies, they wouldn't have been able to sit still. Had I not dissuaded them, they likely would have come over tonight. Lin Tian scratched his head, fully aware of his mother's nature. Xue Qingzi, however, truly couldn't find humor in the situation, her demeanor resembling that of the aloof flower everyone had called her during school days. Did she truly wish to avoid meeting her in-laws? Initially perplexed, Lin Tian suddenly realized. Wife, are you starting to feel nervous? Indeed, upon hearing this, Xue Qingzi froze momentarily, turning her head away with a guilty expression. No, I'm not nervous at all. Lin Tian didn't miss the subtle blush that crept onto her ears when she averted her gaze, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Gently brushing his fingertips along her hand, he reassured her. All right, you're not nervous. After saying this, Xue Qingzi lowered her head, burying her face in her hands. Her voice muffled and several degrees softer than usual. I just don't know what to say to Uncle and Andy. Deep down, she worried that they might not like her. This unspoken fear stemmed from an unhappy childhood, leaving her with social anxieties, particularly in the presence of elders. She always felt compelled to present her best self. You can say whatever you wish. If it makes you uncomfortable, it's perfectly fine to remain silent. Lin Tian gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear with his fingertips. My parents have long wished for me to find a partner. They even suspected I was gay when they saw me single for so long. Now, not only do I have a wife, but I also have 2 adorable babies. Trust me, they'll be more than fond of you. His tone was gentle and patient. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingzi finally lifted her head slowly, her eyelashes still trembling. But her gaze sparkled more brightly than before. Really? Chapter 12. The first meeting with the in-laws. My wife is utterly nervous. With Lin Tian's comforting words, Xue Qingzi finally began to relax a bit. Wife, look quickly. The babies have opened their eyes. Lin Tian suddenly noticed that both Xingxing and Ruo were wide awake. Although the babies had occasionally opened their eyes before, they would swiftly close them again. This time, however, both babies were genuinely awake, even blinking occasionally. He quickly shared this delightful news with his wife. The first thing they see is you. Shouldn't they look a bit more charming? Hearing that the babies had opened their eyes brought joy to Xue Qingzi, yet she couldn't help but feel concerned. The two of them had given birth to these little ones, and they shouldn't be so wrinkled and yellowish. Our babies shouldn't look this unappealing. My wife is so beautiful. They should take after you, Lin Tian said, gently pushing the babies closer to Xue Qingzi. The two tiny eyes appeared round and curious, seemingly examining this brand new world. The sight was simply adorable. Xue Qingzi couldn't help but pinch the baby's little face. Ding! The baby opened its eyes. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a jadeite bangle of ice type, and a ring. Lin Tian heard the voice in his mind once more. Does even opening its eyes count? Indeed, the system is remarkably efficient. His mother had a profound fondness for jadeite, having read extensively about it. Yet she had never been willing to purchase any. Coincidentally, his parents were coming over tomorrow, and this gift was perfectly tailored for them. The following morning, Lin Tian was groggily awakened by a phone call. Xue Qingzi was still asleep, so he quietly picked up the phone and stepped into the hallway. Son, your father and I have arrived at the hospital's entrance. Which floor are you on? We'll come find you. As soon as he answered, he heard his mother's anxious voice, slightly out of breath, suggesting they must have hurried to get there. Mom and Dad, please wait at the entrance. I'll come to get you. The journey from their hometown took at least 4 hours by car, and it was only 8 a.m. This indicated that his parents had left home in the early hours to catch a ride. Lin Tian felt both helpless and heartbroken. Upon exiting the hospital, he spotted two familiar figures standing under the shade of a tree. His parents were holding two large cloth bags, chatting cheerfully. You could have just told me when you reached the train station. I would have come to pick you up. Lin Tian casually lifted the two heavy bags from their hands, realizing they were even heavier than he had anticipated. Just the walk from the entrance to the elevator made him break a sweat. He couldn't imagine how his parents managed to carry those bags all the way from home to here. You still need to take care of the baby. This place requires more hands. We're not so young anymore. We wouldn't want to get lost, would we? His mother waved her hand, somewhat shyly trailing behind Lin Tian. When they reached the hospital room, she paused. Son, do you think we look respectable enough? She adjusted her clothing and hesitantly inquired. This question made Lin Tian's heart ache. Their family had always relied on selling vegetables for a living, and their financial situation was far from affluent. His parents were accustomed to frugality, often lacking even a few decent outfits. The clothes his mother wore now were ones he had bought for her during his summer job. How could that be shameful? Mom and Dad, your son is earning now. In the future, I will buy you all the fine clothes you desire. It felt like a promise not just to his parents, but also to himself. You two young ones have just graduated. Just take care of the baby. Don't worry about us, his mother said earnestly before pushing the door open. Inside, they found Xue Qingzi lying on the bed. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt, she said, trying to sit up but wincing from the pain of her stitches. Seeing this, Lin Tian's mother rushed to her side. Oh dear child, you must rest. You've given birth to twins. You've endured so much pain. She took Xue Qingzi's hand in hers, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Her hands, calloused from years of labor, felt a bit rough, yet Xue Qingzi paid no mind, especially upon hearing those words. Her eyes brimmed with tears of disbelief. Auntie, Lin Tian has been incredibly kind to me. Thank you for raising such an exceptional son. Before she could finish her sentence, tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. What a good child. Why are you crying? Lin Tian's mother flustered, glancing sharply at Lin Tian. You haven't bullied her, have you? Lin Tian, confused, replied, No, dear, is something wrong? He stepped closer, genuinely concerned. Only Lin Tian's father maintained a serious demeanor, watching from the side. Auntie, Lin Tian has truly treated me well. I just didn't expect you would accept me so quickly. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of childbirth that had her emotions in a whirlwind. Her tears were relentless as she spoke. Lin Tian's mother spent a long while comforting her, and once she was assured all was well, she turned her attention to the babies. Oh my, you must see this. Didn't old Zhang show off his granddaughter every day? Now we have our own, and twins at that. The babies were simply adorable, and she declared, I'm their grandmother. Do they know to call me that? Lin Tian's parents surrounded the babies, their faces alight with joy, unable to contain their smiles. Even Lin Tian's usually stern father couldn't resist snapping photos of the twins, quietly changing his social media background to feature their pictures. Lin Tian's mother soon caught on. I knew it. You old man, sneaking off to show the babies without me. Not to be outdone, she quickly posted her own update. Sitting beside Xue Qingzi, Lin Tian exchanged glances with her. Watching his parents' endearing display, he couldn't help but smile. The babies are still small, so I've hired a maternity nurse. Mom and Dad, you're not young anymore. Just rest easy and don't worry about us. With the system's help, he finally felt confident enough to voice his long-held thoughts. His parents had labored tirelessly for decades, and he truly wished to allow them some peace. How much does hiring a maternity nurse cost? Let your father handle the household matters. I'll come to help take care of the babies. Besides, Qingxi needs to recuperate. You, as a man, wouldn't he understand these matters? Postpartum recovery is crucial, his mother insisted, even laying out plans. Suddenly, his father, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Lin Tian, come out with me for a moment. Chapter 13. Son, buying a house. The baby loves daddy most. Lin Tian felt puzzled, but followed his father into the hospital corridor. His father pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to him. What's this for, Dad? Lin Tian asked, bewildered. Son, raising a child is not as simple as you think. The baby has just been born. Your mother and I discussed this. This is our current savings for you two to use. His father's expression was serious. Looking at the card, Lin Tian felt a pang of sorrow. His parents rose early and worked late, skimping on food and clothing to save this little amount of money. And yet they were willing to give it all to support him in raising a child. Dad, you don't need to worry about us. I've made some investments and earned enough to support the baby comfortably. You two are still young, and there will be plenty of expenses ahead. Especially when the baby grows up and needs to go to school. His father didn't retract his hand. Taking this opportunity, Lin Tian added, by the way, Dad, I just bought a house at Yunduan International the other day. It happens to be in a good school district. During this period, I have been preoccupied with taking care of the baby and completely forgot to inform you. Upon hearing this, my father was utterly astonished. Cloud International. Housing prices outside must be exorbitant. My son, have you truly purchased a house? Surely, you are not deceiving us merely to set our minds at ease. He could hardly believe that his son had managed to earn enough for a home in the bustling metropolis in such a short span of time. How could I possibly use such a matter to deceive you? Rest assured, Father, Lin Tian assured as he deftly slipped the card back into his father's pocket. Returning to the hospital room, he found his mother seated beside the babies, caring for them while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Su Qingxi, creating an ambience of familiarity. By the way, father and mother, knowing you were coming, Qingxi has thoughtfully prepared gifts for you. Lin Tian smacked his forehead as if suddenly recalling, promptly retrieving 2 ornate boxes from the bedside table. Oh dear, Qingxi is too considerate. We are family now. What need is there for such gestures? Lin Dad and Lin Mom beamed with uncontainable joy as Lin Tian opened the boxes, presenting a jade bracelet to his mother and a ring to his father. Their eyes widened in astonishment. It was well known that they had always cherished jade. Having read extensively on the subject, they possessed considerable knowledge about its intricacies. The jade, with its exquisite icy texture and cloud-like patterns, emanated a unique coolness when touched. These were undoubtedly exquisite treasures. The combined worth of such gifts likely exceeded 200,000 yuan. Qingxi, this gift is far too extravagant. Perhaps we should return it and allow you young couple to use that money for the baby. Lin Mom adored the jade bracelet, but felt a pang of reluctance. Indeed, there will be many occasions where you will need funds, Lin Dad concurred. Father and mother. This gift was meticulously chosen by Qingxi for you. Refusing it would surely sadden her, Lin Tian remarked with a smile, casting a knowing glance at the bewildered Su Qingxi. She instantly understood, her gaze now infused with admiration and respect. Lin Dad and Lin Mom had arrived in such haste that she had barely had time to prepare anything. Yet, Lin Tian always managed to provide the greatest assistance during her moments of despair. As she looked at Lin Tian, she felt the gentle breeze, the evening glow, the rhythm of her heart, all irreplaceable. Suddenly, the wails of the baby, Ruo, captured everyone's attention once more. Lin Mom hastily placed the ornate box into Lin Dad's hands and rushed to the baby's side, adeptly cradling Ruo in her arms. My dear, why are you crying? Grandma's here, she comforted while gently pacing around the room with the baby. However, her efforts had little effect, as the cries continued, even causing Xingxing to join in the lament. Lin Dad and Lin Mom grew increasingly anxious. I'll handle it, Mom, Lin Tian volunteered. Lin Mom shot him a glance. You're so young. What experience do you have with babies? I raised you myself. Yet, despite her words, she passed Ruo to Lin Tian with utmost caution, fearful of mishandling the baby. To their surprise, as soon as Ruo was in Lin Tian's arms, she ceased crying almost instantly. After soothing Ruo, Xingxing followed suit, transforming from a fussing infant into a quiet little darling in her father's embrace. Mom, did you see? The babies are quite fond of me. Lin Tian beamed with pride. Lin Dad and Lin Mom were left speechless. Lin Dad had to attend to his duties and could only stay briefly before departing. Lin Mom had intended to linger, but realized she hadn't brought a change of clothes. Thus, she decided to return home with her husband to fetch some garments. Planning to return after Su Qingxi was discharged to lend her support, The room soon returned to tranquility, with only the occasional soft whimpers from the two babies. Su Qingxi's gaze settled on Lin Tian. When did you prepare all this? Her voice was soft and imbued with curiosity. I thought of it yesterday while out at a meeting, knowing you would appreciate it, Lin Tian replied, gently stroking her hair. When can we be discharged, dear husband? Su Qingxi rested her head on Lin Tian's shoulder. What do you call me? Although Su Qingxi's voice was barely a whisper, Lin Tian did not overlook her choice of words. It was a first for her to address him so. Never mind if you didn't hear it, Su Qingxi blushed, turning her head away. I consulted the doctor. Your recovery is progressing splendidly. If there are no issues today, you can be discharged tomorrow. Seeing her shy demeanor, Lin Tian refrained from pressing her further, though his smile was unmistakable. Really? That's wonderful. The mere thought of it filled Su Qingxi with joy. While the hospital room was undoubtedly comfortable, it could never rival the sense of ease of home. The most discomforting aspect was her urgent need to relieve herself. They were in a luxurious room with a private bathroom, yet the short distance felt insurmountable given her current condition. As the pressing urge intensified, she grasped the blanket's edge tightly, her fingertips turning pale. Stealing glances at Lin Tian, she felt a shift in his demeanor as he sensed her unease. What are you looking at, my dear? Su Qingxi opened her mouth, but the words caught in her throat, her cheeks flushing crimson. Such an embarrassing situation. She felt utterly mortified. She attempted to sit up on her own, but the moment she exerted herself, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen, causing her to gasp and sway. Lin Tian, intending merely to tease, realized her discomfort and quickly supported her shoulders. Let's go. I'll take you. He gently lifted her from the bed and guided her step by step toward the bathroom. How did you know? Chapter 14. What have you two been up to behind my back? Lin Tian's eyes shimmered with warmth. We have a child together now. Why be shy with me? His warm breath brushed against her ear, his voice laced with playful intimacy. Besides, I've seen all of you. What is there to be shy about? Su Qingxi felt her cheeks burn even more, unable to muster a retort. Indeed, they had become parents together. Su Qingxi assumed that this was the most embarrassing moment, only to discover that it was merely an appetizer. Upon entering the restroom, she intended to bend down, but a sudden, excruciating pain from her abdomen sent her gasping, nearly causing her to collapse to the floor. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Tian immediately opened the door, and upon witnessing the scene, he understood her plight. Don't push yourself. You might reopen your wound. He assisted her to the toilet, but as she attempted to sit down, the pain from her abdomen forced another cry from her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. Perhaps you could try half squatting? Lin Tian's voice was exceedingly soft, and upon seeing Su Qingxi nod, he continued to adjust his posture. One hand securely cradled her waist while the other wrapped around her side, assisting her in maintaining a half-squat, half-sitting position. His warm palm pressed against her lower back, and his breath brushed against her ear. Su Qingxi's face flushed a deep crimson, her neck also tinged with a faint blush. With her eyes tightly shut, she dared not look at Lin Tian, feeling as if the blood coursing through her veins rushed to her face. She found it increasingly difficult to contain herself, refraining from making any noise for fear of embarrassment. Take it slow. I've got you, Lin Tian murmured, lowering his head, his warm breath grazing her reddened ear. After using the restroom, Su Qingxi finally exhaled in relief and hurried back to bed. Lin Tian was not idle either. After changing the baby's diapers, he fetched a basin of warm water. Are we giving the babies a bath today? Su Qingxi blinked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Do newborns need to be bathed so frequently? It's not for the babies. It's for you, he clarified. The nurse said you could have a light cleaning today. I've adjusted the water temperature. Let me know if it's too hot. He placed the basin beside the bed and crouched down to test the water with his wrist. Su Qingxi's previously composed face instantly flushed anew. After all, she had just undergone a cesarean section and felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, certain areas did require cleaning. Primarily, the area for discharging lochia needed attention to prevent bacterial growth, and the area used for breastfeeding also needed to be wiped clean of any secretions. Just the thought made her feel as though she might suffocate from embarrassment. See, can I wash myself? She stammered timidly. You need to focus on healing. It's better to leave this to me, Lin Tian insisted, holding her hand gently atop the blanket, his eyes filled with earnestness. After speaking, he helped Su Qingxi adjust to a leaning position and cautiously lifted the hem of her hospital gown, avoiding the bandaged area. He began to gently wipe with a soft cloth. The sensation was warm, infused with the subtle pressure of his fingertips. Su Qingxi buried her face in the pillow, acutely aware of each careful motion as he changed the cloth. When he reached the sensitive areas, he deliberately slowed down, anxious not to cause her any discomfort. Is the temperature all right? Are you feeling uncomfortable? His voice was a soothing whisper by her ear. And no, it's fine, Su Qingxi replied, her fingers tightening around the blanket. crumpling the fabric beneath her grip. She could sense his gaze upon her, not in a suggestive manner, but rather a serious and concerned scrutiny. The more he cared, the more flustered she felt, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. Once he finished with the critical areas, Lin Tian replaced the cloth with a fresh one, and she dared to cautiously lift her eyes, only to find herself locked in his gaze. He had begun to gently wipe the area used for breastfeeding, meticulously avoiding the sensitive spots, ensuring every trace of secretion was thoroughly cleaned. Seeing Su Qingxi's bashful expression, he teased lightly, "Do you think the babies would laugh at their shy mother if they knew?" "Stop it," Su Qingxi murmured, her eyes cast down. Embodying the essence of a bashful young girl, Lin Tian's earnestness seeped into her heart like warm water, transforming what was an intimate and awkward situation into something less distressing and imbued with an inexplicable tenderness. After completing the cleaning, the postpartum nurse arrived with today's meals. Su Qingxi had already relieved herself and was now permitted to enjoy a wider variety of food. After a long time without indulging in a proper meal, she felt a surge of joy. Lin Tian remained nearby, tending to the babies. Finally, it was the second day. "Darling, can we go home today?" Su Qingxi had been anticipating this moment since early morning. After calling him husband for the first time, it now flowed from her lips with greater ease, hinting at a growing familiarity. "What have you two been up to while I was away? How is it that you've started calling him husband after just one day?" Before Lin Tian could respond, Zhao Wanwan burst into the room. "What did you do yesterday?" The mere thought of the previous day's events caused Su Qingxi's cheeks to flush anew, and she turned her face away, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Tian cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. "Seriously? You two didn't actually do anything, did you?" "Lin Tian, you're heartless. Our Qingxi has just undergone surgery. She's still a patient." Zhao Wanwan's indignant reaction was immediate, her voice filled with incredulity. She had simply asked out of curiosity, never anticipating their eagerness. "Wanwan, what are you thinking?" Su Qingxi gasped, nearly choking on her drink. She quickly grasped her friend's arm to stifle any further outrageous remarks. "Really? There's nothing going on." Zhao Wanwan's skepticism was palpable. "I'm going to speak with the doctor and have another checkup. If everything is fine, we can be discharged today," Lin Tian interjected, clearing his throat as he excused himself. "You two are acting strangely." Zhao Wanwan settled beside Su Qingxi, her expression one of unabashed curiosity. "Come on, tell me what happened yesterday." She was determined to uncover the truth. Coincidentally, Su Qingxi sought her friend's advice on the previous night's events and thus recounted everything that had transpired. "What? So Lin Tian has seen every inch of you?" Zhao Wanwan exclaimed, her shock evident. Su Qingxi's heart skipped a beat. "Show. The babies can hear you." Zhao Wanwan took a few deep breaths to compose herself, though her face still bore an expression of astonishment. "So thoughtful, truly so thoughtful. Qingxi, I believe this man is worth marrying." Chapter 15. Discharge and Return Home. After exchanging whispers, the doctor entered to conduct a checkup. Throughout this time, Su Qingxi's heart fluttered with anxiety. The decision of her discharge rested on this moment. "Everything looks good. You can be discharged, but do take care of yourself. If you feel anything unusual, return immediately." 10 minutes later, hearing the doctor's words, Su Qingxi's face lit up with delight. "Great. Wanwan, you look after things here. I'll go take care of the discharge procedures." Lin Tian was busily occupied, promptly settling the fees and completing the discharge formalities. He even took the time to inquire thoroughly with the doctor about any necessary precautions, ensuring he was well informed before feeling at ease. Upon returning to the ward, Zhao Wanwan had already helped tidy things up. There were indeed a considerable number of items, most of which Lin Tian had purchased for the babies and Su Qingxi. 5 large bags were filled to the brim. "By the way, where will you two stay after being discharged?" Zhao Wanwan's question caused Su Qingxi's heart to lurch. The apartment she had previously rented was only a 1-bedroom unit, and now, with 4 of them, it would be rather cramped. Lin Tian, after all, has only just graduated, and it is already quite impressive that his family could afford a car. The prospect of purchasing a home in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai is daunting, given the exorbitant prices. Now, seeking to rent a property that would allow for immediate occupancy for the little ones is no simple feat perhaps. It would be prudent to remain in the hospital for a couple more days. "I will peruse my phone to see if there are any suitable accommodations." In that moment, despite her eagerness to be discharged, she hesitated. "If it truly comes to it, you are welcome to stay at my place. After all, I can easily manage a 3-bedroom apartment all by myself." Zhao Wanwan had also heard that Lin Tian's family background was not particularly affluent. It was commendable enough that he could shoulder the responsibilities of fatherhood. She proactively suggested this idea. "What are you two pondering? I have long prepared the house. Dear wife, you can rest assured and be discharged. Let us return to our own home." Listening to their banter, Lin Tian found it amusing yet profoundly touching. for Su Qingxi was genuinely concerned for him. Is that true? Did you prepare this house in Shanghai? Zhao Wanwan inquired with a hint of skepticism. Shen Qingxi vaguely recalled Lin Tian mentioning this matter previously. However, she had not given it much thought, assuming he was merely trying to alleviate her worries. To her astonishment, the house was indeed ready. Of course, the hospital is conveniently located not far from our home. We shall head back right away. As he spoke, Lin Tian carefully wrapped a light shawl around Su Qingxi, ensuring to gather the sleeves, fearful that even the slightest breeze might intrude. My goodness, the sun outside is quite fierce. Lin Tian, are you trying to roast our Qingxi alive? Zhao Wanwan exclaimed dramatically, while the sun blazed. The wind was also quite strong. She must not be exposed so soon after giving birth. Lin Tian did not lift his gaze, his hands remaining deftly engaged. He then took a pair of thin cotton socks, gently sliding them onto Su Qingxi's feet, smoothing out the cuffs. Zhao Wanwan watched eagerly from the side, feeling as though she had unwittingly been served a generous helping of dog food. After ensuring Su Qingxi was properly attended to, Lin Tian moved to the side of the little ones. The two tiny infants in the stroller were snugly wrapped. He meticulously bundled their tiny hands and feet within their blankets, leaving only their cherubic faces exposed. Wanwan, please assist me by pushing the stroller. Having completed these tasks, he casually uttered this request. He then carefully lifted Su Qingxi, allowing her to lean against him, while his other hand gently cradled her waist. I can walk on my own, really. Su Qingxi, feeling bashful in front of her friend, buried her face in Lin Tian's embrace. You have a scar on your abdomen. Such a long distance will surely cause you pain. Lin Tian held Su Qingxi securely, striving to position her comfortably without disturbing her injury. My goodness, must you two be so sweet? Zhao Wanwan pushed the stroller, laden with 5 large bags of baby supplies, trailing behind them with a woeful expression. If I don't share sweetness with my wife, with whom shall I share it? Lin Tian replied with a smile, leaving Zhao Wanwan momentarily speechless. Su Qingxi, in turn, felt even more shy, resembling an ostrich. The summer sun was indeed scorching, and with Su Qingxi nestled in his arms, Lin Tian had already begun to perspire profusely. Su Qingxi occasionally wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Several times she wished to descend, yet she could not defy Lin Tian's insistence. Finally, they arrived at their car door. It was only then that Lin Tian gently set Su Qingxi down. He opened the front passenger door, adjusted the seat to recline, and then assisted his wife into the vehicle. Once she was settled, he turned his attention to the infants. Can the babies even sit in this type of car at such a young age? Zhao Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the luxurious Mercedes. However, she quickly shifted her focus back to the pressing issue at hand. After all, the infants were still exceedingly young, and their bodies were quite delicate. Even an infant seat might not accommodate them properly. Fear not. Lin Tian merely smiled calmly before opening the car door. In the back seat, aside from a standard fixed position, the remaining 2 spots had already been equipped with newborn car seats. The babies lay comfortably in their seats, akin to their usual repose in the stroller. There is truly nothing to worry about. You prepared even this. Zhao Wanwan was once again taken aback. She had never encountered such things before. Indeed, the discharge of the infants was a significant affair, necessitating ample preparation. You should join us. I will drive us home now. Lin Tian nodded and took his place in the driver's seat. Qingxi, I am genuinely impressed. It seems there is nothing your husband cannot anticipate. As they settled into the car, Zhao Wanwan could not help but express her admiration. I share your sentiments, Su Qingxi replied, turning to gaze at her husband with a face full of bliss. Outside the window, the shadows of the phoenix trees raced by. The afternoon sunlight of summer filtered through the leaves, casting a delicate pattern on the serene faces of the babies in the back seat. In no time, the streets transformed into a landscape of towering buildings. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of an upscale community. Lin Tian had previously registered his license plate during his last visit. The security gate slowly lifted as the guard nodded at him. My goodness, Lin Tian. You are renting a place at Cloud International? I recall that the rent for a unit here is at least 20,000 a month. Previously, she had worried that Lin Tian might rent an old, dilapidated place, causing Su Qingxi unnecessary hardship. To her astonishment, he had chosen such an excellent location, albeit at a steep price. Su Qingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly this expensive? My dear husband, I might as well use this money for rent. It will suffice until we both find jobs. She once again produced her bank card, which she had intended to give to Lin Tian for the hiring of a postpartum caregiver. Although the balance was modest, it could at least alleviate their immediate needs. My dear, this is our home. Why would we discuss rent? Chapter 16. Is this massage proper or improper? Upon arriving at the door, Su Qingxi still found it hard to believe that such a high-end community could be their home, until the heavy wooden door slowly swung open. She and Zhao Nuan paused in their tracks. The exquisite decor, imported furnishings, and a design that exuded both elegance and simplicity. All of this felt so natural. My goodness. Lin Tian, did you purchase this house? Did you also oversee the renovations? Zhao Nuan was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, her breath hitching. It was not that she had never seen luxury before. After all, this was Shanghai. Just the value of this apartment alone was several million. And the renovations, judging by their caliber, likely exceeded $1 million as well. Lin Tian was merely a fresh graduate, still searching for employment. As for his parents, they made their living selling vegetables in the village. No matter how one considered it, he could not possibly afford such an extravagant residence, let alone sustain such meticulous renovations. After all, even the rental price for a fully furnished apartment like this would easily reach 20,000 to 30,000 a month. Indeed, come inside quickly, my dear. Do take a look and see if there is anything else we need to purchase. Lin Tian first assisted Su Qingxi inside before bringing the two babies in their stroller. Meanwhile, Zhao Nuan had already stepped inside, her face a portrait of astonishment as she surveyed the surroundings. Su Qingxi was still stitching, her pace leisurely. Yet, she couldn't help but take a brief stroll around the room. While she had little reaction to most items, she was utterly astonished upon entering the nursery. Darling, you even prepared this? The nursery was replete with everything one could wish for. Alongside the baby's playpen, numerous bumpers were affixed, eliminating the hazards of bumps and bruises. While you were hospitalized, I asked Feng Liang to assist me in preparing it. It was rather rushed, and we will need to gradually acquire more things later. Lin Tian rubbed his nose, knowing he couldn't divulge any details about the system, so he shifted the entire responsibility onto Feng Liang. You've done remarkably well, my love. You've worked hard. Su Qingxi had previously assumed this was merely a standard furnished apartment, but the meticulous attention to detail delighted her immensely. As for the two little ones, they seemed captivated by their surroundings. Their tiny heads turned gently, their eyes, like dark grapes, fixated on the glowing ceiling lights. Instead of crying, they emitted soft coos. Look, the babies are particularly fond of this new home, Zhao Nuanyuan was the first to notice. Subsequently, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi approached the babies. Observing their adorable antics, Su Qingxi felt her heart swell with warmth. Yet, she soon cast her gaze downward, contemplating her own inadequacies. Darling, you've sacrificed so much for the babies and me, but I feel utterly useless, unable to even provide them with sufficient nourishment. She had been plagued by guilt over this for quite some time. Recently, the discomfort had become increasingly frequent, tormenting her intermittently. Despite her efforts to endure, the reality remained that the babies had to resort to formula due to her inability to nurse adequately. As a mother, she felt both ashamed and deeply saddened. Is that true? If you can't even manage to feed the babies properly? Before Lin Tian could respond, Zhao Nuanyuan exclaimed, glancing from Su Qingxi's grand stature to her own flatness. With a dramatic flair, she lamented, to prevent the babies from going hungry, perhaps I should reconsider having children. Her expression was comically tragic, which elicited laughter from Lin Tian. My wife can certainly nourish the babies. She's just a bit congested at the moment. It's not a significant issue. I can assist with some massage to relieve it. He spoke with a smile, confident in his abilities, bolstered by the system's support. Intimately familiar with the art of massage. Is your massage proper? Zhao Nuanyuan raised an eyebrow, a teasing glimmer in her eyes. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed, leaving her speechless, while Lin Tian maintained an air of propriety, asserting that such an important matter could not possibly be anything less than appropriate. Oh, Zhao Nuanyuan elongated her tone, clearly insinuating something else. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxi's expression briefly flickered with disappointment, though she quickly masked it, a nuance noticed by the astute Lin Tian. It seems my wife harbors some thoughts, he mused. Darling, focus on recuperating now. There will be plenty of joyful moments in the future. He emphasized the word joyful, his expression imbued with significance. Zhao Nuanyuan took a step back, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You two could at least consider my feelings. She was on the verge of tears, lamenting her own solitary status. The mask of despair had firmly settled on her face. Qingxi, I'm leaving. With that, she stormed out, her indignation palpable. Once Zhao Nuanyuan departed, Su Qingxi felt even more reluctant to face Lin Tian. His comments about happiness seemed laden with deeper meaning. After all, her only experience of intimacy was with Lin Tian, and they had both been inebriated, leaving scant memories. If only she could experience it again while sober. The mere thought ignited a rush of heat to her cheeks, making her too bashful to continue down that path of contemplation. Darling, what are you thinking? Lin Tian noticed Su Qingxi lost in thought, standing there, her face growing increasingly crimson. He suspected her mind had wandered to inappropriate matters and decided to inquire. Nothing. Nothing at all. Caught off guard, Su Qingxi covered her face with her hands. However, when her arm brushed against the bear, she couldn't suppress a wince. Ouch, that hurts. Is it still painful? Quickly, lie down, I'll help you with a massage. Lin Tian gently ushered Su Qingxi to the bedroom, positioning the two babies near the edge of the bed for easy oversight. Just as he had lulled the two to sleep, he turned to find Su Qingxi gripping the blanket, her hands trembling, her complexion pale, as if she had just emerged from surgery. Darling, I feel so congested. Su Qingxi's voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes. The postnatal engorgement was more excruciating than the pain of a cesarean section. While in the hospital, doctors and nurses frequently checked in, making every movement cumbersome. She had to grit her teeth and endure, occasionally attempting to massage herself. Yet now, she lacked even the strength to lift her hands for relief. Seeing her distress, Lin Tian's heart ached for her. He quickly brushed her damp bangs aside. He first retrieved a warm, damp towel from the bathroom, and then fetched specialized massage oil from the drawer, warming it in his palms. Just loosen your clothing a bit. There's no need to worry. Chapter 17 Once a day? How embarrassing. Lin Tian's voice was soft, imbued with a soothing quality. Su Qingxi bit her lip, slowly lifting the neckline of her garment. Lin Tian leaned closer, his warm breath cascading over her collarbone, causing her body to tense and her cheeks to flush as if they could fry an egg. When the warm towel was applied to her chest, a wave of warmth spread, alleviating some of the pressure. Then, his hands, now coated with massage oil, gently made contact. His fingertips began to move in slow, clockwise circles. The pressure light as a petal's caress, yet precisely kneading the congested channels. If it hurts, just let me know, and I'll ease up. Lin Tian gazed down at her, his eyes filled with concentration, yet his fingers remained steady. His technique skillfully avoided sensitive areas, focusing instead on the surrounding hard spots with gentle pressure. Each movement was perfectly calibrated to gradually relieve the blockages. Initially, Su Qingxi held her body taut, but after a considerable time of massage, Lin Tian finally withdrew his hands. Su Qingxi instinctively nestled closer into his embrace, resting her forehead against his shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of cedar emanating from him. Darling, how is it that you are proficient in this as well? Her voice carried a note of relaxation and admiration. Despite having known Lin Tian for a relatively short period, she felt as though this man possessed an almost divine quality. She could scarcely fathom what in this world he might not excel at. I researched it before. It's a necessary measure after giving birth. So I took the time to learn, Lin Tian replied, feeling the dependence of the person in his arms. With his other hand, he gently wrapped around her waist, helping her adjust to a more comfortable position. Then does that mean I won't feel pain anymore? Su Qingxi asked, her face alight with anticipation. Lin Tian, however, shook his head. While it is effective for a time, the relief is not permanent. I will massage you daily during this period. A few more sessions should suffice, he stated with utmost seriousness. Su Qingxi felt a pang of worry. Must there be so many sessions? I was already quite shy during just one. I can't imagine how my heart would react if this were to happen every day. Are you hoping to endure the pain? Lin Tian countered. And at the mere recollection of the earlier discomfort, Su Qingxi promptly shook her head. I want to forget it. I never want to think about it again. Darling, could you please give me a massage every day? She quickly looked up at Lin Tian, their eyes locking, her heart fluttering at the warmth reflected in his gaze. The bedroom was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by their gentle breaths and the occasional soft cooing of the babies. From now on, you must tell me whenever something feels amiss, understand? Lin Tian said earnestly, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Su Qingxi gazed into his profound eyes and nodded gently, feeling warmth and comfort. It seemed that even the most distressing moments could be transformed by him into something tender and soothing. Not long after the massage, it was time for the babies to be fed. Lin Tian carefully cradled each of the little ones and placed them in Su Qingxi's arms. This time, both babies fed with remarkable satisfaction, their bellies full. Moreover, his beloved wife had finally ceased to experience any pain. A perfect resolution. At noon, the postpartum caregiver arrived punctually, bearing the ingredients Lin Tian had requested. Sir, I shall prepare some milk-boosting soup for madam, she announced. Previously, she had thought that young people lacked understanding of how to care for expectant mothers, relying solely on her extensive experience. However, her perception of Lin Tian had shifted to one of profound respect, treating him almost as a mentor and consulting him on every detail. Lin Tian, in turn, exhibited great patience. After all, it concerned his wife, and he had no intention of withholding any information. As the kitchen simmered with the aroma of pig trotter soup, Lin Tian took the opportunity to play with the babies for a while. Now, both infants had opened their eyes, and he occasionally entertained them with brightly colored toys, calling out their names to stimulate their auditory and visual senses. Time was of the essence, and he ensured that each session was brief. Ding! The babies have arrived home. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the rights to operate the AIing Island flagship store. Having just finished playing with the babies, Lin Tian received the notification in his mind. Wow, the AIing Island flagship store. He was no stranger to this establishment. It was where everything had been procured when the babies were born. The location was unbeatable, directly across from a prestigious maternal and infant hospital. And the store was quite spacious. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. Using the excuse of needing to use the restroom, he quickly checked the store's financial records. To his astonishment, after deducting rent and all expenses, the store's monthly net profit was at least 150,000 yuan. This meant that even in the absence of future rewards from the system, they would still have a steady income of over 150,000 yuan each month. This was more than sufficient for caring for the babies and managing daily life. System, you truly are remarkable. Despite having received numerous rewards before, the reality of this particular boon thrilled Lin Tian. It was a long-term safeguard. He returned to the bedroom, beaming with joy, only to find Su Qingxi intently scrolling through her phone, seemingly searching for something. Darling, what are you looking for? You should minimize your screen time during your confinement. With the earlier events still fresh in his mind, Lin Tian's tone was lighthearted, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, Su Qingxi appeared somewhat troubled. Honey, I've been thinking. I want to find a translation job to start earning some money. She set her phone aside, voicing her thoughts with determination. Why the sudden interest in that? Lin Tian tilted his head, intrigued. Su Qingxi took a deep breath. Although you've earned a considerable amount from your investments, we still have a mortgage and car loan to repay. You have to take care of me and manage the expenses of the family. It's simply too exhausting. I want to help. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, feeling guilty for being unable to contribute more. This admission deeply moved Lin Tian. It was evident that Su Qingxi truly regarded herself as part of the family and was genuinely concerned for their household. He affectionately pulled her into an embrace, casually picking up his phone to tap a few buttons. Su Qingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just transfer me 200,000 yuan? In her past life, Su Qingxi had been a wealthy young lady. 200,000 was not an inconceivable sum. However, now, separated from her family's support, freshly graduated, and without employment, with 2 children to care for, 200,000 felt like astronomical wealth. She had anticipated that even if she found a translation job, she would likely earn only a few thousand yuan a month at best. It would take her at least 2 years to accumulate that amount. Lin Tian, without batting an eye, had transferred it to her. Despite her admiration for him, she couldn't help but think, why is there such a vast disparity among those who just graduated? I'm simply trying to assure you that your husband can support this family through investments. For now, focus solely on your recovery and indulge in your daily massages. There's nothing else for you to worry about. Lin Tian gently caressed her hair, his tone tender. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingxi felt touched. The more she listened, the more bashful she became. The notion of enjoying daily massages felt a tad too embarrassing. Investments carry risks. I will save this money. If any unexpected events arise, we can use it as a contingency. She was quite clear-headed, never once considering extravagance with the funds. This money is yours. Spend it as you wish. Lin Tian had no objections to that, perhaps buoyed by the newfound financial security. Su Qingxi found herself relaxing, lying back on the bed with a serene expression, her brows unfurling with joy. Her eyes sparkled as they occasionally sought Lin Tian's presence. Meanwhile, Lin Tian glanced at the 2 peacefully sleeping babies, satisfied that all was well, and then took out his phone. There were numerous messages awaiting him on WeChat. He opened the latest message sent by his instructor, Bai Jia. Bai Jia, Lin Tian, how are the little ones doing? May I come and visit them again? She had been torn over this for quite some time. As an instructor, it seemed rather inappropriate to frequently visit her students' children. Yet, her fondness for babies was undeniable, especially since this pair of twins was exceptionally adorable, all soft and cuddly. Despite tossing and turning in bed, her desire to see them persisted. Lin Tian replied, the babies are doing splendidly. You are welcome to visit at any time, instructor. He was taken aback by Bai Jia's evident affection for the little ones. Although he found it somewhat perplexing, he felt no reason to decline her visit, especially since she had always shown him great care during his studies. He promptly sent her the address. Bai Jia responded eagerly, great. I'll be there right away. Initially, she had been apprehensive, but upon receiving the address, she leapt from her bed, swiftly changed into a suitable outfit, and hailed a taxi. Half an hour later, the doorbell chimed twice, and Lin Tian rose. Holding Su Qingxi's hand, he knew it must be Bai Jia arriving. He had already helped Su Qingxi change into a loose, cream-colored knitted dress and gently tucked away the strands of hair by her ear. As the door swung open, Li Wei's laughter floated in. Finally, you've arrived. I didn't expect you to live in such an upscale neighborhood. By the way, where are the babies? Su Qingxi looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Typically, Bai Jia was seen in crisp shirts and tailored skirts at school, but today she had completely changed her style. She wore a fitted, short knitted top that accentuated her graceful curves and slender waist, paired with high-waisted jeans that elongated her legs. Her figure was striking, and Su Qingxi couldn't help but glance at her own midsection, still recovering from childbirth, with a quiet sigh. "Come in," instructor Lin Tian said, stepping aside to let her in while still holding Su Qingxi's hand, subtly pulling her closer to him, his palm resting warmly against her waist. "I brought some clothes for the babies. They were simply too cute to resist, so I bought a few more than I intended." As soon as she entered, Bai Jia lifted a large bag filled to the brim and handed it to Lin Tian. A quick glance revealed at least 5 or 6 outfits in various sizes. It was clear that the babies were still too small to wear them, leaving him both amused and bewildered. "No worries, babies grow so quickly. It's better to prepare early than late." Bai Jia waved her hand dismissively. "Now let me see the little ones." Eagerly, she hurried toward the nursery, her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely oblivious to Su Qingxi's subtle emotions. Noticing Su Qingxi's distraction, Lin Tian gently blew a warm breath near her ear, his voice low and tender. "What are you thinking about?" Su Qingxi's ears flushed crimson as she snapped back to reality, only to find herself gazing into Lin Tian's playful eyes, which were solely focused on her, never straying toward Bai Jia. A sweet warmth blossomed in her heart. Feeling a touch shy, she lightly patted his hand, whispering, "The instructor is still here, don't be silly." "What's there to worry about?" Lin Tian said, playfully wrapping his arm around her neck and resting his chin atop her head. "The babies are in the nursery, just finished their meal and not yet asleep. It's the perfect time for the instructor to play with them." As he spoke, he led her towards the nursery. Bai Jia followed behind, observing the sweet interaction between the couple with a tinge of envy. In her past, she had little interest in romance, focusing solely on her career. Yet, witnessing their affection left her feeling emotionally and physically unfulfilled. Upon entering the nursery, Bai Jia gazed at the 2 adorable babies, her maternal instincts surging to the forefront. She leaned down, gently caressing their tiny faces, careful not to apply too much pressure, fearing she might inadvertently hurt them. As Bai Jia played with the babies, Lin Tian's attention remained fixated on his wife. His hands would occasionally wander, exploring her form. Initially, Bai Jia was engrossed in entertaining the babies, but soon, she could no longer contain herself. "You 2 lovebirds, could you tone down the sweetness a bit? At this rate, the babies will be overwhelmed by your affection." Watching their oblivious interaction, she felt both envious and resigned. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed as she playfully swatted Lin Tian's chest, but he grasped her hand and placed it on his waist. Lin Tian chuckled, "My apologies, instructor. By the way, you are at the age where you should be looking for a partner yourself." His casual remark struck Bai Jia like a bolt, leaving her momentarily speechless. "I only came to see the babies. Why are you making personal attacks?" She shot him a glare before inquiring. "So, may I visit the babies again in the future?" "Of course, you're always welcome," Lin Tian assured her, finally putting her mind at ease. "Well, I must be off then. I'll come back another time." Before leaving, Bai Jia offered Su Qingxi a teasing reminder. "You 2 lovebirds should take it easy. Just out of the hospital, don't overdo it. Be careful of your recovery." Chapter 19. Can this change? What do you mean? The unexpected advice left Su Qingxi momentarily stunned, instinctively questioning. Bai Jia, caught off guard, wondered if she had been too subtle. Having hinted so clearly, did she need to elaborate further? Lin Tian, chuckling softly, interjected, "Instructor, you're suggesting we enjoy our blissful life and engage in a bit of exercise." Bai Jia felt skeptical. Was that truly her implication? This guy was clearly misinterpreting her words. Yet, she found it unwise to clarify further. After all, she couldn't be too overt. "Oh, I see," Su Qingxi said, her trust in her husband unwavering. Upon hearing Lin Tian's interpretation, her face turned crimson. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Good to know. Well, I must be on my way," Bai Jia said. "Be good, little ones. Andy will come back to play with you." She waved goodbye before departing. Once Bai Jia had left, Su Qingxi's demeanor shifted to one of despondency. "Is something bothering you, my love?" Lin Tian had noticed her change in mood earlier, but refrained from probing in front of Bai Jia. "I've gained so much weight since giving birth. I can't exercise, and I have to eat to nourish myself for breastfeeding. I'm going to end up as big as a house," Su Qingxi lamented, her eyes reflecting a sense of grievance as she glanced at her gradually softening abdomen. "Where do you see any weight gain? My wife has the most perfect figure. A little softness is delightful to touch. I adore this feeling. If you were any thinner, it wouldn't be as pleasant." Lin Tian had not anticipated that Su Qingxi was troubled by her appearance. He quickly reassured her, squeezing her waist gently as he spoke. In truth, she had gained a bit of weight, but it merely rendered her figure more voluptuous. Since gaining some softness, he found himself increasingly enamored with that sensation. Really? Su Qingxi asked, her expression doubtful. Absolutely, I swear. Lin Tian replied earnestly. With her husband's promise, Su Qingxi's spirits began to lift. However, the thought of the instructor's flawless figure evokes a sense of helplessness. Mr. Lin, the nourishing pig trotter soup is ready. Please invite your wife to partake. At that moment, Sister Wang, the postpartum caregiver, entered the dining room, carrying a basin of aromatic pig trotter soup. Come on, darling, let us enjoy some soup. Su Qingxi hesitated, contemplating for quite a while before finally voicing her thoughts. Honey, is there a soup that can enhance that area? She glanced down at her ample bosom. Lin Tian was taken aback, incredulous. Really? Even at such a size, you're still wishing for more? It must be noted that my wife is renowned for her voluptuous figure, curvaceous and slender, a perfect embodiment of femininity. If she is dissatisfied with her body, how many women in the world can truly be content with theirs? Just like the instructor, Su Qingxi murmured, averting her gaze, too shy to meet Lin Tian's eyes. Though her voice was barely a whisper, their proximity allowed Lin Tian to hear her clearly. He chuckled softly. My dear, your figure is already quite perfect. A physique like the instructor's might be a bit excessive and exhausting. Regardless, both the baby and I are thoroughly satisfied. Really? Su Qingxi lifted her face, meeting Lin Tian's earnest gaze. But we haven't eaten enough. That's due to our supply being blocked, not because of insufficient quantity. Moreover, after consuming that nourishing soup, I'll likely need to use a pump to store some in the fridge, otherwise it will become too full. Lin Tian spoke with such conviction that Su Qingxi was finally persuaded. She refrained from mentioning her desire for enhancement and obediently drank a generous portion of the pig trotter soup, followed by a light lunch. Sated, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Seizing the opportunity while his wife rested, Lin Tian began washing the baby's clothes. With the warm weather and the frequent diaper changes, cleaning and changing had become a daily routine. He found himself washing several times a day to ensure the babies always had clean garments to wear. Having gained experience, his movements were swift and efficient, rendering him quite adept at the task. Whenever Sister Wang attempted to assist, she found herself utterly at a loss. Over the past few days, Sister Wang had grown increasingly self-conscious. As a postpartum caregiver, her role seemed limited to cooking and occasionally watching over the babies. And even that was not executed well. The twins were exceedingly attached to Lin Tian. They would wail endlessly if held by anyone else, only settling when Lin Tian returned to soothe them. This left Sister Wang feeling tormented. Mr. Lin, perhaps I should step down from this caregiving role. Eventually, Sister Wang could no longer bear it, feeling that continuing would only lead to her own feelings of inadequacy. I respect your decision. The payment for this month will be processed as usual. Lin Tian was taken aback by Sister Wang's professionalism. Not only did he pay her as promised, but he also included a bonus, prompting her to express her heartfelt gratitude over WeChat, assuring him that she was always available for assistance. With Sister Wang's departure, the responsibility of caring for the babies and his wife fell solely on Lin Tian. Su Qingxi was diligently cooperating, her recovery progressing well. She constantly thought about how to assist her husband, but every time she attempted to help, Lin Tian would discover her and whisk her away for a massage. Each session left her flushed and her heart racing. During one such massage, as Lin Tian was still at work, a loud knock echoed from the front door. Su Qingxi instantly tensed, her heart nearly stopping. Someone's here. Her face flushed crimson as she scrambled to adjust her clothing. In the next moment, they heard a booming voice from outside. Xiao Tian, Qingxi, open the door. I brought you goodies. Lin Tian chuckled to himself, wondering if his mother would regret interrupting something if she knew. I'll go open the door for Mom. You tidy up a bit. Lin Tian dashed to the entrance. As he opened the door, he barely had time to speak before he saw his mother carrying a bamboo basket under her arm, with a lively chicken flapping its wings, its feathers glistening with morning dew. Mom, why did you bring this? You can buy it at the market now. He hastily took the chicken and placed it on the balcony, feeling a wave of exasperation. This is different. This free-range chicken is home-raised and the most nutritious. Qingxi is still in her confinement period. She needs to eat well. His mother continued. Oh, and I brought some goji berries and angelica. Make sure to brew some for yourself as well. Chapter 20. Is my wife jealous? Preparing a delicious meal for her. Mom, just focus on nourishing Qingxi. I'm strong enough and don't need any supplements. As a man, Lin Tian was quite confident in his physique. The key point being that his wife was still in confinement, and he could only admire her from afar. Even after a massage, he needed to take a cold shower to cool down. Choosing to indulge in nourishment at this time would be akin to suffocating himself. Regardless, this free-range chicken is nutritious, and you two should definitely have some. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare it. His mother set the items aside and hurried into the kitchen. Lin Tian assisted Su Qingxi back into their room. The twins were still sound asleep, occasionally murmuring in their dreams. Honey, should I help in the kitchen? Su Qingxi sat at the edge of the bed, fidgeting with her fingers. She was torn. This was her future mother-in-law, who had come all this way to care for her and had brought the free-range chicken. Not helping felt somewhat ungrateful. Yet, having never cooked before, she feared that stepping into the kitchen would only lead to embarrassment. Why are you overthinking it? Just stay here and keep the babies company. I'll prepare the chicken soup for you. Lin Tian gently patted her back, his tone laced with warmth and a hint of humor. That statement was undeniably flirtatious. Even someone as innocent as Su Qingxi felt her cheeks warm. All right, she replied softly, her gaze settling on the babies. In the kitchen, when Lin Tian arrived, his mother had just finished boiling water and was preparing to pluck the chicken's feathers. Mom, let me handle this. You can just focus on making the soup once I'm done. Lin Tian took the chicken from her hands and began the task. Xiao Tian, since you both now have children, shouldn't you start considering marriage? His mother asked while preparing the ingredients. She had contemplated this for a long time, but had not found the right moment to bring it up until now. Mom, I've actually proposed to Qingxi. And she accepted. We'll get our marriage certificate once her confinement period is over. As for the wedding arrangements, that will have to wait a while longer. I wish to prepare a grand celebration for her. Lin Tian, while diligently plucking feathers from the chicken, expressed his thoughts. He had a plan in mind. Although the arrival of their little one was unexpected, Su Qingxi had devoted herself entirely to him, even giving birth to twins, a boy and a girl. A splendid wedding was an absolute necessity. If you two are considering this, then I can rest easy, Lin Ma remarked, a smile gracing her face upon hearing his words. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, the sound of the babies crying echoed from the bedroom. Lin Tian, his hands still covered in feathers, paused momentarily. All right, you should hurry and attend to the babies. Qingxi hasn't fully recovered, and she can't manage alone. With that, Lin Ma seized the chicken from his hands and continued her work. Lin Tian had initially intended to assist, but the relentless cries of the infants made it impossible for him to focus. He quickly washed his hands and hurried back to the bedroom. Upon entering, he found Su Qingxi helplessly trying to soothe the two babies. Although her body had healed significantly, she still lacked the strength. Attempting to hold them close caused her abdominal pain, forcing her to relent. She was on the verge of tears. Darling, you rest. I'll take care of the babies. Lin Tian said, swiftly picking one up in each arm and gently comforting them. The moment the twins were in his embrace, they ceased their cries, transforming into the epitome of sweetness. Su Qingxi watched in awe, a tinge of sadness creeping in. Husband, I feel so useless. The babies seem to prefer you and hardly care for me. She pouted, unsure whether to feel jealous of the infants or her husband, her tone tinged with acidity. Why would you feel jealous? The babies adore their mother, don't they? Lin Tian chuckled. After soothing the twins, he turned his attention to the older baby, who also joined in the delightful interaction. The twins seemed to engage in a delightful performance with their father, their coos and gurgles utterly charming. I want to learn how to care for the babies too, Su Qingxi declared earnestly. Previously, her wounds had been too painful, confining her mostly to bed. Other than feeding the babies, she rarely had the opportunity to assist. Now that she had nearly recovered, she was eager to help. Great. We can practice visual stimulation for the babies together. Lin Tian then retrieved two brightly colored toys. Su Qingxi, eager to emulate him, joined in the playful activity. The twins' eyes followed the toys intently, occasionally emitting soft sounds of delight. Are the babies smiling? Su Qingxi observed keenly, her excitement palpable. Lin Tian beamed with joy, indeed. Our little ones are remarkably clever. After playing with the babies until they fell asleep, they heard Lin Ma calling from the dining room. Come eat. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi hurried to the dining area. Lin Ma lifted the lid from the clay pot, steam wafting up, carrying the rich aroma of the meat. The golden chicken soup shimmered with oil, accompanied by a bowl of Angelica beef and a table laden with nutritious dishes, the warmth making their eyes misty. As soon as Su Qingxi sat down, her grip on the chopsticks tightened, her eyes reddening. Qingxi, are you feeling unwell? If the food isn't to your liking, just tell me and I'll prepare something else. Lin Ma noticed her distress and rushed to offer reassurance. Auntie, I love all these dishes. It's just that I've never seen such a warm spread before, Su Qingxi quickly explained, her voice thick with emotion. In her childhood, her parents were perpetually busy with work, leaving her in a cold, empty home. Even after moving into a large villa and hiring a chef, she often dined alone. The childhood experience had accustomed her to solitude, making social interactions challenging. This was the first time she felt the warmth of a family. My dear, it's not easy for you. As long as you enjoy it, I'll cook for you every day from now on, Lin Ma said, her heart aching for her. Qingxi, make sure to drink plenty of soup. She ladled some chicken soup into Su Qingxi's bowl. By the way, since you two plan to register your marriage, shouldn't both families meet? Su Qingxi's hand trembled, spilling some soup onto the tablecloth. Embarrassment flooded her face. The mention of family introductions felt like a stone sinking in her heart, stirring up a wave of anxiety. Since her pregnancy, she had avoided discussing it with her parents. Their household rules were stringent, and if they discovered she was pregnant out of wedlock, they would likely force her to terminate the pregnancy. Not only would she lose the baby, but it would also create a scandal. Mom, I recall there are some strawberries in the kitchen from yesterday. They're quite fresh. Let me help you wash some to cleanse the palate, Lin Tian said, casually putting down his chopsticks and rising. He remembered Zhao Nuanyuan mentioning that his wife had a falling out with her family over the baby, leading to over a year of silence. His mother's casual remark had unwittingly rubbed salt into her wounds. He gently touched his mother's arm, conveying a silent message, and she understood. Rising to follow him into the kitchen. Son, did I say something wrong? She lamented, smacking her thigh in frustration. It's all my fault for not thinking before I spoke. Leaning against the counter, Lin Tian rubbed his brow in thought. Qingxi had endured estrangement from her family for over a year due to the baby. She was not ready for a meeting yet. He sighed, a flicker of concern in his eyes, realizing he needed to find an appropriate time to accompany her to mend those ties gradually. Oh dear, I see now. Lin Ma exclaimed, her eyes widening with realization, her voice dropping in guilt. No wonder Qingxi looked that way. Had I known, I would never have mentioned it. She lightly tapped her mouth, regretting her words. Ignorance is no excuse. Don't take it to heart, Mom, Lin Tian reassured her. Grabbing a basket of strawberries from the sink, their vibrant red beckoning. Let us not discuss this anymore during dinner. Let us wash some fruit instead. Before long, Lin Tian returned with a plate of strawberries while Lin Ma carried a platter of sliced mangoes, and they both re-entered the dining room. Qingxi, look how tender the chicken is. It practically falls apart with a single chopstick. You must eat more to regain your strength for taking care of the babies. Lin Ma urged, pausing to add a strawberry to Su Qingxi's plate. You can have the fruit after dinner. It will help cleanse your palate. These strawberries are exceptionally sweet. Su Qingxi gazed at the chicken in her bowl, then at the strawberries Lin Tian offered, feeling her anxiety gradually dissipate. Finally, the meal concluded with laughter and conversation. After dinner, however, Ruora began to cry. Soon followed by Xing. Lin Tian hurried to the nursery to change the diapers of the two infants. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ma pulled Su Qingxi onto the sofa. It was her first time alone with her mother-in-law, and Su Qingxi felt her heart racing like a drum. Overwhelmed with nervousness, she opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Lin Ma produced a red cloth pouch from her pocket. With great care, she unfolded the pouch, revealing a golden bracelet. Although it appeared to have aged somewhat, it was remarkably well preserved. Qingxi, this bracelet was passed down to me by my mother-in-law, Lin Ma stated as she slid the bracelet onto Su Qingxi's arm. I present it to you now. Henceforth, you shall be a member of our Lin family. The coolness of the bracelet touched her wrist, sending a shiver across her skin, which was swiftly warmed by her body heat. Su Qingxi's fingertips trembled, not due to the weight of the gold, but because of the recognition and trust embedded in its intricate patterns, a legacy of generations. Her eyes welled up again, and she wanted to express her gratitude. But at that moment, she felt warmth against her lower back. Lin Tian had approached from behind, gently resting his hands on her shoulders. It's from Mom. So just wear it. His voice, imbued with the warmth of the hot soup he had just consumed, resonated in her ears. I'll buy you something even better in the future. Su Qingxi looked up at him, her gaze colliding with the tenderness in his eyes. It's getting late. You should take a rest, he suggested. After lunch, Lin Ma went directly to the nursery for a nap. Lin Tian, smiling, took Su Qingxi's hand and led her back to their master bedroom. My dear wife, shall we continue with that massage we didn't finish earlier? He inquired. Earlier, when he had started the massage, his mother had interrupted them. Now, they had the perfect opportunity to resume. Is it really necessary to continue? Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed crimson. It will feel much better afterwards, Lin Tian murmured, his voice low and warm, brushing against her ear like a feather. We can do it tomorrow as well. After saying this, he suddenly seemed to remember something and tapped his head. By the way, hasn't it been about half a month since you gave birth? Lin Tian teased, pinching her cheek. Su Qingxi nodded in confusion. Yes, what of it? His expression turned playful. In about half a month, you should be nearly recovered, meaning you can take a shower now. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxi shot her head up, her ears instantly burning, her neck blushing a delicate shade of pink. For the past half-month, Lin Tian had been the one to help her clean up. Though she remained clean, she hadn't taken a proper bath, especially not washing her hair for so long. She felt immensely shy, worrying whether he might find her unappealing whenever he drew near. The thought of bathing excited her, but despite her wound healing, she still struggled to sit or stand for extended periods, especially concerning a bath. Bathing seems like it might be difficult, Su Qingxi said, her tone tinged with disappointment. She genuinely wished to feel fresh and not appear disheveled before her husband every day. Your wound has just healed, and bending over may be a bit strenuous. Lin Tian pondered. In that case, let me assist you. Su Qingxi's face flushed even deeper. During the times he had cleaned her, she had been lying down, unable to close her eyes and pretend she was invisible. Bathing, however, would be an entirely different experience. They would be face to face in the bathroom. What if he saw her? Her mind swirled with peculiar images that she could not shake off. What are you thinking? Noticing her dazed expression and the increasing redness of her cheeks, Lin Tian waved his hand in front of her eyes. And no, I wasn't thinking about you. Su Qingxi blurted out instinctively, wishing she could bite her own tongue in frustration. How infuriating. Hadn't she just exposed herself? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Why are you so shy? As my wife, isn't it perfectly normal to think about such things? You're still in your recovery period, but once you're fully healed, I'll show you what it means to be vigorous, he teased, grinning. Su Qingxi shot him a playful glare. Don't say that. Very well, my esteemed wife. Can we now proceed to the bath? Lin Tian's smile was unwavering as he gently guided Su Qingxi toward the bathroom. But Auntie is still here. Won't that be inappropriate? Su Qingxi glanced toward the door, feeling a twinge of guilt. What are you afraid of? We're using the bathroom in our bedroom. She won't barge in. Moreover, we have children now, so if we were to do something, it would only be natural. Lin Tian chuckled even more heartily. That does make sense, Su Qingxi conceded, biting her lip before finally nodding softly. All right then. As they entered the bathroom, Su Qingxi froze the moment the door swung open. Inside, warm steam enveloped the air, carrying the delicate scent of chamomile. Lin Tian knelt before her, unfastening the buttons of her nightgown, his fingertips grazing the fabric at her waist as he deliberately slowed his motions. I can manage this myself, Su Qingxi stammered, swallowing hard. Although this wasn't her first experience with Lin Tian undressing her, standing there waiting for him felt exceedingly awkward. She even sensed her breathing becoming rapid. Are you worried I might devour you during a bath? Lin Tian noted her shoulders slightly tremble and laughed softly. This man, despite having done this numerous times, still found her adorably shy. Such a sight was undeniably enchanting. If only her wound were fully healed, he would truly want to savor the moment. I'm not. Su Qingxi tightened her grip on his sleeve, her fingers pinching the fabric into deeper folds. Before she could finish her protest, Lin Tian unfastened the final button. The nightgown slipped down her shoulders, and he caught it, his fingertips accidentally brushing against her bare back, causing her to recoil into his embrace. Be careful. The floor is slippery, Lin Tian said as he instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Qingxi's waist, deliberately avoiding the faint pink scar on her side. The soft fabric lightly grazed her tender skin. Shall we wash your hair first? I've adjusted the water temperature to be a bit warmer. Afraid you might catch a chill. As he spoke, Lin Tian turned her around to face away from the shower head, positioning himself behind her, his chest pressed against her back, his arm reaching under her armpit to grasp the shower head. Warm water cascaded over Su Qingxi's scalp, causing her eyelashes to flutter as the water trickled down her hair and along her neck. Lin Tian lowered his head, gently wiping his fingertips clean, intentionally rubbing against her neck. Su Qingxi's hair was well cared for, dark and straight, and Lin Tian treated it as a precious treasure, gently massaging it. After washing her hair, it was time for her body. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the moment Lin Tian's large hand made contact, Su Qingxi felt her body shiver slightly. Time seemed to stretch, but eventually, Lin Tian finished washing her. As they stepped out of the bathroom, Su Qingxi felt as if she were on the verge of suffocation. Lin Tian smiled as he helped her dry off, dressing her in fresh nightwear. Once again, having dried her hair thoroughly and ensuring there was no chance of catching a chill, Lin Tian felt reassured. My dear wife, it seems I must take it upon myself to bathe you more often to help alleviate your sensitivities, he mused, unable to restrain his admiration. Alleviate my sensitivities? Su Qingxi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Just a single bath had nearly taken half her life. If he were to assist her regularly, she would surely perish from embarrassment. Hastily, she interjected, once I have recovered from confinement, I'll manage on my own. Yet, Lin Tian merely smiled, remarking for now, bathing you is a duty. In the future, it shall be a delight. His words caused Su Qingxi to instantly bury her face beneath the covers, akin to an ostrich hiding from view, too shy to meet Lin Tian's gaze. In the days that followed, with the assistance of his mother, Lin Tian adeptly tended to the baby, who had begun to grow increasingly reliant on him. One afternoon, just as lunch was prepared and they were about to eat, the twins suddenly erupted into tears. Despite Lin Ma's best efforts to soothe them, Su Qingxi felt utterly powerless and could only summon Lin Tian for help. Babies, don't fret, Daddy is here. Are you ready for a nap? How about I tell you a story? Lin Tian, having developed impressive strength, effortlessly cradled one baby in each arm, soothing them with gentle whispers. Astonishingly, before he could finish the tale, both infants had drifted off to sleep in his embrace. These little ones are exceedingly attached to you. No one else seems to have any effect, Su Qingxi noted, a hint of jealousy creeping into her voice. A sentiment echoed by Lin Ma. It was as if the babies could discern their preferences. They were perfectly content in their father's arms, yet would wail when held by anyone else. After all, they are my children. It is only natural for them to cling to me, Lin Tian thought, pride evident on his face. Once the twins were peacefully asleep, he gently placed them back in their crib, allowing the three of them a moment to enjoy their meal. Speaking of which, the babies are nearly a month old now, aren't they? Their full moon celebration is a significant occasion, especially since they are twins. We must host a grand feast, Lin Ma exclaimed after they finished eating. Lin Tian slapped his forehead, realizing that in the midst of their busyness, he had nearly forgotten about it. Time has flown by. I need to go back tomorrow to discuss inviting our relatives for a lively celebration for the babies. Lin Ma had already been planning this. After mentioning it, she reminded her son, Xiao Tian, given that Qingxi hasn't fully recovered yet, please take the lead in arranging this. Lin Tian nodded, assuring her, you needn't worry, mother. After the meal, Lin Ma retreated to her room to pack. Su Qingxi sat on the sofa, fidgeting with her fingers, her expression betraying her hesitation. Darling, since the babies are nearly a month old, does that mean I can go out now? After much deliberation, she finally voiced her thoughts. It had been ages since she had left the house, and the confinement was beginning to drive her mad. Although she had previously mentioned wanting to go out, she had compromised for the sake of her recovery. However, with the babies approaching their full moon, her desire to venture outside had become unbearable. My dear wife, are you so eager to go outside because you wish to obtain our marriage certificate? Lin Tian teased, grasping her wrist and pulling her onto his lap. Caught off guard, Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed. And no, that's not it. I merely wish to go shopping for the babies, she stammered, her gaze averted, unable to meet his eyes. Lin Tian leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Then today, shall we go and get our marriage certificate, my love? Is it really possible? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Qingxi's eyes. She quickly reined in her excitement, attempting to feign composure. I consulted the doctor. As long as I don't stay out too long, it should be fine. Since mother is leaving tomorrow, I'll take you out today. Lin Tian nodded, fully aware of his wife's pent-up restlessness. He had been frequently inquiring with the doctor, and it seemed that venturing out was permissible. Moreover, if they were to obtain their marriage certificate, his mother would undoubtedly be thrilled. Then I shall change my clothes, Su Qingxi exclaimed, dashing back to her room. Eagerly rummaging through her wardrobe, Lin Tian knocked on his mother's door. Mother, there's something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Ma replied, her head buried in her packing. Lin Tian, accustomed to her demeanor, proceeded, since you are here today, I would like you to look after the babies while Qingxi and I go out for a bit and obtain our marriage certificate. That sounds good. It has indeed been a while since Qingxi has been out, Lin Ma responded while continuing her task. However, she suddenly halted, her expression transforming in shock as she looked up at her son. What did you say? You two are going to get your marriage certificate now? She exclaimed in excitement. Lin Tian quickly shushed her. Mother, keep your voice down, otherwise, Qingxi will get shy. But Lin Ma could hardly contain her exhilaration. It was quite a surprise, although she knew it was only a matter of time before the couple would marry. She was entirely unprepared for the news of her son's impending marriage. Xiao Tian, Qingxi is a wonderful girl, Lin Ma said, pausing everything to pull him close, her eyes sparkling with joy. You must treat her well. 1 month prior, she had worried about her son's affection for women. Now, in just a month, he was not only marrying, but also had twins. Moreover, he had achieved so much, purchasing a house and a car within such a short time. As a mother, her heart swelled with pride. Rest assured, mother, just please take care of the babies today. If anything comes up, call me, Lin Tian implored, nodding earnestly. Hearing this, Lin Ma shot him an exasperated glance. Do you really think you need to remind me of this? Have you forgotten who raised you to this age? She patted her chest, boasting, and enthusiastically ushered the two out the door. Standing beneath their apartment building, Su Qingxi felt somewhat giddy. Darling, are we really going out? It had been so long since she had ventured outside that she was feeling a bit anxious. Not only were they going out, but they were also getting married. Lin Tian produced their identification documents, waving them in front of her. Once we obtain our certificate, we will be a legitimate couple, and you can't run away anymore. He smiled, taking her hand in his, and Su Qingxi nestled shyly against him, her face a blend of nervousness and anticipation. The sun at the Civil Affairs Bureau shone warmly as Su Qingxi and Lin Tian approached the entrance. Noticing her anxious demeanor, he gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. What are you so nervous about? We should have obtained this red booklet long ago. Upon entering the certificate hall, the staff promptly handed over the application form. Tomorrow, she would grasp the pen in her hand while he leaned in to assist her with the form. Take your time, no need to rush. Su Qingxi bowed her head to right, his warm breath cascading over her hair, causing her fingertips to soften. The nearby staff couldn't help but chuckle. You two are such a sweet couple. Among all the young couples here today, you are undoubtedly the most adorable. Su Qingxi's face flushed instantly, while Lin Tian continued to smile. Since it was a regular day and not a holiday, the place was not crowded, and they proceeded smoothly. In a mere 10 minutes, they had acquired the red booklet. Exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Qingxi clutched the marriage certificate, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Darling, let us take a photo. She raised the marriage certificate towards the sky. Lin Tian mimicked her, aligning his certificate beside hers. With a click, the moment was captured. She silently saved the photo and then posted it on her moments. Once it was you and me. Now it is us, heart. Lin Tian, noticing her action, was somewhat taken aback. Ever since he added Su Qingxi as a friend, he had observed her distinct lack of social adeptness. Her moments were devoid of any content, save for her profile picture and name. He never imagined she would go so far as to post about their marriage certificate. This was her first post, a privilege that even the little ones did not receive. He too saved the photo and followed suit with a post. The moon may not rush towards you, but I will, heart. After posting, they carefully tucked away the marriage certificate and planned to visit a baby store to buy some items for their future children. Little did they know, the alumni group was already abuzz. The first to spot Su Qingxi's post was Zhao Nuanyuan. While scrolling through WeChat, a new Moments update suddenly appeared. Upon opening it, she was left speechless. Zhao Nuanyuan, what on earth? What is the speed? You two got a certificate and didn't even tell me. Zhao Nuanyuan, am I no longer your best friend? Woo-woo. She bombarded the comments section with several messages, her tone laced with bittersweetness. However, she was simultaneously overjoyed for her friend. Zhao Nuanyuan. Qingxi, you want to get your certificate with Lin Tian today and didn't tell me. She was eager to confront Su Qingxi for clarification. However, to her dismay, her message was inadvertently sent to the alumni group. Niu Meng, what is happening? The campus belle has gotten her certificate? Wang Shaokai, is this for real? I can't believe it. Could Zhao Nuanyuan have been hacked? Shinkong, guys. The campus belle posted on Moments. You must check it out. They've truly gotten their certificate. My heart is shattered. In an instant, countless suitors of Su Qingxi clicked on her Moments. Naturally, they all saw the marriage certificate. On that day, the hearts of countless young men were shattered. Many even regarded Lin Tian as a rival, harboring a grudge against him for stealing his beloved. The alumni group erupted into chaos, messages flying by like wildfire. Realizing the situation, Zhao Nuanyuan was taken aback. She merely intended to vent to her friend, but inadvertently stirred a storm. What a predicament! Observing the turmoil in the group, Zhao Nuanyuan furrowed her brow. This was truly troublesome. She hurriedly opened the chat with Su Qingxi. Zhao Nuanyuan. Qingxi, we are best friends, right? You wouldn't be upset with me for anything I do, would you? Zhao Nuanyuan. I bought some little gifts for the babies. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. She sent several messages in succession. However, at that moment, Su Qingxi was fully immersed in an outing with her husband. Darling, how about we check out the baby room? She was not very familiar with baby products and had done some research online before leaving. She discovered that the baby room brand was quite reputable in the bustling metropolis, and it was conveniently close. Sitting in the passenger seat, she suddenly mentioned the place. Lin Tian's face turned awkward. Damn it, the baby room now belonged to him. And he hadn't informed his wife yet. Lin Tian forced a smile. Sure, let us go see what we can find for the babies. Though he appeared calm on the surface, internally he was in a frenzy of thoughts. Shouldn't he mention it soon? After all, the system had already disclosed his information to the staff. Chapter 24. If the results are unsatisfactory, I shall impose a punishment upon you. The flagship baby room was not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau. A mere 10 minutes later, Lin Tian parked the car in front of the store. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the certificate. Here is your reward, a diamond ring. Just as he stepped out of the car, he heard the familiar voice of the system. This voice was all too recognizable, and the reward instantly brought a smile to his face. It must be said that this system truly delivered, consistently providing him with exactly what he needed. In the next moment, he felt a small box materialize in his pocket. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a dazzling diamond, as large as a pigeon's egg, with a thick platinum band perfectly cradling its immense value. It was conservatively estimated to weigh at least 5 carats. This meant that the ring alone could be worth upwards of 600,000 to 700,000. Truly, the system was extravagant. Lin Tian returned the ring to his pocket, planning to find the right moment to present it to his wife. Meanwhile, he opened the car door for her. Su Qingxi, unaware of the unfolding drama, stepped out with the intent to browse and purchase items for the babies. However, the moment she pushed open the store door, she was met with the store manager and several staff members rushing out to greet them respectfully. "Darling, is the service here always this excellent?" Su Qingxi was taken aback, surprised by the enthusiasm of the staff in a baby product store. But the next moment, she was stunned by the manager's words. "Welcome, Mr. Lin, to inspect our work. Here are the recent sales figures." As the manager spoke, he handed over the ledger. Su Qingxi. She gazed at her husband, her expression a mix of confusion. "You all carry on. We are primarily here to select items for the babies, not to conduct inspections." Lin Tian glanced through the ledger briefly before placing it down, with a wave of his hand. The manager and staff members sighed in relief and returned to their duties. "Heavens, our boss is incredibly handsome," they whispered among themselves. Previously unimpressed by his photos, but now finding him infinitely more attractive in person. Young and capable, appearing amiable, his wife was truly fortunate. The young staff exchanged glances, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. "Get back to work. No gossiping about the boss, or you might find your wages docked." The manager shot them a warning glare, and the two staff members scurried off to work, though their eyes still wandered to Lin Tian from time to time. Such a handsome man rivaled even the stars. "Darling, what is going on?" Su Qingxi was utterly bewildered. She cautiously approached Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Earlier, I forgot to mention that I made a bit of profit from my investments, so I decided to take over this store. It just so happens that both of our little ones are still quite young and in need of these maternal and infant products. Having a store at home is undoubtedly more convenient." Lin Tian casually touched his nose, fabricating a story on the spot. After all, matters concerning the system are not something one can disclose, so he had to continue using the investment excuse. Su Qingxi, unsuspecting, gazed at him with newfound admiration. It is worth noting that, in the past, although Lin Tian claimed to have earned money from investments, she always felt a sense of unease, as those investments were rather intangible, unseen, and untouchable. However, the situation now is entirely different. This store is undeniably theirs. The brand AIing sure was even one she had heard of before. Yet, she never imagined that it would now belong to her husband. No wonder they seemed financially comfortable. "Darling, you are truly impressive." As she looked back at Lin Tian, Su Qingxi's expression grew complex. She was utterly astonished. Both of them had just graduated from university, and she had previously found it nearly impossible to secure a job with a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000. Little did she expect that her husband could effortlessly invest in such a substantial maternal and infant goods store. "Here you go." He pulled out a black bank card from his pocket and placed it in Su Qingxi's hand. She looked at the card with confusion and then raised her eyes to meet his, seemingly waiting for an explanation. "Now that we are legally married, we are a legitimate couple," Lin Tian said, suddenly tilting his head, his voice imbued with the warmth of sunlight. "Of course, the household finances should be entrusted to my wife." After saying that, he lowered his head, his lips almost brushing against her ear, his warm breath tickling her earlobe. In a voice only for her ears, he added, "Since we are married, can we now engage in some activities in bed without reservation?" Su Qingxi's face instantly flushed crimson, her ears and cheeks turning a deep shade of pink, and even her body seemed enveloped in a rosy hue. She nearly dropped her bag, hurriedly glancing around. Fortunately, it was still early, and being a weekday, there weren't many people in the store. No one paid attention to their whispered conversation. She exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart still racing. Turning to glare at Lin Tian, her eyes glimmered with a layer of flustered moisture, yet lacked any real intimidation, appearing rather playful. You are being a rogue." Lin Tian chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch her warm cheek, his tone carrying a hint of innocence. "I didn't say anything inappropriate." He paused deliberately, observing her even redder face before leisurely adding, "I meant, in the future, we can openly give you massages in bed." "Wife, you didn't misinterpret that, did you?" Lin Tian intentionally locked eyes with her. "Massage." Su Qingxi's face grew even hotter, and she abruptly lowered her gaze to stare at her shoelaces. "I wasn't thinking anything of the sort." Though she uttered those words, her ears felt like they could bleed from embarrassment. She had to admit that many inappropriate images had indeed flashed through her mind just moments ago. Now that it had been pointed out, she felt mortified, wishing to find a hole to hide in. "Oh, so you weren't thinking anything inappropriate?" Lin Tian teased her, lifting her chin so she would look at him. "Then why is your face so flushed?" "I am not." Su Qingxi quickly averted her face, on the verge of tears from panic. Seeing her in such a state, Lin Tian softened his voice. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. This is the company card. It should bring in around 100 to 200,000 a month. If you want to buy anything in the future, feel free to do so without worrying about the cost." Su Qingxi clutched the bank card, trembling with disbelief. She looked up at him, ready to speak when he leaned closer, his tone laced with mischief. Wife, if you keep being frugal and don't buy anything, I might have to impose a punishment. What punishment? Su Qingxi instinctively inquired, the moment the words left her mouth. She realized what she had said, and her face turned crimson again. Lin Tian chuckled and gently pecked her lips. The punishment would be that you won't be able to get out of bed. He left the rest unsaid. Su Qingxi's heart skipped a beat, and she playfully punched him. I don't understand what you're saying. I need to go buy things for the babies. She hastily changed the subject and began to browse the store. Lin Tian held her hand tightly, following closely behind her. Whatever caught her eye, he would procure. Chapter 25, Choosing a Hotel for the Babies. Rewards await in the evening. President Lin is so good to his wife. When will I find a husband like that? You might as well stop dreaming. First, take a look at the lady's appearance. Although the store manager had already intervened, the young clerks couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Lin Tian's behavior was undeniably dominating. In his own store, he would gather everything his wife merely glanced at. The clerks were nearly envious to madness, each one viewing Lin Tian as the ideal romantic partner. Their voices were soft, and the store was relatively quiet, allowing their comments to reach Lin Tian and Su Qingxi's ears. Did you hear that? Your husband is quite exceptional. Shouldn't you reward me handsomely tonight? Lin Tian teased, squeezing her waist and leaning into her ear. The implication of that reward was certainly intriguing. You're being ridiculous. Su Qingxi blushed and pushed him lightly, though it was hardly with any force. It was entirely a playful exchange. The clerks felt as though they were at work, yet somehow had their fill of sweet nothings. Goodness, we are overwhelmed with dog food. After a long absence from outings, they truly indulged this time. In the end, they purchased enough items to fill 2 cars. Given the volume, it was clear they couldn't take everything home. So Lin Tian had the clerks ship the items back, simplifying matters. As they exited the store, it was already evening. The setting sun bathed the streets of the bustling city in a warm golden hue. So, shall we head home now? Lin Tian asked, holding Su Qingxi's hand. Knowing she must have been cooped up for too long, he inquired about her preference. Su Qingxi shook their intertwined hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Darling, can we look around a bit more? It was evident she was not yet satisfied with their outing. Whatever you say. Lin Tian chuckled, pinching her slightly reddened earlobe. He then guided her toward the car, making sure to shield her from the car roof as he opened the door. Buckle up, I'm taking you to a wonderful place. The car came to a stop in front of the Shangwei Hotel. When Su Qingxi stepped out, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Darling, why did we suddenly come here? Her mother was still waiting at home for dinner, so she found it a bit puzzling. The babies will soon be a month old, and I thought it would be most appropriate to hold their full-month celebration here. Today, we are just here to check out the menu. Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile. Ever since his mother brought it up, he had been contemplating the full-month celebration. This was not only an opportunity to introduce their little ones to family and friends, but also the first occasion to introduce Su Qingxi to everyone. Hence, it was imperative to make it a grand affair. The Shangwei Hotel was among the best in the city, both in terms of ambience and cuisine, leaving no room for critique. I see. Su Qingxi's anticipation grew upon hearing this. As they entered the hotel, they were immediately noticed by the lobby manager, Sister Zhou. It is worth noting that although Lin Tian's attire is rather ordinary, Su Qingxi hails from a wealthy family, her wardrobe brimming with high-end brands of considerable value. Such an individual is undoubtedly a prime target for their clientele. Manager Zhou hastily stepped forward in her high heels, a professional smile gracing her features, her eyes radiating warmth. Good day, sir and madam. My name is Zhou, and I am the manager here. Manager Zhou, could you kindly show us the banquet hall? We wish to host a full-month celebration for our baby, Lin Tian stated nonchalantly. What a lovely couple you make. So young, and already blessed with a baby? How fortunate. Manager Zhou exclaimed, her smile softening further upon learning of their intention to book the banquet hall. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed at the compliment, instinctively leaning closer to Lin Tian. As they followed Manager Zhou into the elevator, she continued her enthusiastic introduction. Our top-floor Starry Sky Hall has just been renovated. It boasts an impressive height of 8 meters. With a central crystal chandelier that can change into 7 different colors and even project images of your baby. Upon entering the hall, Su Qingxi was instantly captivated. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the night skyline of the magical city, and even the decorative flowers in the corners exuded elegance. This place is truly exquisite, she marveled. Do you like it? Lin Tian softly whispered in her ear. If you do, we shall choose this venue. At the opportune moment, Manager Zhou presented the menu, its cover embossed in gold. Flipping to the first page revealed an array of packages at varying price points. Sir, we have 3 tiers of full-month celebration packages. The Joyous Feast at 5,888 per table includes steamed base and garlic scallops. The Auspicious Feast at 6, 888 adds Boston lobster and chicken with fish maw. In our highest tier, the Dragon and Phoenix feast at 888 per table, features a lavish assortment. Lin Tian's gaze fixated on the most opulent option. With 3 preparations of king crab, Buddha jumps over the wall, pan-seared wagyu with black truffle, and abalone braised in abalone sauce. These dishes are indeed impressive, he remarked. Su Qingxi, upon glancing at the prices on the menu, discreetly tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve. Perhaps we should opt for the joyous feast. That would suffice. Despite her upbringing as a young lady, she had learned to fend for herself since the rift with her parents and now found herself swallowing hard at the sight of the prices. However, Lin Tian seemed unfazed by the menu, his focus solely on her flushed profile, smiling as he closed the menu and handed it back to Manager Zhou. We'll go with the Dragon and Phoenix feast. I'll inform you later about the number of tables. By the way, when can we come for a tasting? Manager Zhou, having been in her managerial role for quite some time, was taken aback by such a generous patron. The delight in her eyes was unmistakable. No problem, sir. You can come for the tasting in 2 days. We will notify you in advance. The couple swiftly finalized the banquet hall reservation. Honey, isn't this a bit extravagant? At 888 per table. Even if we only have 10 tables, that's nearly 100,000 yuan. And with additional arrangements, this full-month celebration for our baby might cost tens of thousands. She fretted. We're hosting a full-month celebration for our twins. How can we shortchange our baby? Besides, you just finished confinement and deserve something nourishing. Buddha jumps over the wall is the most restorative dish. Once you're back to health, I can prepare more meals for you. Lin Tian replied. The words dripped with an affectionate timbre that carried a hint of raspy mischief. Su Qingxi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood his insinuation, her face falling as she fell silent. Manager Zhou, listening to their exchange, wore a knowing smile, but wisely refrained from interjecting. She merely produced the reservation form. Shall I register you now? Do you need to reserve a high chair and special utensils for the baby? Yes, Lin Tian replied, taking the pen and signing with a flourish. As they exited the hotel, the evening breeze carried a slight chill. Dear, we've browsed enough and secured the hotel. Shall we head home now? Lin Tian said, his tone laced with tenderness as he held her hand. Su Qingxi looked up. Honey, I would like some milk tea. During her confinement period, she had only been allowed to eat bland foods and had not indulged in sugary drinks like milk tea even once. She genuinely craved it. However, Lin Tian interpreted her words differently. He chuckled softly, bending down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. My dear, today I shall treat you to a cup of milk tea, but from now on, I will prepare it for you myself. Chapter 26, A Change of Heart. Let us have 2 more babies. In the evening, Su Qingxi, cradling her milk tea with satisfaction, returned home with her husband. Upon entering, the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes enveloped them. Braised pork knuckle, steamed base, and even a generous platter of sweet and sour ribs awaited them. Lin's mother, adorned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen with the final dish of tomato beef brisket. Annie, why have you prepared so many dishes? You must be exhausted. Su Qingxi approached to offer assistance, but Lin's mother waved her off. Do not touch, it's still hot. Today, you two have registered your marriage, and we must celebrate. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze turned expectantly towards Su Qingxi. Why are you still calling me Annie? Her smile was warm and inviting. Mom, Su Qingxi said softly, realization dawning upon her. This was her first time addressing her as such, and though it felt slightly awkward, it also filled her with joy. My dear daughter-in-law, from now on, we are family. This is a little token from me for your new name. Lin's mother beamed, pulling out an enveloped red packet that looked quite hefty. Su Qingxi hesitated to accept it, glancing up at her husband for support. This is a gift from Mom. You should accept it as a gesture of her affection. Lin Tian encouraged with a smile. Finally, Su Qingxi accepted the red packet. Mom, you should take a break. We'll handle the rest. She quickly offered. Having learned from her previous experience, she spoke more fluidly this time. Lin's mother wiped her hands on her apron, her eyes slightly moist. The meal is nearly ready. Let us all dine together. The 3 of them enjoyed a harmonious meal. Unbeknownst to them, a storm was brewing elsewhere. At Su Qingxi's family home, pandemonium had erupted. This child is rebelling. She got married without even informing me? Look at the child you raised. Not only has she neglected to keep in touch with us for so long, but she has now decided to marry without consulting us. Su father, having wrapped up his work, rarely had leisure time to scroll through social media. Yet, upon discovering his daughter's marriage certificate on her profile, he was astonished and threw his phone to the ground, his forehead creased with fury. Calm down. If you hadn't teased such a fiery temper, would she have kept such a monumental decision from you? Su mother sighed, equally astonished by their daughter's marriage, yet unable to suppress her feelings of guilt. Throughout her life, their daughter had never been particularly close to them. In the past year, their communication had dwindled. And now it seemed that even her marriage was something they learned about through social media. My fiery temper? When have I ever lost my temper at her? I believe this child has been spoiled by you. Contact her immediately. I want both of them to come home. I must see what sort of person she has married. Su's father's tone was laden with anger, clearly agitated by the situation. I will try, Su's mother replied. Xu's mother, feeling a pang of concern for her daughter, was indeed eager to discern the nature of her son-in-law. Thus, she stealthily retreated to her room to send her daughter a message. After a hearty meal, Lin's mother had retired early for the night, while Lin Tian cradled the two babies, serenading them with lullabies. In the meantime, Su Qingxi lay beside the bed, her face aglow with happiness as she witnessed this tender scene. Suddenly, her phone vibrated twice on the nightstand. Typically, aside from Zhao Nuanyuan, she seldom received messages from anyone else. Instinctively thinking it was Nuanyuan, she unlocked her phone, but upon seeing the WeChat interface, her smile abruptly faltered. The message was from her mother, consisting of a mere line. Come home tomorrow, your father wishes to see you. There were no pleasantries, no foreplay, only a stark notification. Su Qingxi fixated on the words, her mind conjuring an image of her father's wrath. She felt as if her very breath was tinged with trepidation, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Darling, what is the matter? Lin Tian, having tucked the babies snugly into their blankets, turned to find her complexion as pale as a sheet, and swiftly seated himself beside her. His warm palm rested gently upon her forehead, gauging her temperature. Thankfully, she was not feverish. Is your incision bothering you again? As he spoke, he began to rise to fetch some pain relief, but Su Qingxi grasped his wrist with fervor. In the next breath, she dove into his embrace as if clutching a lifeline, her cheek pressed against his chest. My mother wants us to return home tomorrow. My father wishes to see us. Su Qingxi's voice, muffled in his embrace, was laced with a nasally tone, reminiscent of a frightened kitten. She had never experienced the warmth of parental affection. So in times of trouble, her instinct was not to seek help but to resolve matters on her own. For instance, during her pregnancy, she feigned disobedience, quarreled with her parents, and resolutely moved out on her own. I fear he may not treat our child well, she said, her brow furrowed in anxiety. Lin Tian quickly encircled her waist with his strong arm, his other hand gently gliding through her hair, his fingertips softly caressing the nape of her neck. Do not fear. I am here, he murmured, resting his chin atop her head. If your father wishes to see us, then we shall go. Whatever transpires, I will shoulder it. You are my lawful wife. No one can bully you. His tone was earnest, firm, and reassuring. Yet, Su Qingxi remained visibly anxious, prompting Lin Tian to gently shift his hand upwards. By the way, I haven't had the chance to help you with a massage today, he continued. Let me assist you in stimulating your milk supply. In truth, his exceptional massage techniques yielded remarkable results. After just a few sessions, Su Qingxi no longer experienced any blockage and felt comfortable. Especially when paired with the milk-boosting soup, her supply was ample, allowing both babies to feed satisfactorily. However, Lin Tian pretended to exaggerate the necessity of continued massages, claiming that without them, she might revert to her previous state. This frightened Su Qingxi into compliance each time. True to form, upon mentioning the massage, despite her tension, she nodded in agreement. Lin Tian resumed his ministrations. My love, do you think feeding the babies so much will leave me flattened? Su Qingxi had long fretted about this possibility. The twins needed to be fed every 2 to 3 hours, and each feeding was substantial. While she occasionally resorted to formula, she predominantly preferred to nurse them herself. Her worry lingered that one day her once ample bosom would vanish, leaving her deflated. Would her husband still find her appealing then? What nonsense are you thinking? Lin Tian chuckled, a smile breaking across his face. Haven't you noticed? Your figure has become increasingly splendid lately. Not only will these 2 babies suffice, but even if we have 2 more, it would be ample. After this, his hands began to wander restlessly. By the way, when do you plan to give me 2 more babies? Chapter 27, Meeting the In-Laws? An opportunity arises. Lin Tian's consecutive remarks rendered Su Qingxi's cheeks crimson, allowing her to temporarily forget the looming confrontation of the following day. Until the massage concluded, neither spoke further. Su Qingxi nestled closer into his embrace as moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a delicate glow upon the mobile above the crib. She lay against Lin Tian, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lin's mother had already tidied up and, not wishing to disturb the young couple, decided to leave early. Before departing, she thoughtfully prepared breakfast. Upon awakening, Su Qingxi found Lin Tian had already organized everything. Darling, perhaps we should reconsider going? She suggested. Her brow creased with anxiety. The thought of having to take the babies along, especially since Lin's mother had left, heightened her apprehension. Such matters must be faced eventually. Procrastination would only exacerbate the situation. Lin Tian gently coaxed her from the bed, his tone soothing as he encouraged her. Reluctantly, Su Qingxi rose and dressed. Babies, today we are going to meet your grandparents. You both must behave well and charm them, all right? While Su Qingxi changed, Lin Tian wrapped the babies snugly in their blankets and placed them in the stroller, all the while chattering to them. The twins blinked their little eyes, occasionally responding with coos to their father's words, their adorableness on full display. Once Su Qingxi finished dressing and hastily consumed a light breakfast, they were ready to embark on their first outing as a family of 4. Lin Tian pushed the stroller while Su Qingxi linked her arm through his. As they descended the stairs, they encountered an elderly lady. Oh my, are these twins? It's rare for young couples these days to have children. You are both truly fortunate. The old lady, enchanted by the babies, couldn't resist playing with them. They are a boy and a girl, Lin Tian proudly explained. At the mention of fraternal twins, the elderly lady's eyes sparkled. You two are indeed blessed. Twins are a wonderful omen, promising a prosperous future for you. She marveled at the babies, who were remarkably calm and composed, not crying or fussing at all, truly well behaved. Before long, a small crowd had gathered around the stroller. Several parents hoping to bask in the good fortune of the twins, wishing for their own pair of fraternal siblings. The babies had quickly become the neighborhood's little mascots, leaving Lin Tian and Su Qingxi both bewildered. Remarkably, even amidst the throng, the babies remained serene, occasionally giggling as if relishing the attention. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the couple managed to navigate their way out of the crowd. However, once they entered the car, Su Qingxi's nerves resurfaced. Darling, please give me the address. We are ready to set off. Lin Tian, seated in the driver's seat, prepared the navigation. He noticed Su Qingxi's hands fidgeting anxiously. Do not worry. If you feel unwell at any point, we will return immediately, he reassured her, grasping her hand gently. Qingshan Villa, Su Qingxi whispered the address, her voice barely above a murmur. As the car departed from the urban sprawl, Su Qingxi's grip on the seatbelt remained unyielding, her fingertips turning a pale shade as her knees subtly pressed together. Lin Tian, catching sight of her small gestures from the corner of his eye, extended his right hand to gently cover her hand. You needn't hold on so tightly. Your hand must be aching. If it becomes too much, I can converse with uncle and aunt while you sit beside and listen. Su Qingxi raised her gaze to him. The shadows of the trees outside fleetingly dancing across his profile, while his fingers on the steering wheel were steady. His tone as unwavering as a stabilizing anchor. We haven't truly conversed in quite some time, she remarked softly, her voice so faint it seemed it could be whisked away by the breeze. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Lin Tian assured, taking the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. Ding. Host brings the baby to meet the grandparents. Reward, 2 bottles of flying Mao Dai. At that moment, Lin Tian heard the familiar voice echo in his mind. Hiss. Those 2 bottles of flying Mao Dai must be worth at least 2 to 300,000. The system's generosity was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, this visit to meet his in-laws had unfolded with a certain abruptness. Lin Tian had not had the opportunity to prepare anything, and he had contemplated picking something up along the way. However, with the system's reward, he could splendidly present it without needing to purchase anything. His heart raced with excitement. What is it that a bottle of wine cannot resolve? With enough spirits, all hearts can be laid bare. The car continued onward, and half an hour later, they arrived at the villa district. A beautifully wrought iron gate slowly opened, revealing a winding driveway leading to a light gray standalone villa at its end. Is this the place? Lin Tian parked the car, gazing at the house before him, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. This was, after all, a prime location near the heart of the bustling metropolis. Every blade of grass and tree here was worth a fortune. The price of a villa here would likely be measured in the hundreds of millions. Even with the system's assistance, this villa felt far beyond his current reach. Although he was aware of Su Qingxi's affluent background, he never anticipated her family to be this wealthy. Yes, this is the place, but I rarely return after moving out. Su Qingxi turned her face away, nervously clutching her clothing, just as Lin Tian intended to offer comfort. He noticed Su's father standing at the steps in a dark Zhongshan suit, hands clasped behind his back, his expression as somber as a cloudy day. Su's mother, dressed elegantly in a cheongsam, stood silently beside him, her gaze resting on Su Qingxi. Dear, let us step out of the car, Lin Tian suggested, opening the door for his wife. Once they alighted, Su's parents prepared to speak, only to witness the couple opening the rear door. They proceeded to gently lift the 2 babies from their seats and place them in a stroller. In this unfamiliar environment, the 2 babies gazed at the azure sky, babbling merrily, occasionally reaching out their tiny hands in delight. Qingxi, where did these children come from? Su's father's brow furrowed deeper. Uncle, these are my and Qingxi's children. They were born just a month ago. They are a pair of twins, named Lin Xingqian and Lin Ruoxue, Lin Tian interjected, standing protectively in front of his wife. Nonsense. Su's father frowned. Have you been away all this time because she was pregnant? Yes, Dad. I have given birth to Lin Tian's children, and we are already married. Su Qingxi summoned her courage to finally meet her father's eyes. After a moment, she added, I know you have never liked me. If you truly cannot accept this, I will not enter. Her complexion was pale, her voice trembling with emotion. Noticing her distress, Lin Tian quickly opened the trunk and retrieved the prepared gift. Uncle Aunt Qingxi has just given birth, and her emotions are somewhat fragile. She mentioned that you enjoy collecting fragrant liquor, so I brought you some flying Moutai that I procured through a friend. Please, have a taste and see if it suits your palate. Chapter 28, Family Banquet. Intoxicate the father-in-law. Lin Tian spoke with utmost propriety, holding the carefully prepared gift in hand. At his words, Su's father's expression softened considerably. In contrast, Su Qingxi looked at her husband in disbelief, astounded by his thoughtfulness. This return home had been entirely unplanned. Had her mother not suddenly messaged, she would have had no such arrangement. The idea of preparing gifts had never crossed her mind, yet here stood Lin Tian, having anticipated the moment with such grace. Su's mother gazed at the two cherubic babies, her heart already softened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She gently tugged at her husband's sleeve. Han Yuan. The children are here. It's chilly outside. Let us go inside and talk. Su's father subtly relaxed his taut jaw, inhaling deeply with a soft grunt. He finally turned and led the way toward the villa's entrance. This gesture tacitly signified their acceptance of the visit, prompting Su Qingxi and Lin Tian to exchange relieved glances. The most daunting initial probe had been surmounted. The spacious and grand living room exuded understated luxury, yet bore an air of ancient solemnity. The two babies in the stroller curiously examined the unfamiliar ceiling and chandelier above. The nanny, thrilled to see Su Qingxi return, hurriedly offered tea. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained palpably awkward. You certainly have some audacity, Su's father remarked from the solitary armchair at the head of the table. Lifting the celadone teacup but not taking a sip, his gaze scrutinized Lin Tian. You've just graduated. What makes you think you can support them? The question was pointed, striking at the core of the matter. Su Qingxi's complexion paled further, and just as she opened her mouth to respond, Lin Tian gently squeezed her hand, seizing the opportunity to speak. Uncle, I come from a humble background. My parents are vegetable vendors. However, I've been fortunate enough to make some investments and have a modest sum. His words, a blend of truth and embellishment, were delivered with calm confidence. Su's father's eyes flickered with surprise. To him, recent graduates typically sought out mediocre jobs, laboring like beasts of burden. Young individuals willing to invest and take risks were exceedingly rare. Su's mother regarded him with newfound respect. Actually, your father is just stubborn on the outside but soft-hearted within. He had the nanny prepare a grand feast upon hearing you were coming home. And since Xiao Lin brought some Moutai, let us proceed to dinner. Su's mother spoke gently. Afterward, unable to contain her excitement, she approached the two babies. Are these Xingqian and Ruoxue? They are truly well-behaved, so fair and lovely, just like Qingxi when she was little. She had been eagerly anticipating meeting the two babies since she first learned of their arrival, and seeing their adorable faces now made her heart swell with joy. Though Su's father remained seated, his gaze frequently darted toward the infants, clearly enamored by them. Lin Tian perceptively noted this, realizing that perhaps Su's parents were not as unyielding as he had initially perceived. Uncle, Aunt, the two babies were quite fussy during the car ride. But now that they see their grandparents, they become so charming and delightful. Su Qingxi was taken aback, glancing at her husband with admiration. Her husband was truly impressive. He could weave a tale without a blink. The babies had not cried at all during the journey. They had been nothing short of joyful, babbling, and even giggling at times. However, Lin Tian's statement resonated well with Su's parents. At their age, who wouldn't adore little ones? Is that so? The two little ones are truly adorable. My dear husband, look at how little Xingqian is reaching out with her tiny hands in the air. Perhaps she will call for you next time. Suma's laughter was infectious, her joy radiating as she doted on the twins. As for Suba, his expression betrayed a subtle twitch, a flicker of longing to hold the babies, yet he found himself unable to bow his head. He could only grit his teeth and watch from the sidelines. Let's eat first. Unable to bear the temptation any longer, Suba waved his hand decisively. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi then wheeled the babies into the dining room. The atmosphere of the lunch had shifted intriguingly, although Suba maintained his stern demeanor. Suma had already begun playfully engaging with the babies in the stroller, her expression softening unconsciously. The two little ones beamed at their grandparents, their small hands reaching out in curiosity, occasionally glancing around in wonder. At just the right moment, Lin Tian opened a bottle of matai and filled Su Ba's glass. Though Su Ba had remained silent throughout, he did not refuse the offering. Initially, he sipped with an air of formality, but as time passed, he nodded in approval, even clinking glasses with Lin Tian. As they drank, both their faces began to flush. Su Qingxi observed this scene with a hint of concern. She had never seen her father drink, nor had she witnessed her husband indulging in alcohol. The two were no longer the same as before. They were now comfortably seated together, their postures relaxed and familiar. "Come on, Xiao Tian." Su Ba's words began to slur, and he playfully patted Lin Tian's shoulder with a bit more force than intended. "This wine is indeed delightful. You have a discerning palate, my boy." Lin Tian had quietly utilized his system to limit the effects of the alcohol. Although he felt a slight buzz, his mind remained clear. "Uncle, such fine wine deserves the appreciation of someone like you," he replied with a smile. The two continued to toast, unable to stop. As the evening wore on, Su Ba's gaze transformed from one of scrutiny and severity to a dull ache, a confusion stirred by years of suppressed emotions. "Xiao Tian, I'm feeling quite joyful today. Let me share a secret with you. I am genuinely worried about Qingxi." His voice dropped to a low, hoarse whisper, laden with a nasal tone, resembling that of an elder lost in thought. "In the past, we were so busy with work. And once we finally had the financial means to bond with Qingxi, we discovered that everything had changed. How could it be that a father and daughter, who should be close, now feel like adversaries?" With a soft sigh, Su Ba downed the contents of his glass. "My dear Qingxi, my little girl," he murmured, his eyes glazing over, yet he still softly called her name. This long-forgotten endearment, imbued with boundless affection, caused Su Qingxi to tremble. She instinctively looked up, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she gazed at her father in disbelief. Even Su Ma felt her eyes moisten. Gently turning away to wipe at the corners of her eyes, she pulled Su Qingxi aside, whispering, "Your father has always cared deeply for you. This past year, since you've been away, he often laments his mistakes, yearning to make amends while also wanting to grant you freedom. He, like you, thinks deeply but struggles to express it." Hearing these words, Su Qingxi's eyes overflowed with tears. At that moment, Lin Tian sensed the right moment had arrived. He hurriedly poured Su Ba another glass, deliberately bringing the cup to his lips. "Uncle, actually, Qingxi has always missed home." "Missed home?" Su Ba repeated, his gaze drifting. Suddenly, he grasped Lin Tian's wrist with surprising strength. "Brother, do you think I am a particularly failed father? When Qingxi was little, she was so attached to me, and now she gets nervous just speaking a word to me." He lamented, pounding his chest in regret. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by the address of brother from his father-in-law. Even Su Ma looked exasperated. "Dear, you're drunk. Perhaps you should rest for a while." She attempted to guide her husband away, but Su Ba resisted. "Who says I'm drunk? I'm perfectly lucid," he insisted, his eyes wide in an effort to appear sober, yet they seemed even more unfocused. "Come on, brother. Let us open another bottle," he declared, reaching for the remaining matai. Su Ma hurried to stop him. In a moment of unexpected vulnerability, Su Ba broke down in tears, revealing a depth of sorrow and fragility that Su Qingxi had never witnessed. Unable to contain herself any longer, she moved closer to her father. This long-delayed call encapsulated all her grievances, yearning, and an overwhelming wave of understanding and forgiveness. Su Ba clumsily embraced his daughter, tears streaming down his face like a child who had finally found a treasured possession. Time passed, and eventually, Su Ba succumbed to drunken slumber. Lin Tian carried him to the bedroom and tucked him in. "Shaolin, I truly appreciate your help with this matter," Su Ma expressed gratefully as she emerged. "Your father is a complicated man. He struggles to articulate his thoughts. Without such an opportunity, I feared that their relationship would remain forever strained." She had never anticipated that the issues between father and daughter, which had persisted for so many years, would be resolved so effortlessly by her son-in-law. With a deep sigh of relief, her satisfaction with Lin Tian grew immensely. Lin Tian smiled, replying, "Andy, it was only my duty. Now that you two are married, we are family." The implication in Su Ma's words was unmistakable. Lin Tian quickly picked up on her approval and reassured her, "Rest assured, I will treat Qingxi well." He made a solemn promise. This unexpected return home concluded in a way none could have foreseen. As they drove back, Su Qingxi felt as if she were in a dream. Some felt as if their bones had been extracted, comfortably leaning against the leather seats, exhaling deeply. "My love, was everything that just happened real?" She tilted her head to look at Lin Tian. "Of course. From now on, the babies can visit their grandparents often," he replied, his hand effortlessly covering her cool hand, his long fingers intertwining with hers. The thought of her father, usually so stern, being softened by matai, even calling her husband brother, made Su Qingxi chuckle softly. The shadow in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a bright radiance. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage and pressed a gentle kiss on Lin Tian's cheek before retreating quickly. Despite its brevity, this kiss had consumed all her strength. Though Lin Tian often helped her with massages and had even bathed her, those acts were merely gestures of care. This kiss, however, was different. It was a voluntary offering, devoid of any obligation, born solely from love. After all I've done, is this all I receive, a mere fleeting kiss? Lin Tian mused with a playful smirk, feigning disappointment. What do you desire instead? Su Qingxi asked, her face flushed. Is it not obvious? Of course, it is. Lin Tian turned to glance at Su Qingxi, leaving the unspoken words hanging in the air. What is it? She pressed eagerly. Let us discuss it later tonight. Upon arriving at the community, Lin Tian parked the car and alighted to assist Su Qingxi in opening the door. What are we doing this evening? Su Qingxi remained seated, her eyes sparkling like water as she gazed directly at him, her tone laced with curiosity. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile at her inquiry. Yes, he nodded gently, noting the flicker of puzzlement in his wife's gaze. Just as Su Qingxi was about to voice her question, the fresh scent of snow pine mingled with the evening breeze enveloped them. He remained silent, his eyes fixated on her slightly parted lips, his thumbs softly brushing against the loose strands of hair that fell behind her ear. In the next moment, he leaned in, his lips first grazing her nose, radiating a warm, tentative heat. Su Qingxi's eyelashes fluttered, and before she could close her eyes, Lin Tian's kiss descended upon her. Unlike the hurried contact from earlier, it was a tender intertwining with the evening air. He only pulled back when their breaths grew slightly heated, maintaining a closeness that still pressed against her. His voice, low like the whisper of the evening breeze on the car. This is your reward. Dazed and breathless from the kiss, Su Qingxi felt her legs weaken. She could hardly recall how she ascended to their apartment. When she regained her senses, she found herself seated in the bedroom, the twins peacefully resting in their crib. After a long day, they were utterly exhausted, and Lin Tian had quickly soothed them to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Qingxi found herself lost in the reverie of that kiss, her fingers unconsciously grazing her lips. What are you thinking about, my dear? Lin Tian's voice pierced her thoughts, abruptly pulling her back to reality. Su Qingxi's ears flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Caught off guard, she stammered, I was pondering whom to invite for the twins' full moon banquet. Her gaze wandered as she racked her brain for a topic to divert Lin Tian's attention. However, rather than shifting his focus, Lin Tian's serious gaze remained fixed on Su Qingxi's attire. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my clothes? She asked, feeling a bit anxious under his scrutiny. Lowering her gaze, she checked her long nightgown, finding no fault. My dear, I was simply contemplating how your figure is so splendid. It would be a shame not to adorn yourself in beautiful attire. Lin Tian mused, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Truly, his wife's figure was exceptional. Especially after giving birth, her curves more pronounced, and while there was a hint of softness at her waist, it felt just right to him. The sight of her daily stirred his passions. What clothes? Su Qingxi tilted her head in confusion, still processing his comment. Lin Tian decided against elaborating and simply retrieved his phone, tapping the screen for a moment before handing it to her. These are the ones. I've already added many to my cart. Which do you prefer? Or we could buy them all. His tone was light, laced with a hint of anticipation. Su Qingxi took the phone, her curiosity piqued. The moment she glimpsed the screen, heat rushed to her cheeks as she gasped at the array of garments. Husband, do you really want me to wear these? Chapter 30. Is the food really that delectable? Lin Tian was entranced. My wife has such a fabulous figure. It would be a pity not to wear these. Lin Tian spoke with such earnestness, casting his eyes over Su Qingxi once more. It was undeniable, after giving birth, her body had taken on a more voluptuous form. Compared to her previous slenderness, she now exuded health and allure. Then, let us go with this one, Su Qingxi said. Her cheeks flushed as she pointed to a lacy nightgown with delicate ties, its silky fabric glimmering subtly in the light. The design was striking, revealing just enough while leaving much to the imagination. This is splendid. My wife has exquisite taste. Lin Tian's smile widened, eager to avoid any second thoughts from her, and immediately placed the order, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the parcel. Husband, 1T this nightgown. Su Qingxi hesitated, struggling to find the right words, as she had no prior experience with such garments and her mind was blank. Darling, with the twins needing nourishment, this outfit will be quite convenient for feeding, and it will also make it easier for me to assist you, Lin Tian stated with a straight face, his earnestness making it seem almost believable. Su Qingxi had initially thought the outfit too revealing, but his reasoning made her feel a twinge of guilt. Then, let's go with this one. I think it's quite nice. Her voice was soft. After making her choice, she glanced down at her figure and pouted. silently resolving to shed some weight if she was to wear such attire. What are you pondering? Lin Tian noticed Su Qingxi lost in thought. So he set his phone aside and moved closer to her. I want to lose weight, Su Qingxi admitted, her face turning red. Ever since having the twins, I've gained quite a bit, and there is some extra around my waist. What extra? I find it quite delightful to hold you. It feels wonderful. If you were too thin, it wouldn't be as pleasant, Lin Tian replied, playfully pinching her waist, which indeed had a layer of softness that felt just right. Why don't we buy a few more different pieces? Switching them up would keep things fresh. Lin Tian's enthusiasm grew, while Su Qingxi's heart raced. Just one piece was already enough to make her blush. Acquiring more would surely be mortifying. However, Lin Tian was no longer satisfied with merely browsing on his phone. He swiftly turned and gently pinned Su Qingxi beneath him, his hands supporting her head. Darling, with so many nightgowns acquired, wouldn't it be fair for me to preview the effects of this attire? He smiled, an expectant glimmer in his eyes. The babies are still next door. Su Qingxi pushed against his chest, her gaze evasive, though she too felt a flicker of anticipation, albeit shyly unspoken. The twins are sleeping soundly. They won't hear us. Lin Tian leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her lips, his hand sliding beneath the hem of her nightgown. I'll just take a peek. I promise not to overstep. But before he could finish, a sudden wail erupted from the nursery. Ruo cried out, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance, as if protesting her parents' neglect. Lin Tian froze, and Su Qingxi couldn't help but chuckle. I told you the babies were nearby. That little rascal truly knew how to cause a ruckus. With a resigned sigh, Lin Tian sat up and ruffled Su Qingxi's hair. You stay here. I'll see what's the matter. As he approached the nursery door, a faint odor wafted toward him. Without needing to think, he knew Ruo had made a mess. Su Qingxi didn't lie down. Instead, she joined Lin Tian in the nursery, clutching a diaper. Ever since giving birth, she hadn't taken much care of the twins. Primarily because Lin Tian and his mother had been there to assist, leaving her little to do. Until now, even the seemingly simple task of changing the baby's diaper has proven to be a challenge. As a mother, I feel utterly inadequate. My husband suggested that I give it a try. His face radiated anticipation, clearly eager for me to take the plunge. Just then, our little Xingxing began to cry. How about we each change one? Lin Tian chuckled lightly, turning to attend to Xingxing. Oh dear, you two certainly have a knack for timing, effectively ruining your father's plans, he remarked while deftly opening the diaper. Meanwhile, Su Qingxi mimicked his actions, following suit step by step. Though her movements were slightly slower and less practiced, she managed to change the diaper nonetheless. Just as Lin Tian finished cleaning Xingxing's tiny bottom and prepared to apply some powder to prevent rashes, Xingxing's little legs suddenly kicked out. In that moment, he experienced the warmth of an unexpected fountain. Lin Tian, Su Qingxi, having just finished changing Ruro's diaper, looked up to witness the scene. She could hardly contain her laughter, nearly doubled over. Xingxing, are you afraid I haven't washed my face? Lin Tian said helplessly, frantically searching for a tissue to wipe his hands. It seemed Xingxing understood, pouting and starting to whimper. His little mouth began to pucker, clearly indicating hunger. Is our baby a bit too straightforward? Always eating after pooping and pooping after eating, Lin Tian mused, feeling a mix of helplessness and warmth, albeit with a blush still lingering on his face. Fortunately, since it was their own child, he didn't mind too much. However, he hoped not to go through this experience a second time. I'll feed the baby, Su Qingxi quickly said, lifting him up and heading to the living room sofa to sit down, unbuttoning her nightgown to feed the little one. The moment Xingxing tasted the food, he settled into silence, his cheeks puffing up as he savored the meal. Lin Tian emerged from the nursery with Ro in his arms, only to find this heartwarming scene. The warm yellow light of the living room illuminated Su Qingxi, who gazed lovingly at the baby in her arms, her expression so soft it could melt hearts. Her hair cascading gently over her shoulders, framing her delicate profile. Meanwhile, Xingxing was happily munching away. As Lin Tian approached, soothing Ruo, he sat beside his wife. Dear, I'm a bit curious, he began after observing for a while. Su Qingxi, still focused on the baby, responded without looking up, curious about what? Curious about what this food tastes like. Lin Tian pointed to the twinkle of mischief in Xingxing's eyes. Look how much he enjoys it. It must be delicious, right? Su Qingxi froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, even her ears turning red. This. She truly didn't know how to respond. How about I take a taste? Lin Tian suggested impulsively. Su Qingxi's face turned even redder. After all, this was meant for the baby. What if there wasn't enough for him? The earlier incident of engorgement still lingered in her mind. But how could there be a shortage? My wife is incredibly capable, and with my daily massages, I'll make sure you have plenty of milk. I'll even prepare some nourishing soup for you every day. Soon enough, we'll have an abundance of food that the two babies won't even finish it all, Lin Tian assured her confidently, patting his chest. Having reached this point, it would be rather impolite to refuse any further. Su Qingxi, glancing at her husband's eager expression, finally nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper, "Just one bite, okay?" Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he leaned in, carefully tasting a spoonful. The flavor was subtly sweet, far less strange than he had anticipated. He couldn't help but smack his lips. It was indeed delightful, and no wonder the babies relished it so much. Su Qingxi quickly pushed him away, saying it was Ruo's turn now. If Ruo discovered that her father was trying to snatch her food, she would surely be upset. Lin Tian promptly handed Ruo back to Su Qingxi, taking Xingxing instead. "Our two little ones are the most understanding. They won't blame their father, right?" he said, patting Xingxing's back with a feigned seriousness. Once both babies were well fed and quickly dozed off, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi returned to their bedroom. It was then that Lin Tian remembered to inform his friends about the upcoming celebration for the baby's full month. He promptly opened the group chat with his dorm mates. "Hey guys, in a few days, we're having a full month celebration for our babies. Come join us." His message ignited a flurry of activity in the small group. "Is it already time for the full month?" Feng Liang exclaimed. "Wow, Tian Ge, when did you sneak off with the campus beauty? You've been so low-key," Zhao Kai remarked. "I must attend. Will the campus beauty be there?" Chen Tong added. "I can't believe my buddy is now married to her. That has quite the status boost." The chat exploded with messages, all expressing shock and excitement over the news. Even the alumni group buzzed with inquiries from students eager to learn more about the situation. Lin Tian felt as if he had become a public enemy, but he shrugged it off. "It's not that exaggerated. I'll let you know the details once everything is settled." Seeing the messages from his roommates, Lin Tian felt a mix of amusement and resignation. It felt less like he had married the campus beauty and more like he had destroyed the world. Nevertheless, he didn't let it bother him too much. Life was meant to be lived for oneself, not for others' opinions. After inviting his dorm mates, Lin Tian suddenly thought of someone else, teacher Bai Jia. Initially, he hadn't intended to invite her, as he wasn't particularly close with his instructor. However, it seemed she genuinely adored the twins and often visited to play with them, bringing gifts on several occasions. It would feel wrong not to invite her. So he hesitated before opening the chat with her. "Teacher Bai Jia, the baby's full month celebration is tonight. Would you like to come?" It was already getting late, and he expected to wait until the next day for a response. To his surprise, teacher Bai Jia replied almost instantly. "I must attend the baby's celebration. It's been so long since I've seen them. I miss them dearly. They are truly adorable." She sent several messages in quick succession, even requesting a few photos of the babies. After admiring them for a while, she finally went to bed satisfied. Lin Tian also extended simple invitations to a few close friends, feeling that was about enough. Meanwhile, Su Qingxi was also in the midst of inviting people. However, she found herself in a bit of a bind. Aside from Zhao Wanwan, she had no friends at school, largely due to her social anxiety and perpetually frigid demeanor. As a result, she was genuinely troubled. "Dear, for the baby's full month celebration, it seems I can only invite Wanwan." She opened her phone and perused through the messages, ultimately confirming the matter at hand. However, her demeanor soured significantly. "It's no big deal. I haven't invited many people, just a few close friends," she reassured herself. After all, her parents were around, and they were utterly enamored with the two little ones. Undoubtedly, they would wish to introduce their grandchildren to the world, ensuring that the guest list would not be scant. Lin Tian had anticipated this scenario. Knowing his wife's social anxiety, it was evident she had few friends. Yet, this was of little consequence. One must realize that his parents would likely invite a multitude of people, not to mention the in-laws. Following a delightful evening of drinks, he had successfully forged a brotherly bond with his father-in-law. Moreover, his in-laws were utterly besotted with the twins, their hearts melting at the mere sight of them. The full-month celebration would surely see an influx of guests. He even pondered whether 10 tables would suffice. If not, he might need to arrange for 20. Really? Su Qingxi felt a tinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, her husband's words provided her with considerable comfort. Indeed, more importantly, "We must prepare 2 outfits. At the full-month celebration, you shall be the epitome of beauty, while I shall handle the rest." Lin Tian clasped her hand, the warmth radiating from his palm alleviating her worries. Turning her head, she gazed deeply into his eyes and suddenly realized that she could hardly envision a life devoid of this man. "All right," she murmured, leaning her head against Lin Tian's chest, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lin Tian was roused from his sleep by a call from his mother. Being cautious not to disturb his wife, he hurried to the bathroom to answer. "Mom, is everything all right? Why are you calling so early?" His voice was still thick with drowsiness. "Of course, it's about the twins' full-month celebration," she exclaimed excitedly. "I'm telling you, Xiaodian, have you started preparations over there? We've invited every relative we could think of. This celebration must be grand." If funds were an issue, she insisted, just let your father and me know. We'll cover it. Lin Ma's enthusiasm was palpable. The thought of her grandchildren filled her with boundless joy, and she longed for the world to know about her adorable pair of twins. Mom, the hotel arrangements are nearly finalized. How many people do you think we should invite? I can simply relay the number of tables to the hotel, so you needn't worry about the costs. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, the full-month celebration would be well attended. Yet, more than the festivities, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the little outfits they had ordered. Chapter 32, The Full-Month Celebration, a meeting of both sets of parents. Lin Ma had compiled a list of guests expected to attend, which aligned almost perfectly with Lin Tian's expectations. In total, there would be no fewer than 100 attendees. They had reserved large tables at the hotel, each accommodating 15 guests. This number, combined with their friends, would easily require at least 10 tables, not even accounting for the guests invited by his in-laws. It appeared that the celebration would necessitate a minimum of 20 tables, with each table costing nearly 10,000 yuan. The total expenses would amount to approximately 200,000 yuan. Calculating this, Lin Tian realized that his funds were dwindling. Yet he was grateful for the income generated by the shop, which provided a monthly revenue of 150,000 to 200,000 yuan. After the celebration, his finances would be quite strained. As Lin Tian pondered these details, Su Qingzi had already awakened. Honey, my mom just messaged me, saying my dad has invited over 100 people. She emerged from the room, her eyes still heavy with sleep, clearly not yet fully awake. That aligns with my thoughts. It seems 20 tables will suffice. Lin Tian chuckled and confirmed their decision with Zhou Jia. They would indeed proceed with 20 tables for the celebration. With the weekend just 2 days away, there was much to prepare, and the couple busily engaged in preparations from dawn until dusk. Finally, the day of the full-month celebration arrived. Su Qingzi, unusually eager, woke up even earlier than Lin Tian. Sitting before the mirror, she stared at an array of cosmetics, uncertain of which to choose. What is the dilemma? Lin Tian, still clad in his pajamas, approached from behind, gently resting his hands on the vanity, enveloping her in his embrace. My wife's skin is so flawless, whether or not to apply foundation seems unnecessary. His compliment was sincere. Su Qingzi was renowned for her natural beauty, often gracing school without makeup, her skin smooth and radiant like a peeled egg, eliciting envy from many of her peers. On such a significant day, I wish to look more formal, she mumbled softly, though her gaze repeatedly flickered to her husband's handsome visage. A touch of lipstick will suffice. You are naturally stunning, my dear, Lin Tian suggested, holding up a strawberry-colored lipstick. I believe this shade would be delightful. It appears quite kissable. Su Qingzi's fingertips tingled as she swiftly accepted the lipstick and applied it. Lin Tian watched without interference, occasionally reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his touch feather-light against her earlobe. She wore a delicate pink qipao that accentuated her curves beautifully. Darling, you are truly suited for the qipao. Perhaps we should don them together more often, he mused, thoroughly captivated by her appearance. Wait, we are about to attend the full-month celebration. Su Qingzi gently nudged him away, though her gentle push lacked any real force, instead drawing closer to him. At that moment, the phone rang again. Both sets of parents had arrived and were impatiently urging them. After concluding the call, Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. It was barely 7 a.m., and the celebration was scheduled for noon. Their parents could hardly contain their excitement and had arrived early. With little choice, he hastily donned a suit and accompanied Su Qingzi to the restaurant. The starlit hall they had reserved was lavishly adorned, featuring pictures of the twins. Upon entering, the charming faces of the babies greeted them. Their parents had already engaged in lively conversation. In contrast, Su Qingzi, having reconciled with her father recently, felt slightly awkward during their first meeting. Fortunately, Lin Tian remained at her side, holding her hand tightly, which eased her nerves significantly. Let me see the babies. I haven't seen them in days. I've missed them dearly, Lin Ma exclaimed, rushing over to play with the twins, followed closely by Su Ma, who joined in the affectionate fuss. Meanwhile, Su Ba and Lin Ba engaged in somewhat bashful conversation, slightly overshadowed by the enthusiasm of their wives. Although it was already known that Lin's father runs a vegetable business, Su's father bore no resentment. Rather, he was contemplating ways to offer support. You two have arrived rather late. The guest will be here shortly. Hurry and confirm the arrangements, and go greet the guests at the entrance, Lin's mother said while playfully entertaining the baby. Lin Tian and Su Qingzi exchanged glances, both sensing a shared helplessness in each other's eyes. Was it truly late, considering it was still early in the morning? However, they dared not voice their thoughts, knowing better than to contradict their mother at such a moment. Thus, they swiftly ensured that everything was in order regarding the procedures and the food. By the time they arrived at the hotel entrance, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Are you feeling a bit anxious? Lin Tian could clearly see his wife's hands trembling. Su Qingxi nodded slightly. There will be many people arriving soon. But I don't even know how to address them. She had never been adept at socializing at such gatherings. She would usually find ways to avoid them or retreat to a corner. Yet this time, not only could she not evade, but she also had to welcome the guests. The thought alone made her head ache. Fear not. I will engage in conversation up front, and you can join me in greeting them from behind when the time comes. You have your husband by your side, Lin Tian assured her, patting his chest as he shouldered the responsibility. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a figure in a light peach skirt, showcasing a curvaceous silhouette, running toward them in haste. Teacher Bai Jia. Teacher Bai, you've arrived quite early. It's only just 10 o'clock, and not a soul has shown up yet. Lin Tian was taken aback that the first guest was none other than Teacher Bai Jia. Have the babies arrived yet? I've missed them so much. I even bought them a plethora of little toys. Bai Jia exclaimed, lifting her arms laden with bags, displaying them to Lin Tian. He chuckled helplessly. Teacher, the babies are still too young. They cannot play with many of these things. Bai Jia waved her hand dismissively. They will grow into them eventually. After inquiring about the floor, she eagerly dashed off to find the babies. Husband, it seems Teacher Bai truly adores children. Why hasn't she had any of her own? Su Qingxi remarked. Curiosity etched on her face as she watched Bai Jia's retreating figure. She was genuinely puzzled but felt too shy to inquire further, so she turned to her husband. I heard that Teacher Bai was deceived by a man in the past, leading her to lose trust in men. Perhaps it left her heartbroken, but she is genuinely kind to the babies. Before Lin Tian could elaborate, more guests began to arrive. Chapter 33. Still pressuring for children? My wife wants me to cooperate. Wow, Tian Go. The baby's full-month celebration is being held at Shangwei Xian? How much must that cost? Exclaimed three roommates who hurriedly arrived, their eyes wide with astonishment. Shangwei Xian, a renowned establishment in the magical city, was famous for its high-end cuisine and exorbitant prices. For these freshly graduated, financially strapped students, Shangwei Xian was nothing short of a mythical realm. Can you believe it? Lin Tian actually booked this place for the baby's full-month celebration. Their admiration was palpable. They could hardly contain their awe. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and nothing less than the best would do for the precious babies. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle at his roommate's astonishment. Hello, sisters-in-law. We are Tianji's roommates. We look forward to your guidance. Damn, Tian Gu is truly fortunate. His wife is stunning, and they have two adorable babies. Just as they finished marveling at Shangwei Xian, their attention shifted to Su Qingxi, whose beauty was breathtaking. Even without makeup, save for a touch of lipstick, she captivated everyone's gaze. The envy in his roommate's tone was unmistakable. All right, you three should head inside, Lin Tian suggested, knowing that his wife was not particularly fond of socializing, especially in such situations. He exchanged a few light-hearted words with his friends. They are quite enthusiastic. Once they departed, Su Qingxi couldn't help but whisper, indeed, these boys are always like this. Lin Tian's retort slipped out effortlessly. Before they could exchange more words, waves of guests continued to arrive. Unsure of what to do, Su Qingxi mimicked Lin Tian's actions, following his lead. By mealtime, all 20 tables were filled to capacity. Aren't the babies just adorable? Lin Jia, you are so fortunate to have become grandparents so soon. Oh my, the babies are still smiling. How sweet. Many guests flocked to the two babies, who were utterly unperturbed. Their tiny hands waved in the air, occasionally emitting delighted coos. With each sound they made, the surrounding crowd responded with enthusiastic applause, much to the babies' delight, who would occasionally giggle in response. Their charming antics melted the hearts of many. The babies are so fair and lovely, they resemble Qingxi, someone remarked. And Lin Tian is so tall and handsome. With such remarkable genes, the babies are sure to grow up splendidly. The guests exchanged lively banter. Initially, the babies merely blinked, absorbing the attention. However, after a while, Rua suddenly burst into tears. The outburst only intensified the concern among family and friends. Oh no, did the baby have a little accident? Why the sudden tears? It doesn't smell like a diaper change. Could she be hungry? A few experienced mothers took turns attempting to soothe the babies with various antics. Yet, rather than calming Rua, they inadvertently set Xing off as well. The situation escalated, and the guests grew increasingly anxious, encircled around the crying infants, helplessly at a loss. Just then, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi concluded their welcoming duties and returned to the banquet hall. As they approached, a swarm of relatives pulled them toward the babies. Look how hard the babies are crying. Is something wrong with them? The concern was palpable, as it was the baby's special day, and everyone feared for their well-being. Lin Tian chuckled wryly at the scene. It's all right. The babies are just a bit attached to me. Having honed his skills in cradling one in each arm, He quickly scooped both babies into his embrace, gently whispering, "Be good, darlings, Mommy and Daddy are here. Today is your full month celebration. We'll head home after the meal, okay?" Regardless of whether the babies understood, he continued to converse softly with them. Before long, the once heart-wrenching cries began to subside, and the babies even reached for their father's arms to play. Oh my! These babies are so attached to their daddy. Is Xiao Tian responsible for taking care of them at home? Qingxi truly found a wonderful husband. It's so enviable. Did you see that? This is what it means to be a qualified father. You ought to take a page from his book. Lin Tian's ability to soothe the little ones astonished many guests. It is well known that, in most cases, it is the mothers who tend to the children. Who would have thought that the babies would actually be more attached to their fathers? In an instant, Lin Tian had transformed into the model husband and father in everyone's eyes, earning widespread admiration. After finally calming the baby, it was time for the banquet to commence. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, Su Qingxi found little joy, for they were about to engage in toasting. Lin Tian leaned close to his wife and whispered softly, "Just follow my lead and smile." As Su Qingxi gazed at his face, her anxiety began to dissipate. The toasting commenced at the main table, where both sets of parents occupied the seats of honor. Lin's father and Su's father clinked their glasses together, downing their shots of baijiu, while Lin's father patted Lin Tian's shoulder with a rosy face. "Good lad. At such a young age, you already have a wife and children. You must work hard to provide for your family." Lin Tian quickly raised his glass, assuring them, "Don't worry, I will take care of everything at home." In the midst of his words, he discreetly squeezed his wife's hand. "Speaking of Qingxi, when will you have another set of twins? Let me have a look at the children. They are so adorable." Zhao Nuanyuan shouted, and indeed, a chorus of voices began to echo in agreement. The pressure to procreate came in waves, making Su Qingxi's cheeks flush. "It depends on whether my wife is willing. I cannot bear to let her tire herself out any further," Lin Tian replied with a smile, before adding, "However, should she wish for it, I am ever ready to cooperate." Laughter erupted around the table. After the toasts were complete, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. What was happening? Was there a power outage? That seemed unlikely, as the photographs of the babies remained illuminated. The sudden darkness startled the guests, and Su Qingxi instantly grasped her husband's hand. Her nerves palpable. Dear, could something have gone awry? With so many guests present, and given that today was the celebration of the baby's first month, any mishap might portend a tumultuous future for them. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. "It is not an accident." Lin Tian's voice was remarkably gentle. At that moment, two beams of spotlight suddenly illuminated the couple. Chapter 34, The Grand Proposal. "I do." Instantly, they became the focal point of attention. All eyes were upon them. Su Qingxi was still trying to grasp the situation, feeling both nervous and shy. The guests were equally bewildered, glancing at one another, their wine glasses suspended mid-air as they stared blankly at the couple. Only Lin Tian remained composed, calmly retrieving a microphone. "Earlier, everyone wondered why this full moon banquet is so grand. It is not solely for the babies." His voice, transmitted through the microphone, was even softer than usual, never straying from his wife's eyes. "I owe my wife something, an appropriate proposal, a promise declared in front of everyone." Su Qingxi's eyes immediately glistened with tears. When she first approached Lin Tian, it was merely out of concern that no one would sign during childbirth. She had never anticipated that her boldness would lead to a lifetime of happiness when they were to register their marriage. Lin Tian had indeed promised her a grand wedding in the future. At the time, she had thought it mere consolation. Little did she know that this man had kept it in his heart all along. Lin Tian knelt before her, opening a velvet box that revealed a dazzling diamond ring. "My goodness, this ring must be at least 4 or 5 carats. It's as if he has a house on his finger." Among the guests, many recognized the ring's value at a glance, their astonishment palpable. A 5 or 6 carat ring of such quality must be worth at least 6 or 700,000. In smaller towns, it could indeed buy a house. The key was that Lin Tian was merely a recent graduate. Even Su's parents, upon seeing the ring, could not help but marvel at the remarkable abilities of today's youth to earn. "My dear, will you marry me?" As the surrounding friends and family began to regain their composure, Zhao Nuanyuan was the first to cheer softly, followed by a swell of applause. However, Su Qingxi could hear nothing but the sight of Lin Tian, kneeling before her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Though it was just a simple question, it brought tears cascading down her cheeks, landing softly on Lin Tian's hand. She choked on her words, unable to respond, yet nodded vigorously. Lin Tian's face broke into a radiant smile as he carefully slipped the ring onto her ring finger. It fit perfectly. He then rose to embrace her, gently patting her back while speaking in a hushed tone. "Don't cry. We still need to take photos with the babies later," and puffy eyes 1T look good. "Why didn't you say this sooner?" Su Qingxi buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled with tears yet suffused with sweetness. Had I known, I would have done my makeup more elaborately and worn something prettier. Lin Tian leaned down to kiss her forehead. You look beautiful in anything. As they spoke, the hall erupted in cheers. Zhao Nuanyuan rushed over, tugging at the diamond ring on Su Qingxi's hand, and teasingly exclaimed, Qingxi, you are so fortunate. This is the first proposal I have ever witnessed in person. I truly hope I get to experience it myself one day, but alas. Men like Lin Tian are a rare find. Su Qingxi's parents stood nearby. Her mother dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, while her father, for once, wore a smile, nodding approvingly at Lin Tian. His gaze conveyed a sense of reassurance. Lin Tian wrapped his arms around his wife's waist, his fingertips lightly brushing against the diamond ring on her finger. My dear, once you have completed your confinement, let us go for a checkup in a few days. He paused for a moment, then added with a playful smile, if all is well, we can consummate our marriage. Su Qingxi leaned against him. Upon hearing those words, she felt a rush of shyness, yet a hint of anticipation lingered. With this proposal, the celebration of the baby's first month became even more jubilant. The guests were full of energy, drinking, chatting, and playing with the babies. By the time the guests departed, the sky had turned dark. Su's parents had to hurry back to prepare for an early morning supply run, while Lin's parents also had a meeting the next day and could not linger. Only Zhao Nuanyuan remained to help tidy up. Ding! The full moon banquet for the babies has triggered the host to acquire top-tier chef skills. Just as Lin Tian had managed to lull both babies to sleep, he heard that familiar voice in his mind once again. Chef skills. While it may not be as tangible as cash, it was certainly not without its merits. Now that his wife had completed her confinement and his mother had returned home, this culinary ability would indeed make it easier for him to prepare nourishing soups and meals for her. He thought to himself, that's a positive development. A surge of warmth flooded Lin Tian's mind, and a multitude of culinary techniques seemed to materialize as if they had always resided within him. Darling, let us return home, he exclaimed, brimming with anticipation to put his newfound skills to the test. Beside him, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. You two truly are a loving couple. Completely disregarding the plight of a single person like me, she pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Nuanyuan, why not join us at home for a while? The babies must be missing their godmother. Su Qingxi chimed in, her face radiant with happiness that she could scarcely conceal. Zhao Nuanyuan, ever carefree, saw no reason to decline her best friend's invitation and promptly hopped into the car with them. You both go ahead. I need to grab a few packages first, Lin Tian said as he parked the car downstairs. Since I have some time on my hands, why not let me fetch them for you? What kind of packages are they? Zhao Nuanyuan eagerly offered to take on the task. Lin Tian paused momentarily, while Su Qingxi's face flushed crimson in an instant. When did you two become so intimate? It's merely a package pickup, yet here you are exchanging flirtatious glances. Is there something scandalous inside? Zhao Nuanyuan teased, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Tian before directing her gaze back to Su Qingxi. Perhaps I should go instead. Our package retrieval tends to be a bit complicated, Lin Tian chuckled, dismissing the banter and heading straight for the package station. Meanwhile, Zhao Nuanyuan remained puzzled. Qingxi, is that guy hiding something extraordinary from you? Why is he trying to keep it from me? She speculated, playfully suggesting that Lin Tian might have a secret to guard. You should keep a watchful eye on him. Zhao Nuanyuan continued to prod, oblivious to how her comments made Su Qingxi's face grow even warmer. Qingxi, are you feeling unwell? Your face is positively flushed, Zhao Nuanyuan exclaimed, reaching out to touch Su Qingxi's forehead, only to find it cool to the touch. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Could it be that the package? Chapter 35. You two aren't thinking of that, are you? Zhao Nuanyuan blushed. Qingxi, I hope I'm not interrupting anything between you two, she stammered, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Despite her usual forthright demeanor, she was still an innocent girl at heart. The mere thought of such matters made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Su Qingxi recalled the scanty sleepwear she had acquired and felt her cheeks heat up. I didn't. The babies are here, so please don't say such things. Her voice lacked conviction, and her expression spoke volumes. Now it was Zhao Nuanyuan's turn to feel anxious. She had sworn that her visit was solely to assist after the baby's month celebration, believing the couple would be utterly exhausted. She had not anticipated their romantic inclinations. The dilemma was exacerbated by Su Qingxi's hasty denial. She found herself caught in a predicament, unable to leave or stay comfortably. Upon arriving home, Zhao Nuanyuan nearly dove into the nursery, engaging with the two little ones, seemingly disregarding her best friend entirely. When Lin Tian returned, he was greeted by an unusual sight. His wife sat in the living room, her cheeks still flushed, lost in thought, while Zhao Nuanyuan occupied the nursery, chatting incessantly with the babies, showing no intention of emerging. What on earth is going on? Lin Tian mused, bewildered. Zhao Wanwan likely had an inkling about the package's contents. Su Qingxi, her face still aflame, spoke in a hushed tone, fearful of being overheard by Zhao Wanwan, which would only complicate things further. Oh, so that's how it is. Did she not leave? Lin Tian stifled a laugh at the image of the two women lost for words. His wife was evidently shy, opting to play with the babies instead. In truth, Su Qingxi felt even more bashful, her palms sweating as she awaited Lin Tian's return with the package. Why did you take so long? She inquired, her anticipation palpable. They lived quite close to the package station, and typically, it would only take a few minutes to retrieve a delivery. Yet, he had been gone for a full 20 minutes. She couldn't help but wonder if he had ventured out to procure some sort of precautionary measures. But they had yet to revisit that topic. What if tonight? Su Qingxi's mind spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts, and the more she pondered, the redder her face became. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Tian teased, seeing through her thoughts. Even if you want something, you must wait until after a thorough checkup to ensure everything is all right. Your health is paramount. His eyes twinkled with mirth as he spoke. Want something? His bluntness left Su Qingxi momentarily speechless. I was merely curious, she murmured softly. Lin Tian then raised the assortment of packages in hand, presenting them before her. I merely went to buy some groceries. After all, we haven't had dinner yet, have we? I thought I might showcase a bit of my culinary prowess. The baby's month celebration had been a lunch affair, but the conversations had stretched late into the evening. Now that night had fallen, and after a long day, Su Qingxi was undoubtedly hungry. With his newfound cooking skills, Lin Tian was eager to demonstrate what he could do, which is why he had taken the time to procure additional ingredients. So that's the case. Do you need my help? Su Qingxi breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that her husband had not sought out any safety measures. Yet, a hint of disappointment crept into her heart. When she recognized this feeling, she was taken aback. Quickly shaking her head, she cast aside those peculiar thoughts. She then looped her arm through Lin Tian's, volunteering to assist him. The prospect of her husband cooking for her brought her immense joy, yet she couldn't shake her anxiety. After all, with the confinement nanny gone and her mother having taken over, her husband rarely cooked. Now that he would be in charge of the kitchen, and with Wanwan present, she worried he might struggle to manage it all on his own. Thus, she offered her assistance, primarily to avoid facing Zhao Wanwan. The situation felt unbearably awkward, to the point of her wanting to bury her toes in the ground. In that case, come help me with the vegetables, Lin Tian said. Noticing his wife's discomfort and not hindering her, he led her into the kitchen. The kitchen was relatively compact, just spacious enough for two to maneuver comfortably. Lin Tian handed Su Qingxi a bunch of celery. Please prepare the celery. We'll be stir-frying it with cashew shrimp later. With that, he turned his attention back to his own tasks. After a flurry of activity, having deveined and shelled the shrimp, he turned to grab the celery, only to find that Su Qingxi had removed all the leaves and placed them in a bowl, casually tossing the celery stalks into a bag. Lin Tian stared, speechless. Dear wife, do you think it's possible that we're meant to use the celery stalks? He couldn't help but place a hand on his forehead. Suddenly, he recalled that his wife hails from a distinguished family, having been sheltered from the mundane tasks of life since childhood. It was quite normal for her to be unfamiliar with how to pick vegetables, as she likely never had the opportunity to step into a kitchen throughout her life. Yet, wait a moment, aren't leafy greens supposed to have leaves? Su Qingxi tilted her head in confusion. We need to separate the components. Lin Tian promptly retrieved the celery stalks from the bag, washing them meticulously. The leaves may have a slight bitterness, but they are edible. They could be used in a cold dish, though for stir-frying, the stalks are essential. He patiently explained this to his wife, while his hands moved deftly, as if he had performed this task countless times before. Su Qingxi watched in awe, her eyes wide with admiration. Husband, how are you so skilled at cooking? She exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. It made her ponder, aside from childbirth, what could Lin Tian possibly be incapable of? With her current understanding, she could not conjure an answer. In the past, my parents were often busy with work, so I cooked for myself quite frequently, and over time, I learned a fair bit. Lin Tian had indeed spoken the truth. Even without formal culinary skills, he was quite competent in the kitchen. Now, it remained to be seen how much his skills could be enhanced. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Qingxi's gaze softened with a hint of sympathy, which quickly transformed into determination. Husband, please teach me how to cook, she said, wrapping her arms around him from behind and speaking softly. I don't want you to be so exhausted. This is our home. I want to share the responsibilities with you. Though she lacked social finesse and struggled with words, she clumsily expressed her heartfelt intentions. Chapter 36, Seducing My Husband? Surely not. It wasn't merely cooking that Su Qingxi wished to share. She desired to contribute to every aspect of their home. Despite her social awkwardness and fear of crowds, she was willing to make an effort to become a better version of herself for Lin Tian. All right, I will teach you anything you wish to learn, he said, drying his hands and turning to embrace her. You too. How scandalous. What happened to cooking? Just then, the warm atmosphere was abruptly interrupted. Zhao Nuanyuan covered her eyes with her hands, feigning innocence. Su Qingxi stiffened momentarily, shyly burying her face in Lin Tian's chest, unwilling to rise. What's wrong with a little affection between us newlyweds? If you keep watching, we might start charging admission. Lin Tian replied with a relaxed smile. You stole Qingxi from me, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Zhao Nuanyuan retorted, hands on her hips, and their playful banter eventually made Su Qingxi laugh. Soon, the three of them were in fits of giggles. All right, I'll teach you to cook later. For now, why don't you go keep Nuanyuan in the baby's company? Lin Tian softly inquired, seeking Su Qingxi's approval. Feeling her nod slightly, he released her, allowing Su Qingxi to dash out of the kitchen and join Zhao Nuanyuan in the nursery. Only then did he truly focus on preparing their meal. In the nursery, Zhao Nuanyuan remarked, Qingxi, I feel like you've changed so much since being with Lin Tian. You seem so much more cheerful. He truly is wonderful, Su Qingxi replied, her eyes downcast, radiating happiness. At this juncture, Zhao Nuanyuan's expression shifted to one of mischief. So, tell me, Qingxi, what is it like in bed? Is he skilled? Does it hurt? Having never experienced it herself, and with all her friends having shared their experiences, her curiosity was insatiable. One question after another left Su Qingxi blushing furiously, struggling to find her voice. What? Aren't these questions a bit too intense? She stammered, feeling overwhelmed. I don't know, she finally managed to say, nearly on the verge of tears from the difficulty of answering. After much internal conflict, she could only utter those few words. Zhao Nuanyuan's reaction was one of disbelief. Wait, you two already have a baby, right? So, what do you mean you don't remember? Su Qingxi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Zhao Nuanyuan's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying that after sharing a bed for a month, nothing has happened? This can't be right. I heard that men can't hold back when they're interested in someone. It's impossible for them to stay completely hands-off. Zhao Nuanyuan's seriousness was palpable as she gazed intently at her friend. Sweetheart, you're married now. You must take charge of your own happiness. Why not try to seduce him a little and see how he reacts? Surely he wouldn't view you merely as a responsibility due to the baby? With that, Zhao Nuanyuan, now unembarrassed, began brainstorming ideas for her friend. Su Qingxi's face turned pale as she felt overwhelmed by the suggestions. No way. He treats me exceptionally well. With so much thoughtfulness. Su Qingxi had previously worried about this matter, but had finally found peace in her heart after spending time together. Yet, hearing her friend's resolute words made her anxious once more. Being nice isn't enough. Performance matters too. Zhao Nuanyuan was drawing upon all the knowledge she had gleaned from novels, offering Su Qingxi a series of bold suggestions. Listening to them made Su Qingxi feel as though she could hardly breathe. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for a girl to act like that? She bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. After much hesitation, she still couldn't bring herself to agree. Zhao Nuanyuan's propositions were simply too provocative, sending her heart racing. Even a few casual words from Lin Tian made her blush, and the thought of doing such things was daunting. This is for your happiness in the long run. You need to see if Lin Tian truly cares for you beyond just obligation. Zhao Nuanyuan insisted. You must listen to me, Qingxi. After dinner, I'll head back immediately, and you must follow my advice. Zhao Nuanyuan had everything meticulously planned. Although Su Qingxi felt utterly shy and embarrassed, she was also deeply intimidated by her friend's enthusiasm. Even with her face burning, she managed to weakly nod in agreement. The two of them continued their scheming, playfully covering the ears of the babies to shield them from such peculiar knowledge. Once the topic arose, Zhao Nuanyuan was invigorated, diving into her mental reservoir to devise a thoroughly detailed plan. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of their scheming as he marveled at the prowess of his cooking skills. This chef skill is truly remarkable. To think that my previous cooking could only be classified as decent home-cooked fare. The culinary creations presented today undoubtedly reflect the expertise of a five-star chef. Every aspect, from the vibrant colors to the enticing aromas and exquisite flavors, is beyond reproach. The presentation itself is of the highest caliber, infused with a sense of design that exudes sophistication. In just over an hour, he has prepared an impressive array of 4 dishes and a soup. This is particularly notable as the fish soup has been specially crafted to assist his wife in her nursing. Dinner is ready, Lin Tian announced as he placed all the dishes on the dining table before calling out towards the nursery. Startled by his sudden exclamation, Zhao Nuanyuan and Su Qingxi, who were engrossed in their plans, jumped in surprise. They quickly feigned nonchalance, casting a glance at the baby to ensure everything was well, before hastily exiting the room. Were you two skipping rope in there? Lin Tian teased as he caught sight of them. It wasn't tea, just idle banter. The two had indeed been caring for the baby inside. Their cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Of course not. We were simply tending to the baby. Zhao Nuanyuan promptly denied, though her evasive gaze betrayed her. The two found it challenging to maintain their composure, particularly Su Qingxi, who, each time she discreetly glanced at her husband, quickly averted her eyes. Lin Tian, sensing something was amiss, didn't he dwell on it. Come, try my dishes. He was still basking in the joy of his culinary prowess, unaware that, in the scheme devised by Zhao Nuanyuan and Su Qingxi, he had unwittingly become the main course. Chapter 37. My husband's culinary skills and yoga. The dining table was enveloped in an appetizing aroma that whetted the appetite. Wow, is this feast truly all you're doing? Zhao Nuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes wide as she beheld the vibrant, artfully arranged dishes on the white porcelain plates. They had merely been discussing their evening plans, and yet, Lin Tian had managed to prepare an entire banquet, each dish a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. She was the first to seize a pair of chopsticks. Quickly picking up a morsel of meat. Lin Tian, your culinary skills are extraordinary. You could open a restaurant and surely thrive, she declared, barely registering the heat. As she swiftly grabbed a piece of shrimp, the crisp and tender texture made her eyes squint with bliss. Qingxi, you are incredibly fortunate to enjoy such gourmet meals daily. Even the chefs of five-star hotels would pale in comparison, she mumbled through her mouthful. Su Qingxi observed her best friend's almost euphoric expression with curiosity. Truth be told, she had harbored some concern prior to this. She picked up a seemingly ordinary piece of steamed base and placed it in her mouth. The fish was exquisitely delicate and tender, melting effortlessly on her tongue, accompanied by just the right hint of sweetness and the refreshing fragrance of scallions and ginger. There was not a trace of fishiness. The precision of the cooking was nothing short of remarkable. Instinctively, she reached for a piece of cashew shrimp. Its sweetness complemented by the nutty crispness. A culinary marvel, she thought, her husband's cooking surpassing her wildest expectations. As she savored her husband's creations, an indescribable sense of pride and sweetness surged within her. Initially not very hungry and planning to eat sparingly, Su Qingxi found herself unable to stop, her chopsticks in near constant motion. Dear, you must drink more of this fish soup. It's beneficial for nursing, Lin Tian said, watching her relish the meal with a gentle smile. He filled a bowl of fish soup and placed it before her. Though Su Qingxi wasn't particularly fond of fish soup, feeling it often had a stronger fishy taste than the meat, she felt compelled to try a sip upon hearing its benefits. To her surprise, the first taste left her wide-eyed. The milky broth was rich and flavorful, devoid of any lingering fishiness, and slid down her throat with a comforting warmth. I never knew fish soup could taste this delightful, she exclaimed, quickly finishing the bowl. Meanwhile, Zhao Nuanyuan watched eagerly, a hint of tears forming at the corners of her mouth. Could I possibly have just a taste of the fish soup? Just a little, she implored, her craving evident. No problem, I made plenty. There's more than enough, Lin Tian chuckled, serving her a bowl as well. By the end, Zhao Nuanyuan was nearly overwhelmed. I can't eat another bite. Qingxi, don't forget what we discussed earlier. I must take my leave. She felt that another morsel would surely result in her discomfort. Yet, every dish on the table beckoned her to indulge. With no other option, she practically fled the scene. The dining area was now left with only Su Qingxi and Lin Tian. Despite having prepared an array of dishes, Lin Tian had not consumed much himself and was surprised to see that the table had been nearly cleared, with only remnants remaining. He was astonished. Usually, his wife's petite appetite was a source of concern, yet today she had devoured quite a substantial amount. As Su Qingxi's stomach filled, a wave of anxiety crept in. She glanced down at her slightly rounded waist. I must put down my chopsticks, she sighed, a hint of regret coloring her cheeks, her voice tinged with discontent. It's all your fault for making such delicious food. I had planned a diet, but now I've surely overindulged and will become a plump little thing. Her tone conveyed a mix of frustration and conflict. Her husband's cooking was simply too delectable, yet she was genuinely concerned about gaining weight. Lin Tian found her combination of satisfaction and guilt utterly endearing, unable to suppress a chuckle. Haven't I told you? Your figure is just perfect as it is. There's no need for dieting. He smiled indulgently. But if you genuinely wish to tone up, I can assist you with yoga. At the mention of yoga, an intriguing glimmer appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. He found himself anticipating the prospect of his wife becoming more supple. The potential for more varied poses was certainly enticing. Yoga? Su Qingxi, with her innocent naivety, was blissfully unaware of any ulterior motives. She simply thought it sounded like a splendid idea. Then, dear husband, you must guide me in yoga from now on. The thought of it helping her slim down filled her with eagerness. Absolutely. But we should wait until your body has fully recovered, Lin Tian replied, always prioritizing his wife's well-being. After all, there was no rush for anything else. Whether it be yoga or any other form of exercise, it could certainly wait until she was in optimal health. All right. Su Qingxi obediently headed into the nursery to care for the baby. Infants typically required feeding every 2 to 3 hours, and it was time for the little one to eat. She quickly cradled the baby in her arms, beginning the feeding process while contemplating her friend's advice. If she were to take the initiative, she would need to ensure her husband remained captivated as well. Soon, her focus shifted to the alluring sleepwear her husband had purchased for her, which was rather revealing. It left little to the imagination, tantalizingly obscuring just enough to be more enticing than if everything were fully exposed. She had previously deemed such attire too modest, yet now, in a bid to demonstrate to her husband that his affections were not solely for the sake of their child, she resolved to cast aside her reservations. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Tian was occupied washing dishes, Su Qingxi discreetly brought the package into the house. The warm glow of the bedside lamp illuminated the room as Su Qingxi hesitated for half a minute, clutching the delivery bag. Her fingers trembled as they gripped the tape at the opening, afraid to tear it open with too much force. As the plastic crinkled softly, her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. When she finally extracted the black nightgown, her breath caught in her throat. The garment appeared even more striking in reality than it had on her phone, with straps as delicate as cotton threads and a neckline adorned with eyelash lace. It barely concealed her chest, and the hem was scandalously short, ending just at the tops of her thighs, with 2 alluring cutouts on the sides. The cool fabric glided against her fingertips, sending a shiver through her hands. Wasn't this a tad too revealing? She mumbled softly, lifting the nightgown and striking a pose in front of the mirror. The moment the straps loosened, they threatened to slip off her shoulders, and the skirt seemed almost non-existent, failing to cover what needed to be shielded. Her cheeks were already flushed crimson. After much internal deliberation, she ultimately decided to don the nightgown. The process of getting dressed proved more cumbersome than she had anticipated, with so little fabric that she genuinely feared it might tear if she moved too vigorously. Even after she had changed, she found herself continuously tugging at the garment. Chapter 38. My wife is too clingy. Help. The weight was excruciating, especially in such revealing attire. Su Qingxi stole a glance at the mirror. Her cheeks were as rosy as ripe peaches, and the nightgown clung to her form, accentuating her voluptuous figure, curvaceous and tantalizingly translucent. Initially, she intended to simply wait, but after a while, her anxiety became unbearable. Finally, she decided to lie down on the bed, covering herself from head to toe with the blanket, leaving only her small face exposed. When Lin Tian returned, this was the sight that greeted him. Dear, are you cold? Are you feeling unwell? He asked, startled by the sight of her suddenly cocooned in the blanket. Though the air conditioning was on, the temperature was quite comfortable for summer. He quickly set aside everything and hurried to her side, first checking her forehead. You're not warm. Is something bothering you? Once he confirmed she wasn't feverish, he felt a slight relief but remained worried. Misunderstandings loomed. Su Qingxi felt even more embarrassed. She couldn't possibly confess that she had intended to seduce her husband, but had instead curled up in the blanket out of nervousness and shyness. I'm just a bit tired. She fabricated a hasty excuse. Tired? Lin Tian said without suspicion. You've worked hard preparing for the baby's full-month celebration today. Let us go to bed early. We can take a family portrait for the babies tomorrow. Since the twins had reached their 1-month milestone, it was indeed a moment worth commemorating. Although they had taken some photos during the celebration, they were not a family portrait. He had already planned to capture some pictures the following day. Thus, he lay down, intending to sleep. Seeing Lin Tian settle in, Su Qingxi grew increasingly anxious. She had mustered the courage to wear this outfit. If she didn't show it to her husband, wouldn't that render her efforts futile? After much contemplation, she abruptly kicked off the blanket. Lin Tian turned just in time to witness the scene. His gaze darkened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he took in the sight of her. His eyes traveled from her shoulder straps down to the hem of the gown, then slowly returned to her face. Wife, what is this? He asked, his voice a touch hoarse. I just wanted to see if it looked good, Su Qingxi stammered, attempting to pull the blanket back to cover herself. Before she could reach it, Lin Tian gently restrained her. It looks beautiful, truly stunning. It's even more alluring than I imagined. It suits you perfectly. Don't say that. Su Qingxi felt her face grow even warmer, trying to retreat, but finding herself encircled by his arm at the waist. They were so close that she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from him. It seems I'll have to buy you more outfits like this in the future, Lin Tian murmured softly, caressing her cheek. His gaze was deep and inscrutable, obscuring his emotions. He gently released her. It's getting late. You should sleep. I'll take a shower. With that, he turned and headed for the bathroom, leaving Su Qingxi alone on the bed, lost in thought. Amid her shyness, a greater sense of disappointment loomed. With a forlorn expression, she retrieved her phone and located Zhao Nuanyuan's WeChat. Su Qingxi, Nuanyuan, I think my husband really doesn't love me. Su Qingxi, he married me out of obligation for the baby. Su Qingxi, what should I do? I've fallen for him, but he seems indifferent to me. She sent several messages in quick succession, growing increasingly aggrieved as tears welled in her eyes, spilling onto the pillow beneath her. Zhao Nuanyuan, what? Is this for real? Zhao Nuanyuan, could it be that your efforts are lacking? Did you do what I suggested? Zhao Nuanyuan's replies arrived promptly, her tone reflecting sheer astonishment. Su Qingxi, although I haven't done anything else, I did wear that revealing nightgown and lay next to him, yet he didn't even touch me. Recalling this, Su Qingxi couldn't help but sniffle. She had never worn such revealing clothing in her life. Even now, wearing it made her feel incredibly vulnerable, as if it offered no coverage at all. This should be considered a temptation for a man, yet why was her husband completely unmoved? At that moment, Su Qingxi began to question herself. Su Qingxi, Nuanyuan, do you think it's a lack of charm on my part? Or is my figure inadequate? She found herself spiraling into self-reflection. Zhao Nuanyuan, if you're lacking in charm, then I truly can't fathom who in this world possesses sufficient allure. Zhao Nuanyuan, it's definitely not your fault. Why not try something different? Seeing those messages, Zhao Nuanyuan felt on the brink of despair. Who didn't he know that Su Qingxi was a renowned beauty? With her voluptuous curves, she was undeniably captivating. Wherever she appeared, she drew attention, without exception. If even someone like her couldn't entice Lin Tian, she truly wondered who could possibly attract him. Su Qingxi glanced at her best friend's messages, but decided not to respond further. Could it be that her attempts were indeed insufficient? Taking a deep breath, she resolved to be bold. Just then, the bathroom door swung open with a soft click, revealing Lin Tian, who emerged with a towel draped over his head, still scented with the refreshing aroma of cedar from his shower. Su Qingxi steeled her courage, stepping off the bed and approaching Lin Tian. Darling, when will you start teaching me that yoga you mentioned earlier? Her voice held a barely perceptible tremor, her gaze seemingly inquiring yet inadvertently drifting to his exposed upper body, his solid chest, and defined abs glistening with droplets of water, strikingly captivating. Lin Tian was equally stimulated. It is worth noting that Su Qingxi's figure was already extraordinarily alluring. At this moment, clad in a nightgown that barely concealed her front and back, she posed an ambiguous question. Lin Tian felt a surge of heat rising to his head. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his voice tightened as he stammered, "Well, you can start any time you wish." After uttering those words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Su Qingxi's heart. "Then, shall we begin now?" she cautiously inquired, entering a perilous mode of testing boundaries. Lin Tian, recalling how his wife had been incessantly talking about dieting, decided to opt for a mildly provocative gesture. However, whenever Su Qingxi performed the action, she inadvertently leaned back, causing the straps of her nightgown to slip slightly, revealing an enticing view. One must understand that her nightgown was already quite daring. Coupled with the scene before him, it was nearly impossible for any man to resist. Throughout the night, Lin Tian took 3 cold showers, ultimately feeling numb. Yet, Su Qingxi showed no signs of relenting. In the following days, she persistently sought his guidance on yoga poses and would intentionally lean against him frequently. If the initial encounters were mere accidents, the frequency and boldness of her advances escalated. Chapter 39, Brazen Temptation. This surely crossed the line. Even Lin Tian, despite his usual obliviousness, began to grasp the situation. His shy, bunny-like wife was, astonishingly, seducing him. This revelation left him both astonished and amused, yet more so, he felt the torment of his throbbing desire. His body reacted honestly, each instance leaving him parched and restless. Rationality, like a bucket of cold water, harshly reminded him that he absolutely could not proceed. After all, his wife had just completed her confinement period. Her body was still in recovery, and her stamina and hormone levels had yet to stabilize. Until they could revisit the hospital to confirm her well-being, he could not take any risks. He could not toy with his wife's health. After taking yet another cold shower, Lin Tian emerged, towel drying his hair, only to find Su Qingxi sitting on the sofa, her gaze wandering, feigning interest in the baby while secretly observing him. The innocent yet expectant expression on her face finally broke his composure, and he chuckled. He strode over, sat beside her, and without further ado, enveloped her in his embrace. "What are you laughing at?" Su Qingxi stammered. Over the past few days, she had mustered the courage to overcome her shyness and had made numerous advances. Yet Lin Tian had remained largely unresponsive, leaving her in a state of anxiety. Now, with her husband suddenly holding her, she felt a mix of panic and embarrassment as if she had been caught in the act. "I am, of course, laughing at you, my silly wife," Lin Tian replied, lowering his head to reveal the depths of his gaze, swirling with an intensity she had never seen before, a blend of profound desire and extreme restraint. His tone was both affectionate and resigned. Did you truly believe I had no interest in you? He paused, sensing her breath hitch and her tension. Do you think my daily cold showers are merely a hobby, or that I can remain indifferent while embracing a goddess? Su Qingxi felt his candid words and the unabashed heat in his gaze render her weak. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Almost unable to think straight, she instinctively shook her head. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of longing within him. My dear wife, I desire you. Although our union began unexpectedly due to the babies, I married you out of love. You have only just emerged from your confinement. Your body is yet to recover fully. In a few days, I will take you for a checkup, and if all is well, there will be ample time for you to beg for mercy in the future. Su Qingxi was utterly bewildered. So it was like this? She had naively believed Zhao Nuanyuan's words, thinking she lacked allure, which was why her husband showed no interest. In that moment, a tsunami of realization engulfed her. All her whimsical worries and cautious tests had turned into a colossal misunderstanding. Feeling utterly mortified, she buried her face deep into Lin Tian's chest, her hands covering her face, her body curling up in embarrassment, wishing she could vanish on the spot. How utterly shameful. She had engaged in so many so-called provocations and seductions. Little did she know how much her husband had endured to restrain himself. I was wrong, she admitted, her head bowed in acknowledgement of her mistake. Lin Tian laughed even harder. My dear wife, once the checkup is complete, could you perhaps continue this delightful endeavor? He was genuinely hopeful. Su Qingxi, however, chose not to respond, instead scampering to the bed to feign sleep. The following morning, when Su Qingxi awoke, Lin Tian was already attending to the two babies. Upon recalling the previous day's misunderstanding, she couldn't help but cover her face again. Good morning, dear wife. Come have some breakfast. We still need to take the babies for their month celebration photos, and, while we're at it, a family portrait, Lin Tian called out. He had not only fed the babies, but had also prepared breakfast. About the family portrait, dear husband, should we buy new clothes? Su Qingxi pondered, a hint of anticipation creeping in. They had rushed to register their marriage and had not even taken wedding photos. The walls of their home felt bare, and a family portrait would indeed be a lovely addition. However, she was wary of the attire in stores, knowing they had been worn by many. Teacher Bai Jie has provided plenty of clothes for the babies. They have enough to wear. We, on the other hand, should consider purchasing new outfits, Lin Tian mused. Su Qingxi had arrived with minimal luggage, mostly summer clothes that were quite casual. During her confinement, she had hardly ventured outside and had not paid much attention to her wardrobe. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed time to shop for clothes. Moreover, his own wardrobe consisted only of the inexpensive items he had acquired while in school. Ever since acquiring the system, he had been busy and had neglected to buy new clothes. With that in mind, he resolutely decided, let's finish breakfast, and then we can take the babies out shopping. Afterward, we can go for the photos. The meal was consumed in a rush. During breakfast, Ruo first needed a diaper change, then Xingxing began to cry, leading them to alternate between eating and caring for the babies. They ended up sweating profusely over a single breakfast. After the meal, Lin Tian grabbed a large bag and filled it with all the essentials for the babies, placing it in the stroller. Su Qingxi observed from the side, unable to suppress her admiration. Indeed, her husband was more attentive. She hadn't even thought of these details. Taking the babies out was undoubtedly a significant challenge, especially since they had just turned a month old. Lin Tian drove to the largest mall nearby, and as soon as he parked, the two babies began cooing inquisitively, seemingly examining their new surroundings. Once they exited the car, Xingxing, with her curious grape-like eyes, looked around, while Ruo quietly gnawed on her tiny fist. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi, two exceptionally handsome individuals, strolled through the streets pushing a baby stroller, with two adorable, rosy-cheeked infants nestled within. The moment they appeared on the scene, they instantly became the focal point of the crowd. Their striking looks were nothing short of astounding. Men and women alike paused, many expressing their admiration. The family's beauty surpassed that of celebrities. Some passers-by even discreetly took out their phones to capture this enchanting moment, wondering if they had just encountered a pair of stars. Having grown accustomed to such attention, the family of four made their way directly to the mall. Upon entering, Su Qingxi's gaze was immediately drawn to a clothing store. Do you like this place? Let us take a look, she suggested. Lin Tian, perceptive to her interest, swiftly guided them inside. The sales assistant greeted them warmly, her eyes sweeping over the stunning couple, her smile broadening as she displayed the beautifully crafted garments. You are truly fortunate, and your babies are simply adorable. We have matching couple outfits that would be perfect for you. Chapter 40, Couple Outfits, Under Scrutiny. It was indeed a couple's outfit. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Tian's face. No wonder Su Qingxi's attention had been fixated on this store since they entered. He had initially thought the shop lacked anything particularly special. The clothes were decent, yet they seemed to lack a unique design compared to other boutiques. Clearly, his wife was solely interested in couple attire. Feel free to browse. We also have matching accessories for parents that can complement your baby's outfits, the sales assistant beamed, eager to please such delightful customers. Upon spotting the two infants, she excitedly presented several cute bibs. Su Qingxi's eyes lit up. These are so adorable. The babies will look fantastic in them. What do you think of this set? She held up a blue and white dress alongside a matching t-shirt for couples. Lin Tian approached and gently felt the fabric of the shirt. It was quite comfortable and appealing. He had no aversion to couple outfits, especially if they pleased his wife. With their babies' fair complexions, the blue and white combination would be utterly charming. We have fitting rooms available. Would you like to try them on? The sales assistant produced 2 identical bibs and placed them on the babies. Ruo reached out eagerly for the bib, giggling with delight. This further ignited Su Qingxi's enthusiasm. Shall we try them on? She felt a bit shy and turned to her husband for guidance. With plenty of time on their hands, they decided to give it a go, and Lin Tian nodded in agreement. With the babies in tow, it was impractical for both parents to change outfits simultaneously. So Lin Tian volunteered to enter the fitting room first while Su Qingxi tended to the infants. Moments later, Lin Tian emerged from the fitting room, and the air in the store seemed to still for a brief second. The sales assistant's eyes sparkled. Sir, you look incredibly handsome in that outfit. It surpasses even our model's appearance. Typically, such compliments from sales staff are mere flattery, aimed at encouraging purchases. However, this time it was genuine admiration. Lin Tian was renowned for his slender waist and long legs, with an exceptional physique due to his occasional workouts and systematic enhancements. Clad in this ensemble, he was simply breathtaking. What a visual treat. Are they models hired by the store? Onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, while a young girl whispered to her companion. You should go next. Lin Tian approached and took the baby from Su Qingxi, lightly brushing his fingers against her cheek. I'll wait here with the baby, he said. Su Qingxi hurriedly entered the fitting room with the dress. Halfway through changing, she suddenly halted. Oh no, the zipper on this dress is at the back, and I can't reach it. Panic set in as she realized she couldn't exit with the zipper undone. After a moment of struggle, she cracked the fitting room door open just enough to reveal her flushed face. Honey, could you come in for a moment? She whispered, her cheeks burning. Fortunately, Lin Tian understood her predicament perfectly. He quickly asked the sales assistant to watch the babies and rushed into the fitting room. Wow, this scene feels like something out of a romantic drama, one onlooker thought. Help, they are just too romantic. Indeed, handsome men and beautiful women are meant for each other. Su Qingxi stood with her back to him, wearing the blue and white dress, its upper half slightly open, revealing her delicate skin at the nape of her neck. Lin Tian's hand rested on her back as he gently pulled the zipper up, occasionally brushing against her skin, causing her to shiver slightly. In that confined space, only their breaths could be heard as Su Qingxi gazed at him in the mirror, catching a glimpse of his concealed smile. Hurry up, there are people waiting outside. She urged softly. Lin Tian finally zipped up the dress and adjusted her collar. Don't rush, let me savor this moment a little longer, he whispered, his breath tickling her neck, prompting her to shy away slightly. Once the zipper was secured, Su Qingxi pushed him aside and flung open the fitting room door. Stepping out, she was startled by the scene before her. Initially, there were only 2 or 3 customers in the store, but now 7 or 8 more had gathered, all staring at them, some discreetly snapping photos. Oh my, they look so perfect together. I want to buy that couple outfit. Do you have it in stock? Is this real? I wouldn't dare to edit a photo to look this good. The hushed whispers were filled with admiration. The sales assistant's eyes crinkled with delight. She hadn't anticipated such an impressive display of charisma from the couple. Their ability to attract attention surpassed even the sales during major promotions. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed deeper as they realized more and more people were gathering, prompting them to hastily push the stroller away from the store. Honey, shall we continue shopping? Su Qingxi hesitated, reluctant to leave after such a rare outing. Yet, recalling the earlier spectacle, she instinctively shrank back. Of course. You brought very few clothes when we moved, and since we're out today, let us buy you some more, Lin Tian reassured her, nodding. This trip was indeed meant to refresh her wardrobe. Having purchased only one couple's outfit so far, they had barely scratched the surface. However, they couldn't continue shopping like before, as the crowd had become overwhelming. The couple chose a more upscale boutique this time, where the prices were considerably higher, resulting in far fewer customers. To avoid drawing too much attention, Lin Tian decided to play the role of a wealthy patron. I'll take this, this, and this. Please wrap up all the new arrivals except for these few, he instructed. He had long desired to experience such a feeling. After speaking, the shop assistant's lips almost curved into a smile. My dear, you are truly fortunate, and your husband adores you immensely. This is the first time I've witnessed someone purchasing clothing in such a manner. While wrapping the clothes, the assistant enthusiastically showered compliments, leaving Su Qingxi feeling a tad embarrassed, prompting her to hide beside Lin Tian. The two little ones seemed to feel somewhat overlooked, beginning to coo and babble to assert their presence. The babies are so adorable. With their fair and tender skin, and their looks are simply exquisite, the assistant remarked, her fondness for the children evident. As anticipated, after receiving praise, the babies ceased their fussing and erupted into delightful laughter, which elicited smiles from everyone present. Ding! The host has taken the babies shopping for the first time. Reward, a divine investment skill. Chapter 41. A fully paid spacious apartment? My husband is a god. Although Lin Tian was accustomed to this sound, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. The system's timing was impeccable. It was worth noting that this was the only maternal and infant supplies store he had at present, while the monthly earnings were substantial enough to cover expenses. Who would ever complain about having too much money? The investment offered by the system promised visible returns, although it was a one-time opportunity if he invested all his funds. The potential for significant income was likely. With savings in hand, one can truly feel at ease. Please deliver all of this to this address, Lin Tian said, his spirits soaring. After purchasing the clothes, the couple promptly took the babies to the upscale photography studio they had reserved. The manager, a woman of gentle demeanor, hurriedly welcomed them as soon as they entered. Upon seeing the two babies lying side by side in the stroller, curiously gazing about, she was utterly delighted. Wow, are these twins? Their little faces are so soft and adorable. She crouched down, her voice soft. Babies, look here. Seemingly enchanted by the stranger's enthusiasm, Xingxing waved her tiny fists in response, producing a bubbly drool. Ruoru, on the other hand, gazed at her with wide eyes, suddenly breaking into an excessively sweet smile, melting the manager's heart instantly. Your two little ones are so photogenic. They truly know how to work the camera. The manager's compliments filled Lin Tian and Su Qingxi with immense pride. They took out the small outfits prepared by Jie and dressed the babies accordingly. Against a meticulously arranged pure white backdrop, the two babies were placed side by side on a soft blanket. The photographer's assistant made various amusing sounds to entertain them, while Lin Tian and Su Qingxi felt a bit tense, as it was the baby's first time in a studio setting. Surprisingly, the babies exhibited remarkable professionalism. Xingxing was particularly lively, letting out hearty giggles at the swaying toys, her round eyes bright and expressive. Ruoru remained quieter but was equally photogenic. As the session progressed, Xingxing suddenly turned her head and playfully nibbled on her sister's tiny foot, instantly wetting the pink sock with drool. Rather than crying, Ruoru kicked her little legs and laughed. This is too adorable. Oh my, when will I have such cute babies? The manager excitedly snapped photos. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi couldn't help but chuckle at the warm and humorous scene. Initially, they had planned for 10 pictures of the babies and 3 family portraits. However, the baby's sheer cuteness compelled the manager to inadvertently capture 5 additional shots of them. As for the family portraits, they seemed much easier to manage. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi stood behind the babies, their poses slightly reserved. Yet, their striking appearances effortlessly drew everyone's attention. By the end of the session, the manager felt somewhat disheartened. Despite her efforts, she could not showcase her skills, as the beauty of the models overshadowed everything. Your babies have exceptional expressiveness. You must return to our studio for another shoot. I'll give you a half-price discount. By the conclusion, the manager was reluctant to part ways. Lin Tian happily settled the bill and was just about to exit when he heard the familiar notification sound again. Ding! The babies have taken their first family portrait. Reward, a luxurious flat in Xinghe Bay. Upon receiving this news, Lin Tian was genuinely taken aback. Within a single day, he had received 2 rewards, each more extraordinary than the last. The Yunshan International residence they currently occupied was decent, but it was merely a 2-bedroom apartment. For a family of 4, it felt somewhat cramped, especially when his mother had stayed over to help Su Qingxi and had to sleep in the nursery. The newly acquired flat, which he had briefly glimpsed, boasted 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. This would effortlessly resolve their pressing need for space. This also meant that even if his parents and in-laws came to visit, there would be no concern about insufficient space. Moreover, judging by the system's operations, the flat was likely fully furnished, alleviating any worries. Furthermore, what kind of place was Xinghe Bay? Even in the bustling metropolis, it was considered an upscale community. Such a spacious 5-bedroom flat would likely start in the millions. On the way home, Lin Tian could hardly suppress his joy. Upon arriving, he promptly wheeled the 2 babies into the nursery, played with them for a while, and lulled them to sleep. Then, he quietly made his way to the living room and joined his wife on the sofa. Dear, you seem particularly happy today, Su Qingxi observed. Although her husband generally maintained a stable mood, today he appeared especially elated. Indeed, Lin Tian was happy. He had recently invested in a new project and made a significant profit. By the way, our current home feels a bit small. Let us plan to move in a few days, he casually suggested regarding the relocation. Su Qingxi's eyes widened in surprise. A new project is enough to buy a house. But this is the metropolis. To purchase a place larger than ours, the down payment must be in the millions. Even her father could not casually speak of buying a house like that. I suppose I should look for a job. If we are buying a house, we can both share the loan repayments. The babies are growing, and I can easily manage a translation job, she thought, instinctively feeling that buying a house would require installment payments. The prices in the metropolis were exorbitant, even with a steady monthly income of over 100,000. After paying the mortgage, little would be left, especially with the expenses for the baby's needs. She hesitated for a moment, but rather than opposing, she wanted to share the burden with her husband, not wanting him to carry it alone. Silly wife, I have already purchased the house, outright. There's no need for a mortgage, and you needn't work. Your only responsibility is to remain beautiful, Lin Tian reassured her. Hearing such words, Su Qingxi felt genuinely touched. Her husband truly cared for her well-being. He would never allow her to feel overwhelmed. Look, this house has a great location, and its size is just right. Henceforth, even with friends or parents visiting, there shall be no cause for concern. As he spoke, he promptly produced the keys. Accompanied by the property deed, Su Qingxi accepted the deed, merely glancing at it before exclaiming in astonishment, "Darling, did you truly purchase a home in Xinghebei?" Her face was a canvas of disbelief, awe, and admiration. The real estate prices here are anything but modest. A single unit typically commands a sum of no less than 10 to 20 million. My dear, you haven't engaged in any dubious dealings, have you? Chapter 42. Is the baby experiencing gas? Parents in a frantic state. Su Qingxi's voice dwindled as uncertainty crept in. While a few 100,000 may not pose a significant challenge to earn, we're speaking of tens of millions here. She was certain that even her father's liquid assets would barely amount to several million. To procure 20 million for a property so readily was simply implausible. Lin Tian, just like her, had recently graduated. Moreover, after purchasing this residence for 3 to 5 million merely a month ago, how was it possible for him to acquire another spacious flat so soon? Is he even human? What fanciful notions are swirling in that little head of yours? I just happened to seize a remarkable investment opportunity, something quite rare that I've encountered in all this time, Lin Tian remarked, gently poking Su Qingxi's forehead with his index finger, amused by her expression. He fabricated a casual explanation. Su Qingxi harbored no suspicions, for in her eyes, Lin Tian was nothing short of omnipotent. She was utterly convinced. Indeed, her husband was a deity. Darling, in the future, if such opportunities arise, could you allow me to invest alongside you? Previously, she had deemed such investments unreliable, fearing that a single misstep could lead to total loss. However, as her husband consistently earned profits, surpassing her expectations time and again, her heart began to stir with excitement. As it happens, I've recently identified a new investment opportunity. I'll let you know if it materializes, Lin Tian thought to himself, relieved that the system had bestowed upon him an investment skill. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to manage this situation. All right. Su Qingxi quietly began to look forward to it. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered with a smile, "Hello, Mom?" On the other end, the enthusiastic voice of Lin's mother resonated, her excitement palpable enough that one could almost envision her animated expressions. "Xiao Tian, have you finished taking the photos? I must tell you, Aunt Wang and the others couldn't attend the full-month banquet and have been asking when you'll bring the two little treasures back for everyone to see." The background noise seemed to include Lin's father mumbling about not wanting the babies to be troubled, but his mother's boisterous voice quickly drowned him out. Aunt Li next door is constantly bragging about her grandson. I must show her our Xingxing and Ruo. Not only are they a pair of twins, but their looks are also undeniably stunning, easily outshining that little boy of hers. Lin Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Yet he understood that his parents genuinely adored the babies. I understand, Mom. However, the little ones have just turned 1 month old, and we probably need to get them vaccinated in the next couple of days. Once the weekend passes and we confirm they're all right, I'll assess the situation, he assured her. Such matters were certainly not to be declined. Not to mention, the babies still needed their hepatitis B vaccinations, which weighed on his mind. All right. It's settled then. Remember to give me a heads up. I'll prepare some food for you. His mother concluded the conversation with satisfaction before hanging up. Darling, are we heading back to our hometown? Will there be a lot of people? Su Qingxi, her long eyelashes fluttering anxiously, expressed her nervousness. She truly struggled with social anxiety. Just the thought of the full-month banquet had exhausted her completely, given the number of relatives present. Lin Tian lowered his head, reassuring her, "You needn't worry. I'll be there with you." Understanding his wife's apprehensions, he spoke softly, his gaze imbued with certainty and affection. serving as a soothing balm to Su Qingxi's frayed nerves. After a long day, they took a shower and were preparing for bed when Xingxing and Ruo, who had just settled down, suddenly erupted into cries. The first to make a sound was Ruo, her small face flushed and eyes squeezed shut as she wailed. Almost instantly, Xingxing caught on, his cries resounding loudly. What could be the matter with the babies? Why are they crying so intensely? Su Qingxi nearly bolted upright, her drowsiness vanishing as the sound of the children's cries tugged painfully at her heart. Lin Tian also snapped awake, swiftly rushing to the nursery to check the baby's diapers. They were neither soiled nor wet. It wasn't even mealtime yet. After a thorough examination, he suddenly noticed the babies' bellies were distended. Perhaps they were experiencing gas. His extensive knowledge of childcare prompted him to recall a solution. He carefully turned the inconsolable Xingxing onto his arm, his little belly resting against Lin Tian's forearm, while he supported him steadily with the other hand. This position would apply gentle pressure to the baby's abdomen, aiding in the expulsion of gas. Su Qingxi, though unversed in such matters, completely trusted her husband. Thus, she mimicked him, awkwardly but earnestly cradling the equally distressed Ruo in a similar fashion. They paced the room patiently, gently massaging the babies' tummies in a clockwise motion. Initially, both infants continued to wail intensely. Su Qingxi's eyes reddened with worry. Time seemed to drag on, yet eventually, both babies managed to pass gas. Their cries transformed from thunderous to pitiful sniffles before gradually subsiding. Only soft whimpers remained, and their eyes slowly fluttered shut. Darling, have the babies calmed down? Su Qingxi asked, still in disbelief, looking helplessly at the now peaceful infants. Yes, once the gas is out, they're fine. It seems they're tired and have fallen asleep, Lin Tian confirmed, checking once more to ensure they were indeed asleep before he heaved a sigh of relief. He gently placed the two babies back in their crib. The following morning marked the day for the babies' vaccinations. Su Qingxi and Lin Tian both bore faint dark circles under their eyes, having been startled awake by the previous night's events and unable to sleep soundly. Checking on the babies multiple times to ensure their well-being. Fortunately, the infants had slept soundly. Yet, their own spirits were visibly diminished. After a long night of fussing, the babies had remained asleep throughout the journey to the hospital, displaying their good behavior. Upon arrival, the doctor conducted a comprehensive examination of the babies. Both infants are developing splendidly, their weight gain is on target, and their reflexes are remarkably responsive. The doctor's words invigorated Su Qingxi and Lin Tian. Finally, it was time for the vaccinations. Xingxing was the first to receive his shot. Wah! The instant the needle pierced his skin, Xingxing emitted an earth-shattering wail. The doctor was momentarily taken aback, remarking, "This baby is indeed healthy. His cries are full of vigor." "Xingxing, don't cry, it's just a little pinch," Lin Tian said, helpless yet eager to console his baby. As Ruo felt the needle hovering close, she seemed to sense something amiss. Her little lips pursed, already brewing a tempest of emotions. The little darling Ruo was the epitome of resilience. After all, it was merely a shot, nothing to fear at all. Lin Tian Duo sensed the impending trouble and hurried to soothe her. Chapter 43, Moving Again. Wan is here to spoil my wife. As anticipated, the moment the needle pricked, Ruo let out a wail, her cries piercing the air, more high-pitched and pitiful than the stars themselves. The nurses nearby exclaimed in surprise, noting how robust these two little ones truly were, far stronger than other infants. Lin Tian Duo found himself caught between laughter and tears. Fortunately, the twins' momentary discontent faded as swiftly as it arrived. After receiving their vaccinations, they were cradled by Lin Tian Duo, strolling a few laps down the corridor, confirming there were no adverse reactions, and even indulging in some formula. Before long, they drifted into a deep slumber, teardrops still clinging to their lashes. Gazing at the serene faces of the two babies, Lin Tian Duo exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingxi. A sigh of relief escaped them. The examinations were completed. The vaccines administered. They were healthy and well. Was there any need for further worry? Before stepping out, Su Qingxi had been quite anxious. Indeed, Su Qingxi nodded emphatically, leaning against her husband, recalling how the two little rascals had kept them up all night. She was still feeling drowsy. Even little troublemakers needed to move houses. Lin Tian Duo chuckled lightly, remarking that the weather was splendid, a perfect day for a relocation. Their current home felt a tad cramped. He found himself genuinely looking forward to a spacious apartment. Is the new place ready? Su Qingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, with more rooms. We can arrange for the babies to be a bit farther from us, so they don't disturb our nightly escapades. Lin Tian Duo grinned, calculating that in about 10 days, his wife would be able to visit the doctor for a checkup. There would be ample opportunity for exercise then. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed, clearly understanding the implications of his words. In truth, their belongings were rather few. Both Lin Tian Duo and Su Qingxi had pitifully scant luggage. most of it pertaining to the babies. Lin Tian duo took charge of packing while Su Qingxi tended to the infants. They worked together seamlessly. However, they overlooked one significant detail. The babies were exceedingly attached to Lin Tian duo. Honey, the babies just won't stop crying. Su Qingxi fretted, feeling utterly helpless. She pouted, pushing the stroller in search of Lin Tian duo. Every trick she had tried had failed to calm them. Ruoruo and Xingxing, do you miss Daddy? Lin Tian duo cooed, cradling both babies effortlessly. Daddy is busy packing. We're about to move into a bigger house, so please be patient, all right? The moment the twins were nestled in their father's embrace, their cries ceased instantly. Their tiny hands clutched at his arms, snuggling against him as if seeking comfort. Look how clingy they are with you, completely disregarding me, Su Qingxi observed, unable to suppress a soft sigh as she watched the twins' blatant favoritism. Are you jealous of the babies? Lin Tian duo chuckled at his wife's adorableness, who was evidently feeling a tad envious. I'm not jealous. I just think they're too attached to you, Su Qingxi hastily defended, waving her hands. As they spoke, Lin Tian duo placed the twins back in their stroller and leaned down to wipe Ruo's drool, gently pinching her chubby cheek. Su Qingxi felt a rush of sweetness in her heart, uncertain whether she felt more envious of the babies or her husband. Later that day, Lin Tian duo drove the babies to Xinghebei. Just as the car engine roared to life, Zhao Wanwan called. Su Qingxi, without a second thought, answered the phone. Qingxi, how's everything? How are you two faring? Has Lin Tian duo succumbed to your charms yet? With your stunning figure and your proactive approach, if he hasn't I'm starting to suspect there's something wrong with him. Upon answering, Su Qingxi was greeted by Zhao Wanwan's vibrant voice, infused with gossip and enthusiasm, and completely oblivious to any discretion. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she stealthily glanced at Lin Tian duo, frantically trying to lower the phone's volume. In her haste, she inadvertently activated the speakerphone, causing Zhao Wanwan's words to reach Lin Tian duo loud and clear. He paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Don't worry, my dear. I am in perfect health. Once you recover, I'll show you my prowess. Lin Tian duo patted Su Qingxi's shoulder, his voice laced with suppressed laughter, barely containing his amusement. What in the world? Did he just hear me? Zhao Wanwan gasped, nearly jumping out of her seat. This was supposed to be a private conversation. She had merely intended to indulge in a bit of gossip, never anticipating Lin Tian duo would catch wind of it. Warm. We're in the car, and he heard everything, Su Qingxi confessed sheepishly, casting a guilty glance at Lin Tian duo and lowering her voice. However, the proximity rendered her efforts futile. Well, if he heard, he heard. I must stay informed about my sister's happy life. How about this? I'll head over to your place so we can discuss it face to face. Zhao Wanwan was determined, unable to shake off her curiosity. We're moving today to Xinghebei, actually. This relocation was rather abrupt, and I haven't told anyone yet. Zhao Wanwan, catching on, exclaimed, what? Didn't you just move? Now you're relocating to Xinghebei. Her shock resonated through the phone. It was widely known that Xinghebei was a prestigious area in the metropolis, home to many celebrities, with real estate prices soaring to astronomical heights, starting in the millions. Even rentals could reach exorbitant figures of over 100,000 monthly. The news of their move to Xinghebei was indeed staggering. Let us invite Zhao Wanwan over. I'll call a few friends to warm the house. Lin Tian duo mused, understanding that there were always certain intimate topics among close friends. For instance, if his wife were to suddenly entice him. It was likely Zhao Wanwan's doing. Although it was a bit of a trial at the moment, it would soon turn into pure enjoyment. He had no aversion to the matter. In fact, he welcomed the idea of Zhao Wanwan instilling such thoughts in his wife. Wouldn't that lead to even more happiness in the future? Wanwan, would you like to come over? I'll send you the address. Su Qingxi found the proposal reasonable and asked, is that even a question? Of course, I want to come. I'm eager to see if there has been any new development between you two. Chapter 44. Su Qingxi's self-reproach, urging her husband to release. Zingawan. Ding. The elevator doors slid open, and Lin Tian extracted the key to push open the rich brown wooden door. Su Qingxi stood at the threshold, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her toes had yet to cross the threshold when she was struck by the exquisite design within. Is this truly our home? She marveled at the scene before her. It was important to note that their previous residence at Yunduan International was already lavishly appointed. Yet this abode surpassed it in every conceivable way, especially the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, which afforded an unobstructed view of the city's streets. The sudden transition from their former home to this one left her feeling almost ethereal, as though she were walking on clouds. Lin Tian, with a smile, affirmed, of course, this place is spacious, making it convenient for friends and family alike. Before he could finish his sentence, the two little ones began to stir, babbling excitedly and reaching out as if they wished for their parents to take them on a tour of their new home. The babies have moved to a new house. Don't you want to see what it looks like? Lin Tian and Su Qingxi each cradled a baby and made their way around the house, finally stopping at the nursery. Look, this is going to be your room. Lin Tian entered with his little one, allowing Ruoru to see better. Su Qingxi followed suit, and she couldn't help but marvel at how the nursery was even larger than their previous living room. It was truly spacious. Do you like it, little ones? Lin Tian beamed, engaging with the babies, who responded with their delightful babble, their expressions irresistibly cute. Before long, Lin Tian felt a warmth in his arms. Realizing that Ruoru had soiled her diaper, this was her first mess in the new home. He promptly placed her in the stroller and skillfully changed her diaper. After soothing both babies to sleep, he sent a message to teacher by Jie and his roommates, inviting them over for a meal to warm the new house. Seizing the moment, Su Qingxi began to tidy up the luggage they had brought. In truth, there wasn't much to unpack, mostly items related to the babies. Now that the nursery was so spacious, simply piling everything inside sufficed. Just as she completed the task, the doorbell rang. That must be Wan. I'll get it. Su Qingxi eagerly volunteered for the door-opening duty, primarily concerned that Zhao Wan might speak without restraint. If she blurted out something embarrassing before entering, Su Qingxi would surely be mortified. Wow, Qingxi, you really moved here. I couldn't believe it when I reached the community entrance. Zhao Wan exclaimed, her loud voice announcing her presence even before she stepped inside. I checked on the way here. The cheapest unit in your building costs at least 20 million. Her face was a mixture of shock and gossip. Qingxi, did your parents foot the bill? She could think of no other explanation. After all, both Lin Tian and Su Qingxi had only just graduated, and with a pair of twins to support, expenses were abundant. How could they possibly afford such a luxurious residence? Actually, it was my husband who paid in full, Su Qingxi replied as she stepped aside to let Zhao Wan enter. Paid in full? I must have misheard. Are you saying Lin Tian could produce over 20 million in cash? Zhao Wan exclaimed again, her astonishment palpable. It wasn't that she had never seen wealth, but 20 million was an extraordinary sum. Qingxi, how did Lin Tian, a recent graduate, manage to amass such wealth? He isn't robbing banks, is he? Her expression turned wary, filled with suspicion. This amused Su Qingxi, who explained, he does some investing, and this time he happened to make a profit. So he decided to buy a house. She echoed Lin Tian's earlier explanation. It was a rather safe response, as the outcomes of investments could be quite unpredictable. Is that true? Your husband is so savvy with investments. Could he possibly take me along? I'd like to earn some money too. Zhao Wan's eyes lit up at the prospect. Her family had a bit of money, but compared to Lin Tian's extravagant purchase, it seemed meager. If she could earn even a fraction, a few tens of thousands, it would surely be preferable to working diligently for an employer. Honestly, I'm not too sure. I can ask him later, Su Qingxi replied, scratching her head. Since the investments were Lin Tian's domain, she couldn't make promises without his consent. That is fine. Just don't forget. Zhao Wan nodded, then abruptly shifted the conversation. By the way, have you too? You know? She leaned closer to Su Qingxi, her voice unabashedly loud. Su Qingxi was startled, glancing around nervously to ensure Lin Tian was still with the babies before she exhaled in relief. Wan, could you lower your voice a bit? She whispered, I did what you suggested. After a brief pause, she continued, but he hasn't touched me. Zhao Wan gasped. Wow, while Lin Tian is quite the earner, if he is lacking in that department, you might as well be living as a widow. Her expression was laced with sympathy. Su Qingxi shot her a look. What are you thinking? It's just that I recently gave birth, and my body hasn't fully recovered yet. He said he'd wait until I'm fully healed before engaging in that. Although confiding in her close friend, Su Qingxi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Ah, I see. He really can hold back, Zhao Wan mused thoughtfully. But doesn't a man have needs? Why not help him out in other ways? It would be a shame for him to suffer. Having read numerous novels and watched many dramas, she understood that enduring such desires could be quite taxing. Lin Tian is truly a good man, she reflected sympathetically, beginning to offer Su Qingxi some unsolicited advice. As Zhao Wan spoke, Su Qingxi's guilt deepened. No wonder he had been taking cold showers these past few days. Was it because of her? What should I do? I don't want him to be in discomfort. She lamented, turning to her friend for guidance. Even if it's just a matter of finding another way, I should at least allow my husband some relief. Chapter 45. With theory established, it's time for practice. Zhao Wan shared every morsel of wisdom she could muster, her voice barely above a whisper. Infused with an air of mystery, each word seemed to pierce Su Qingxi's ears, igniting a flicker of warmth within her heart. Listen, Qingxi. This is crucial. Don't let him suffer in silence. Zhao Nuanyuan leaned closer to Su Qingxi's ear, lowering her voice further. You must take the initiative to assist, for example, with your hands and mouth. There are indeed techniques involved. Su Qingxi, whose cheeks were already slightly flushed, instantly turned crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. With even her earlobes tinged with a rosy hue, she instinctively wanted to cover her ears. Such topics were far too embarrassing. However, a powerful curiosity and a surge of concern for her husband overwhelmed her shyness. Unable to suppress her stammering inquiry, she asked, How? How does one help with that? Her voice was barely above a whisper, laden with profound shame and confusion. She could not fathom the very thought of engaging in such acts. Meanwhile, Zhao Nuanyuan began a rapid-fire theoretical lesson, covering everything from posture to pressure, rhythm to comfort, even sharing numerous astonishing tips. The imagery she painted became increasingly vivid, her vocabulary bolder with each passing moment. Eventually, Su Qingxi felt a flush spreading through her entire being, her palms sweating, as if she were about to ignite. Nuanyuan, how do you know all this? She stammered. Isn't your best friend single for quite some time? She was utterly dumbfounded. I've been studying numerous risque articles for your sake. I fear your nightlife lacks harmony, Zhao Nuanyuan replied, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes as she patted her chest, laughing. Su Qingxi, flustered, responded, with this theoretical knowledge complete. It's time to assess your practical report. Together, we will be an unbeatable duo. Zhao Nuanyuan winked mischievously at Su Qingxi. At that moment, Lin Tian had successfully calmed the two little ones. Upon stepping out of the living room, he observed the two women animatedly chatting away, their discussion seemingly ablaze with fervor. Strangely, his wife's cheeks appeared to grow even redder as their conversation continued. What are you two discussing that has you so engrossed? You didn't even hear the doorbell ring. His words startled Su Qingxi, almost causing her to leap from her seat. Instantly, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her, primarily due to the exceedingly embarrassing remarks Zhao Nuanyuan had made. She had been listening intently, quietly committing everything to memory, diligently studying. The two had been so immersed in their conversation that they genuinely hadn't noticed the doorbell. Ah, someone's here? She exclaimed, hastily patting her cheeks to appear less anxious. Nevertheless, the flush on her cheeks would not dissipate anytime soon. Lin Tian approached the door, where Feng Liang and Bai Jie stood waiting. Bai Jie, Feng Liang. What brings you both here together? Lin Tian asked, somewhat surprised. Bai Jie, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, smiled as she replied. I ran into Feng Liang downstairs. Congratulations on your new home. As she spoke, she raised her hand, revealing a gift box prepared for the babies. Beside her, Feng Liang carried a large fruit basket, his face a portrait of astonishment. Wow, Tiangu, is this your new home? This is incredibly grand. He had initially thought that Yunduan International was the pinnacle of luxury. After all, in the bustling metropolis, owning a two-bedroom apartment outright was the dream of many. He never anticipated that within a mere month, Lin Tian would upgrade from Yunduan International to Xinghebei. The speed of this transformation seemed almost rocket-like. Coming quickly, Lin Tian urged, inviting them inside. Upon entering, they were once again awestruck by the expansive space and lavish decor. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a bustling urban skyline. Sunlight cascading onto the polished floors, creating an ambience both spacious and luminous. The difference from the previous two-room apartment at Yunduan International was nothing short of staggering. My heavens! Is this paradise? Feng Liang stood at the entrance, uncertain of where to place his hands and feet, feeling as if he and Lin Tian belonged to two entirely different worlds. Tiangu, how much did this house cost? It's even more extravagant than the homes of CEOs and dramas. The admiration and astonishment in his gaze toward Lin Tian were unmistakable. Well, I checked. And the starting price here is 20 million. Zhao Nuanyuan chimed in eagerly. Although Bai Jie was typically generous, incredulity filled her eyes at that moment. Her student had achieved so much more, while she was still toiling away, feeling a wave of emotions wash over her. Wow, wow, wow. The babies seemed to sense the arrival of guests. Despite just falling asleep, they began to wail. Hearing the sound, Bai Jie's eyes lit up instantly. Are the babies awake? I must go see them. She had always adored children, and Lin Tian's twins resembled two adorable, perfectly sculpted little dumplings. Her affection was palpable. Lin Tian led everyone to the nursery, where Xingxing and Ruo lay side by side in a spacious crib, covered with a light blanket. Ruo's tiny fist rested against her cheek like a little angel, while Xingxing's lips were slightly puckered, occasionally making adorable smacking sounds. It seemed as though the two little ones were vying for attention, their cries echoing throughout the room. Oh my goodness, this is too cute, Bai Jie whispered, fearful of disturbing the babies. Yet, the love in her gaze was overflowing. The twins appeared to have grown even more beautiful since the last time she had seen them. Zhao Nuanyuan and Feng Liang also craned their necks at the door, their hearts melting at the sight of the sleepy babies. If my future child could be half as adorable as Xingxing and Ruo, I would consider myself fortunate, Feng Liang murmured, unable to contain himself. Zhao Nuanyuan shot him a sideways glance. You should find a partner first. Feng Liang clutched his chest. Such harsh words. I'm wounded. Unfazed. Zhao Nuanyuan rubbed her belly before turning to Lin Tian. Chef Lin, since we've come to warm the house, aren't you going to prepare us a meal today? The mere mention of Lin Tian's culinary skills made her mouth water. It was not mere gluttony. His cooking was simply exquisite. She still savored the memory of the last feast he prepared, which left her yearning for more. In fact, she had even visited several Michelin-starred restaurants afterward, only to find their offerings pale in comparison to Lin Tian's. Her willingness to travel such a distance was largely motivated by the desire to indulge in his cooking once again. Really? Tian Ge, are you a great cook? Feng Liang, who had lived with Lin Tian during their university years, exclaimed dramatically upon hearing this. His envy and jealousy were palpable. They were all alumni of the same institution. Yet Lin Tian seemed to excel at everything, while he felt untouched by knowledge and skill, existing in a realm of innocence. The disparity is stark. I wouldn't call it expertise, but I can whip up a few dishes. Today, I shall showcase a bit of my skill, suggest some dishes. Chapter 46. Darling, I want to help you. I can't take it anymore. I truly cannot fit another bite. Zhao Nuanyuan lamented, slumped over in her chair, rubbing her noticeably distended belly. Finally, enjoying Lin Tian's culinary creations brought her immense satisfaction. Feng Liang, more exaggerated in his appreciation, scraped the last remnants of rice and sauce from his plate with fervor, savoring every morsel. Tian Ge, I believe it now. You must be a reincarnated deity. You once remarked that earning money and purchasing a house is akin to playing a game, and your culinary skills can evoke tears of joy. Previously, I thought it was sheer luck to marry the school belle, but now I feel it is truly a blessing for your sister-in-law. These words stem from the depths of his heart. Understandably, when he first learned that Lin Tian had wed Su Qingci, he was genuinely astonished. After all, Su Qingci was a radiant presence at school, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Her mere appearance would create a stir. Yet Lin Tian, despite his handsome visage and the admiration of many girls, remained rather low-key, coupled with an average family background. Many could not fathom how he had won the heart of the school belle. Yet now, Feng Liang is genuinely impressed. His envy has shifted from Lin Tian to Su Qingci. To find such a partner means that one need not worry for the rest of their life. Su Qingci herself was savoring the fish soup that Lin Tian had painstakingly warmed for her, her cheeks slightly flushed at the compliment. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unperturbed, but she felt too shy to boast, opting instead for a gentle smile. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on Lin Tian as he tidied up the dishes, receiving her gaze. Lin Tian's lips curled into a natural smile as he deftly placed a plate in front of Feng Liang, playfully declaring that the washing up was his responsibility. A fair exchange for the meal. Understood. To wash dishes for brother Tian is indeed an honor. Feng Liang promptly sprang up, eagerly gathering the dishes without a hint of complaint. After all, this meal was worth every bit of effort. Bai Jie, however, did not engage in their playful banter and, after finishing her meal, retreated to the nursery. She held a vividly colored rattle, gently shaking it in rhythm about 20 centimeters from the baby's eyes. Look here, babies. What does Annie have? Bai Jie's voice was as soft as water, a stark contrast to her authoritative demeanor in class. The little ones' heads turned slightly in response to the sound, and the moving object, their large, dark eyes striving to focus, instinctively waving their tiny fists as if to touch the delightful rattle. Ruo was quieter, her curious gaze following the slightly parted lips of Bai Jie, occasionally emitting soft coos. Oh my, look at how amazing they are, turning their heads to follow the sound, Bai Jie exclaimed, her surprise spilling out towards the door. Lin Tian, having cleaned up, approached with gentle eyes, observing the two babies with fondness. He extended his finger to lightly touch Ruo's delicate hand, which she reflexively grasped tightly. Our little ones are remarkably clever, aren't they? His pride in his children was palpable. The group became engrossed with the babies, playfully engaging with them for quite some time, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. When it was time to depart, Bai Jie reluctantly held onto the babies. Ruo is just too adorable. Next time I'll bring some little dresses for her to try. Zhao Nuanyuan, cradling Su Qingci, shot her a knowing glance, reminding her not to forget their earlier discussion. Time was of the essence. After bidding farewell, tranquility settled back into the home. Su Qingci sat on the sofa in the living room, her hands covering her face, clearly still flustered by Zhao Nuanyuan's parting words. Lin Tian approached and sat beside her, wrapping his long arms around her in a comforting embrace. What are you thinking about, my dear? He gently rubbed his chin against the crown of her head, inhaling the faint scent of milk and shower gel that clung to her. Su Qingci felt her cheeks warm at the term of endearment, her mind involuntarily replaying Zhao Nuanyuan's embarrassing instructions and Lin Tian's repeated retreats to the bathroom. A surge of empathy and the desire to share his burdens momentarily eclipsed all her shyness. Lin Tian turned to gaze into Su Qingxi's shimmering eyes, which sparkled with a myriad of emotions. Her cheeks flushed like a tempting peach. His heart stirred, and his gaze deepened with inquiry. Su Qingxi took a deep breath, seemingly summoning all her courage. She did not speak, but instead, she rose slightly on her tiptoes, extending her arms to tenderly wrap around Lin Tian's neck. This proactive embrace conveyed both affection and an unspoken invitation. She pressed her warm cheek against the nook of his neck, her heated breath caressing his skin. Her voice, barely above a whisper, trembled. Yuan said you've been enduring a lot. Pausing as if summoning every ounce of strength, she finally uttered the shy confession. I want to help you. The last word nearly dissolved in the suddenly diminished space between them. Although she did not explicitly state how she wished to assist, her closeness, the dreamy blush in her eyes, and the profound meaning behind her words were unmistakably clear. Lin Tian felt a surge of heat engulf him, as if a burning tide swept through his limbs. He lowered his gaze to the shy yet brave figure in his embrace. Her clear eyes reflected his own, brimming with unabashed love and concern. All restraint and patience ignited in that moment. He tightened his hold, pressing her slender, soft body closer to himself, as if he meant to merge her with his very being. Their bodies were intimately aligned, and through the thin fabric of their clothing, they could distinctly feel each other's rapidly escalating temperature and the wild rhythm of their heartbeats. You little fool, Lin Tian's voice was hoarse, laced with a dangerous tension that had built to a breaking point. Do you have any idea how painful it has been for me to endure? He sighed softly, sensing that if this continued, he might truly lose control. Yet, his wife was irresistibly alluring, and to do nothing would be to abandon his manhood. His kiss, imbued with searing warmth, traced a path from her earlobe down to her flushed cheek, finally capturing her slightly trembling, inviting lips. This kiss was no longer the gentle exploration of before. It was a fierce reclamation, charged with suppressed desire, like a wildfire igniting, engulfing them both in its fervor. Su Qingxi responded clumsily yet earnestly, her arms clinging to his shoulders as she awkwardly practiced the theory she had just learned. With tender touches and soft whimpers, she sought to soothe his taut nerves and burning yearning. In the air, only their mingled breaths and the soft sounds of their heartbeats remained. An atmosphere thick with burgeoning intimacy and rising tides of passion. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang, shattering the enchanting ambience. The screen flashed with the word mom. Su Qingxi seized the moment, taking deep breaths, her chest rising and falling erratically. She had never experienced such a profound kiss, feeling as though the air had thinned to a suffocating degree. Answer it, it's mom, she stammered, her fingers unconsciously brushing over her slightly swollen lips. Lin Tian, with a resigned sigh, answered the call, his voice still carrying a hint of hoarseness. Hello, Mom. On the other end, his mother's voice burst forth, lively and excited. Little Tian, how is the planning going? Your Aunt Lee has been hounding me daily, eager to see the twins and bask in their good fortune. The villagers hold these beliefs in high regard. When a family is blessed with twins, everyone wishes to partake in the joy, hoping for a similar fortune for themselves. Lin's mother, already yearning for the little ones, found herself unable to resist the persistent urging from the villagers and made yet another phone call. Do not fret. The babies have completed their vaccinations and all checkups are normal. We plan to return in the next couple of days to visit. Lin Tian could sense that his parents were genuinely missing the children. He hoped they would return soon. After all, the babies were quite robust now, and experiencing village life would be beneficial. Moreover, the air in the village is far fresher than that in the city, undoubtedly advantageous for their growth. He had no reason to delay any further. Really? Have you settled on a time? His mother's voice rose with excitement. I'll start preparing right away, making some delicious dishes for you. By the way, there's no need to bring too many baby items. Your father has already gathered plenty for them. Lin Tian chuckled as his mother's enthusiasm was palpable through the phone. All right then, tomorrow it is. We'll drive back in the morning. He calculated the timing. With a week left until the postnatal checkup, it was perfect to visit his hometown with his wife and children before returning for the follow-up. Tomorrow? Excellent, he exclaimed. I'll head out early to buy the freshest meat and vegetables and prepare some stewed free-range chicken for the babies, along with fish for Qingxi. His mother was already making a list on the other end of the line. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile at her excitement, though he reminded her, Mom, the babies are still quite young. They can only have formula for now. Oh, that is all right. I'll just cook for you, she replied with a laugh, continuing her cheerful chatter before finally ending the call. Wife, would you like to assist me? Lin Tian asked with a teasing grin as soon as the call ended. At that moment, Su Qingxi had already exhausted all her courage and felt too timid to respond boldly. With their return to her husband's hometown looming, she hesitated, muttering, Maybe next time. You said this time I'd let you off easy. It won't be so simple next time, he teased back. As they continued to pack their bags, the morning light streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Star River Bay, illuminating the baby supplies. Lin Tian rubbed his forehead and sighed. His wife had indeed become more aware lately, but whenever tensions flared, he found himself unable to release his frustrations. It was proving to be quite a challenge. Calculating the remaining time, he realized it was just one more week. The word endure is a double-edged sword. Husband, can I wear this outfit? Su Qingxi, having risen earlier than Lin Tian, was still struggling with her choice of clothing. She had spent over half an hour merely selecting an outfit, trying on 3 or 5 pieces without satisfaction. After several rounds of questioning, Lin Tian felt exasperated. Dear, haven't you met my parents? They like you very much. Besides, you're beautiful. You would look good in anything. Lin Tian was not exaggerating. His wife truly was stunning, making every outfit appear lackluster in comparison. However, she was anxious about the many relatives they would encounter. If you truly want to make a good impression, then wear this outfit, he suggested after contemplating briefly. He retrieved a pair of shorts and a t-shirt from the wardrobe. The only casual ensemble Su Qingxi owned, purchased together during one of their outings. She hesitated upon seeing the outfit, questioning whether it was appropriate given that she had been focused on skirts. After all, they were going to meet people, and she wanted to dress suitably. Yet, Lin Tian nodded earnestly. I'm serious, my love. The village is quite simple, and wearing a dress might make you feel out of place. In this outfit, you will blend in seamlessly. He spoke the truth. In the village, practicality reigned supreme, and skirts were indeed a rarity. All right, I'll trust your judgment, Su Qingxi said. Feeling uncertain, but willing to follow her husband's advice, she obediently changed into the shorts and t-shirt, and as she stepped out of the room, she felt slightly awkward. It had been ages since she wore such casual attire, yet it was undeniably comfortable. Babies, today we're heading back to Grandpa and Grandma's house. There are many uncles and aunts waiting to meet you, Lin Tian announced as he prepared the stroller for the babies. He then grabbed the large bag filled with all their essentials, everything from food to diapers, ensuring they would not run short of supplies in the village. The black Mercedes glided smoothly away from the bustling metropolis, en route to a small town filled with the warmth of familiarity. The journey was not short. After the highway, they would traverse state roads and rural paths. Lin Tian chose to drive, concerned that the train would be overcrowded and unsafe for the babies. Although driving was tiring, it was undoubtedly safer. Su Qingxi, on the other hand, appeared somewhat anxious, as it would be her first visit to Lin Tian's hometown, facing his enthusiastic relatives. Rest assured, I'm here with you, Lin Tian said, confidently gripping the steering wheel with one hand while gently squeezing her slightly chilly fingers with the other. My relatives are incredibly warm-hearted. They will be thrilled to see the babies. Just stand behind me, smile, greet them, and I'll handle the rest. Su Qingxi felt a little more at ease, her heart swelling with sweetness. The 2 babies, well-fed and content, sat in their car seats in the back, their curious eyes resembling grapes as they gazed out at the speeding fields, blinking in wonder at the new adventure ahead. Babies, you've never seen the village before. Once we arrive, we'll make sure you have a good look around, Lin Tian thought to himself, glancing back through the rearview mirror, a genuine smile never leaving his face. Husband, I've never seen it either, Su Qingxi piped up. Lin Tian nearly forgot that his wife was indeed a true city girl, having grown up in the urban landscape without ever experiencing village life. How about we explore together with the babies when we arrive? Chapter 48. Su Qingxi understood immediately. Her husband was quite mischievous. That sounds wonderful, she replied eagerly. In truth, Su Qingxi held a certain yearning for the countryside, and now her anticipation grew even stronger. It's a pity your health hasn't fully recovered, otherwise. Spending nights in the village with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds would certainly be a different experience, Lin Tian lamented. Before he could finish his thought, Su Qingxi envisioned the scene in her mind, her cheeks flushing as she realized Zhao Wanwan had filled her head with all sorts of peculiar ideas, to the extent that she has now astonishingly become an instant comprehension empress. Oh dear, she never wished for this. Yet, there lingers a hint of anticipation regarding what her husband has said. Then let us find a time to come back, she nearly blurted out. The moment the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. Did this not signify her proactive admission of understanding to her husband? Her image was crumbling. Su Qingxi lamented inwardly. Conversely, Lin Tian could hardly conceal his delight. To his astonishment, his wife appeared so bashful, yet demonstrated a surprising depth of understanding. No problem. Once you complete your checkup and ascertain that everything is well, we shall arrange a time to bring the little ones back for some fun. However, we must also take some time to enjoy ourselves. Lin Tian began to fantasize earnestly. I don't comprehend what you're saying. Su Qingxi averted her gaze. her expression akin to one caught red-handed. Observing her reaction, Lin Tian refrained from exposing the truth, thinking that perhaps next time she would comprehend through personal experience. As noon approached, the vehicle finally turned onto a familiar rural path. In the distance, at the entrance of the village, the iconic large locust tree was surrounded by a throng of people. Are they all here to greet us? Su Qingxi was taken aback. She had anticipated some visitors, but never imagined there would be so many. Indeed, this must be the handiwork of my mother, Lin Tian chuckled. It was well known that his mother had long been clamoring to proudly showcase their pair of twins. Now that the little ones had finally arrived, she surely could not wait for everyone to behold them. The scene was quite the spectacle. Just as he parked the car in front of their spacious courtyard, his mother, beaming with joy, approached eagerly. My dear grandson and granddaughter have returned. How I have missed you. His father followed closely behind, equally radiant. Along with them were a multitude of aunts and uncles, all bearing expressions of festive cheer, their eyes fixated on the two little ones in the car. As the door swung open, Lin Tian had just unfastened the safety seat buckle when his mother's hands reached out eagerly. Quick, let me hold them. Laughing, Lin Tian handed the relatively calm Ruo to his mother. Mom, the baby is a bit shy right now. As expected, the moment Ruo was enveloped in her grandmother's embrace, her curious little face crumpled, her mouth pouted, and her big eyes quickly filled with tears, ready to burst forth. Oh dear, my precious granddaughter, it's me, your grandmother. Don't cry, don't cry. Lin Mama hurriedly soothed, but Ruo's little brows knitted tighter in distress. At that moment, a lively aunt, dressed in a floral shirt and possessing a voice even louder than Lin Mama's, squeezed through. She thrust a glaringly red envelope into Ruo's blanket. Oh my, this baby is simply too adorable, just like her mother. Here. Ani gives you a big red envelope for sweets. The action was so swift that Su Qingxi had no time to intervene. This startled Ruo, who let out a wail that resonated through the air. Meanwhile, Xing, cradled in her grandfather's arms, had been observing her surroundings. The sound of her sister's heart-wrenching cries prompted her to join in with her own little voice. The two melodious cries echoed through the courtyard. Oh dear, please stop crying. Grandma will give you a big red envelope too. Lin Mama, distressed, hurried to console them, but her efforts were in vain. Allow me. Lin Tian instinctively took one baby into his arms. The moment the little ones were nestled against their father, they ceased their cries, although they continued to sniffle, their little mouths forming smiles. Their tiny hands reached out to grasp at their father. How endearing it was, the way they clung to him. Here, darling. Take this red envelope as a welcoming gift for our dragon and phoenix twins. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Red envelopes seemed to flow like water into the baby's blankets. While everyone chimed in with their own words of blessing, Lin Mama stood by, brimming with pride. Su Qingxi had never witnessed such a commotion. Her hands already filled with several envelopes. It felt as though she was holding hot potatoes, both awkward and helpless, seeking her husband's support with her gaze. Lin Tian, having just calmed down the two little ones, found the scene both amusing and bewildering. He hurriedly walked over to his wife, using his body to shield her from the overly enthusiastic relatives. Thank you, dear uncles, aunts, and cousins. We appreciate your kindness. The babies are still quite young and a bit shy. We should take them indoors for a while. Upon hearing this, the relatives instantly parted to create a path for them. After all, the babies had endured a long journey and needed rest. You two young ones have traveled far. Please take a break. We will take care of things out here, they all urged with warmth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian led his wife inside. Outside, the chatter among the relatives continued. I say, Lin Sa, your life will surely improve from here on out. That car of Lin Tian's, how much must it cost? I heard he bought a house in the city too. This child is truly successful, and you must help take care of our son. In the village, the understanding of automobiles was limited, but everyone recognized the names Mercedes and BMW. A vehicle as grand as a Mercedes was seen as the pinnacle of luxury, and many could not hide their envy. Ah, he is just lucky, having made some money from investments. Though Lin Mama spoke modestly, the corners of her mouth were difficult to suppress. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, she could hardly contain her joy. With a successful son and now a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, how could she not feel elated? Inside the house, Su Qingxi's heart raced. Dear, the relatives are so warm and welcoming. This was her first experience with such enthusiasm. Her family gatherings had always been formal affairs, marked by a certain distance among attendees. Even warmth was often laced with ulterior motives. It was rare to encounter such unreserved affection, devoid of any interest. Will you be uncomfortable? If you don't like it, you can stay inside while I handle things outside. Lin Tian expressed his concern for her comfort. He continuously reminded her that she need not feel compelled to embrace everything. However, Su Qingxi resolutely shook her head. I truly enjoy this atmosphere. Though a bit nerve-wracking, it is evident that everyone's intentions are sincere. I will strive to adapt. She felt a strong sense of familial connection. Just as she spoke, Lin Mama entered with a beaming smile. Your father and I woke up early this morning to buy a plethora of fresh ingredients. I'll prepare a meal for you both. With such adorable babies, a beautiful daughter-in-law, and a successful son, I can hardly contain my joy. The delight radiated from her as she spoke. Mom, let me help you. Su Qingxi felt a bit shy and quickly rose to assist, but Lin Mama gently pressed her back down. Exhausted from their journey, the two of you should take a moment to rest. By the way, Xiao Tian, why not take Qingxi and the little ones for a stroll around the village? Over the past 2 years, the village has undergone significant reforms and improvements, with many fascinating new developments. Lin Ma quickly signaled to her son, primarily concerned about tiring out her daughter-in-law. Understood. Shall we head out now? Lin Tian had been contemplating a visit to the village with his wife and children, but had yet to choose the right moment. Since his mother had spoken up, he felt compelled to comply. He placed the little ones in the stroller, and the couple each pushed a baby as they ventured outside. Chapter 49. A rewarding supercar. The little ones adore their hometown. Ding. For bringing the babies back to the village for the first time, you are rewarded with a Lamborghini Revuelto. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Lin Tian was greeted by this delightful news in his mind. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Although his current Mercedes SUV was indeed quite splendid and suitable for family outings, what man could resist the allure of a supercar, especially one as prestigious as the Lamborghini Revuelto? This vehicle had an extremely limited production quota, with a price tag exceeding $6 million, and the final cost could very well be higher. To put it into perspective, even a supercar priced at $2 or $3 million would typically qualify one for the elite supercar club. Meanwhile, a $5 to $6 million supercar undoubtedly belonged to the realm of hypercars. With its extravagant Y-shaped design language and fighter jet cockpit, this car's appearance was undeniably striking. It epitomized the purest faith of the Lamborghini brand. On this midsummer noon, the chorus of cicadas filled the air. Lin Tian pushed the twin stroller, while Su Qingxi linked her arm through his, and the family of four strolled along the familiar country path. The wheels of the stroller rolled over the gravel road, producing a gentle clattering sound. Wow! Yay! In the stroller, the little one dressed in a blue short-sleeve shirt suddenly waved his tiny fists in excitement, his round eyes wide open and mouth agape, fixated on something in the distance. Ahead, a small construction site was bustling with activity as an orange-yellow excavator clanked and clattered. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated with a sense of vigor. Oh, so you like this, Xing? Lin Tian chuckled, stopping to kneel down and point at the excavator. This is an excavator. When we get back, Daddy will buy you a model. He deftly retrieved a baby bib and gently wiped the glistening drool from Xing's chin. The little one seemed to share his father's fascination for such things from a young age. Su Qingxi bent down as well, watching the baby's excited expression with a hint of surprise. This is the first time I've seen the baby so thrilled. It seems he truly enjoys it. She extended her finger and gently tapped Xing's excited little fist. Ruo, on the other hand, appeared much more serene, lying at the other end of the stroller. With curious, glistening eyes, she scanned the roadside. A lovingly tended small courtyard next to their home came into view. The fence was adorned with lush green loofah vines, sprouting delicate yellow flowers, while a few white butterflies flitted gracefully among the blossoms. She seemed captivated by the butterflies, her small hands reaching out into the air, emitting soft coos of delight. Ruo wants the butterflies, does she? Daddy will catch one for you. Lin Tian keenly observed this and made a move to do just that. Su Qingxi was taken aback. Honey, can you really catch one? Growing up in the city, she had occasionally seen butterflies and dragonflies, but never attempted to catch them, leaving her uncertain. No problem. This was our favorite pastime as children, Lin Tian replied, his movements agile. In just a few moments, he skillfully captured a fluttering butterfly and brought it before the baby. Ruro's little face lit up with joy, her round eyes fixated on the creature for an extended time. Even Su Qingxi found herself intrigued by this close encounter with a butterfly, stealing glances at the spectacle. After the two of them admired the butterfly for a while, Lin Tian finally released it back into the air. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the refreshing scent of grass and earth. The air here is truly wonderful. It feels so clean. Su Qingxi inhaled deeply, feeling the hustle and bustle of the city wash away with the wind. The village she had envisioned was perhaps muddy and chaotic, yet the reality before her was pristine, comfortable, and imbued with a serene poetic quality. It's quite different from what I imagined, and remarkably pleasant. Indeed, over the past 2 years, the village has been engaged in new rural construction, roads have been repaired, and garbage is regularly collected. The changes have been substantial, Lin Tian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. You know, when I first came here to study, The village was not like this at all. The transformations over the years have been nothing short of revolutionary. As they continued pushing the stroller forward, they encountered familiar faces. Oh, Xiao Tian's brought his wife and children out for a stroll. Ah, are these the dragon and phoenix twins? Goodness, they are truly adorable. They take after their parents. Just look at their little faces, so exquisitely crafted. Xiao Tian's wife is stunning, like a movie star. When will you treat us to some sweets? We want to share in the joy of the dragon and phoenix twins. Babies, smile for us. Relatives and acquaintances, some familiar and others less so, greeted them warmly at almost every turn. Everyone naturally directed their attention to the two babies, openly showering compliments and affection upon them. Initially, Su Qingxi felt somewhat reserved. Her cheeks flushed and lips pursed in a smile. However, the genuine warmth and fondness from the villagers gradually eased her apprehension, allowing her to slowly integrate into this environment. Lin Tian navigated the exchanges with ease, intermittently introducing the babies. Every time the mention of dragon and phoenix twins arose, people would gather to extend their congratulations and bask in their good fortune. With her husband as a solid support, Su Qingxi's tension gradually dissipated, and her smile became more genuine and relaxed. As they exited the busier village center, the view opened up to reveal a vast expanse of fields stretching before them. The golden wheat fields had been harvested, leaving behind neat stubble that exuded the scent of sun-dried grains. Nearby, vibrant green rice paddies thrived, with the seedlings stretching their leaves gracefully in the gentle breeze. Darling, what are these? Su Qingxi, gazing at the scene before her, felt as if she had never truly experienced the world. She could not identify a single one. That green expanse over there is rice. It's the seedlings from which our rice grows. And that field is corn. Once matured, the corn cobs can be made into porridge for the babies, Lin Tian explained patiently, pointing out each item in succession. So this is what corn looks like before it ripens. Su Qingxi observed the landscape with a sense of wonder and satisfaction. She had never observed the earth that nurtured her food so closely, far removed from the urban clamor and concrete jungle. She inhaled the mixed scents of earth and fresh grass. Standing here with her husband and children, a peculiar sense of tranquility and belonging surged within her. Darling, this place is truly wonderful, she remarked, glancing at Lin Tian with sparkling eyes, wishing they could stay a few more days. This feeling surpassed that of residing in a luxurious penthouse in Galaxy Bay, imbued with an extra layer of comfort and contentment. After all, it had been a rare visit home, and her parents had prepared everything meticulously. As long as they enjoyed themselves, they could linger here for as long as they wished. Lin Tian chuckled, unfazed, for regardless of their location, it wouldn't hinder investments or delay the system's rewards. He was genuinely indifferent. Chapter 50, Homeward Bound, the family portrait arrives. As they strolled back from the field at the village's edge, the sun had just reached its zenith. The breeze carried the enticing aroma of dishes wafting from the kitchen. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi were greeted by a rich scent of stewed chicken. Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large basin of stir-fried green beans, and waved them over eagerly. You two are back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Today's dishes are freshly picked from the garden, far superior to those sold in the city supermarkets. Lin Tian wheeled the baby stroller into the main room and casually inquired, Has Dad returned yet? There's a crowd at the market today, don't mind him. I've saved him some food, and I'll take it over later. Lin's mother waved her hand dismissively, explaining that she had spent a considerable amount of time at the market since early morning. All right, I'll deliver it to him shortly. Lin Tian acknowledged, leading his wife to the water well nearby. What is this? Su Qingxi asked, puzzled, as she pointed at the dark contraption before her. Just as she spoke, Lin Tian added a basin of water into it and pressed down on the lever with vigor. To her astonishment, water began to flow moments later. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This is a water well. There aren't many left in the village, but this one is still functional, Lin Tian explained. Eagerly, Su Qingxi stepped forward to give it a try and was genuinely astonished to find it could indeed draw water. She even brought the two babies over to witness the marvel. After washing their hands, they finally settled at the dining table, which was laden with a feast on an antique redwood 8 immortals table. There was braised free-range chicken, steamed river fish, wild mushroom soup, assorted fresh vegetables, and a special sweet pumpkin dish prepared just for Su Qingxi. Mom, you've outdone yourself, Lin Tian teased with a smile. Lin's mother gave him an exasperated glance before turning to Su Qingxi with a warm smile. Qingxi, make sure to eat more. You need to replenish your strength after all the hard work with the babies. Xiao Tian, you two, don't just focus on the babies. You need to eat well to carry both of them. As she spoke, Su Qingxi's small bowl was already piled high. Though taken aback, her appetite was rather modest. Even this amount of food seemed daunting, especially with Lin's mother continually serving more. Feeling anxious, She quickly turned to her husband for help with her eyes. Mom, after all your hard work, you should eat more too, Lin Tian suggested, just as he picked up a piece of chicken, noticing the babies fixated on his chopsticks. Drooling eagerly, their little heads followed the chopsticks back and forth. Realizing this, he playfully waved the chicken in front of them, eliciting delightful giggles. Looks like someone is eager for meat. Lin Tian laughed. But not yet, my little ones. You're still too small to eat that. When you grow a bit more, I'll cook for you. Lin's mother chuckled from the side. These two are just like you. They'll surely be little foodies when they grow up. The meal was filled with laughter as the two babies drooled over the delicious food. Eventually, Lin Tian paused his meal to prepare some formula for them. Each baby held onto a bottle, drinking contentedly, their little eyes squinting as they seemed to forget all about the delectable dishes on the table. Their adorable expressions made everyone burst into laughter. In the village, life brimming with warmth flew by swiftly. Su Qingxi had completely fallen in love with the slow pace of life here. Each morning, she awoke to the absence of city traffic. Only the sounds of roosters crowing and birds chirping. Opening the window revealed lush green fields, with corn stalks towering above her, their leaves rustling in the breeze. In the evenings, she strolled with Lin Tian, pushing the babies, inhaling the fragrant grass by the fields, feeling as if every breath was a delight. If only they could stay here forever that night. After the babies had drifted off to sleep, Su Qingxi nestled in Lin Tian's embrace, gazing at the moonlight filtering through the window, and softly remarked, "The air is so fresh and quiet. It's far more comfortable than in the city." Lin Tian gently massaged her waist, expressing his desire to visit more often in the future. He leaned down to plant a kiss on the top of her head, saying, "Once the babies grow a bit more, I'll create a small courtyard in the village, plant some strawberries you love, and build a grape trellis. In the summer, we can dine beneath the trellis." "Really?" Su Qingxi's eyes sparkled as she turned to him. "You better not be deceiving me. I would never deceive my wife." Lin Tian teased, playfully pinching her cheek, his fingers trailing to her waist. His voice lowered, tinged with flirtation, though he added, "But for now, we must return to the city. After all, you need to go back for a checkup." He knew that once his wife completed her checkup, and if all was well, it would signify that they could share a bed together again. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. The timing was just perfect for their return to the hospital the next day. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed instantly. Even without Lin Tian stating the obvious, she understood the implications. The following morning, they prepared to head back to the city. Lin's mother had risen early to pack their belongings, filling the trunk to the brim with home-raised chickens, an assortment of fresh vegetables from the garden, and even homemade pickles and salted vegetables. "Mom, please stop packing. The car won't hold any more." Lin Tian chuckled, trying to halt her efforts. Only then did Lin's mother pause, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Drive safely, and call me when you get home. If the babies feel unwell, remember to take them to the hospital promptly." "Understood, Mom. Don't worry," Su Qingxi reassured her as she embraced Lin's mother, feeling a touch reluctant. Over the past few days, Lin's mother had helped care for the babies and prepared her favorite dishes, proving to be even more considerate than her own mother. She truly appreciated it. As the car pulled away from the village, Su Qingxi glanced back. The cornfields swayed gently in the wind, and the old locust tree at the village entrance receded into the distance. Her mood dimmed slightly as they approached the towering buildings of the city. Finally arriving at Galaxy Bay, upon reaching home, they discovered a package waiting at the door. It was from the photography studio, indicating that their photos had been developed. Lin Tian hurriedly opened the door, wheeling the babies inside before placing the bags down and bringing the package in last. "That was quick," Su Qingxi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she crouched down to open the package. Lin Tian took the babies to their nursery and returned to find Su Qingxi holding a large frame, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is our family portrait," she exclaimed. In the photo, Su Qingxi wore a blue and white dress, while Lin Tian donned a light blue shirt. They held the babies, their smiles radiating sweetness. The frame was made of solid wood, its edges polished to a smooth finish, exuding elegance. "Wow, this is fantastic." Su Qingxi gasped in delight, her fingers brushing over the glass surface of the frame, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "Darling, come quickly and take a look. The stars bear an uncanny resemblance to you." Lin Tian smirked, raising an eyebrow, as he enveloped Su Qingxi's waist from behind. Resting his chin on her shoulder, they admired the photograph together. Ruo resembles her mother as well. She'll undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Chapter 51. Zhao Wan acts subservient. Brother Tian exudes majesty. Lin Tian's warm breath brushed against Su Qingxi's neck, infused with a hint of flirtation. Su Qingxi playfully twisted her body, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Where should we put this? Need you even ask?" Lin Tian replied without hesitation, pointing towards the wall beside the headboard in the master bedroom. Previously, they had remarked how bare the wall appeared, Now, hanging the family portrait would be perfectly fitting. Lin Tian fetched a ladder while Su Qingzi handed him nails and a hammer. Together, they coordinated to hang the frame. As she tiptoed, her hand inadvertently brushed against Su Qingzi's. He looked down at her, eyes brimming with mirth. "My dear, you're so gentle when passing things. You deserve a reward." With that, he leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. "The baby is still inside." Su Qingzi's face turned a deeper shade of red as she quickly pushed him away. Lin Tian's eyes glimmered mischievously. "Is that all it takes for you to feel shy? What will we do tonight after your checkup?" Upon hearing his words, Su Qingzi covered her face, exclaiming, "Husband, you're incorrigible. Is that all it takes to be incorrigible?" After hanging the frame, Lin Tian swept Su Qingzi into his arms and laid her on the bed. His kisses gently graced her forehead and the tip of her nose, finally lingering on her long-desired cherry lips. Murmuring softly, he said, "My dear, these past few days at home, surrounded by the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Do you know how much I've endured? Can we consider this a return on my patience?" His kiss deepened, imbued with an undeniable intensity and long-suppressed yearning. Su Qingzi felt dizzy from his kiss, her body responding instinctively as her rationality melted in the sweet vortex. Her small hands unconsciously climbed onto his broad back. As passion surged, Lin Tian's hands began to wander beneath her clothing, seeking the clasp of her bra. Just at that pivotal moment, a loud cry erupted from the nursery. "Wah! Wah!" Su Qingzi snapped back to reality, sitting up abruptly. Lin Tian buried his face in her neck, emitting a muffled groan of frustration. "Lin Xingqian, you little rascal. You must be doing this on purpose. Crying now of all times. Why not earlier or later? How infuriating." Su Qingzi blushed as she urged him, "Quickly. The baby is wailing fiercely. She must have soiled her diaper." Resigned, Lin Tian got up while grumbling. "That little one is undoubtedly a test sent by the heavens to challenge my composure." Despite his complaints, he hurried towards the nursery without delay. After soothing Xingqian and changing Ruoruo's diaper and feeding her, Lin Tian emerged from the nursery, a hint of melancholy still lingering on his face. Su Qingzi couldn't help but chuckle as she picked up the scattered baby photos. "Darling, look. The pictures of the babies turned out beautifully. In the photos, Xingqian was nibbling on her sister's tiny toes, while Ruoruo flashed a sweet smile at the camera. They were simply adorable beyond measure. Indeed, they are perfect to display around the house." Lin Tian shared her enthusiasm for the baby photos. The couple spent some time arranging the pictures throughout their home, ensuring that the delightful images of their children adorned every corner. Just as they finished, the doorbell rang. "It must be Nguyen Nguyen. She has been asking when we would return." Su Qingzi smiled helplessly. Ever since she discussed allowing Zhao Nguyen Nguyen to join in on their investment ventures, Nguyen Nguyen had been eagerly anticipating their return. Upon opening the door, Su Qingzi was nearly knocked back by Zhao Nguyen Nguyen's exuberant embrace. "Qingzi, my dear friend, you're finally back," Nguyen Nguyen exclaimed, her eyes darting around. "By the way, where is your husband, the wealth god?" Su Qingzi couldn't help but roll her eyes, bemused. "When did my husband become a wealth god? Your husband is so adept at making money. If I follow him in investments, he could very well become my wealth god." "Qingzi, my darling, you are the wife of the wealth god. Enjoy that privilege," Zhao Nguyen Nguyen said with a seriousness that made Su Qingzi feel a twinge of pride. Her husband was indeed impressive, that much was evident. As they conversed, they made their way to the living room. Upon spotting Lin Tian lounging on the sofa, Zhao Nguyen Nguyen transformed into a sycophant, rushing towards him. "Master Lin, I've been waiting for your return." Her demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual carefree attitude, leaving Lin Tian slightly taken aback. "Zhao Nguyen Nguyen, please act normal. You're giving me the creeps." About the investments, could you guide me?" "Master Lin, my wallet is practically parched with anticipation." Zhao Nguyen Nguyen widened her eyes dramatically. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine at her exaggerated display. "I seem to recall someone doubting I robbed a bank in the past. That was a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding." Zhao Nguyen Nguyen clasped her hands in a gesture of repentance. "I simply failed to recognize the mountain for its grandeur." As she spoke, she nudged Su Qingzi with her elbow, casting frantic glances. Su Qingzi stifled a laugh, recalling her promise to inquire. She leaned in and whispered, "Husband, if there is something suitable, could you show her?" Lin Tian regarded his wife's gentle gaze, then glanced at the eagerly bouncing Zhao Nguyen Nguyen. He had already contemplated this. After all, this was a unique opportunity for investment. Zhao Nguyen Nguyen was also Su Qingzi's best friend. He had no qualms about helping them earn some money together. When she first arrived, he had already researched the promising stocks making waves in the market. He had settled on the one with the most potential, merely intending to tease Zhao Nguyen Nguyen a bit. "All right," Lin Tian sighed dramatically, as if making a great sacrifice. "For the sake of my wife, Zhao Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she quickly sidled up beside Lin Tian. He then walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing out at the city lights, adopting an air of authority. He swiped his finger across his phone screen, pulling up a stock code. This renewable energy stock has gained significant support from recent policies. With stable revenue and our de-investments, institutions are quietly increasing their holdings. It's a surefire bet to double in a month. Lin Tian smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice. Zhao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily pulled out her phone. Let us transfer the money right now. I can transfer my 60,000 at any moment. Brother Tian, just give me the account number, and I'll send it over immediately. Once we profit, I'll buy gold locks for the babies. After Zhao Wanwan darted off, Su Qingxi leaned against Lin Tian, whispering, Darling, are you truly confident? What if it drops? After all, this isn't our money. Even if it does drop, I still have my means of making money. Perhaps an evening massage for you could earn me a bit of pocket change? Chapter 52. Su Qingxi suits up for the night. Do we still require a massage? Previously, our massage time was sacred and unyielding. Since moving to the countryside, the convenience of receiving massages has diminished significantly. It has been an entire week without one. Suddenly broaching the subject, Su Qingxi felt a flicker of anticipation. Of course, this was merely the beginning. I shall provide you with a full-body massage. However, as fate would have it, there was still ample time. So it would be prudent to undergo a health examination first. This checkup was something Lin Tian had long awaited, as the ultimate determination of their intimacy hinged upon this very moment. All right, Su Qingxi nodded softly. But, dear husband, I feel a bit anxious. What if the doctor says I'm not yet ready? Her delicate hands trembled slightly. That won't happen. I've been diligently preparing nourishing chicken soup and sweetened white fungus soup for you daily. Your complexion is even better than before pregnancy, so there is no cause for concern. Moreover, even if the doctor advises further recuperation, I can wait. Your health is paramount, Lin Tian reassured her, holding her tighter with a gentle tone. This calmed Su Qingxi considerably. The couple promptly decided to visit the hospital for the final examination. However, given that their little ones were still quite fragile, it felt somewhat inappropriate to go to the hospital unless absolutely necessary. After contemplating, Lin Tian sent a quick message to teacher Bai Jia. As luck would have it, Bai Jia nearly burst with excitement upon receiving the inquiry. Without a moment's hesitation, she hailed a cab and made her way to Xinghebei. Mere minutes later, she arrived at their nursery, showering affection upon the babies with unrestrained delight. You two go ahead for your checkup. I'll keep an eye on the little ones. If anything arises, I'll be sure to call you, she assured them, all the while playing with the infants. Thank you, teacher, they replied gratefully. With someone to watch over the babies, the young couple relished the rare opportunity to step out. At the hospital, Lin Tian remained by Su Qingxi's side throughout the process, waiting in line, registering, and undergoing examinations, never allowing her to lift a finger. As it was their turn for the ultrasound, Su Qingxi clutched his hand with palpable tension. Lin Tian gently patted the back of her hand, whispering, Do not fret, everything will be fine. After the examination, the doctor reviewed the report. You're recovering splendidly. Your uterus has nearly returned to its original position, and any postpartum discharge has cleared up. No issues at all. She glanced knowingly at Su Qingxi, whose face was flushed like a ripe shrimp, and then at the visibly anxious Lin Tian. With a teasing smile, she added, Moderate exercise is permissible. Just take it gradually and avoid anything too vigorous. The phrase too vigorous was pronounced with particular emphasis, as she winked suggestively at Lin Tian. He responded with a grin. Absolutely. We will certainly adhere to the doctor's advice and proceed with caution. Su Qingxi felt a wave of warmth rush from her toes to the crown of her head, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Embarrassed, she buried her face in Lin Tian's embrace. Once outside the examination room, she still blushed, exclaiming, Husband, why did you discuss that with the doctor? How embarrassing. The doctor brought it up first. I couldn't very well pretend I hadn't heard. Lin Tian chuckled, pulling her closer, his voice low. Now that the doctor has given their approval, shouldn't we honor their professional judgment? You're incorrigible. Su Qingxi's ears turned crimson, yet she did not push him away. Instead, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Nestled beside Lin Tian, the blush on her cheeks lingered, her heart racing as if harboring a lively little rabbit. A plan that had been brewing for much of the day was finally taking shape. Husband, I would love to eat the shrimp you make. Could you please go buy some? Su Qingxi asked softly. Of course. I'll go right away and prepare several dishes for us to celebrate. Lin Tian proclaimed with enthusiasm. It was worth noting that this was the first time his beloved wife had made a request. Not merely a shrimp dish, he would gladly cater to any culinary desire. With that said, Lin Tian first escorted his wife downstairs before driving to the market. Little Lin is here. Why didn't you bring the two babies today? The vendors greeted him with cheer. Is there a special occasion? Come, try these blueberries. They're incredibly fresh, just for you. Upon parking and stepping into the market, the vendors enthusiastically hailed him. Lin Tian frequently visited this market, often accompanied by the twins, who had become local celebrities. The vendors recognized him and would present the freshest produce whenever he arrived, even offering discounted prices, all thanks to the charm of the little ones. Indeed, I'm preparing a special meal for my wife, Lin Tian chuckled. He began by purchasing a fish, intending to make a nourishing soup for Su Qingxi to aid in her recovery. After all, they needed to ensure the little ones were well fed. Little Lin is such a good boy. How come our daughter hasn't he found a husband as wonderful as you? Aunt Wang remarked while preparing the fish, eliciting nods of agreement from those nearby. As Lin Tian chatted with the vendors, he found himself enveloped in the warmth of their camaraderie. He wasn't too short on funds, so there was no reason to take advantage of their kindness. He accepted their offerings graciously, scanning the QR codes to settle the payments. After acquiring the fish, he also purchased shrimp, pork ribs, and an assortment of vegetables. Engaging with the vendors and selecting ingredients took up quite a bit of time. Meanwhile, back at Qinghebei, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the lively market. As soon as Su Qingxi confirmed that Lin Tian had left with the babies, she sprang into action. She quickly took a refreshing shower, the steam enveloping her as she admired her recovering figure in the mirror. Although she still bore a few extra pounds, the pain had subsided. Remembering the doctor's words and Lin Tian's astonished gaze from earlier, the blush that had faded returned anew. Then, she ventured to the depths of her wardrobe, retrieving a beautifully packaged box. This was a clandestine purchase she had made online days prior. Hidden away while Lin Tian took the twins for a stroll. Taking a deep breath, she unwrapped the packaging. Inside lay a silk nightgown, not ostentatiously revealing, but rather a perfect blend of simplicity and allure. Its soft champagne hue, delicate straps, and a deep V neckline elegantly showcased her collarbone and subtle curves. The crossback design and hemline that reached mid-thigh accentuated her silhouette in a modest yet enticing manner. This was the battle attire she had meticulously chosen after extensive research and guidance from Zhao Nuanyuan's theoretical teachings. This time, she was determined to succeed. As she slipped into the nightgown, the cool silk caressed her warm skin, sending shivers coursing through her. Gazing at her reflection, her heart raced like a drum. This is far more nerve-wracking than donning an exquisite gown for a grand banquet. She strolled into the living room, adjusting the lights to a soft, warm yellow, and uncorked a bottle of red wine. Liquid courage, indeed. This time, there could be no hesitation. After completing these preparations, she curled up on the sofa. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. Zhao Nuanyuan's piercing words flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Anxiety, shyness, anticipation, all these emotions intertwined, rendering her restless. She could only take deep breaths repeatedly. At last, the sound of a key turning at the door reached her ears. Su Qingxi's heart leapt to her throat, and she instinctively straightened her back. Her hands nervously clutched the hem of her nightgown, her cheeks flushed with a delightful shade of crimson. The door swung open, revealing Lin Tian, who was carrying 2 large bags filled to the brim with ingredients. "Honey, I'm back. I'm going to prepare your favorite dish," he declared, but his words faltered as his gaze landed on the figure in the center of the living room, leaving him momentarily speechless. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Under the gentle lighting, Su Qingxi wore a champagne-colored satin nightgown that exuded a silent, yet lethal allure. The deep V neckline showcased her exquisite figure, while the crisscrossing delicate straps accentuated her smooth back, and her long, slender legs peeked tantalizingly from beneath the hem of her gown. She tilted her head slightly, her cheeks aflame, her eyes brimming with shyness, tension, and yearning. She gazed silently at him, her unvoiced invitation more resounding than any words. Lin Tian's breath hitched sharply. The heavy shopping bags fell with a thud onto the floor. Before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, and the doctor's words echoed in his mind. "It's fine now. Take it slow." Good heavens, which man could withstand such a sight? A wave of heat surged through him, his blood seemingly boiling as it rushed toward a singular destination. He swallowed hard, his voice gruff and taut. "Honey, you, darling, the stars in row are asleep." Su Qingxi whispered softly. "Are you preparing a feast for me?" Lin Tian's voice dropped to a low, dangerous timbre, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Su Qingxi felt her body weaken under his intense gaze and words, yet this time she did not retreat. Drawing a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of courage within her, she raised her chin slightly to meet his fiery gaze. Her red lips parted, her voice trembling yet unmistakably clear. "Welcome home, darling. Would you like to dine first, or shall we indulge in each other?" Lin Tian's mind buzzed as if a string had snapped completely. Su Qingxi's audacious proposition, "Dine first or indulge in me," paired with her pure yet provocative champagne-colored nightgown that accentuated her curves, was akin to dousing him in gasoline and igniting a flame. The shrimp and ribs tumbled innocently from the bags onto the floor, but at that moment, Lin Tian had no time to care. His focus was solely on the woman on the sofa, her face resembling a peach blossom, her eyes harboring a shy flame. "Honey, are you certain about this now?" He chuckled softly, his laughter laced with a raspy magnetism that was particularly tantalizing in the quiet living room. Truthfully, he was not overly concerned. With the enhancements provided by the system, his physique was extraordinary. However, he worried for his wife, fearing she might tire. Su Qingxi felt herself weakening under his gaze. The boldness she had mustered moments ago evaporated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a timid heartbeat echoing like a drum. She instinctively attempted to shrink back, but Lin Tian swept her into his arms effortlessly. "Then I shall graciously oblige," he declared, striding towards her with long strides, his gaze locking onto her like a hook. "Ah," Su Qingxi gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "Weren't you quite bold just now?" Lin Tian leaned down, his nose brushing against her flushed cheek. His heated breath caressed her sensitive ear, teasing, "Have you lost your nerve? It's too late now." He carried her swiftly towards the bedroom, his steps steady and swift. Who is losing their nerve?" Su Qingxi retorted stubbornly, though her voice was barely a whisper. Her body, however, betrayed her, pressing softly against his solid chest. She could distinctly feel the fierce tremors within him, coupled with the overwhelming warmth that seeped through the thin fabric. Lin Tian nudged the bedroom door shut with his heel, the soft sound seeming to sever ties with the outside world. What followed was utterly transformative for Su Qingxi. Zhao Wanwan's fanciful theories crumbled in the face of Lin Tian's undeniable strength and skill. It was as if a preschooler were attempting to comprehend atomic bombs, entirely different realms. Her tentative techniques were swiftly overwhelmed by his surging waves of passion. "Wait, let me find some rhythm," she pleaded, her voice tinged with a pitiful whimper. "Darling, there's no slowing down," Lin Tian murmured, his kisses trailing along her damp neck, his voice low and husky, imbued with undeniable power, igniting hidden fires within her. "Lin Tian," she called out breathlessly, like a shipwrecked soul searching for driftwood amid a tempest. "I'm here," he replied with a playful smile, his movements growing more fervent. "Wife, theoretical knowledge must be applied in practice. Merely memorizing is insufficient. You must learn to draw parallels." He deliberately employed a double entendre, leaving Su Qingxi both flustered and irate. Yet unable to refute him, she could only ascend one peak after another under his guidance. Su Qingxi finally grasped the vast chasm between the so-called verbal champion and the practical novice. Her theoretical tricks crumbled under Lin Tian's overwhelming power and endurance, proving utterly futile. She felt like a small boat tossed endlessly by monstrous waves, her soul nearly leaving her body. Time became a blur, and Su Qingxi, her voice thick with emotion, begged for mercy. She felt as if she had been drawn from the depths of water, utterly limp, unable to even lift a finger, her throat hoarse. Her waist felt as though it had been mercilessly crushed beneath a heavy truck, achingly sore and alien. Finally, Lin Tian paused, his chest heaving, breaths coming heavy. Yet his gaze remained astonishingly bright, tinged with a hint of insatiable desire. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her damp forehead and swollen lips. His voice languid and raspy. "Is that all? Didn't T.U. and Wan discuss numerous strategies?" He elongated his words, watching as her eyes widened in surprise. You knew?" Su Qingxi could muster no strength even to roll her eyes, emitting a faint whimper as she buried her face into the pillow, mortified and indignant. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. Zhao Wanwan has led me astray. Lin Tian gazed at the small, defeated figure of Su Qingxi, his heart melting into a puddle. She was irresistibly adorable. He rose, gently covering her with a light blanket, planting a tender kiss on her damp temple. "Rest a bit. My dear, I'll prepare something for you to eat." Chapter 54. My wife is exhausted. Time to feed her. Su Qingxi could barely muster a response, her eyelids heavy. Yearning for a long, uninterrupted slumber, she felt as though she had been disassembled and reassembled, utterly fatigued and powerless. Out of control. Instead, Lin Tian was in remarkably high spirits, humming an off-key tune as he stepped out. With a clear mind and a refreshing demeanor, he exited the bedroom, even recalling to bend down and pick up the scattered ingredients from the floor. Was this man a monster? This was the last thought lingering in Su Qingxi's mind before she drifted off to sleep. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lin Tian remembered that Su Qingxi craved shrimp, so he prepared a refreshing stir-fry of asparagus with shrimp, accompanied by her favorite lettuce and oyster sauce. His movements were fluid and astonishingly swift. When he returned to the bedroom, holding a fragrant and elegantly plated meal, Su Qingxi was still in the same position, her eyes slightly open, gazing at him with a bewildered yet accusatory look. How infuriating. She was utterly exhausted, yet her husband appeared completely unaffected, even seemingly more energized than before. Was he even human? Hadn't he realized she hadn't eaten all day and was starving? He must hurry and let her eat. Lin Tian placed the tray on the bedside table. Su Qingxi lacked the strength to even sit up, let alone eat. She weakly lifted her eyes, and upon catching the scent of the food, she involuntarily swallowed. She longed to eat, but felt utterly drained. This was sheer torture. Ironically, it was precisely because of that matter that she felt so weakened. She was too embarrassed to mention it to her husband, leaving her to gaze longingly at the food. Lin Tian noticed her plight and couldn't help but chuckle. He settled beside her, carefully cradling her halfway up, allowing her to lean against him. Come, open your mouth, he urged, scooping a spoonful of fish soup, blowing on it gently before bringing it to her lips, his tone reminiscent of soothing a baby. Su Qingxi took small bites from his hand, the flavorful broth sliding down her throat, providing a modicum of comfort to her battered body and spirit. She sighed contentedly. Lin Tian fed her patiently, alternating between spoonfuls of soup, bites of shrimp, and crisp vegetables. Seeing her relish the meal brought a deeper smile to his eyes. So, how's my after-sales service? He teased. Su Qingxi, with her mouth full, could only hum an acknowledgement, albeit internally critiquing. The service is commendable. But the pre-service was a tad too wild. This indulgence comes at quite a steep price. Having satisfied the larger appetite, the smaller one could not be overlooked. Lin Tian's keen ears caught the faint cooing from the nursery. It was time for the babies to be fed. They've awoken, and today you are so worn out. Let them have formula instead. Usually, Su Qingxi would strive to nurse the babies herself, as her supply was more than sufficient for both. At times, she even reserved some for freezing, allowing him to indulge occasionally. But today was different. Seeing her in such a state of fatigue tugged at his heartstrings. How could he bear to let her feed the babies? Su Qingxi truly had no strength left, and remarkably, she didn't argue, merely retreating into herself, her face flushed red. Lin Tian gently placed her back on the pillow, tucking her in snugly. He then proceeded to the nursery, skillfully preparing the formula for the babies. Testing the temperature on his wrist. All right, little ones, Daddy is about to make your milk, and soon you'll be enjoying it. He cooed. Good job, Xing. And you too. Ruoro. His voice wafted into Su Qingxi's ears, soft and serene, a stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor. Lying in bed, she listened to the warm sounds of domesticity. Feeling the lingering aches in her body and a sense of fulfillment, her lips curling into an unconscious smile. Though her body felt utterly drained, her heart brimmed with immense happiness and security. Her husband was a strategic investment guru outside, a super dad at home, and in the bedroom, an absolute dynamo. Though the experience had been quite exhilarating, she found herself increasingly enamored by it. She couldn't help but wonder if her back would allow her to rise in the morning. Meanwhile, the two babies, having been well fed, drifted into satisfied slumber. Lin Tian returned to the bedroom quietly, finding his wife already succumbed to exhaustion. Her lips still curling into a satisfied smile. The dim glow of the floor lamp cast a warm hue, and the air retained a hint of sweet, intimate ambience. With a smile, Lin Tian lay beside her, Su Qingxi curling up like a contented cat in his embrace, her cheek resting against his warm, slightly sweaty chest. Her breath soft and rhythmic. Lin Tian absent-mindedly caressed her smooth back with one hand while the other swiped across his phone screen, relishing in a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a flurry of WeChat notifications flooded the screen. The alumni group was abuzz. Li Tao, attention everyone. We haven't had a proper reunion since graduation. Next Saturday at 7 p.m. at the Shuangwei Pavilion, room 888. I'll treat everyone to a feast. Lu Dongdong, Shuangwei Pavilion? The class monitor is doing quite well. We must give you a good time. Feng Youwang, Lin Tian, the romantic legend of our class, you must attend. Bring along our class flower sister-in-law for the boys to feast their eyes. Lin Tian felt no inclination to engage in such ostentatious and subtly competitive gatherings. Just as he intended to scroll past unnoticed, a few tag messages quickly followed, laced with barbed comments. Shin Minglang. What s with the tagging, Lin Tian? Isn't he too busy enjoying the fruits of his class flower's labor to bother with us old classmates? Zhu Tian, exactly. I heard he is now a full-time dad at home. TSK, that is quite the soft life. Unlike us poor souls stuck working. Lu Yu, can't help but envy you, brother. Some people are just lucky. A pretty face can become a meal ticket. The bitterness in their words nearly seeped through the screen. Soft life? Lin Tian found it amusing. It seemed that everyone acknowledged his good looks. He paid little mind to the comments, for he felt no need to concern himself with such trivialities. He had long since transcended his former self. These classmates would likely never reach his heights, and he had no reason to stoop to their level. Just as he prepared to turn off the screen, a few more messages popped up. Feng Liang, what the hell? Which fool is spewing this sour nonsense? Step forward if you dare. Feng Liang, soft life? Open your eyes and see. When my brother was living in a grand flat at Xinghe Bay, you were still renting pigeon coops. While you were crammed in the subway, he was driving a Benz G-Class with the baby. Feng Liang, can't stand to see others do well, can you? A bunch of sour grapes. Pathetic. Feng Liang, huh? My brother is coming. He'll take his sister-in-law and show off. Prepare to be dazzled, you fools. Next Saturday, right? Just wait. This barrage of fiery insults caused Lin Tian's lips to twitch. This silly lad still had the same explosive temper, but he was indeed a loyal friend. Su Qingxi drowsily raised her head, her eyes still veiled with mist. Her voice, imbued with a languorous rasp, murmured, "Husband, I am so thirsty." Could she not be? After all, she had called out so fervently. Quickly drink some water, but take your time, don't choke. Lin Tian, ever considerate, picked up the water cup from the bedside and offered it to his wife. Yet, even before he could finish his reminder, Su Qingxi elegantly choked on the water. Coughing violently, she elicited an amused yet exasperated reaction from Lin Tian, who hastily handed her a tissue. Alas, this only made the bed linens even wetter, his implication clear. Su Qingxi lowered her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed, and refrained from speaking. After all, this predicament was entirely her doing. Darling, you should get up. I'll change the sheets. Lin Tian's tone was devoid of reproach. Noticing that his wife had little strength left, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Instead of changing the sheets, he carried her to another bedroom. What was I thinking? Why bother changing sheets when we could simply move to a different room for a fresh experience? Speaking of freshness, this new room was indeed invigorating. It was unclear whether it was a deliberate design by the system or mere coincidence, but the room featured several grand mirrors. Engaging in any activity here would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Lin Tian had been eyeing this space for quite some time, but due to his wife's prior health condition, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Now, however, circumstances had changed. His wife's health had improved, and he was finally poised to embrace a life of happiness. Naturally, such a splendid environment should be utilized to its fullest potential. Are we going to sleep here? Su Qingxi asked, her gaze falling shyly upon her own reflection in the mirror, her cheeks still flushed. Embarrassed, she buried her face in her husband's embrace. Rest assured, tonight you shall enjoy a good night's sleep. Any matters can wait until later. Lin Tian gently tousled her hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. The message was crystal clear. Su Qingxi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and nestled into her husband's arms, gradually succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Tian reopened his phone. Before he could utter a word, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Feng Liang. He quickly glanced at Su Qingxi to ensure she remained undisturbed before quietly slipping out of bed and into the living room to answer the call. Tiangu, I'm so sorry. Feng Liang's booming voice carried a palpable mix of guilt and lingering anger. I lost my temper for a moment. Those fools in the group were so obnoxious. I impulsively agreed to attend that dreadful class reunion on your behalf. I simply couldn't tolerate their disrespect toward you. If you don't want to go, I'll just go back to the group and tell them I was talking nonsense. Lin Tian chuckled softly, calm down. It's not a big deal. Why the fuss? Huh, you're not angry with me? Feng Liang was taken aback. You should know that I have no interest in such gatherings. I didn't even attend the reunions after graduating. Why would I be angry? You stood up for me. Is that a fault? If you want to go, then go. Lin Tian interrupted him, his tone languid. That is fantastic. Let them see that if they still dare to call you a freeloader, then there's probably no freeloading left in this world. Upon confirming that Lin Tian would attend, Feng Liang perked up, his face breaking into a wide grin. As for Lin Tian, he remained unhurried. After all, the reunion was still a few days away. Rather than dwell on that, he preferred to think about how to enjoy these days of marital bliss. The next day, Su Qingxi surprisingly slept until noon. When she finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Husband, noticing the absence of her partner, she instinctively got up and headed to the living room in search of him. Awake? You must be hungry. I just made something. Hurry and eat. Lin Tian peeked out from the kitchen, smiling at his wife. Su Qingxi paused for a moment, and before she could nod in agreement, her stomach growled audibly. She was indeed famished. After a long day of exertion yesterday, she had been too exhausted to eat much before falling asleep. Now, the mere thought of food made her stomach ache. Embarrassed, she rubbed her belly. However, Lin Tian paid no mind to her discomfort and quickly brought out the steaming dishes from the kitchen, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, igniting Su Qingxi's appetite. She eagerly took her seat at the dining table and began to eat. Darling, in a few days, there's a class reunion. That rascal Feng Liang blurted out and promised my attendance. Lin Tian casually mentioned between bites. After a brief pause, he continued, "If you're willing, you can come with me. If not, you can stay home and wait for me." His visit was merely to honor Feng Liang. Given that his wife had a natural aversion to socializing, he had no intention of pressuring her. "I want to go," Su Qingxi replied, an unusual urgency in her voice as she sat up. The delicate silk of her nightgown accentuated her graceful curves. In her excitement, the neckline slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of her smooth skin. Oblivious to her own allure, she gazed at Lin Tian, her tone earnest. "I've seen the messages in the group. Those people constantly spout nonsense." She expressed her indignation. "After all that I've done for you and our baby, they know nothing and yet dare to tarnish your name." Lin Tian's gaze darkened, his heart racing at her protective demeanor. "Sweetheart, don't let such people affect your emotions. We still have to provide for our little ones." He extended his arm and drew her back into his embrace. "Words are just words. Let them say what they will. The more envious they are, the more successful your husband becomes." With a teasing lilt, he continued, letting his warm breath caress her sensitive ear, tightening his embrace to remind her of the undeniable allure simmering beneath the surface. "You." Su Qingxi's face flushed crimson. Her earlier indignation swiftly replaced by a different kind of heat. She was acutely aware of his implications, feeling the familiar stirrings deep within her. Embarrassed, she wished to cover her face. "You rogue. Is it so wrong for a husband to react to his beautiful wife?" Lin Tian feigned innocence, his hands beginning to roam unrestrainedly at her waist, igniting a spark of desire. Su Qingxi felt herself weaken under his touch, her gaze becoming unfocused. The last remnants of her rationality were crumbling. Locking eyes with Lin Tian's playful ones, she suddenly realized that she could never refuse this man. Ultimately, all her hesitations melted into a shy acquiescence. With a small hum, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Chapter 56. A bit of homework. Husband knows everything. The air was thick with tension in the dining room. Just then, Su Qingxi's stomach audibly protested once more. Gurgle, gurgle. The sudden noise shattered the intimate atmosphere. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle, though he feared that laughter might embarrass his wife. Straining every muscle to suppress her laughter, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise in an uncontrollable grin. "No need to hold back any longer. Go ahead and laugh." Su Qingxi lowered her head in despondence, seemingly bereft of all means and strength. "Dear wife, do let us dine swiftly," Lin Tian urged, deftly serving dishes and gently steering the conversation, managing at last to ease Su Qingxi's heart somewhat. After their meal, the couple made their way to the nursery. "Time flies so swiftly. Our little ones are nearly 2 months old," Su Qingxi remarked, sitting beside the crib, gazing at the now larger babies, overwhelmed with emotion. In the blink of an eye, they had been living together for 2 months. Initially, she felt as if her days were a dream. Now, they had gradually solidified into a reality, and her reliance on Lin Tian had only grown. She pondered whether this was a good thing. Yet by the time she realized it, extricating herself seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, the growth of the babies was astonishingly rapid. At this 2-month mark, it was time to introduce them to black and white cards. Lin Tian reached into the toy chest and retrieved the cards. 4 2-month-old infants. It was essential to begin grasping focal points, and these visual aids served as the perfect training. He held the black and white card about 20 centimeters from the babies, slowly moving it to the left. The twins, Xingxing and Ruo, immediately followed the movement with their eyes, their little heads tilting slightly, displaying an earnestness that was utterly charming. At this stage, they could only focus on objects within a distance of 20 to 30 centimeters, and the high-contrast black and white patterns were particularly captivating for them. Spending just 10 minutes each day on this activity would enhance their tracking abilities and foster concentration. When it came to matters concerning the babies, Lin Tian adopted a serious demeanor. Besides the black and white cards, there were also Manhattan balls. He meticulously instructed his wife on every detail. Su Qingxi listened intently, feeling increasingly astonished. It was as if there were no realm of knowledge that her husband did not possess. "Come and try it with the babies," Lin Tian encouraged, handing the black and white card to his wife. Su Qingxi mimicked Lin Tian's actions, placing the card in front of the infants and moving it rhythmically. As expected, Xingxing's little head followed the card's motion, his tiny mouth slightly agape as he emitted sounds of curiosity. His little hands waved unconsciously, seemingly attempting to grasp the object. The sight of his focused expression melted Su Qingxi's heart, prompting her to sneakily capture this precious moment on her phone. During this golden period of visual training, the black and white cards were most effective in stimulating the development of the baby's optic nerves. While demonstrating, Lin Tian continued to enlighten his wife. "Look how well Xingxing tracks the card. It shows that our little one is quite clever. And what about Ruoro?" Su Qingxi quickly turned the camera towards their quieter daughter, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Was her daughter uninterested? Lin Tian, smiling, picked up another black and white card and demonstrated the same for Ruo. Don't fret. Each baby develops at their own pace. Ruo may prefer contour images or patterns with less stark contrast. Indeed, while Ruo did not wave her hands as excitedly as her brother, her bright eyes closely followed the card, her tiny fists occasionally clenching and relaxing as if she were putting forth effort. Honey, how do you know so much? Su Qingxi gazed at her husband's adept and professional maneuvers, her admiration nearly overflowing. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of calm confidence. It's simply that I wanted to ensure our little darling didn't fumble about, so I did a bit of homework ahead of time. With that, he set down the black and white card and picked up a Manhattan ball. With visual stimulation complete, it was time to engage their little hands. Lin Tian gently placed the Manhattan ball beside Xingxing's hand. The little one was instantly captivated by the colorful object, clumsily opening and closing his tiny hand in an attempt to grasp it. This activity was designed to strengthen hand muscles and enhance hand-eye coordination. Lin Tian patiently guided him, lightly touching the ball to Xingxing's palm to elicit his grasp reflex. Look, our baby has managed to grab it. Before he could finish his sentence, Xingxing successfully lodged one of the ball's rings into his mouth, producing a satisfying smacking sound. Su Qingxi chuckled, little glutton, eager to try everything. Mimicking Lin Tian, she offered another Manhattan ball to Ruo. Ruo appeared more intrigued by the act of grasping, her tiny hands diligently pawing at the rings, attempting to envelop the entire object. Her little face flushed with effort, rendering her utterly adorable. The couple spent the entire afternoon entertaining their little ones, waiting until both babies had exhausted their energy and drifted into a peaceful slumber in their crib. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi, too, were worn out, nestling together on the living room sofa, scrolling through their phones. As they browsed, Su Qingxi suddenly sat upright, thrusting her screen towards Lin Tian with an incredulous tone. Darling, look, we seem to have made it to the trending search. Lin Tian paused, momentarily bewildered, instinctively glancing at Su Qingxi's phone. There, on the Weibo trending list, a term was skyrocketing in popularity, accompanied by a vivid red explosive icon. Reality star couple's adorable parenting contrast. Below the term, the most popular post featured a series of candid photographs and a brief video clip, showcasing none other than Su Qingxi and Lin Tian themselves. The backdrop was the very store where they had purchased clothing. The photos primarily captured them trying on outfits, clad in couple attire alongside their two adorable children. Though candidly taken, their stunning appearances were undeniable. Even in such casual shots, their beauty shone through, exuding an ethereal charm. Even the bulky diaper bag appeared remarkably upscale. The accompanying caption read, "Spotted. Absolutely candid, no staging." Beneath this post, numerous netizens shared their own encounters from the same day, contributing various angles of photographs. The Weibo post went viral, and the comments section erupted with excitement, each comment accumulating hundreds of thousands of likes. The frenzy in the comments and shares was palpable. Rabbit loves eating carrots. Wow, who said life goes unnoticed? This is clearly a live broadcast. Kunkin is my brother. This family's looks are off the charts. One might mistake them for celebrity parents. Life is good. Are they twins? Can I please inhabit one of the babies for a day? The comments poured in from every direction, the majority expressing their astonishment at the family's striking appearances. The trending topic quickly escalated to another keyword, searching for the most beautiful couple on the internet. As the couple sat at home, it felt as though fans were descending from the heavens. Darling, this. Su Qingxi was utterly stunned, looking at Lin Tian with a dazed expression. Chapter 57. Documenting the babies' lives, utterly adorable. The wildfire of trending searches burned even brighter and longer than Lin Tian had anticipated. Reality star couple's adorable parenting contrast lingered on the trending list for several days, not only remaining prominent, but also spawning a myriad of related terms. The discussions online inundated Lin Tian and Su Qingxi's previously tranquil lives, propelling their family into the limelight. In just a few short days, Lin Tian had lost count of the number of emails he had received. Various talent agencies, MCNs, and scouts have extended invitations to them. Some are wildly exaggerating prospects, while others are throwing money at them. There are even those who promise countless resources, ready to shower them with benefits upon signing. Ultimately, it devolved into a barrage of phone calls, each delivered at a rapid-fire pace with scarcely a pause. Lin Tian listened impassively, utterly unmoved. The allure of stardom held less appeal for him than the mere presence of Ruo, a little bubble of innocence. Mr. Lin, perhaps you might reconsider? Such an opportunity is rare. Another call came in, the caller still attempting to salvage the situation. No, thank you, Lin Tian replied curtly, ending the call with decisive finality. My goodness, these people are utterly unhinged, Su Qingxi remarked, lifting her head from his embrace, her cheeks still flushed with residual fear. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. gently caressing her slightly swollen lower lip with his thumb before leaning down to plant a tender peck on those enticing red lips. Pay them no mind. Let us live our own lives. You. Su Qingxi's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe shrimp, as she playfully thumped his chest in embarrassment. You rogue. After the playful hit, she recalled the sensation of his firm chest, her fingertips feeling warm, and hastily withdrew her hand. Lin Tian observed her adorably flustered demeanor, stifling a chuckle. He chose not to tease his wife further, instead gazing at the peacefully slumbering Xingxing in the nursery, and then at Ruo, who was wide-eyed and curiously peering around. Suddenly, a thought crystallized in his mind. Wife, Lin Tian's tone grew serious. Su Qingxi looked up, awaiting his next words. The babies are growing so rapidly. They seem different every day. These recent calls have sparked an idea. We could create a Douyin account to document their growth. A Douyin account? Su Qingxi was taken aback. Do we have to speak to the camera? The thought of seeing those influencers' videos made her hesitate. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh at her reaction, pinching her nose playfully. You see, since the babies are so beloved, and we genuinely wish to capture their milestones, why not establish our own Douyin account? Huh. Su Qingxi was bewildered. Create a Douyin? Like those internet celebrities? Images of speaking to the camera and striking poses flooded her mind, sending her social anxiety into overdrive. No, I can't, and the comments from netizens can be terrifying. Silly girl, who said you need to be an internet celebrity? Lin Tian chuckled, pinching her nose again. We'll just film the babies, capturing the daily lives of Xingxing and Ruo. He paused, his gaze softening. It will be akin to creating a dedicated digital album of their growth, and when they grow up, they will surely be nostalgic looking back on their childhood. Oh, I see. Su Qingxi listened, her taut nerves gradually relaxing. The idea of not being forced on camera, but merely documenting the babies seemed more palatable. Let us get started. Lin Tian was exceptionally decisive. Seizing the afternoon when the babies were awake, he cleared a bright corner of the living room. He laid down a soft play mat and arranged several colorful soft toys alongside the Manhattan ball that Xingxing had already slobbered on. Su Qingxi was tasked with dressing the two babies in clean, adorable onesies. She picked a blue dinosaur outfit for Xingxing and a pink bunny suit for Ruo, instantly doubling their cuteness factor. Wife, hold the phone and use the rear camera to film, keeping the angle low and parallel to the baby's line of sight. The first filming session was a delightful chaos brimming with joy. Lin Tian held a black and white card about 25 centimeters from Xingxing's face, moving it slowly. Baby, look here at the black and white. Xingxing was indeed captivated, his large eyes following the card, responding with soft coos. His tiny hand waved excitedly, landing a precise smack on Lin Tian's face. Why is the baby attacking me? Lin Tian feigned indignation, covering his face and turning to the camera. Su Qingxi couldn't help but laugh at Lin Tian's antics and their son's bewildered expression, causing the camera to shake from her amusement. It was Ruo's turn to play with the Manhattan ball. As Lin Tian placed the ball within her reach, Ruo extended her chubby little hand to grasp it. However, she exerted too much force, causing her to topple, burying her face in the ball. Dazed, she lifted her head, a droplet of saliva on her nose. Her confused eyes staring at the camera. Su Qingxi laughed so hard, she could barely hold the phone steady. Husband, quick, look at Ruo. She is too adorable. Lin Tian scrambled to support his daughter. During their first filming, they had no experience, and the entire process was delightfully chaotic, with no editing done. They uploaded it just as it was. After all, it was primarily meant to be a keepsake for the babies. Once posted, they paid it no further mind, continuing to soothe the babies to sleep. Hours later, Su Qingxi received a call from Zhao Nuanyuan. It's exploded. It's exploded. As soon as she answered, Zhao Nuanyuan's sharp voice rang in her ears. Perplexed, Su Qingxi tried to calm her. Nuanyuan, please don't panic. What has exploded? Douyin. Your Douyin account has gone viral. I told you too, didn't you notice anything after posting? Lin Tian and Su Qingxi exchanged bewildered glances before opening Douyin. Instantly, a flood of interaction notifications appeared. The sheer volume of messages was dizzying. Lin Tian clicked on the first video in their account, the only video they had posted. Likes, 10. 28 million. Comments, 560,000. Shares, 890,000. Followers, 73 million. And those numbers were climbing feverishly. The comments section was abuzz with excitement. Adorable baby enthusiast, I just stumbled upon a living trending topic. The babies are 1,000 times cuter than in the photos and videos. That little ball-chewing gaze is killing me. Little chicken stew, wow. The spacious living room in Xinghe Bay is a solid proof. These babies must have been born in Rome. Haunting dreams. The daddy-s commentary is so professional. The distance to the black and white card is perfectly controlled. I did the same with my baby when he was 2 months old, and it really works. Support sharing scientific parenting. Kudos. Empty city. When is the next video coming out? Hurry up. I want to see Xingxing and Ruo. I could watch it a billion times. Su Qingxi covered her mouth, staring at the skyrocketing statistics and the flood of compliments. Her earlier anxieties were washed away by this overwhelming wave of goodwill, replaced by a delightful joy in sharing and being acknowledged. Husband. So many people adore Xingxing and Ruo. Chapter 58. Documenting baby life. Utterly adorable. Lin Tian gazed at the rapidly increasing follower count on the screen. Then he looked at his wife, her face alight with surprise, and at the babies in the stroller. Blissfully unaware that they had become little internet celebrities. A satisfied smile spread across his lips as he wrapped an arm around Su Qingxi, placing a kiss atop her head. Indeed, our precious little ones deserve to be loved by the whole world. That said, Su Qingxi couldn't help but glance at the follower count again, gasping. My goodness. Husband, look. The account has reached 300,000 followers. This growth rate is astonishing. For the first time, she genuinely felt the popularity of their beloved babies. Our little ones have truly won hearts through their charm. Lin Tian lowered his head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Meanwhile, Su Qingxi was deep in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she suddenly lifted her gaze with a serious expression and declared, Darling, to celebrate the overwhelming popularity of our little ones, I've made a momentous decision. Mimicking Lin Tian's teasing style, she paused dramatically before continuing. Today, I shall take it upon myself to prepare a grand feast for you. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her petite frame. Lin Tian was taken aback. Is this truly a celebration? The mere thought of his wife's previous antics in the kitchen brought a smile to his face, albeit one tinged with apprehension. Would the kitchen survive under her command? Perhaps I should handle this instead, he suggested delicately. However, Su Qingxi was resolute. You promised to teach me. Today, I must take charge, and you will be my assistant. Observing her slender figure, imbued with an inexplicable sense of tragic determination, Lin Tian nearly burst into laughter. He hastily rose to follow her. Such ambition. But dear, shall we perhaps start with something simpler? I assure you, I will be right by your side, providing close guidance. If you fail to grasp it, I shall settle for meat as compensation. You rogue, Su Qingxi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she opened the refrigerator, retrieving several vibrant green vegetables, a carrot, and 2 eggs. So, I'll just stir-fry some garlic greens and fry an egg? It seems quite straightforward when you do it. Her voice quivered with uncertainty. For everything appeared deceptively simple in her husband's proficient hands. Yet, each time she attempted it herself, she discovered the daunting reality. All right, I shall heed my wife's wishes. Lin Tian said leisurely as he tied on an apron. He then picked up another pink apron adorned with little strawberries, and, without further ado, encircled Su Qingxi's waist from behind. His breath caressed her sensitive ear, his arms tightening around her gently, feeling the softness of her slender waist through the thin fabric. Su Qingxi's body tensed instantly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Just tie it, don't get so close. This feels rather too intimate for merely tying an apron, she protested. Closer makes it easier to manage, Lin Tian chuckled softly, methodically wrapping the ties around her waist and securing a charming bow behind her. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her waist, eliciting tiny shivers. I'll assist you with washing the vegetables, he offered, still harboring some doubts. Yet, his wife was firmly obstinate, insisting on taking the reins. She snatched the vegetables from him, determined to do it herself. Lin Tian could only watch in resignation. Aside from Su Qingxi breaking the greens, neglecting to peel the carrot, and splattering water everywhere, the washing process went relatively smoothly. Lin Tian occasionally helped her wipe away the droplets that splashed onto her face, while continually correcting her actions. However, the cutting board proved to be the true battlefield. Su Qingxi grasped the knife, her expression tense and serious as she faced the greens on the cutting board. She didn't look like someone preparing food. She resembled a surgeon about to perform an operation. With one hand pressing down on the vegetable and the other trembling on the knife handle, she hesitantly sliced downwards. The edges of the cut leaves were jagged and uneven, as if ravaged by a dog. Suppressing laughter became Lin Tian's greatest challenge amidst this culinary lesson. He was trained for such trials, but, unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter from deep within his chest. Am I really this inept? I can't even cut vegetables properly, Su Qingxi lamented. Her head drooping, her face flushed with embarrassment. She placed the knife down in frustration, not directed at Lin Tian, but rather at herself. She had resolved to learn cooking diligently, intending to relieve her husband of some burdens. She couldn't expect him to do everything alone every day, which weighed heavily on her conscience. Yet, when faced with the task, she felt like a complete novice, her mind blank as she wielded the knife, producing crooked cuts. You simply lack experience in the kitchen. A few more attempts will suffice, Lin Tian reassured her. He gently grasped her hand, enveloping her delicate fingers along with the knife handle in the warmth of his own. Relax your wrist, let the knife fall vertically, and apply force through the tip to the belly of the blade. His deep voice resonated in her ear, his warm palms steadying her cool hand, guiding her movements. With a series of crisp sounds, the vegetables were cut with newfound precision. Wow, this really does look good. Su Qingxi's eyes sparkled with a sudden sense of accomplishment. Of course, you must consider who is providing such hands-on instruction. Lin Tian replied with a smug arch of his brow, affectionately nudging her hair with his chin. The combination of her fragrant warmth in his embrace and the action before him stirred feelings within him that were hard to ignore. After cutting the vegetables, they still needed to chop the accompaniments. Cutting vegetables into strips was relatively simple, but the accompaniments had to be minced. Su Qingxi pressed down on the garlic, attempting to chop it several times, but the cloves slipped away as if coated in oil. The fleeting sense of achievement dissipated once more. Initially, Lin Tian watched patiently, but as time passed, he could no longer bear it. He wrapped his arms around Su Qingxi from behind, one hand securing the garlic while the other remained over hers on the knife. Their bodies aligned seamlessly, and Su Qingxi could feel the rise and fall of his chest, the heat radiating through the thin fabric of his sleepwear, and the undeniable hardness pressing against her. She froze, her blood rushing to her cheeks and ears. Her hand began to tremble uncontrollably around the knife. Focus, my dear, Lin Tian's voice dropped an octave, the warmth of his breath washing over her ear. Chop the garlic quickly, accurately, and decisively, just like this. He guided her hand forcefully. Su Qingxi gasped, instinctively curling closer into his embrace. Under his guidance, they minced the garlic on the cutting board. See, isn't that beautifully chopped? Lin Tian remarked, watching the finely minced garlic, his throat tightening slightly as his gaze lingered on her graceful neck, taut with tension. My personal instruction seems to be quite effective, wouldn't you agree? The emphasis Lin Tian placed on personal made Su Qingxi's heart race even more. Chapter 59. Cooking in the kitchen has its own charm. Finally, they had prepared all the ingredients. It was time to heat the pan and pour in the oil. Su Qingxi's hand trembled once more as she held the oil bottle. How hot should the oil be? She inquired nervously. When you see fine ripples on the surface and a hint of smoke, it's just about right, Lin Tian replied, standing beside her and finding her anxious demeanor utterly endearing. He reached out to steady the oil bottle for her. Don't be afraid, just pour. As the oil slid into the hot pan, it sizzled lightly, causing Su Qingxi to jump back a step and directly into Lin Tian's embrace. Wife, are you throwing yourself into my arms willingly? Lin Tian caught her securely. I am not. Su Qingxi protested, struggling slightly against him. What should I do now? The kitchen was filled with the mingling scents of frying oil and Lin Tian's refreshing aroma, creating an atmosphere of delightful tension. Add the minced garlic to release its fragrance. Lin Tian's lips nearly brushed against her ear, his voice a low murmur. Su Qingxi, blushing, hurriedly grabbed the minced garlic and tossed it into the pan. Sizzle. A more profound sound accompanied by the aroma of garlic wafted through the air, as a few rebellious droplets of oil leapt out. Su Qingxi exclaimed once more. Instinctively, she reached for the vegetables to toss them into the pan. Lin Tian swiftly grasped her wrist. Wait a moment, let the water drain a bit, or it will splatter like fireworks, he cautioned. With her hand in his, he gently shook the colander. As the vegetables hit the pan with a sizzling sound, steam rose. Lin Tian timely handed her the spatula. Hurry and stir, or it will stick to the bottom. Su Qingxi quickly took it, clumsily flipping the contents. Relax, use your wrist. Like you're drawing circles, he guided her with his hand, which had unknowingly found its way back over hers. As they stirred, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other in the confined space. Su Qingxi's back pressed against his solid chest. With each toss of the pan, she could feel the rhythm of his muscles and the heat of his breath. The hum of the range hood could not drown out their quickening heartbeats and increasingly heavy breaths. The vegetables in the pan were in a frenzy, and an unspoken heat outside the pan was also intensifying. Dear husband, should we add salt now? Su Qingxi's voice trembled slightly, trying to shift her focus. Yes, just a pinch, Lin Tian responded, yet he made no move to fetch the seasoning. His gaze remained fixated on her figure, adorned in an apron. It must be said, his wife's physique was truly remarkable. She had not yet changed out of last night's pajamas, and even with the apron over it, she exuded a peculiar allure rather than appearing clumsy. He leaned down, his scorching lips gently pressing against her skin. A subtle electric current coursed through her body. Su Qingxi's grip on the spatula faltered, nearly dropping it into the pan. She turned her head, her watery eyes gazing at him. Husband, the vegetables are going to burn. If they burn, they burn. Lin Tian chuckled softly, his voice husky, as his large hand began to roam restlessly. His fingers traced her flat, firm abdomen, slowly wandering upward. Right now, I desire something other than vegetables. He provocatively licked his lips, his gaze both dangerous and enticing. Don't mess around. Su Qingxi's body instantaneously softened, her grip on the spatula slipping. It was only thanks to Lin Tian's hand covering hers that it didn't fall. The babies are still asleep. They'll wake up soon. Even she sensed the weakness in her reasoning. Perfect timing. Lin Tian's eyes darkened, abruptly shutting off the stove. The vegetables in the pan emitting a final, reluctant sizzle. He snatched the spatula from her hand and tossed it aside. Then, he swiftly turned her around, pinning her against the cool, smooth edge of the countertop. Quick and decisive. I've long wanted to try something in the kitchen. Wow, wow, wow. From the nursery, the piercing cries of a baby echoed. The sultry air in the kitchen abruptly froze. Lin Tian's movements stiffened, his forehead resting against Su Qingxi's damp brow. With a deep, frustrated growl from the depths of his throat, he lamented, Lin Xingqian. That little rascal must have radar, always striking at the most critical moments. Su Qingxi, jolted from her daze, observed Lin Tian's exasperated expression, as if he were ready to storm into the nursery and discipline their son. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, her cheeks flushing as she gently pushed him away, adjusting her disheveled apron and clothes. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Husband, the babies are so attached to you. Previously, she had felt a twinge of jealousy over this. Recently, however, she found herself rather enjoying it. It seemed that being adored by the little ones wasn't solely a blessing. How about we save this meal for next time? She glanced at the now limp and darkened vegetables at the bottom of the pan, along with the 2 lonely raw eggs beside them. It appeared that a more in-depth culinary lesson would have to wait. Lin Tian planted a firm kiss on her lips. After speaking, he resignedly released her and strode towards the nursery with determined strides. Su Qingxi leaned against the stove, her heartbeat still not fully settled, watching her husband's retreating figure. She glanced down at herself, still wearing the apron that held his scent and warmth. Then, she looked again at the vegetables that had met a tragic fate in the pan. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, but the corners of her mouth could not help but lift. In this bustling world, amidst the chaos, it was he who provided her with warmth, sweetness, and peace. How could life be the same with anyone else? Husband, shall we order takeout today? After tidying up the kitchen, Su Qingxi made her way to the nursery. Her husband had already soothed the 2 babies into a peaceful state, yet his expression still bore a trace of indignation. She sensed that he likely didn't want to cook anymore today, prompting her to suggest, order. Let us order fiercely. The babies will be thrilled. Lin Tian decisively pulled out his phone, his tone fervent. His fingers flew across the screen, contemplating what might tempt the little ones. Su Qingxi found his childish demeanor amusing. Husband, the babies are only 2 months old. They can't eat those things yet. They want to be tempted. She hurried to soothe him. In the end, Lin Tian relented, ordering only a light and nourishing clay pot congee, along with a few refreshing side dishes. It was not for any other reason. Primarily because his wife still needed to breastfeed. If they consumed anything too spicy or stimulating, it would affect the baby's nourishment. Even when frustrated, he couldn't bear to let the little ones suffer. That evening, Lin Tian deliberately brought the meal to the babies. They seemed to appreciate the gesture, as they eagerly reached out with their tiny hands, drawn by the aroma of the congee. It appeared they were genuinely trying to partake in the meal. This sight lifted Lin Tian's gloomy spirits. Babies, you can crave these things all you want, but you'll have to wait another 6 months. Chapter 60. A 100 turnaround rate. That's how handsome. Having successfully piqued the baby's interest, Lin Tian was in high spirits and decided to take them out for a stroll. Su Qingxi followed behind, both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, she realized that her husband, aside from being incredibly capable, also had a hint of adorableness. The evening breeze brought a touch of coolness, dispelling the day's heat. The commercial street near Xinghe Bay was ablaze with lights, teeming with people. Pushing their strikingly beautiful twins, combined with their own stunning appearances, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi garnered a staggering 200 rate of admiration. Wow, look at those babies. So cute. Like dolls. Aren't they that couple from Douyin? They look even better in person. That dad is so handsome. Even pushing a stroller looks like a runway walk. And the mom is so gentle and beautiful. The whispers of passers-by reached Su Qingxi's ears, causing her to shyly lean closer to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, on the other hand, stood tall, a proud smile gracing his lips. He even playfully pinched Su Qingxi's hand, whispering, "Did you hear that? They're praising your handsome husband." Su Qingxi shot him a mock glare, though she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Inside the stroller, the twins, Xingxing and Ruo, curiously opened their big eyes, surveying the world around them. The tranquil essence of time gently spread around them, and the remnants of Lin Tian's grievances dissipated entirely. The pair ambled leisurely towards the square, passing a bench where they decided to take a brief respite. Adjacent to them sat a grandmother with hair as white as snow, appearing to be in her 60s. Her face etched with the marks of time, yet still brimming with vitality. In her arms, she cradled a baby boy, slightly larger than a star, perhaps 7 or 8 months old. With one hand tenderly holding the infant, she skillfully fed him with a delicate bottle. The liquid within the bottle appeared thick and creamy, reminiscent of a blend of rice porridge and powdered milk. The baby drank heartily, his little feet kicking joyfully. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting mutual understanding and warmth. Parenting is no easy feat, and encountering another caregiver often evokes a sense of camaraderie. The grandmother seemed to sense their gaze and looked up, noticing the couple pushing a twin stroller. Are those dragon and phoenix twins? You two are truly blessed. Though handling two at once must be quite the endeavor, she remarked, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes. Lin Tian responded with a chuckle, indeed. Those two little ones find endless ways to stir up trouble. Su Qingxi smiled gently, her attention drawn to the adorable sight of the baby drinking his milk. At that moment, the baby suddenly choked violently, his small body convulsing. Within seconds, his complexion turned a deep shade of blue. He opened his tiny mouth but could only emit faint, distressing gasps, his small hands flailing helplessly in the air while his feet kicked in desperation. What's wrong, baby? Please don't scare Grandma. The grandmother was instantly thrown into a panic, her heart racing as she fumbled helplessly. Instinctively, she tried to support the baby upright and pat his back, but in her flustered state, the force and positioning were all wrong. The baby's condition showed no signs of improvement. Instead, his face grew even more violet from the struggle, his eyes rolling back as he appeared on the brink of suffocation. Help! Someone please! The grandmother cried, her urgency palpable as she stamped her feet in distress. Bystanders, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, reacted with a mix of shock. Some instinctively stepped back, while others fumbled with their phones, trembling as they attempted to call for help, yet none dared to approach. Confronted with a life teetering on the edge of suffocation, the overwhelming fear and uncertainty left most in a state of paralyzed confusion. Grandma, stop patting his back. Hand the child to me. Lin Tian's voice cut through the chaos with an undeniable urgency and authority, instantly overpowering the grandmother's cries. He firmly supported the nearly collapsing grandmother with one hand while swiftly taking the baby, whose face was now a disturbing shade of blue, from her grasp. Time was of the essence. After 46 minutes of asphyxiation, the baby could suffer irreversible brain damage. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian executed the infant-specific Heimlich maneuver. Kneeling swiftly, his movements were as rapid as lightning, yet impeccably precise. He positioned the baby face down across his sturdy forearm, which rested securely on his bent thigh, providing a stable support point. This posture ensured the baby's head was lower than his chest, leveraging gravity to assist in expelling any obstructions. With the heel of his other hand aimed at the midpoint between the baby's shoulder blades, he delivered 5 rapid, forceful strikes. Each impact was infused with a decisive force, targeting the obstruction lodged in the trachea. The force required precision to avoid injuring the baby's delicate bones. Lin Tian's muscles tensed, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on the baby's response. Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone held their breath, hearts racing. The grandmother sat on the ground, unable to cry out, her mouth covered tightly, eyes wide with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Su Qingxi, equally alarmed, gripped the stroller's handle so tightly her knuckles turned white, her anxiety nearly rendering her breathless. Lin Tian's actions were devoid of chaos, filled instead with utmost focus and calculated precision. Each strike and compression bore a rhythm of life-saving urgency. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet his arm remained steadfast as rock. Just as he completed a second round of back strikes and prepared for the next series of chest compressions, a thunderous cough erupted, followed by a retching sound. The baby's once blue face quickly regained its rosy hue, his little chest heaving as he inhaled the long-awaited air. Although he continued to cry, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. He's all right. He's all right. Thank heavens for saving him. The onlookers erupted in cheers and applause, their relief palpable, many with tears brimming in their eyes. You, young man, are incredible. It's thanks to you that my grandson is safe, the grandmother exclaimed, reaching into her pocket to produce a black card, her gratitude shining through. Su Qingxi, being well-versed in the nuances of such things, instinctively covered her mouth upon seeing the card. This was no ordinary bank card. It required a minimum balance of 8 figures to obtain. With this card, there were no limits on spending. Although Lin Tian was unaware of its significance, he could tell it was something quite valuable. Grandma, as long as the child is safe. Please keep this, he said, squatting down to check on the still sniffling baby, relieved to confirm he was indeed fine. Next time you feed him, take it slow. Don't let him gulp it too quickly. And if he does choke, avoid panicking and patting his back upright. His patient explanation drew the attention of curious onlookers. Wow, that was impressive. What a professional technique. Are you a doctor? This dad is clearly different from the average one. Look at how he handles twins and knows first aid. Isn't that the dad from Douyin? Someone remarked, recognizing his face. As the commotion gradually subsided and the crowd dispersed, Lin Tian and Su Qingzi resumed their stroll with the stroller. The atmosphere markedly transformed. Su Qingzi tightened her grip on Lin Tian's arm, whispering, "Darling, you were so amazing just now. Those moves were quick, precise, and more impressive than anything on television." She recalled the online tutorials about the first aid technique. "Have you practiced that before?" Lin Tian puffed out his chest nonchalantly, though a hint of pride shimmered beneath his calm exterior. The little ones are so young. Anything could happen, so it's essential for parents to be prepared. His seriousness lasted but 3 seconds, before he playfully pinched his wife's hand. "So, how about it? Isn't your sense of security through the roof? Choosing me as your husband was a wise investment, wasn't it?" Su Qingzi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she playfully punched his chest. In the midst of their banter, she turned the conversation back to the black card. "Do you have any idea what that grandmother was trying to give you? Just an ordinary bank card, right?" Lin Tian replied dismissively, admiring their 2 adorable children in the stroller. "It's a black card, essentially limitless for shopping, globally exclusive. That grandmother's identity must be quite extraordinary." Su Qingzi leaned closer to him, her breath warm against his ear. "Wow, unlimited spending?" Lin Tian raised his eyebrows in genuine surprise. Yet a mischievous smile soon graced his lips as he wrapped his arm around his wife more tightly. "In that case, my ambition is to ensure you possess this card. And when the time comes, won't you owe me a proper reward, my dear?" He leaned in closer to Su Qingzi, his warm breath grazing her sensitive earlobe. His voice laced with flirtation. "Lin Tian, you scoundrel. The baby is right here." Su Qingzi's cheeks flushed crimson from her neck to her ears in an instant. This incident quickly passed, but no one anticipated that 3 days later, a parcel from the Angel Children's Foundation would arrive at their doorstep. Lin Tian, somewhat puzzled, opened the package, initially thinking it was something his wife had ordered. To his astonishment, he discovered a beautifully crafted donation certificate and a letter of thanks. The contents of the letter left him utterly stunned. It stated that they had donated 2 million in the baby's name to the foundation. It was worth noting that while Lin Tian was not lacking in funds, most of his rewards from the system were items rather than cash. He had recently invested in stocks, leaving him with barely 100,000 available. How could they possibly donate 2 million all at once? He took the letter of gratitude into the bedroom. "Did you donate 2 million in the baby's name?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingzi looked equally perplexed. "I only have the 200,000 you gave me earlier, which is already deposited in the bank." She paused for a moment before speaking again. This further baffled Lin Tian. He handed the letter and donation certificate to his wife. "Look at this parcel. I have no idea who donated such a large sum in the baby's name." It was primarily perplexing because his friends were still struggling to find jobs. The idea of them donating money was laughable, let alone borrowing from him. He couldn't fathom who else could have done such a generous act. Su Qingzi was equally bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly realized, could it be that kind old lady from the square? She was quite generous with her black card. Lin Tian, reflecting on the certificate adorned with the names of their little ones, recalled the elderly woman's tearful gratitude, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. This old lady had truly gone above and beyond. She had directly bestowed 2 million upon their children as a blessing. He scratched his head, bemused. What is this all about? Saving lives is one thing, but this is an overwhelming gesture. Su Qingzi, however, took it in stride, snuggling against him as she gazed at the certificate with warmth in her eyes. The old lady genuinely wishes to express her gratitude. This is her way of bestowing blessings upon our little stars. She playfully winked, suggesting that their baby would surely be blessed in the future. Ding. However, accumulating blessings for the baby has rewarded you with ownership of a baby care store. At that moment, the mechanical voice in his mind chimed in again. Wait, can one receive rewards for such deeds? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. The baby care store required a monthly rent of about 100,000. After deducting rent and costs, he typically took home around 10 to 20,000 each month. Now, with ownership of the store, he would no longer need to pay rent, saving him a substantial amount. Before he could revel in his good fortune for long, he heard the cooing of the 2 little ones, Xingxing and Ruo. He hurried to play with them, while Su Qingzi joined in, and the family of 4 enjoyed a delightful time together, blissfully unaware that the internet was ablaze with excitement. The trending topics on Weibo were ablaze with sensational headlines. The godlike dad at the square performs a textbook rescue. A real-life Superman. The dad hero saves a choking baby. What it's like to have a handsome husband who knows the Heimlich maneuver. The 5-minute golden window for rescue had been seized by this father. Seeking a husband like him. Seeking a baby like that. Every post was connected to Lin Tian and Su Qingxi. Today, the entire rescue operation was captured on video by the onlookers at the square. Though the footage was somewhat shaky, the clarity was exceptional. The frantic screams of the elderly woman, the baby's ashen face, the bewilderment of the bystanders, and Lin Tian's composed and decisive presence all contributed to a truly astonishing video. Many viewers who witnessed the baby's distress felt their hearts clench. However, upon seeing Lin Tian's swift actions and hearing the baby's wails of relief, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. In that moment, Lin Tian had become a hero in the eyes of the public. As the videographers cheered, the viewers echoed their excitement. The comments section erupted. Wow, wow. Watching this video made my palms sweat. That technique was incredibly professional. It was even better than the demonstration videos we watched in the hospital. I recognize that square. Isn't it near Xinghebei? Do they live around here? I'm in awe. He is handsome, kind-hearted, and he married the campus beauty. What a divine being. I declare him my new internet husband. Why is no one mentioning that black card? It has an unlimited limit. And he just tossed it aside without a second glance. Countless netizens transformed into modern-day detectives, scrutinizing every minute detail in the video, eager to uncover Lin Tian and Su Qingxi's true identities. After all, such a stunning couple possessed unparalleled abilities and character. They were simply too captivating. Chapter 62. In the news, Lin Tian is a hero. At Feng Liang's home, he had just gotten off work and was lounging on the sofa, preparing to browse through some beautiful women. However, the rapidly flashing trending keywords caught his attention. He quickly navigated back to the trending page, rubbed his eyes, and glanced again. No way. Isn't that Tian Go? Confirming he wasn't mistaken, he hurriedly opened the video and watched it intently. After finishing, he felt a surge of adrenaline. In this brief video, it could be said that Tian Go had saved a life. What the heck had he learned behind their backs? He was genuinely baffled and couldn't help but express his astonishment. After saying this, a sense of pride welled up within him. He was Lin Tian's best buddy. His good friend was trending. And of course, he felt a sense of shared glory. Netizens, this is my buddy. We went to university together, sharing everything. My buddy is handsome, kind-hearted, and married the campus beauty. Since nobody recognized him, he boldly expressed his thoughts in the comments section. However, Feng Liang was unaware that Lin Tian's current popularity was far beyond his imagination. As soon as his comment appeared, it was spotted by some astute netizens, making him the focal point of their curiosity. Many netizens swiftly uncovered other social media platforms linked to his Weibo, and after a thorough search, they successfully found photos with Lin Tian and even his name. Everything transpired so rapidly that Feng Liang was utterly taken aback. By the time he grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Detailed personal information about Lin Tian and even Su Qingxi had already surfaced online. Oh no, I've stirred up trouble again. Are these people merely netizens or detectives? How do they all possess such keen observational skills? Upon seeing the trending topic, he couldn't help but slap his forehead, his expression a mix of anxiety and guilt. Feng Liang, brother Tian, I've caused you trouble again. Feng Liang, I merely intended to show off on Weibo, yet those people actually managed to find my account and uncover a wealth of your personal information. Feng Liang, I swear from now on I'll keep my mouth shut. I beg you to handle this. The more he pondered, the more distressed he became. He sent Lin Tian several messages in quick succession. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was still playing with the little ones. He heard his phone buzzing incessantly. Darling, is something wrong? Su Qingxi also noticed the disturbance. Lin Tian glanced at the messages from Feng Liang and didn't think much of it. It's from Liangzi. It's probably about the class reunion. Let me take a look. With that, he picked up his phone and opened the chat interface. Not knowing what to expect, he was taken aback upon reading the messages. What on earth? How could my buddy be such a fool? I need help, and quickly. He genuinely wanted to reach out. Not for any other reason, but because Feng Liang's brain truly seemed a tad underdeveloped. Lin Tian, Liangzi, how have you managed to survive all these years without being stuffed to death? After sending that message, Feng Liang quickly replied with several messages of his own. Feng Liang, brother Tian, I truly realize my mistake. I never anticipated this would happen. Feng Liang, I didn't expect you would know how to perform first aid. That's impressive. His attitude of contrition, peppered with flattery and humility, was evident. Lin Tian, well, it's already happened. Let's just reflect on it and move forward. Lin Tian understood that Feng Liang meant no harm, for that guy was utterly devoid of malice. He simply lacked common sense. Darling, what exactly happened? Su Qingxi, observing her husband's furrowed brows and sighs, was quite alarmed. She asked cautiously, taking a deep breath, fearing it was bad news. Lin Tian couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. That fool Feng Liang was showing off in the Weibo comments section and inadvertently exposed our information. The mere thought of it left Lin Tian feeling helpless. He couldn't shake the feeling that Feng Liang's brain must be quite valuable, considering it had never been put to good use. What should we do? Perhaps we should consider moving back to the old house for a while. Su Qingxi gasped in shock. After mulling it over, she still felt uneasy and suggested, since the old house is vacant, it would be more than sufficient for our family of 4. There's no need. We've done nothing wrong, so why should we hide? Seeing his wife so anxious, Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. While it was indeed not ideal for netizens to acquire such information, they had nothing to be ashamed of and didn't need to conceal anything. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing she might have overreacted, and shyly scratched her head. While the couple deliberated, little did they know that the incident was spreading like wildfire. It was no longer just a trending topic on Weibo. It had even made local news. Acts of heroism, handsome men and beautiful women, and the promotion of first aid knowledge. Each aspect alone was already compelling. The news channel capitalized on the fervor, using it as an opportunity to further educate the public on first aid. Back at home, Lin Tian's parents returned from the market, engaging in light-hearted banter with a few neighbors. The television was casually playing various commercial ads. After the ads concluded, the news suddenly aired. Initially, no one paid it any mind, engrossed in their conversation. Suddenly, one of the aunts glanced up, frozen in place, and pointed at the screen in astonishment. Look, isn't that Xiao Tian and his wife? How did they end up on TV, let alone the news? As soon as she spoke, the room fell silent, everyone turning their attention to the television. Sure enough, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi appeared on screen. In the footage, Su Qingxi was pushing a stroller, caring for their 2 babies, while Lin Tian squatted on the ground, diligently administering first aid to an infant. The news anchor's voice praised Lin Tian's altruistic demeanor and professional technique. Although the segment lasted just 2 minutes, to the neighbors, it felt like an immense honor. Lin, our Xiao Tian not only married a wonderful wife, but is also quite accomplished. He has even been commended on the news. I must show our child this later. How is it that at the same age, our kid doesn't inspire the same confidence? Xiao Tian is simply remarkable. I envy him. The neighbors chattered excitedly. Their tone was a mixture of admiration and envy. However, Lin Tian's parents could barely contain their joy and surprise. They had never anticipated that their son, in addition to having 2 babies, could offer them yet another delightful surprise. This was truly a moment of glory on the news. Chapter 63. The baby store is selling out. The shop is cleared. Netizens were also busy. In a short span, another astonishing revelation surfaced. The flagship store of the Love Baby Room, a highly renowned baby product shop among mothers, was actually Lin Tian's establishment. After this news broke, many netizens expressed their astonishment. How many surprises does this guy have up his sleeve? Goodness. It seems like God not only opened a door for him, but also flung open the windows and even lifted the ceiling. I've shopped at this store. Their products are exceptional. I had no idea it was his store. If Lin Tian's initial rise to fame was a slow simmer, then the video of him saving a life was akin to pouring ice water into hot oil. It exploded, and it exploded with precision, directly impacting the entrance of the Love Baby Room. The ensuing developments far exceeded everyone's expectations, including Lin Tian's own. This also included Sister Wang, the store manager of the Love Baby Room, who had been leisurely dusting the shelves that morning, contemplating what stock to replenish. By the afternoon, a surge of customers nearly knocked her off her feet. To be clear, while their store had always been quite popular, with a stable flow of customers, it typically peaked only during weekends or holidays. Even then, it wouldn't reach the overwhelming numbers they were experiencing now. The store was almost bursting at the seams with people. Today is neither Sunday nor a holiday, yet the sheer number of people is astonishing. Boss, do you have that baby stroller similar to the one used by the dad in the video? My baby is 3 months old, and I need to recommend the same kind of bottle. I want the one Lin Tian uses, and the black and white cards, and that rice paste that the rescued baby drank. Bring me a whole set. Snap a picture, snap a picture. This is Lin Tian's shop. Ladies, I'm here to check in for you. Wang Jia was utterly bewildered. She watched as customers, fueled with enthusiasm, swept through the store, emptying the shelves at an alarming rate. A long queue formed at the cash register, with the scanning device emitting a constant stream of beeps. Even more absurdly, a young girl insisted on purchasing a baby dress from the display model, which didn't even have a price tag. Miss, that's not for sale. It's a display item. I don't care. I want that one. I'll pay extra. Double. No, triple. The girl's eyes sparkled with fervor. Wang Jia, who had been in the industry for 20 years, had never before witnessed someone attempting to snatch clothing off a mannequin. As night fell and closing time approached, the number of patrons showed no sign of dwindling. In fact, it seemed to be increasing. Several employees were already exhausted to the point of collapse, speaking in hushed tones. Even Wang Jie felt a throbbing headache. Too many customers, a sweet burden indeed. After a day filled with subtle investigations, she finally understood the reason behind the shop's phenomenal success. It turned out that the owner and his wife had saved someone and had even trended on social media. "Excuse me, dear customers, our operating hours are about to conclude. Please make your selections promptly and proceed to the register." With the boss gaining fame, the staff found themselves overwhelmed, observing the relentless stream of customers. The manager felt a sense of resignation. She hurriedly retrieved an ancient microphone from the back of the store to announce to the patrons. Upon hearing that closing time was imminent, the customers grew even more frantic. Everywhere one looked, customers were snatching items off the shelves and proceeding to check out without a second thought. The speed and decisiveness of their actions were what Wang Jie had longed for in the past, yet now it felt like a nightmare. The cashiers changed in rapid succession, with everyone becoming dizzy from the numbers. When the sales report was finally released, Wang Jie's hands trembled. The single-day sales figures had skyrocketed to match the total of an entire month. Inventory was critically low. All the hot items, especially those featured in the video or speculated by netizens to be used by Lin Tian, were completely sold out. Even the shopping bags emblazoned with the store's logo were nearly gone. The store's phone was inundated with calls, all inquiring about restocking. Wang Jie's voice grew hoarse. It felt as though she weren't selling baby products, but rather hosting a fan meet and greet. With trembling hands, she dialed Lin Tian's number. "Boss, it's a disaster." Completely exploded. Wang Jie's voice quivered, not out of fear, but sheer exhaustion. "Take a deep breath, speak slowly," Lin Tian replied. Aware that Wang Jie had been a calm and collected manager for a long time, never having faltered. Such chaos surely had its reasons. He lowered his voice to soothe her. "The store has been emptied. Even the mannequin is almost stripped bare. Our sales have gone through the roof. I'm terrified of who walks in next. It feels like their eyes are glowing with greed." Listening to Wang Jie's frenzied report, Lin Tian's brow furrowed deeper. He had anticipated that a baby product store might attract interest, but he hadn't expected such fervent consumerism. If the store could maintain this level of sales, it would be wonderful. However, if the surge was merely a result of fan frenzy, it could jeopardize future growth. After all, online trends are fleeting. Once the excitement fades, who would be left to purchase the remaining stock? This ecosystem was unsustainable. Su Qingxi, standing nearby, was equally astonished, her mouth agape. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated that the trending topic would yield such significant impact. "Wang Jie, ensure the safety of the staff. We cannot afford any stampedes. Secondly, immediately post a notice at the storefront and on our online platform regarding restocking." Lin Tian paused, his tone resolute. "From tomorrow onwards, the store will close for 3 days. "What?" Both Wang Jie and Su Qingxi exclaimed in disbelief. "Close the store? Boss, this is the golden period. If we restock overnight, we could ride this wave even higher. Closing for 3 days could result in massive losses." Wang Jie felt heartbroken, sensing she was missing out on a fortune. After all, her salary was tied to performance. Though the employees were exhausted after this one day, if they could push through for 2 more, their earnings would exceed expectations. Su Qingxi tugged at Lin Tian's arm, whispering, "Darling, closing the store now might be too." Lin Tian grasped her hand, his gaze steady and profound. "Trust me on this. The store is nearly out of stock. Opening would serve no purpose and could jeopardize our reputation while putting the staff under immense stress." He glanced out the window, seemingly able to see the fervent crowd. Wang Jie fell silent on the other end of the line, ultimately conceding. After her long tenure as a manager, she believed she held a long-term vision, yet she realized that the seemingly youthful boss possessed even greater insight. Chapter 64. Do you have a grudge against money? Off to travel. Lin Tian was true to his word. The following day, the flagship store of Yingxi stood closed, with a prominent notice affixed to the door. Concurrently, a response was uploaded on Douyin, conveying gratitude for the recognition and affection shown towards the store. It wasn't he that he wished to close. It was simply that they had run out of stock. Even the display garments had been stripped bare. This straightforward and sincere response resonated with many internet users, who found Lin Tian's whimsical metaphors amusing. The comments section of this Douyin video was soon inundated. "Did I hear correctly? Closing the store during a sales boom. Do you have a grudge against money? Wow, this move is audacious." While others rush to restock and work overtime, he chooses to close. And he does it to organize stock, allow staff to rest, and ensure quality. Vision. Do you see it? This is vision. not swayed by immediate profits, steadfast in quality and reputation. This is how to conduct a lasting business. With this clarity and sense of responsibility, I will definitely support the reopening 3 days from now. When buying for children, isn't peace of mind what we seek. Public sentiment swiftly shifted from fervent adoration to admiration and anticipation. Lin Tian's contrarian approach not only failed to dampen enthusiasm, but instead won him greater affection and respect for his rare clarity and commitment to quality. The brand image of Yingxi has unexpectedly soared to new heights. Everyone is curious about what the reopening of Yingxi, 3 days hence, will look like. At home, Lin Tian set down his phone with a sigh of relief, feeling more exhausted than a day spent caring for a child. Su Qingxi dashed over, her eyes sparkling. "Darling, you were amazing. Your response just now was truly impressive." In that moment, she resembled an enamored fan, clinging to her husband's side. "Is that so?" Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, pulling her into his embrace. "Does the proprietress think my decision merits a substantial reward?" His hands began to roam mischievously along her waistline. Su Qingxi, like a startled rabbit, blushed and struggled. "The babies will need to nurse soon." Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and the ambience within the room was imbued with a burgeoning springtime warmth. "My dear, since we have some free time these days, shall we go on a trip?" In bed, Su Qingxi nestled against Lin Tian's chest, gradually regaining her strength. Upon hearing her husband's suggestion, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, fearing that he might want to engage in further activities. She was genuinely feeling a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, her husband was merely suggesting a vacation. She silently sighed in relief. Her eyes sparkled momentarily, though a hint of hesitation lingered. "Should we bring the babies? Wouldn't that be too troublesome? They are only 2 months old. What if they become restless on the high-speed train?" Their romantic journey had been quite peculiar, commencing with cohabitation, resulting in many typical experiences for couples being entirely foreign to them, including travel. Lin Tian's mention of a vacation piqued Su Qingxi's interest. Yet the thought of the baby's tender age and lack of experience on a high-speed train filled her with concern. "Fear not, we won't venture too far. We'll explore nearby attractions. The babies are quite adaptable and will surely adjust well," Lin Tian reassured, contemplating thoughtfully before arriving at a decision. "I propose we visit the neighboring Su city. It is renowned for its gardens, with refreshing air and aesthetically pleasing architecture. Given that there are limited activities for the babies, admiring the structures will be a delightful choice." "Sounds great. I'll go prepare the baby's belongings now." With her husband's assurance, Su Qingxi felt entirely at ease and hurried off to pack. It was evident that she was genuinely looking forward to this trip. With that in mind, Lin Tian made arrangements for a business-class seat on the train and booked a villa for their stay, before leisurely joining his wife in packing. Half an hour later, their luggage was nearly ready. Lin Tian even packed 2 sets of lightweight pajamas he had previously purchased. Such an essential item should accompany them. After all, they were heading to Su City, and it was important to enjoy themselves in a different setting. A mischievous smile adorned Lin Tian's face as he envisioned the villa equipped with a swimming pool, which promised exhilarating moments ahead. "I hardly understand," Su Qingxi blushed, leaning closer into his embrace. The summer sun streamed through the vast glass dome of the high-speed train station. Lin Tian pushed a twin stroller with one hand while his other arm securely encircled Su Qingxi's waist as they walked down the business-class aisle. Their 2 little ones, dressed in charming blue and white striped onesies, lay in the carrier, energetically waving their tiny fists. Although this outing was filled with novelty, the babies truly relished the bustling atmosphere, perhaps even more than their mother. Su Qingxi's eyes sparkled with delight as she gently touched the little faces of her babies. They responded with adorable coos, as if acknowledging their mother's affection. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Upon reaching the business compartment, the ambience was elegant and tranquil, with spacious seating. Lin Tian skillfully secured the stroller in the designated area, unfastened the safety belts of the carrier, and carefully lifted the 2 little bundles into adjacent safety seats designed for infants, equipped with 5-point harnesses for their security. Wah! The little star, with its tiny head twisting about, curiously observed the soft lighting of the compartment with its dark grape-like eyes. The train sped smoothly along, with the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan swiftly flashing by. The train window became a delightful plaything for the babies. As the train glided past a shimmering lotus pond, the little star suddenly erupted in excitement. Ruruo, inspired by the enthusiasm, opened her mouth wide in a grin and reached out her tiny hands towards the window. It appeared that the babies truly enjoyed the high-speed train ride. Su Qingxi gazed at Lin Tian with surprise, her smile radiating childlike joy. At their young age, they should experience as much as possible. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, his arm naturally draping over her shoulders, pulling her slightly closer. Sioux City was in close proximity to the bustling metropolis, with merely a half-hour journey by high-speed train. The babies had not even exhausted their fascination with the window when it was time to disembark. Upon stepping off, the two little ones displayed a clear reluctance to leave. As they exited, the prearranged business vehicle was already waiting for them at the station. "Oh no, darling, have we rushed here too hastily? Did we forget to book a hotel?" Su Qingxi suddenly recalled this detail, her brow furrowing with a hint of anxiety. Lin Tian, however, remained unperturbed as he opened the car door, ensuring the babies were comfortably settled inside before ushering his wife in. With her husband by her side, such matters were of no concern. You should focus on whether you have enough energy. Chapter 65. What scar? This is a badge of honor. The vehicle came to a halt at a vacation villa outside Sioux City. With its pink walls and dark tiles, the courtyard was deep and inviting. A pool of clear water reflecting the sky and a few koi fish. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the freshness of the greenery and a slight chill from the water. Wow! As Su Qingxi pushed open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, she couldn't help but exclaim. The villa before her was even more serene and comfortable than those in the metropolis. The high-ceilinged living room exuded a sense of ancient charm, and the large windows overlooked a meticulously curated Sioux-style garden with exquisite rockeries and lush banana plants. "Do you like it?" Lin Tian embraced her from behind. "There's even a swimming pool outside. I can hardly wait to see you in a swimsuit." His voice was deep, tinged with anticipation. His wife's figure was undoubtedly flawless. Even the simplest attire exuded a distinct allure. The thought of her in a swimsuit was beyond his imagination. "But I have a scar on my stomach, and I haven't lost the weight. I still have some extra flesh," Su Qingxi replied, lowering her head, revealing a hint of self-consciousness. It is worth noting that even when selecting outfits previously, she had always opted for those that could conceal her midsection. After all, the scar from her C-section was the only blemish on her otherwise flawless skin. Despite her efforts with creams to diminish the scar, the results were minimal. "My dear, that is your badge of honor." Lin Tian's voice softened further. He understood fully that all of this was for the sake of their two little ones. Yet Su Qingxi clearly wished to express more, but this time, Lin Tian was determined not to allow her to continue. His kiss descended with an irresistible fervor, deftly prying her lips apart, as their mouths intertwined, stealing her breath away. In his embrace, Su Qingxi melted into a puddle of softness, her lingering rationality tethering her thoughts to their child. "Rest assured, the baby is securely fastened in the safety basket." Lin Tian gasped and pulled back slightly, his fingertip brushing over her slightly swollen, crimson lips, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Besides, they were busy exploring a new world. He cast a meaningful glance at the basket. Indeed, the stars and Ruo were wide-eyed with curiosity, babbling as they studied the intricate shadows cast by the finely crafted window lattices, seemingly oblivious to the passionate scene unfolding between their parents. Su Qingxi, feeling a flush of embarrassment, buried her face in his chest, playfully punching him. "Hurry and pack up." The villa was warm and inviting. Lin Tian was folding the last of the baby's tiny clothes to place in the wardrobe when the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Baby's first outing. Reward, a formula for scar cream. This reward left Lin Tian somewhat puzzled. He immediately delved into researching the scar cream within the system. The more he explored, the more astounded he became. It was an entirely natural formula, devoid of any side effects, yet remarkably effective. This was a significant concern for both men and women. Although various types of scar creams were available on the market, they either had limited efficacy or substantial side effects. This indicated that the formula provided by the system possessed immense market potential. Silently, he tucked the formula away, already contemplating production matters. In addition to the formula, the system generously offered a sample product for trial. One could not help but admire the thoughtfulness of this system in such matters. "Honey, I've finished packing over here. How about you?" When Su Qingxi found Lin Tian, he appeared lost in thought. She gently inquired. "While I was packing, I suddenly remembered I have a surprise for you." Lin Tian smirked, leaving the rest unspoken, igniting Su Qingxi's curiosity. "What surprise?" Her beautiful eyes blinked, scanning the room for any hints of the unexpected. However, nothing seemed amiss. At that moment, Lin Tian slowly retrieved the sample provided by the system from his pocket. "This is a scar cream developed by a friend of mine. I had intended to give it to you to try, but forgot until I saw it while packing." Before he could finish, Su Qingxi's eyes brightened. "Really?" She eagerly accepted the white scar cream, her initial joy quickly fading into concern. "Honey, I've tried several high-end brands, but none worked." Having harbored too many hopes, she had been repeatedly dashed by reality. Now, she felt a tinge of apprehension. Lin Tian understood his wife's subtle worries all too well. Gently, he brushed aside the stray hair from her face. My friend assured me it would show results within a week. Let us give it a try first. His tone was gentle yet resolute, rekindling a flicker of hope in Su Qingzi. Let us go to bed, darling. I'll help you apply it now. Lin Tian smiled, taking her hand as they walked towards the bed adorned with soft velvet sheets. Su Qingzi complied, though a sense of unease lingered in her heart, particularly when Lin Tian's warm hand gently lifted the hem of her shirt, revealing the faint pink scar from her cesarean section. Her body instinctively tensed for a moment. Relax. Sweetheart, Lin Tian's voice deepened, infused with a peculiar soothing power. He dipped his fingertip into the delicately textured cream, applying it with slow, careful movements. The cool sensation against her scar made Su Qingzi draw in a soft breath. Lin Tian's fingers, calloused yet tender, worked meticulously over every inch of the scar. Occasionally, his fingertips would inadvertently brush against her skin, eliciting an involuntary shiver. She clearly felt the warmth of his fingertips transmitted through the cool cream, akin to a gentle electric current, sending tingles straight to her heart. All done with the first treatment. Lin Tian finally lifted his gaze, using a clean wet wipe to remove any remnants of the cream from his fingers. Lin Tian stroked his chin, frowning slightly. Su Qingzi's heart leaped into her throat. What's wrong? No effect? I knew it. Disappointment washed over her instantly. Look, isn't the color at the edges a bit darker? This scar cream is indeed quite effective. Lin Tian suddenly broke into a wide smile, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. Really? Su Qingzi bolted upright, momentarily forgetting her shyness, leaning down to closely inspect and touch. Oh my. It really doesn't seem as red anymore. The edges feel smoother too. Honey. The overwhelming surprise engulfed her, and she excitedly threw her arms around Lin Tian's neck. Of course. Who do you think got this for you? Lin Tian proudly held her close, planting a resounding kiss on her cheek. As a reward. Shouldn't you wear a swimsuit for your husband to enjoy? Chapter 66. Private swimming coach for my wife, emphasizing enjoyment. But I didn't bring a swimsuit. Su Qingzi's voice was barely a whisper, still imbued with lingering surprise. The scar from her cesarean section had always been a source of pain for her. The thought of wearing a swimsuit was something she had never dared to consider. Yet now, after just one application of the cream, she had already seen such significant results. Wearing a swimsuit didn't seem impossible, especially since it was a small wish of her husband. She was not unwilling to indulge him. It was simply that she had nothing at hand. Just as she was grappling with this dilemma, Lin Tian laughed. I knew you would say that. I anticipated this. He opened the bottom drawer of the wardrobe and handed her something. Su Qingzi accepted it, her fingertips grazing the soft fabric within, and she began to speculate. Upon unwrapping it, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was a black two-piece swimsuit, the top a short bandeau adorned with delicate lace along the sides, perfectly concealing her waist and abdomen. The bottom was a high-waisted design, the edges embellished with a sheer layer of chiffon, swaying gently with movement. It was neither revealing nor lacking in subtle allure. Most thoughtfully, the inner side of the top featured a soft lining that covered her cesarean scar. When did you prepare this? Su Qingzi gently traced the lace edges, her eyes moistening. She had never mentioned her concerns about the scar to Lin Tian. Yet he had noticed. Not only had he prepared the cream, but he had also chosen a swimsuit that would conceal her scar. I always wanted to see you in a swimsuit when the opportunity arose. I had it ready all along. Lin Tian's fervent gaze fell upon Su Qingzi. This attentiveness and consideration deeply moved her. What touched her even more was that Lin Tian had also prepared 2 inflatable pools adorned with little duck patterns and matching baby swim rings. Honey, did you prepare these for the baby too? She asked in delight. Of course. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. The swimming pool was ours, while this little bath was exclusively for the babies. Before we indulge in the pool, we must first appease these 2 little tyrants. After all, it was not their first time disrupting his plans. This time, he had wised up. He would soothe the babies and ensure they were fast asleep before relishing in the joys of marital bliss. He bent down to lift the 2 little ones from their carrier, cheerfully announcing, Xing, Ruo, let us go play in the water. Lin Tian carefully set up 2 small baths in the bathroom, meticulously monitoring the water temperature with a thermometer to ensure it was precisely 37 degrees. He removed the baby's clothing, leaving only their diapers, and gently placed them into the warm water. Woo. The comforting warmth enveloped their tiny bodies, and Xing immediately flailed his chubby arms in excitement. His little feet splashed against the surface, sending glistening droplets flying, while he giggled uncontrollably. Ruo, on the other hand, appeared more demure, her large eyes curiously observing the rippling water. Tentatively, she reached for the little yellow rubber duck floating on the surface, occasionally emitting satisfied coos. Lin Tian and Su Qingzi each took charge of a baby, gently splashing water onto them while carefully avoiding their eyes. Darling, the babies truly love playing in the water. They seemed so happy. Su Qingxi couldn't help but exclaim, wishing they could play a bit longer. As much as they enjoy it, we must get them out. They are too young to be in the water for too long, Lin Tian replied, prompting Su Qingxi to nod in agreement. 5 minutes later, the two decisively lifted the reluctant little ones out of the water. All right, babies, you can play next time. Now it's time for bed. You've had your fun. Especially you, Xingxing. You mustn't be a little troublemaker again, do you understand? He wrapped the damp little bundles snugly in warm, soft towels, quickly drying them off. As he did so, he offered gentle admonishments. Su Qingxi blushed, feeling shy as she assisted from the side. After a delightful warm bath, the babies had expended quite a bit of energy. Coupled with Lin Tian's warm embrace and lullabies, Xingxing and Ruo soon drifted off into a deep slumber. Lin Tian gently placed the two sleeping infants in their crib and turned to his wife. Now, he murmured, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to Su Qingxi's ear. The warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine. It's our turn, Mrs. Lin. Are you ready for your private swimming lesson? He handed her the swimsuit, his eyes brimming with unreserved anticipation. Holding the swimsuit, Su Qingxi watched her husband's strong, upright figure stride towards the door leading to the courtyard pool, her heart racing uncontrollably. The notion of a private lesson sparked her imagination. Taking a deep breath, she slipped into the swimsuit. By the time she arrived at the pool, twilight had begun to envelop the sky. The pool glimmered under the moonlight, casting shimmering reflections on the water's surface. Wrapped in a soft towel, her smooth calves gleamed in the moonlight. Peeking at the pool, she quickly withdrew. Clutching the edge of her towel tightly, her lips slightly pursed. Darling, the water looks so deep. Lin Tian had already changed into swim trunks, revealing his sculpted shoulders and defined abs. Water droplets cascaded down his muscular chest, disappearing into his V-shaped torso. Observing his wife's timid demeanor ignited a playful urge within him. Fear not. I am here, and I will teach you well, Lin Tian teased, extending his arms and unexpectedly pulling her, towel and all, into his embrace. Su Qingxi's face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe shrimp. Why are you still wearing a towel? He chuckled, seizing the opportunity to swiftly remove her towel. The carefully selected black bikini was instantly illuminated by the moonlight. The short bandeau top perfectly accentuated her curves, while the lace sides offered a hint of allure. The high-waisted swim shorts swayed gently with her movements, cleverly concealing a faint pink scar while enhancing an air of mysterious temptation. Lin Tian's eyes darkened, his throat tightening with unmasked admiration and desire. Wife, your figure is simply stunning. Su Qingxi felt her entire body heat up under his gaze, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Stop staring, just teach me. At your command, my dear, Lin Tian replied, his teasing demeanor replaced by a deeper sincerity. He entered the water first, finding his footing as the water reached his chest. He then extended his broad palm towards her, saying, Come, hold my hand, turn your back to me, and slowly lower yourself. Do not fear. I will support you from below. You cannot sink. Su Qingxi took a deep breath, as if preparing for battle, as the cool water lapped at her waist. She could not suppress a startled gasp, her body instinctively tensing as she tried to retreat. Relax, Lin Tian's deep, resonant voice soothed her from behind. His sturdy arm slid under her armpit, encircling her waist. The solid warmth of his chest pressed against her smooth back, and the moment their skin touched, both of them shivered involuntarily. Su Qingxi felt a powerful jolt of electricity surge through her, leaving her limbs weak. Where are your hands? Chapter 67. My husband has incredible stamina. Su Qingxi could hardly withstand it. Where they ought to be, Lin Tian murmured innocently near her ear, the warmth of his lips grazing her earlobe. If I don't hold you tightly, how can I ensure your safety? His deep laughter reverberated through his chest, directly reaching her ears. His powerful arms became her only support and lifeline. As the water reached her calves, it still felt slightly cool. Yet, the moment Lin Tian enveloped her in his embrace, Su Qingxi felt warmth radiate throughout her body. Simultaneously, a wave of shyness washed over her. This man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to make her blush. Yet, there was an undeniable sweetness to it. Despite her face being so flushed it could fry an egg, she showed no inclination to push him away, instead snuggling deeper into his embrace, savoring the water's warmth and the intimacy of their swimming lesson. As a husband, Lin Tian was undeniably diligent, yet as an instructor, he lacked finesse. His teaching relied heavily on demonstration, leaning towards a hands-on approach. After each demonstration, he would encourage Su Qingxi to try it herself, which left her feeling quite challenged. Already a bit apprehensive about the water and having never swum before, simply stepping into the pool had taken all her courage. Each attempt filled her with trepidation. Thankfully, Lin Tian's hands remained securely around her, They were so close that their breaths mingled in the air, intertwining as one. Wife, shall we call it a day for today, as exercise? I suddenly recalled something of greater importance. Lin Tian's voice dropped, laced with a hint of huskiness. Su Qingxi nearly squealed with joy at the mention of ending the exercise, but before she could revel in her excitement, an unusual warmth enveloped her. She lowered her gaze slightly, catching a glimpse that sent her heart racing. Feigning ignorance, she remained oblivious to everything around her. Darling, I still have to tend to the baby. She spoke in a voice so soft it seemed to plead. Without hesitation, Lin Tian swept her up in his arms. In that case, let us make quick work of this. As they spoke, they retreated into the confines of their home. The night passed, and the intensity of the previous day's personal training lingered in Su Qingxi's consciousness, leaving her waist still aching from Lin Tian's firm grasp. The moment she stirred, the man beside her awakened, his deep, gravelly voice resonating in her ear. Wife, how did you fare with last night's swimming techniques? Do you require a refresher? Su Qingxi's face flushed a deep crimson as memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Beyond the swimming lessons, there lay deeper recollections that made her heart race. Absolutely not. She thought fiercely, silently rubbing her sore body, filled with indignation. Why was it that every time? She felt as though she were being torn asunder, exhausted and utterly drained, while Lin Tian appeared as vibrant as ever, as if nothing had transpired? Had they not agreed that only the land remained untended, while the oxen were the ones to perish from overexertion? It felt like a deception. The more she contemplated, the more her heart ached, yet after much reflection, she could conjure no biting retort. Ultimately, she could only retreat beneath the covers like an ostrich. Lin Tian chuckled softly as he pulled her from the bedding. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Today, let us venture out with the baby to explore the gardens of Sioux City. Sioux City offered little in terms of amusement, but was rich in places to wander. The gardens stood as the city's most iconic structures. Since they were fortunate enough to be here, it was imperative to introduce the little ones to the wonders that lay within. Sounds delightful. Su Qingxi's face brightened at the thought of going out. Yet before she could finish her sentence, the weight of her fatigue struck her anew, causing her expression to falter. But today, I feel so worn out. Can we perhaps go tomorrow? She implored, her voice dripping with dismay. It was indeed a rare opportunity to travel, and with the off-season, the crowds were sparse. She genuinely longed to explore, but alas, her husband's vigor was overwhelming. She simply could not keep pace. Take a moment to rest. We can eat first, and then head out. There is no rush, Lin Tian reassured her. He paused, gently caressing her abdomen. How are you feeling? Is it still cold? This is where the scar ointment was applied last night. She noted that the edges seemed slightly smoother, the color less pronounced. Darling, your friend's ointment is nothing short of miraculous. Su Qingxi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that the stubborn scar, which had plagued her for so long, was finally on the mend? Indeed, now you can breathe easy, Lin Tian said, his brow arching in satisfaction as he seized the opportunity to plant a kiss upon her lips. He then retrieved the ointment and began to apply it tenderly to her scar, as he had done the previous evening. The cool sensation of the ointment sent a wave of relief through her, and unlike before, Su Qingxi was devoid of doubt, her heart brimming with anticipation. She watched intently as her husband worked. Will this scar cream be mass-produced? She inquired, a spark of entrepreneurial instinct igniting within her. I believe if it could be made available to the masses, it would undoubtedly be a sensation. The rarity of such a product, coupled with its lack of side effects and astonishing efficacy, made it a prime candidate for success in the market. Could you perhaps procure a few more tubes from your friend? I worry that if it becomes too popular, I might not have any left for myself, she mused. Thinking ahead, for if a frenzy ensued, she might find herself without. Rest assured, even without others, you shall not be without. I have spoken to my friend. And should it be mass-produced, our store will be the first to carry it, Lin Tian replied, a smile gracing his features. He had anticipated that his wife would also be contemplating profit. It seemed they were in sync with their thoughts. That is a relief. Su Qingxi sighed, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. At the very least, it meant she would not have to worry about the availability of the ointment in the future. It's all done, my dear. Now, you rest for a moment while I order takeout and tend to the babies. You were utterly exhausted last night, after all. Lin Tian understood that the system's physical enhancements were occasionally too potent. If he wasn't careful, his wife would be overwhelmed. Now was the perfect opportunity for her to recuperate. Su Qingxi merely murmured an acknowledgement before sinking back into the warmth of her blankets. Meanwhile, Lin Tian quickly ordered some local delicacies from Sioux City and hastened to the nursery. The twins appeared to have been awake for some time, quietly observing the world around them without fussing. The air was infused with the sweet scent of baby milk and sunlight. Upon sensing their father's presence, Xingxing and Ruo reached out with tiny hands, babbling excitedly. Good morning, my little stars. Today, Daddy will take you to see the gardens of Sioux City. Are you excited? Lin Tian's face radiated with a tender smile. He leaned closer to the crib, and upon seeing his handsome face, Xingxing erupted in joy, flailing her tiny fists and kicking off her blanket to reveal her round little belly. Lin Tian chuckled as he deftly dodged her flailing arms, carefully lifting her from the crib and placing her on the soft changing mat he had prepared. Now, let us see how much our little Xingxing has filled her diaper. He swiftly changed her, all while enduring her squirming protests. Fortunately, he was adept at this task, and soon enough, Xingxing was all set. Next, it was Ruro's turn, who was remarkably more cooperative, merely watching her father with wide eyes and occasionally chiming in. Our little Ruro is certainly the more adorable one, he mused as he kissed her cheek after changing her diaper. With that done, it was time for the twins' feeding. Given Su Qingxi's fatigue, Lin Tian decided to prepare some formula. He placed both babies in their rocking chairs, securing their safety belts before taking out the pre-warmed bottles. Testing the temperature on his wrist, he confirmed it was just right before handing the bottle to Ro. She eagerly embraced it, drinking heartily, her contented expression utterly charming. He could not stop himself and hurriedly handed another bottle of milk to Xingxing. The little rascal quickly shoved the bottle into his mouth. The two tiny beings lay side by side, their little hands clumsily clutching the milk bottles, resembling two bunnies engrossed in their meal. Lin Tian gazed upon this scene, feeling a gentle tug at the softest corner of his heart, as happiness threatened to overflow. He squatted between the two rocking chairs, intermittently reaching out to touch Xingxing's small feet and gently tapping Ro's little nose. He also adjusted the positions of the two babies from time to time, ensuring they wouldn't choke on their milk. After quite some time, once both babies were satisfactorily fed and had expelled their milk burps, the takeout finally arrived. Lin Tian thought that since it was a rare outing, he must indulge in all the distinctive dishes available, and thus he couldn't resist ordering a plethora of them. Su Qingxi was taken aback by the sight of the bountiful spread before them. Darling, are we really going to eat all of this? She exclaimed, astonished. 6 dishes and a soup. Not to mention, even if their parents joined them, it would still be more than enough. Among the two, Su Qingxi's appetite could barely be considered that of half a person. Meanwhile, the two babies beside them were utterly tantalized, their mouths watering at the sight. Unfortunately, they were too young to partake, only able to watch longingly. Indeed, it seemed he had inadvertently ordered too much. The intention was merely to sample a bit of everything. After all, it was a rare occasion. Lin Tian scratched his head, realizing that he might have overdone it. However, with the food already here, returning it was out of the question. Both Lin Tian and Su Qingxi could only brace themselves for the meal. Darling, I must say, this food doesn't compare to what you make, Su Qingxi remarked, having barely taken a few bites before setting her utensils down, her lips forming a slight pout, reflecting her disappointment. It was a rare outing, and she hadn't expected the food to be so inferior to her husband's culinary creations. She now fully realized that her taste buds had been spoiled by Lin Tian. If this continued, she might never be able to live without him. If you don't like it, I can just whip something up in the kitchen, Lin Tian chuckled. His palate was not so discerning, to him. It was merely a matter of filling his stomach. Nonetheless, his culinary skills were of top-notch caliber, far surpassing those of the average chefs. With so much food left, it would be a shame to waste it. How about when we get home, you cook for me? Su Qingxi, though a bit spoiled by her husband's cooking, was still quite considerate. Moreover, with such a grand spread before them, making more food at that moment seemed impractical. If they continued to eat like this during their trip, they might end up with a feast fit for a royal banquet. That's true. Let's just go back and I'll cook for you, Lin Tian agreed with a smile. Despite the vast array of dishes prepared, they finished their meal quite rapidly. Of course, there was still plenty left over. By the end, Su Qingxi felt completely stuffed, her little face appearing rather pitiful. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lin Tian tilted his head, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Darling, I feel like you've spoiled me. I can hardly eat anything else. All I want is your cooking, she sighed softly, realizing that if she were ever apart from her husband, she might struggle to eat at all. Isn't that wonderful? That way, you will never be able to leave me. And I'll always have you by my side, Lin Tian replied, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, the joy radiating from his expression. All right. The babies are eager to go out as well. Let's head out, Lin Tian urged, not for any particular reason, but rather because he felt that if his wife lingered too long, her mind might wander into unnecessary thoughts. It was a rare chance to enjoy themselves. He certainly did not want her to dwell on anything that might dampen her spirits. Better to step out and explore, allowing all worries to fade away. All right. Su Qingxi nodded slightly, her heart warmed by Lin Tian's words. To be by his side forever? She found herself eagerly anticipating that. Before she could ponder too deeply, Lin Tian had already placed the two babies into the stroller, ready to embark on their adventure. The babies were already squirming with excitement, their little hands reaching out, clearly looking forward to the sights beyond. I wonder if the babies are eager to see what Suching looks like. Today, Daddy will take you on a little stroll. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. At their tender age, the babies were far too young for books. However, given their fortunate circumstances, they should be exposed to more experiences and knowledge from an early age. Many lessons ought to be instilled during childhood. As Lin Tian and Su Qingxi stepped out of the villa with the babies, Chapter 69, A Reward Factory? What you think, you shall receive. The gardens of Sucheng unfolded like a picturesque tapestry, each step revealing a new scene. Pink walls and dark tiles, winding paths leading to serene corners. The intricately stacked rocks and the gentle flow of water, along with towering ancient trees providing shade, exuded the unique elegance and craftsmanship of the Jiangnan region. Pushing the double stroller, Lin Tian felt Su Qingxi leaning against him. Inside the stroller, Xingxing and Ruo appeared particularly lively today. As soon as they stepped outside, they began to babble excitedly, their little heads straining to catch a glimpse of the wonders of Sucheng. The babies certainly have a strong sense of curiosity, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. It was evident that the two little ones were thoroughly captivated, their eyes darting around in wonder as they took in their surroundings. At this age, it was natural for them to explore the world, and curiosity was a positive trait. Lin Tian felt immense joy at the sight of his little ones. Soon enough, other visitors were drawn to Lin Tian and Su Qingxi. It was hardly surprising, given the extraordinary beauty of the couple and the adorable pair of twins. Wherever they went, they became the center of attention. Some onlookers even discreetly raised their phones to capture the moment. Wow, these babies are absolutely adorable. Are they a pair of twins? The dad pushing the stroller is so handsome. Is he a celebrity? Look, the babies are smiling. Are they watching the flowers? How clever. Listening to the chatter of passers-by, Su Qingxi felt a tinge of unease. However, the overwhelming sense of security provided by her husband dispelled her lingering doubts. She took out her phone, lowering the angle so that the lens was aligned with the baby's line of sight, capturing their first encounter with the beauty of the garden. Ding! The babies have visited a classical garden for the first time, earning a reward factory. The factory is fully qualified and ready for production at any time. Just then, Lin Tian heard that familiar voice echoing in his mind once again. He paused mid-step, his eyes widening in astonishment, a smile on his face that he could scarcely conceal. Truly, the system was remarkable. One must admit, this entity was genuinely considerate. Ever since he acquired the formula for scar removal, he had been pondering where to rent an appropriate factory. While finding workers was a relatively straightforward task, securing a suitable factory was decidedly more complex. After all, they possessed only this single formula at present, and the required production volume was not particularly high. In such circumstances, locating a partner for collaboration was not a simple endeavor. However, possessing their own factory would change everything. Without any cost constraints, he would have the freedom to operate as he wished, provided he could find workers. This time, the system had truly bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise. Darling, why are you in a daze? Su Qingxi had just finished taking pictures of the babies. Upon turning around, she discovered her husband standing frozen in place, a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of his eyes. She reached out her hand and gently waved it before Lin Tian. The two babies in the stroller mimicked their mother, extending their tiny hands and waving in the air. Lin Tian immediately regained his composure, pulling out his phone and pretending to check for messages. In reality, he was receiving detailed information about the factory from the system. The factory was located in a burgeoning industrial park on the outskirts of the magical city, boasting brand new equipment and complete qualifications. And it appeared that the management team had not departed. They would merely need to recruit some assembly line workers, a task that was quite simple. Wife, I just received some excellent news. Lin Tian put away his phone, his face radiating excitement and a touch of mystery. Su Qingxi leaned in, curiosity piqued. Regarding that scar removal ointment, my friend is highly efficient. He heard that your trial results were outstanding and has decided to move forward with mass production. He has rented a factory on the outskirts of the magical city, and now the technology and part of the funding are in place. He wants us to invest a little. Really? Su Qingxi's eyes widened in surprise. Previously, she had tried various ointments for her pregnancy marks, but only this one had proven effective. She had always worried that once this tube was finished, she might not be able to find another. She had been uncertain whether her stretch marks could be completely eliminated. But now, with the factory poised to commence mass production, it meant her worries could finally dissipate. Then, a flicker of concern washed over her. Will the investment be substantial? What about the risks? After all, this is an entirely new brand. Even though I've tried it, a new brand entering the market still requires public validation and scrutiny. If it fails, wouldn't such a large investment be a total loss? Rest assured. Lin Tian grasped her hand, filled with confidence. The initial investment isn't significant. It's primarily for trial production. Moreover, we have existing sales channels. He gestured towards the stroller and winked. Once the scar removal ointment is ready, we'll sell it in our store, and we can have our sales team promote it. Lin Tian harbored no concerns regarding this matter. After all, the factory was provided by the system, and the formula was also a gift from the system. His only expense would be for labor, which was certainly not exorbitant. Even if it did not succeed, their losses would be minimal. If it truly succeeded, the profits would undoubtedly be substantial. Well, I think it's a great idea. Su Qingxi's heart warmed at the thought of the scar on her abdomen gradually improving. She gazed at her husband with admiration and affection, as if he were a celestial being. Indeed, to her, Lin Tian had become a divine presence. The couple did not delve deeply into discussions about the scar removal ointment, as Su Qingxi was already well aware of its efficacy. Moreover, they were currently in Sioux City. Having the rare opportunity to enjoy some leisure time together, it would be unwise to focus solely on work, and the two babies certainly would not allow that. Before long, the little ones began to babble and protest, eager to continue their exploration of the breathtaking sights of Sioux City. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi exchanged smiles and continued strolling with their two babies. Wow, isn't that the famous Lin Tian and his family? Someone exclaimed. I can't believe we've run into them here. The babies are so adorable. They seem even cuter than in the videos. Their online popularity was soaring. And throughout their walk, many recognized them, engaging in lively discussions. The two babies, seemingly aware of the attention, became even more exuberant, flailing their tiny hands and feet in sheer delight. Faced with the baby's extroverted charm, Lin Tian felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially worried that his wife might feel anxious in the crowd, yet the babies were undeniably social butterflies. When someone approached, they would even reach out their tiny hands, endearing themselves to the surrounding crowd. Chapter 70. Lying? Not in bed. During their 2 days in Sioux City, both Lin Tian and Su Qingxi felt their spirits rejuvenated. Amidst the pink walls and black tiles, they pushed the stroller, listening to the babies' delightful coos of wonder at the world around them, relishing the rare tranquility and sweetness of the moment. Just as they were savoring this blissful experience, Su Qingxi's phone buzzed with urgency. Upon opening it, she found a barrage of messages from Zhao Wanwan. Damn you, Lin Tian. How could you sneak off on a trip with the babies, leaving me to guard an empty house? When are you coming back? I can't wait to taste the dishes you make. I want to go shopping with you too. Without you, my life feels so dull. A flurry of 7 or 8 messages left Su Qingxi momentarily speechless. This person certainly had a gift for gab. Darling, it seems Wanwan has become your little fan. She sent so many messages, most of which are about you rather than me. She chuckled, holding her phone up to her husband. Lin Tian, who was bent over wiping the drool from the baby's mouth, glanced at her and smiled. Leaning closer to Su Qingxi, his breath warm against her ear, he murmured, I don't want to cook for her. I only wish to cook for you. He paused for effect, lowering his voice even further, of course. I'd love to savor your cooking. His phrasing was delightfully suggestive. Su Qingxi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she found herself unable to meet his gaze. Even after all this time together, such words still made her feel nervous and shy. She couldn't help but wonder how Lin Tian managed to deliver such tantalizing remarks with a straight face. Darling, you're being inappropriate. She playfully punched Lin Tian's arm, the gesture soft and more akin to a flirtation. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Having enjoyed our time in Sioux City, I estimate that we can return home either tonight or tomorrow. Lin Tian's demeanor became considerably more serious than before. Traveling, after all, is meant to be a spontaneous affair. He has never favored meticulous planning for such matters. If his wife desires it, he would have no qualms about purchasing tickets home immediately. Shall I tell Wanwan that we'll return tomorrow? Su Qingxi inquired after a moment's contemplation. Lin Tian nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed fine. With that, the couple, along with their little one, made their way back to the villa. The following morning, Su Qingxi rose with gritted teeth. As she awoke, her eyes bore the weight of exhaustion. Despite her utmost effort, she found it exceedingly difficult to get out of bed. She was furious. Her detestable husband had promised they would return home today, yet last night had been a grueling ordeal. Now, she struggled to rise, compelled to press on and return home. It was sheer torture. Wife, breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat something. Lin Tian's voice called from outside the door. In moments like this, Su Qingxi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why was it that her husband appeared utterly unaffected, while she felt burdened with fatigue? Husband, are you made of iron? She asked, mustering the strength to sit up, her expression one of confusion and surprise. She truly could not comprehend. Wife, it seems you need to exercise more. I'll continue to take you to do yoga, Lin Tian remarked, noticing her woeful expression. He gently pinched her nose and smiled. He had been eagerly anticipating yoga since early morning. However, his wife's body had not yet fully recovered, and he had refrained from making any advances. Now, however, everything had changed. His wife was back to her vibrant self, fit, firm, and full of energy. Not only could they engage in yoga, but they could also explore other delightful activities without any issue. At this point, he felt confident in teaching her more advanced poses. Husband, are you certain you're referring to yoga? Su Qingxi responded, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Given her current state, she felt utterly drained. If her husband intended to introduce more strenuous activities, she genuinely questioned her ability to keep up. She feared that each day ahead might lead her to a state of unconsciousness rather than slumber. Of course, but it can also serve as a source of enjoyment. Lin Tian replied. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he leaned closer to Su Qingxi. Yoga is excellent for weight loss and body shaping. Before long, you'll find your figure even more alluring than before. His words struck a chord with Su Qingxi, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Ever since giving birth, her primary concerns revolved around two matters: the unsightly stretch marks adorning her body, resembling grotesque centipedes, and her steadily increasing weight. Her husband's cooking was simply too delectable. Despite her best efforts, she found herself unable to resist indulging, often eating even more than intended. The mere thought of this would bring her to tears. Curse you, Lin Tian, for being the stumbling block on my weight loss journey, she thought. Upon hearing that yoga could quickly shed pounds and sculpt her physique, she was immediately intrigued, despite the potential exhaustion it might entail. Of course, husband, when have you ever deceived me? She retorted, blushing. You tricked me last night, Su Qingxi accused, her cheeks flushing deeper. Lin Tian appeared bewildered. Last night? Why can't I recall such an event? You distinctly said we should go to bed early, that it was just a one-time affair. As she spoke, embarrassment washed over her, and she hesitated to continue, her mind flooded with vivid memories that left her flushed. Lin Tian finally grasped the situation and chuckled. What happened in bed doesn't count as deceit. You're being hypocritical, Su Qingxi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. He had promised not to lie, yet here he was, being double-faced during such a crucial moment. She felt utterly overwhelmed. All right, let us hurry and have breakfast. I've already purchased high-speed train tickets. We'll be heading home shortly, Lin Tian declared, eager to steer the conversation away from potentially distracting topics. After all, they had agreed to return home today, and he feared that dwelling on such matters might jeopardize their plans. Chapter 71. Zhao Wanwan's plea. Brother Tian, please cook something. After a long and arduous journey, as soon as they stepped through the door of their home in Xinghebei, the doorbell rang frantically. Standing outside was the eagerly awaiting Zhao Wanwan. Ah, you're finally back, she exclaimed, darting towards Lin Tian. He deftly sidestepped, positioning the baby stroller in front of him. Be mindful of your image, Zhao Wanwan. You might frighten the baby. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Zhao Wanwan quickly halted, turning to Lin Tian with tear-filled eyes. Brother Tian, dear brother, I implore you, please cook a meal. I've withered away during your absence. Look at my collarbones. As she spoke, she showcased her sharply defined collarbones to both Lin Tian and Su Qingxi, her voice laced with sorrow. Ever since she had tasted Lin Tian's cooking, her palate had grown exceedingly discerning, rendering her unable to enjoy meals prepared by anyone else. Even Michelin-starred chefs could not compare. Previously, she would often drop by for a meal, but during the past few days while Lin Tian and Su Qingxi were away, she had been deprived of both the baby and the delightful dishes. It felt as if she had been poisoned, consumed by longing. Upon hearing that they were returning, she had hardly slept a wink, practically counting the minutes until they arrived, and upon their return, she was a mess of tears and snot. The pain was unbearable. She cursed her insatiable appetite, as all she could think about was Lin Tian's cooking. Unbeknownst to others, one might think that I had added something peculiar to my meal. Zhao Wanwan's reaction left Lin Tian utterly bewildered. Although his wife also relished her food, she would never exhibit such a display of enthusiasm. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears. Who could blame him? Come now, Tian Gu. Speak the truth. Did you really not add anything unusual to this dish? How could I possibly think otherwise? Zhao Wanwan sighed silently, her fiery gaze tinged with a hint of curiosity, yet predominantly filled with anticipation. After all, it was a rare occasion to see Lin Tian in person, and the prospect of sharing a meal with him was drawing ever nearer. She was genuinely anxious. What nonsense are you imagining? I merely used the most ordinary of seasonings. Lin Tian shot her a disapproving glance. Even Su Qingxi, who was nearby, could no longer suppress her laughter. Wanwan, to be honest, after being away for so long, I've been longing for my husband's cooking. During our travels, I found that the meals at restaurants were utterly unpalatable. She truly empathized with her dear friend. After all, The dishes prepared by one's husband were unparalleled. No other flavor could compare. Isn't that right? Since Qingxi also wishes to indulge, why not let me bask in the glory as well? Upon hearing Su Qingxi's words, Zhao Wanwan seemed to have found her rallying point, instantly becoming more animated. She quietly turned to Lin Tian. You two chat for a while. I shall go buy groceries to prepare a meal for you. Lin Tian rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. The two pairs of eager eyes before him made it impossible to refuse. He never anticipated that his culinary skills would prove so advantageous. No wonder people say that to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Qingxi, I must confess, I am quite envious of you. I never realized how exceptional Lin Tian truly was until we spent time together. He embodies the ideal man. How is it that he excels at everything? As soon as Lin Tian departed, Zhao Wanwan settled beside Su Qingxi, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with envy. In truth, I am immensely grateful that I had the courage to seize my happiness back then. Reflecting on this, Su Qingxi still felt a twinge of apprehension. Had she not made that decision to seek out Lin Tian, she could scarcely imagine what her life would have become. Just thinking about it filled her with dread. It would likely have been a chaotic mess. I once thought you were too impulsive. Now, upon reflection, I realize I was the coward. Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but exclaim. During Su Qingxi's early pregnancy, she genuinely felt that having a child was somewhat rash. Moreover, raising a child as a woman seemed daunting. However, in hindsight, it was nothing of the sort. That child had undoubtedly secured Su Qingxi's lifelong happiness. By the way, my husband mentioned that the stocks should be ready to sell in a few days. Of course, if you're willing to wait another month, you could gain even more. Su Qingxi suddenly slapped her forehead, recalling something her husband had mentioned on the high-speed train. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that true? So soon? Ever since she invested that 60,000, she had been waiting patiently. For the first couple of days, she would occasionally check in, but eventually, her thoughts were consumed by the longing for Lin Tian's cooking. She visited several different restaurants in hopes of finding a comparable taste. But all her efforts had been in vain. As for the stock situation, she had completely forgotten about it. If Su Qingxi hadn't brought it up, she would have never remembered. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated it either. You can check it out. Su Qingxi nodded. She was utterly clueless about investments, merely absorbing whatever her husband mentioned in passing, which she quietly committed to memory. Oh my goodness! Zhao Wanwan exclaimed as she glanced at her phone, her excitement palpable, startling Su Qingxi in the process. What happened? Is there a problem? She asked, her lack of understanding regarding investments making her anxious. She knew that such matters could involve gains or losses, and if it were just her own loss, it would be bearable. However, if it involved Zhao Wanwan as well, that would be quite another matter. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, mentally calculating whether she might need to lend her friend some money if the losses were too great. But in the next moment, Zhao Wanwan's smile stretched from ear to ear, her tone brightening as she exclaimed, Qingxi, is Lin Tian a god? This unexpected query left Su Qingxi utterly confounded. What do you mean? She felt as though she were grappling with a riddle. Wanwan, please act normally. I'm beginning to worry, Su Qingxi said, her brow furrowed. Sensing that something was amiss with Zhao Wanwan, could it be that she has lost her mind over this? Wanwan, the 60,000 yuan I invested has already transformed into 100,000 in just a few days. My goodness, if this continues for another month, it could rival my 6-month salary, she exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment, which quickly morphed into a radiant smile. Qingxi, you must encourage your husband to whisper sweet nothings in your ear. If there are future investment opportunities, please remember to invite me along. Chapter 72. Have the equipment exploded? Lin Tian was speechless. Such matters are best directed towards my husband. I cannot make such decisions. Zhao Wanwan not only avoided losses, but also gained significantly. At last, Su Qingxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly at her husband's prowess. No wonder he, as a student, was able to amass such wealth in a short span of time, purchasing both a car and a house in Xinghe. She even felt that if her husband were to suddenly announce the purchase of a grand villa, she would not be surprised. After all, Lin Tian was simply remarkable. Well then, but Qingxi, I truly envy you. Zhao Wanwan had now transformed into Lin Tian's little devotee. After all, not only had she earned a considerable sum, but she also had the pleasure of savoring such exquisite dishes. Her praise was ceaseless. Where else could one find a man as wonderful as Lin Tian? She mused, gesturing toward the nursery. He can even take the babies along while grocery shopping. Such men are exceedingly rare. Her admiration was unmistakable, her gaze brimming with envy. The concept of fate is truly enigmatic. Su Qingxi had once been a non-believer in destiny, convinced she might face a solitary existence. It was only upon meeting Lin Tian that she realized life could be so beautiful and fulfilling. A contented smile graced her face. Why not have Lin Tian introduce me to his friends? Even if they are just fish or shrimp, that would suffice. Zhao Wanwan linked her arm with Su Qingxi's. Inching closer. That sounds fine. I shall mention it to him. Su Qingxi chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the remarkable transformation in her friend, who once adamantly proclaimed her disinterest in love and marriage. She felt genuinely happy for her best friend. If it is merely an introduction of acquaintances, there is no need for rejection. The two were engaged in a lively conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was also quite occupied. Ever since he ventured out with his two little ones, he had encountered an unrelenting stream of fans along the way. He found himself regretting the decision made long ago not to document the children's lives, having only shared a few light-hearted snippets on Douyin. In truth, he had posted a mere 3 videos, yet his followers had surged to 500,000, with each post garnering upwards of 100,000 likes. The extent of his influence was something he had never anticipated. What once took him a mere few minutes to complete his grocery shopping now required him to navigate through fans, ultimately consuming half an hour to procure the usual items. As he exited the market, he deliberately chose a side street, wary of encountering someone he knew. To his astonishment, he heard a familiar voice exclaim, "What a coincidence. Brother Tian, how come I ran into you here?" Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he realized it was none other than Feng Liang. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Lin Tian replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, this was his neighborhood. Just a few steps further, and he would be home. The fact that Feng Liang appeared here and still had the audacity to ask such a question was utterly perplexing. "Hee, isn't there a class reunion tomorrow? I came to deliver your gear." Feng Liang quickly caught on, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. "Stop grinning like a fool. What gear?" Lin Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. Were it not for Feng Liang's reminder, he might have forgotten all about the reunion. After all, it was Feng Liang who had carelessly agreed to attend on his behalf, as Lin Tian had little interest in such gatherings. With a flourish, Feng Liang pulled several small boxes from his backpack. "Behold, this is a Rolex gold watch, and this is an Hermes belt, and here we have." He displayed each item with pride before returning them to his bag. "These are all specially prepared for you." He raised his head, a hint of smugness gracing his features. Lin Tian responded, "Where on earth did you rob these from? Some discount store?" It wasn't that he doubted his friend's intentions. It was just that the gaudy golden chain seemed to be losing its luster, and the belt bore an incorrect logo. The items were glaringly counterfeit. "Goodness, Brother Tian, how could you discern that at a glance? I spent ages comparing them to the real ones, and these replicas cost me over 500 yuan. Feng Liang exclaimed, a pained expression crossing his face. As a recent graduate, despite securing a job, he was still financially strapped with rent to pay. It was quite a feat for him to scrape together this amount of money, and he had believed his finds were indistinguishable from the authentic items. To his dismay, Lin Tian saw through them so easily. "You can't even afford a decent replica? Each of these must cost more than 500 yuan, Lin Tian remarked incredulously. "By the way, what do you intend to do with these items?" He was at a loss and genuinely curious, struggling to comprehend Feng Liang's thought process, which often seemed unconventional. "Isn't it to help you save face? Brother Tian, I know you have money, but with a house and a car, your loans must be considerable. I can't let you bear the expenses for this reunion, especially since those guys are plotting against you. I won't let them target you." Feng Liang's voice grew agitated as he recalled the disparaging remarks made in their group chat, which still irked him. "You worry too much. Even if they wanted to target me, it wouldn't be that simple," Lin Tian chuckled. At this point, he was on an entirely different level compared to his former classmates. In fact, the wealthiest student back in class was Li Tao, yet even he paled in comparison to Lin Tian's current status, bolstered by the system he possessed. He truly did not regard those classmates as a threat. "I certainly believe you. I just fear they might collude," Feng Liang sighed. After agreeing to attend, Lin Tian found himself increasingly uneasy, convinced he had made a foolish decision. Thus, he sought ways to rectify it. "Enough of your internal strife. Why not join me for dinner at my place?" Lin Tian suggested, still carrying bags of groceries. Acknowledging Feng Liang's genuine concern was indeed commendable. "Can we? I'll finally get to taste Brother Tian's cooking," Feng Liang exclaimed excitedly. "You've been keeping me craving since the last time." The mere thought of Lin Tian preparing a meal caused his mouth to water, and he couldn't hide his delight. Ever since that warm gathering, they had all been deeply impressed by Lin Tian's culinary skills, even drawing inquiries from teacher Bai Jia about when she could savor his cooking again. Chapter 73, Joyous Rivals. Brother Tian's exquisite charm. The moment the door swung open, Zhao Nuanyuan, who had been chatting with Su Qingxi, felt as though a surge of energy had coursed through her. She leapt to her feet and dashed to the entrance. only to see Lin Tian opening the door with Feng Liang walking in behind him. What are you doing here? Upon spotting Feng Liang, Zhao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes. Seriously? To think I might finally enjoy a meal prepared by Lin Tian, and now there's this guy to compete with. She was indignant, fearing there wouldn't be enough food to go around. Why can't I come? My brother is cooking and personally invited me to come taste it. Feng Liang puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. Just don't eat too much and leave my portion. Zhao Nuanyuan placed her hands on her hips, her expression one of disdain. Hey, I didn't even mention you first, yet you jumped the gun. The two engaged in a playful squabble, eliciting laughter from Lin Tian and Su Qingxi. You two better save your energy for later. If you wake the babies with your bickering, I won't be cooking anymore. Lin Tian interjected casually, instantly silencing Feng Liang and Zhao Nuanyuan. They exchanged glances, signaling a truce. Soon after, Feng Liang proudly placed all the items he had prepared on the coffee table. Brother Tian, I believe that even if these items appear somewhat counterfeit, your outstanding charm will surely convince others of their authenticity. His sincerity was palpable. Before he could finish, Zhao Nuanyuan's gaze fell upon the pile of items on the table. Feng Liang, where did you find such a pile of junk? Do you really intend for Lin Tian to take all this with him? Goodness. When did Lin Tian offend you? Zhao Nuanyuan exclaimed in disbelief, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Feng Liang shot her a glance. What do you know? It's a gathering for our classmates. Of course, we need to let Brother Tian take something to make an impression. Ever since Brother Tian married his wife, he has become the target of everyone's mockery. He rummaged through his collection of cast-offs, pondering, is there truly nothing suitable here? I would think that even one decent item would suffice. Otherwise, Brother Tian would be utterly humiliated. He sighed quietly, feeling quite helpless. You're joking, right? You claim Lin Tian hasn't crossed you? Bringing this heap of scrap to a class reunion is nothing short of a public humiliation. People will surely laugh at him. After learning the backstory, Zhao Nuanyuan couldn't contain her laughter, doubling over in amusement. She had never expected Feng Liang to be so naive. If he were to take this out, it would be a true embarrassment. What do you suggest we do? We can't just let Brother Tian be ridiculed, can we? Feng Liang set the items aside, feeling somewhat at a loss. Honey, do you really need these things? The money you sent me earlier, I've been saving. Perhaps we could purchase something decent instead, Su Qingxi suggested, blinking her eyes. She had not contemplated this matter previously, though she wasn't particularly fond of attending such gatherings. She was aware that the others would be mocking her husband. Therefore, she felt compelled to attend this time, albeit without considering the need for appropriate attire. Upon hearing Feng Liang's mention of it, she felt a pang of guilt and offered, if it's insufficient, I still have some savings. Let's just use all of it. Money can be earned again, but opportunities like this are rare. She was determined not to allow her husband to be looked down upon. After much contemplation, she resolved to prepare adequately for the occasion. Meanwhile, Lin Tian merely chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to prepare anything special. While it is often said that one is judged by their attire, I hold no such beliefs. You see, my two properties already place me above all my classmates. As for the clothes I purchased with my wife, each piece has its own significance. Items like watches, if gifted by the system, I would gladly accept. But if I were to buy them myself, I wouldn't want to be taken advantage of. After all, a good watch comes with a hefty price tag, not something easily acquired for a mere few $100,000. While we still have income from our shops, it only amounts to $20,000 to $30,000 a month. It's a time for saving, not for extravagant expenditures. Brother Tian, you better brace yourself. I heard from Xiao Ming that Li Tao borrowed an expensive watch from his cousin. I fear he may mock you, Feng Liang warned, frowning. It was this news that had prompted him to hastily acquire those items for Lin Tian. Regrettably limited by his budget to only counterfeit goods, far from even being considered an A-grade imitation, Lin Tian found this amusing. If Li Tao had earned that watch himself, he would have respected him as a man. But to discover that he had pieced it together from various sources was laughable. You all carry on. I'm going to prepare dinner, he said, losing interest in the conversation. After all, he had never thought highly of Li Tao, nor did he see the need to concern himself with such trivial matters, simply a waste of time. Brother Tian, make sure to prepare plenty of staples. I'm starving. Feng Liang exclaimed. If possible, make extra dishes too. The mere thought of Lin Tian cooking made Feng Liang drool. Meanwhile, Zhao Nuanyuan playfully nudged her friend towards Lin Tian. Qingxi, why don't you help Brother Tian out? The little ones have us to look after them. So you needn't worry. She smiled mischievously, resembling a cunning little fox. Su Qingxi, however, felt her cheeks flush instantly. The last time in the kitchen had been a rather explosive affair, and the memory flooded back, making her nervous at the thought of helping again. No need. Let my wife rest. I can manage on my own, Lin Tian quickly interjected, waving his hands. His reasoning was simple. He shared Su Qingxi's sentiments. He had long wanted to explore some playful culinary experimentation, but with two others present, It would be impossible to indulge without interference, torture in its own right. And he had no interest in self-inflicted suffering. Brother Tian, if you need anything, just instruct your loyal underling. I am at your service. Feng Liang seized the moment, displaying his sycophantic demeanor, his face brimming with flattery, while tears of frustration streamed from his eyes. Chapter 74. Brother Tian, I am your devoted follower. Lin Tian found this utterly amusing and turned to head into the kitchen. The other three, meanwhile, pushed the babies into their room. Just as Lin Tian departed, the two little ones began to protest. First, Ruo started crying, followed closely by Xingxing. What is wrong with the babies? Weren't they just fine? Zhao Nuan, as their godmother, adored the twins and had initially intended to play with them. However, upon reaching their crib, the sound of their wailing left her at a loss. It must be your fault for scaring them. Let me handle this. Feng Liang attempted to make silly faces to cheer them up, but instead, his antics only escalated their cries, tears pouring forth uncontrollably. Growing anxious, he felt overwhelmed. Yet, Su Qingxi remained the calmest of the trio. The babies just need a diaper change. They're uncomfortable, she said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are the twins really that in sync? Even their bowel movements are synchronized? He exclaimed, astonished. Su Qingxi explained as she changed Ruo's diaper, while Zhao Nuan watched eagerly, itching to learn. Qingxi, teach me how to do that too. I shall also give my godson a try. She eagerly took to it, and, following Su Qingxi's movements, learned step by step. Zhao Nuanyuan, your actions resemble those of an octogenarian. Feng Liang, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Feng Liang quickly took 2 steps back, fully aware of his own limitations in this regard. After exchanging a few barbs, the two finally managed to clumsily change the baby's diapers. Subsequently, they vied to play with the little ones, each striving for the affection of the infants. Su Qingxi, watching from the sidelines, was left feeling somewhat helpless, yet relieved. As the trio bantered and laughed, noon swiftly approached. Tian Ge, Tian Shun, when will the food be ready? I'm starving, Zhao Nuanyuan exclaimed, collapsing onto the bed and rubbing her belly. As if on cue, her stomach let out a loud growl. You've made me hungry too. Aromatic scents wafted from the kitchen, causing Feng Liang to salivate profusely, almost wishing to dive headfirst into the kitchen. Su Qingxi, too, swallowed quietly, her cravings stirred. During their travels, they had mostly dined on local cuisine from Sioux City. It wasn't that the food was inedible, but it paled in comparison to her husband's cooking. With 3 adults ravenous and 2 children soundly asleep, Lin Tian in the kitchen couldn't help but smile wryly. He anticipated that being a good cook could be a double-edged sword. After a while, an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes was brought to the dining table. Oh my, Tian Ge, you are truly a god. Did you prepare all this by yourself? Brother, these dishes are even more delectable than those from a restaurant. Feng Liang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he struggled to contain his drool. Zhao Nuanyuan almost darted to the dining table like a well-behaved schoolgirl, utterly in awe of Lin Tian's culinary prowess. That's enough. Come and eat. His casual remark felt like a pardon to the two, who immediately seized their chopsticks. Particularly, Feng Liang and Zhao Nuanyuan descended upon the food like famished beasts, their chopsticks moving in a blur. There was no semblance of decorum. Wife, make sure to eat more and replenish your strength, Lin Tian said, placing a piece of shrimp in Su Qingxi's bowl. Tian Ge, this shrimp you made is so springy, it's even more delightful than a first love, Feng Liang exclaimed, his mouth stuffed, his voice barely intelligible. Finally, to taste this meal again, it's simply divine. Qingxi, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life. How else could you have such a marvelous husband? Zhao Nuanyuan chimed in, not wanting to be outdone, skillfully intercepting the last piece of squirrel fish with her chopsticks, savoring her victory as she placed it in her mouth. After finishing, she didn't forget to lick her lips, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Meanwhile, Su Qingxi took delicate sips of the warm fish soup that Lin Tian had specially served her, her cheeks slightly flushed. The exaggerated reactions of the two were somewhat amusing. Although she felt proud, a hint of shyness crept in. As for Lin Tian, he sat down with his bowl, bemused by the scene of the two ravaging their meal. Slow down, no one is competing with you. There is still rice in the pot, he said casually, picking out the tenderest piece of fish belly, carefully removing the bones, and placing it in Su Qingxi's bowl. Wife, give this a try. Su Qingxi's eyes sparkled as she took small bites. You too, please spare me the dog food. I've had my fill and have no desire for more. This scene elicited pained expressions from Zhao Nuanyuan and Feng Liang. Yet their pace with the chopsticks did not falter. After a hearty meal, Feng Liang rubbed his round belly, satisfied as he burped. Tian Ge, I declare, from this day forth, I shall be your lifelong disciple in culinary arts. Zhao Nuanyuan slumped onto the sofa, gazing at the ceiling as she murmured, "It's over. Lin Tian, I really feel like I can't live without your cooking. Qingci, your home shall be my cafeteria, and I'll bring my own ingredients. I can wash the dishes too." Su Qingci chuckled, "You are always welcome." She rose to clear the table, but Lin Tian gently pressed her back down. "Leave it. I'll take care of it later. You should rest for now." His gaze was tender. "You were exhausted last night, and your body probably hasn't fully recovered. You also traveled by high-speed train today, which must have been tiring." He certainly didn't want to wear her out further. "All right," Su Qingci nodded slightly, leaning against Lin Tian's shoulder, absorbing his warmth and the comforting aura he exuded. "Washing dishes and such, leave it to me. I was born to wash dishes. It's my greatest joy to tidy up." Seeing this, Feng Liang, lacking any awareness, dashed into the kitchen. Zhao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes, almost to the heavens, and directly pulled him back. "Feng Liang, I want to go home. You drive me." She assertively tugged him toward the door. "Nuanyuan, make sure you both get some rest." At the door, she turned back to bid farewell to Lin Tian and Su Qingci before dragging Feng Liang outside. "Zhao Nuanyuan, what on earth are you doing? The guy hasn't even washed the dishes yet. You can't just drag me along because you want to slack off." Feng Liang, still puzzled, complained until they exited Lin Tian's home. Zhao Nuanyuan instantly expressed her disdain. "You really have no sense. That couple wants to enjoy some intimacy. What are you doing being a third wheel?" Chapter 75, The Ultimate Third Wheel? Regrets of the Past. Hearing Zhao Nuanyuan's words, Feng Liang's muddled brain suddenly jolted awake. Oh no. He donned his metaphorical mask of despair, clinging to the elevator door frame as he lamented. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" As a straight man who had never been in a relationship, he had completely failed to grasp this notion. Goodness, if he had been a third wheel for so long, would he even have the right to enjoy Lin Tian's cooking in the future? "How could I know you were this oblivious?" Not even realizing that. Zhao Nuanyuan shot him a disdainful glance. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Feng Liang leaned against the cold elevator wall, overwhelmed by sorrow. Indeed, the atmosphere inside just moments ago had been suffocatingly sweet. Lin Tian's gaze toward his wife was akin to that of a treasure hunter beholding a rare gem. And Su Qingci? She was the ethereal goddess of their school, an unattainable existence. Next to Lin Tian, she resembled a delicate little bunny, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with dependence and joy. Looking at himself, Feng Liang lowered his gaze. He was still holding the faux Rolex packaging he had prepared to support his brother. Despite having undergone the same 9 years of compulsory education, how had the disparity between them become so vast? The more he pondered, the more bittersweet his earlier culinary delights became. "Thank you." He suddenly understood why Zhao Nuanyuan had pulled him away. In the bedroom of Xinghebei, Su Qingci was indeed, as Zhao Nuanyuan said, almost entirely nestled in Lin Tian's embrace. The languor that followed a satisfying meal, combined with the fatigue from their journey and last night's extra practice, rendered her limbs delightfully languid. Her voice, tinged with a hint of childlike softness, accompanied by her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest, expressed a trace of anxiety about the class reunion scheduled for tomorrow. "I feel a bit nervous," she confessed, having never attended such gatherings before. The very thought of what the past might have held was beyond her imagination. Lin Tian lowered his gaze, his chin brushing against her soft hair. The gentle scent of milk mingled with the freshness of her shower gel filled the air. "If you don't wish to go, we needn't attend. It's of no consequence." Lin Tian had no intention of indulging those people. Had it not been for Feng Liang's promise, he wouldn't have considered going at all. Those classmates had gone their separate ways after graduation, and any further connection seemed unlikely. His willingness to attend at all was a significant concession. Su Qingci nestled closer into his embrace, her voice muffled as she murmured, "But I don't want you to be disgusted because of me." Despite her small voice, her words were crystal clear to Lin Tian. His wife, despite her evident nervousness, was still preoccupied with his feelings. "I am indifferent to their opinions. My concern lies solely with you." Lin Tian tightened his arms around her, holding her more securely. His tone, imbued with habitual languor yet strikingly earnest, conveyed his sincerity. "At tomorrow's gathering, simply be yourself. Laugh if you feel like it, and if you don't wish to speak, lean on me." Hearing his words eased her tension considerably. A charming smirk danced on Lin Tian's lips as he leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice with a mischievous lilt. "Wife, your nervousness is utterly adorable. It makes me want to do something to help you forget your anxiety." Su Qingci's body tensed immediately, her small hand clutching his wandering fingers. Blushing, she protested, "No? We have to wake up early tomorrow, and the baby will be awake too." She genuinely felt overwhelmed. A thought crossed her mind. It seemed imperative to expedite learning yoga with her husband. Otherwise, her stamina was indeed no match for his. Lin Tian clicked his tongue in regret, leaning down to blow softly into her ear. "All right then, we'll keep a running tab tonight, with interest calculated by the minute. Once the reunion is over, Su Qingxi interjected, that interest is far too exorbitant. She dared not respond further, feigning sleepiness as an excuse to retreat. Little did she know, Lin Tian had declared they would keep a tab today, yet he was not about to let her off the hook. After a prolonged bout of playful antics, they finally succumbed to slumber. As the sun rose high in the sky, Su Qingxi drowsily turned over, feeling the residual soreness in her waist, prompting a soft whimper. In the next moment, a warm hand expertly settled over her, kneading with just the right pressure. Husband, she purred, burrowing into the familiar embrace, her voice still tinged with morning's lazy rasp. You said you wouldn't go back on your word. Lin Tian chuckled lowly. I'm merely collecting some interest. Interest? Su Qingxi instantly became more alert, her cheeks flushing as she protested. Isn't that interest far too high? She was too exhausted to resist as he continued to knead her. Is it? Lin Tian feigned innocence, though his hands remained faithfully at work. Husband, shouldn't we rise and start preparing our clothes for the reunion? This thought had firmly taken root in Su Qingxi's mind, impossible to shake off. She stopped unconsciously tracing circles on Lin Tian's firm chest. Whether they attended the gathering or not was inconsequential, but if his hands continued their wandering, she could not guarantee her own reactions. Lin Tian's gaze darkened, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxi felt as if she had been jolted by electricity, almost instinctively withdrawing her hand. Lin Tian, noticing her unease, felt a pang of tenderness. He pinched her pert nose gently. What are you afraid of? Honestly, this could be a splendid opportunity to showcase some scar treatment ointment to our classmates. Lin Tian had only meant to reassure his wife with casual words, but to his surprise, Su Qingxi took him seriously. She lifted her shirt to examine the scar on her abdomen, noting the significant improvement from her recent use of the ointment. It had diminished considerably, and now, even if she were to lift her shirt, it would be hard to notice without a closer look. Shall we simply bring a bottle along? She suggested earnestly. If anyone truly needs it, they could try it out. Her sincerity left Lin Tian momentarily speechless. Try it out. So you genuinely intend to promote the ointment at the reunion? Lin Tian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed his wife was a touch too naive, taking everything at face value. No need for that. We have the baby to consider as well, and we have plenty to bring. He quickly halted her from pursuing that line of thought. Su Qingxi slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about the 2 babies they needed to take care of. Perhaps we should leave the babies with teacher Baijia instead? After all, this reunion is likely to be a mixed bag, and I wouldn't want to risk any negative influences on the children. That sounds reasonable. I'll let teacher Baijia know right away. Speaking of teacher Baijia, Lin Tian found amusement in the thought. Recently, she had been quite active in messaging him, mostly inquiring about the babies. She seemed utterly enamored with them. If they entrusted the babies to her care, she might even be willing to take a day off work just to spend time with them. Chapter 76. The Ice Queen transformed into a clingy sweetheart. Teacher Baijia resided in a community not far from Shangweixian, only a short walk of about 10 minutes. After notifying her via WeChat, Lin Tian took the babies over. As he rang the doorbell, it swung open almost immediately. You're here. Are the babies here? Baijia stood at the door, her demeanor a far cry from the poised, intellectual goddess she exuded in the classroom. Her hair was casually tied up, and she wore a pair of rimless glasses along with an apron adorned with cartoon ducklings. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as they fixated on the double stroller Lin Tian was pushing. Apologies for the intrusion, teacher Bai, Su Qingxi said, feeling a bit bashful. Intrusion? Nonsense. Please come in. I've been eager to play with the babies. Bai Jia exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement as she stepped aside to let them in, her gaze never straying from the stroller. Once inside the foyer, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi were taken aback. This was no ordinary home. It resembled a miniature exhibition of infant and toddler supplies. In one corner of the living room, brand new cribs were neatly arranged, dressed in soft cloud-patterned sheets. Nearby stood 2 electric rockers that looked quite expensive. The floor was covered with a thick crawling mat, scattered with vibrant toys that emitted an array of curious sounds. The sight before them was astonishing. Even Lin Tian was momentarily speechless. Teacher Baijia, I must say. Lin Tian struggled to regain his voice, gesturing toward the children's paradise. Have you raided a baby supply store? The sheer extravagance of it all surpassed even what he, as a father, had prepared. Baijia adjusted her glasses and let out a mischievous chuckle. I was just thinking about how it's the baby's first visit, she exclaimed, her gaze once again fixated on the stroller. Come on, let me hold them. Lin Tian squinted slightly, surveying the scene. The preparations were indeed extravagant. With an abundance of items that were quite sought after, it was likely that even standing in line wouldn't guarantee a purchase. One could only say that teacher Baijia had truly spared no expense for the 2 little ones. She must have begun her preparations quite early. Now, every time they visited her home, they could hardly bring along a variety of goodies for the babies. It seemed her residence had nearly transformed into a storeroom. Inside the stroller, Xing was the first to open her round, curious eyes, peering at this new world. Ruo also slowly awoke, letting out a small yawn. Xing, Ruo, do you remember Aunt Bai? Bai Jia cautiously leaned closer, her voice so gentle it could almost drip with sweetness. Lin Tian and Su Qingxi exchanged knowing glances, both smiling. As anticipated, leaving the babies in her care was indeed a wise decision. There was no need to fret over attending the class reunion or worry about the little ones. Teacher Bai Jia, we'll leave the babies in your capable hands. We must make our way to the tasting hall, Lin Tian said with a grin. Bai Jia was engrossed in entertaining the two babies, and upon hearing this, she waved her hand without even turning her head. You two hurry along. There's no need for concern. I'll take good care of them. With that, she continued her playful antics with the little ones, never once glancing at the pair. With the matter of the babies settled, Lin Tian and Su Qingxi finally set off for the tasting hall. Meanwhile, within the vibrant confines of the tasting hall's private room, voices were already buzzing with excitement. Though only a few months had passed since graduation, many had undergone significant transformations. Those who were thriving spoke with confidence and vigor, while those who were struggling remained silent. An undercurrent of rivalry simmered among the classmates. Feng Liang, concerned that some might target Lin Tian and Su Qingxi, arrived early, striving to play the role of the socializer. He keenly observed and listened, picking up snippets of gossip regarding his good friends. Hey, do you think Lin Tian will show up today? Isn't he busy living off Su Qingxi at home? Su Qingxi has never been fond of places like this. I doubt he'll make an appearance. A few boys in the class quickly steered the conversation towards Lin Tian. These were the same individuals who had previously pursued Su Qingxi, yet she had never given them the slightest glance. In the past, they had been indifferent to this, as she was the renowned school beauty, her demeanor unapproachable. However, now that Lin Tian had married such an icy beauty, they felt genuine envy and resentment. Their tones dripped with malice as they spoke. It's a toss-up whether he'll come or not, Li Tao drawled, casually adjusting his glittering Rolex. He feigned a sigh, remarking on the burdens of adulthood, housing, raising children, car loans, and expenses for baby formula, implying that Lin Tian must be under considerable pressure. He emphasized these loans deliberately, casting a glance at several girls who had previously shown interest in Lin Tian. As expected, a few elegantly dressed girls displayed complex expressions. Su Xiaonuan, the former class beauty, who had been doing well at a foreign enterprise, shook her head in dismay upon hearing his words. Lin Tian is academically gifted and undeniably handsome, but his choices seem a bit hasty. Marrying and having children right after graduation has boxed him in, she lamented, tinged with a hint of jealousy. On the day of the graduation ceremony, she had sought out Feng Liang, hoping to confess her feelings to Lin Tian, only to be blindsided by Su Qingxi, who arrived with a child in tow. This unexpected turn of events had left her at a loss, and she had shelved her confession. She always believed that had it not been for Su Qingxi, she would have been the one with Lin Tian. Li Tao's close friend immediately chimed in. Raising children is so expensive, especially twins. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. I bet he has lost all ambition, unlike the class monitor, who is already managing projects. That watch must be worth tens of thousands. Li Tao smiled modestly, neither confirming nor denying. He pretended to be humble as he waved his wrist. Oh, it's nothing, just a necessity for work, a way to maintain appearances. The golden gleam of his watch nearly blinded Feng Liang, who inwardly scoffed, thinking, what a show-off. Does he think Lin Tian's luxurious apartment is made of paper? That SUV of Lin Tian's could buy 3 of your cheap watches. Just as the conversation continued, the heavy, intricately carved wooden door of the private room was slowly pushed open by a server. Time seemed to pause as the figures of Su Qingxi and Lin Tian appeared in the doorway. Lin Tian stood tall and slender, clad casually in a white sweatshirt that revealed his well-defined collarbone. There was no ostentatious display of brand names, yet he exuded an understated yet undeniable elegance. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket and the other firmly holding the hand of the girl beside him, all eyes turned to her. As the entire room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the air conditioning, Su Qingxi stood beside Lin Tian. Without heavy makeup, she was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a finely textured apricot-colored knitted dress, simple yet elegant. It perfectly accentuated her slender waist, still curvaceous post-pregnancy, and even appeared more voluptuous due to her breastfeeding. Most striking of all was her expression, radiating an endearing, delicate demeanor.